At 6 in the morning, Washington, D.C., Georgetown University, indoor basketball arena. In the stands, a despondent young man gazes blankly at the ceiling of the gymnasium. His name is Lin Hong, a freshman international student at Georgetown University. Before his soul traversed time, he was an ardent supporter of a center player. At that time, he was passionately engaged in a fervent debate in an online forum, fiercely defending his views against proponents of a different era of basketball. Despite his fervent typing, he found himself outnumbered, nearly overwhelmed by the criticisms directed at him. Sleepless and restless, he decided to seek solace at a nearby McDonald's, where he unexpectedly encountered a captivating blonde who engaged him in conversation. They shared a drink, and she exuded an enchanting allure. Their conversation flowed. A whimsical idea struck him, however. Given the bustling atmosphere, they could only retreat to a quieter place to enjoy the air conditioning. This was a good-hearted girl, earning her living through skill and effort, not through theft or deceit. What was wrong with him looking after her business? He couldn't let such a golden opportunity slip away. Here, 1,000 words are omitted. 3 minutes later, Lin Hong closed his eyes and kicked his legs, as if life had reached its twilight. Yet, he held no regrets. In a world where reaching 70 years is a rarity, with 10 years of youth and 10 years of frailty, there remain only 50 years divided further into day and night. Merely 25 years of vitality remain. Subtracting the inevitable hardships and ailments of life, how many good days are left to savor? If he did not seize the moment to enjoy, there would come a time when standing up to relish life would be impossible. What a pity. Thus, Lin Hong found himself reborn as a mischievous spirit. Damn, how did I inexplicably return to 1995? Fortunately, before my demise, I had formatted my phone. At least I left my innocence intact on Earth. Lin Hong smirked with relief. At that moment, a long-forgotten system notification echoed in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, for passing the preliminary selection for the Georgetown University basketball team, activating the most powerful center system in history. System activation successful. Based on the host's technical characteristics, you are awarded 80 of the peak shark's talent. Would you like to merge? 80% of the peak shark? No. Lin Hong decisively rejected the offer, wary of potential repercussions that might lead to unwanted scrutiny. He suppressed his excitement, taking a deep breath. I have arrived. He hurriedly entered the restroom, locked the door, and after ensuring his privacy, chose to proceed with the fusion. Boom! A torrent of information surged forth, akin to rays of sunlight flooding his consciousness. It coursed through his mind without pause, ending wiping away the fine beads of cold sweat from his forehead. Lin Hong quietly savored the dampness lingering on his palm. Was the first time really supposed to be this painful? His mind brimmed with a wealth of information about the NBA, absorbing the techniques and experiences of the peak Shaquille O'Neal. Dunks, blocks, post-ups, and hook shots along with the art of trash talking. In that instant, Lin Hong was struck by a peculiar illusion that he felt as if he had ascended to the status of a master of banter. Choose Shaq if you have no Jordan, he mused, sentiment devoid of error. The playing style of the peak Shaquille O'Neal could be succinctly summarized in 2 words. Simple and brutal, a veritable weapon in the paint. Open the attributes panel. Lin Hong murmured to himself. Name: Lin Hong. Age: 18. Physical data: height 215 centimeters. Weight 125 kilograms. Wingspan 232 centimeters. Vertical leap 0.83 m. Bench press 180 kilograms. Base ability values: max value 100. Strength 86. Speed 74. 3.9. Mid-range 20. Inside scoring 86. Post play 79. Dunking 86. Ball handling 65. Passing 50. Stealing 18. Blocking 78. Defense 74. Rebounding 81. Free throw 45. Stability 70. In other words, Lin Hong now possessed 80 of the terrifying physical attributes and experiences of the peak Shaquille O'Neal. Having just traversed into this realm, starting with such formidable endowments of the peak Shaq, Lin Hong could not help but exclaim, "Wow, this is truly delightful." If he were on Earth, he would undoubtedly be regarded as a high-quality man in the eyes of affluent women. Ding. Detection of host enrolling for the school team selection. System task dispatched. Please check. A task has arrived. Lin Hong shook his head and decisively accessed the system panel to review the new mission. Current phase task. Lead Georgetown University to secure the NCAA championship. Task rewards. 1. Max level peak Shaquille O'Neal talent and experience. 2. The dream shake of peak Hakeem Olajuwon. Max level peak Shaquille O'Neal talent? Wouldn't that allow him to dominate the NBA's paint with ease? The dream shake of peak Hakeem Olajuwon? Goodness gracious. With the dream shake at his disposal, he would no longer be just a brute. Instead, he would become a harmonious blend of strength and finesse, a maestro on the court with deft footwork. Indeed, this is the most formidable center system in history. As for leading Georgetown University to clinch the NCAA championship, it had always been Lin Hong's aspiration. If he lacked the confidence to command the NCAA courts with 80 of peak Shaquille's prowess, he might as well ascend to the heavens and depart. Current phase task. Win the NCAA championship and enter the NBA. 2 lifetimes of dreams, previously unattainable. Now, they are within reach. Lin Hong suddenly realized that traversing to this world might not be entirely a misfortune. At the very least, he now had the opportunity to chase his dream of winning an NBA championship. Once he enters the NBA, fame, fortune, and allure await. Wealthy individuals inevitably find their match, while the less fortunate simply observe. People are forged through adversity. With a swift shake of his head, Lin Hong cast aside his chaotic thoughts. Let me warm up and get accustomed. As he stepped onto the court, Lin Hong inhaled deeply. Bang! He dribbled the ball and surged towards the basket with lightning speed. Just a step inside the free throw line, he launched himself off the ground. A colossal figure soared into the air, eclipsing everything beneath. His massive frame unfolded magnificently in midair. Reaching the apex, he slammed the ball into the hoop with the force of a mountain pressing down. Clang! The rim quivered as he yanked it forcefully, causing the entire hoop to sway. Swift and domineering, Lin Hong's movements were fluid and graceful, a seamless display of athleticism. Standing nearby, Thompson's eyes widened in astonishment, his face reflecting disbelief. Is this Lin Hong's strength? And those dribbling maneuvers he executed earlier were as nimble as those of a guard. A splendid day began with a ferocious dunk. Lin Hong exhaled, turning around to find the team's head coach, John Thompson, staring in awe. Coach, taken aback, Lin Hong lowered his head and bent down, effortlessly grasping the basketball with one hand. His enormous palm enveloped the ball like a powerful suction cup. Holding it with one hand, it appeared almost trivial. Lin Hong? Thompson regained his composure as he gazed at the tall, youthful boy with a smile. Impressive. You arrived quite early. Truthfully, I couldn't sleep, so I came to train at the gym. Lin Hong spoke with candor. Having arrived several days ago, he still felt somewhat out of place. Indeed, more training is always beneficial. Perform well in today's game. Thompson patted Lin Hong's arm with such force that his hand tingled. What? This is extraordinarily solid. A glimmer of insight sparked in Thompson's eyes as he swiftly made his way to the coach's office. He retrieved a stack of documents and circled Lin Hong's name. A ferocious dunk of unparalleled intensity. Muscles that were robust and formidable. Visible physical prowess. A dedicated training attitude. Moreover, the team was in dire need of a reliable guardian for the paint. All these factors coalesced. Lin Hong had swiftly secured a position on John Thompson's list of key prospects. At 9 in the morning, the gym was bustling with excitement and activity. The players vying for spots on the school team were eagerly anticipating their chance. Restless with anticipation, ached that moment. A player clad in a black hoodie ambled over to Coach John Thompson, hands in pockets and eyes still heavy with sleep. Coach, how do you find this year's crop of rookies? Are there any promising talents worth cultivating? With an exasperated glare at his prized pupil, Thompson shook his head. It's too early to say. His feelings for this unruly yet exceptionally gifted disciple were a mix of admiration and frustration. From the gorilla Ewing to the towering Mutombo, and on to morning, Georgetown University was undeniably a cradle for centers. During his high school years, Iverson's reputation was far from stellar, causing numerous colleges to shy away from him ultimately. Only one institution had the audacity to extend an olive branch. defying the opposition, they embraced the slender Iverson as the cornerstone of their team. Naturally, Iverson did not disappoint, averaging an impressive 20.4 points in his rookie season and guiding Georgetown University to the NCAA Elite Eight. "Look at these arrogant rookies, they remind me of myself from last year," Iverson mused as he cast a glance at the newcomers. Around this time last year, he had boasted with unyielding confidence during an interview, declaring his intent to lead Georgetown University back to the pinnacle of the NCAA championship. However, they barely made it to the Elite Eight, returning home with their ambitions unfulfilled. Reflecting on his former hubris, a singular thought pierced Iverson's mind. How utterly shameful. Chapter 2. School Team Tryouts, Soaring Through a Double-Block Dunk. The answer? As Allen Iverson's mind wandered aimlessly. A strangely familiar, yet foreign term abruptly snapped his scattered thoughts back to reality. Driven by curiosity, Iverson turned his gaze toward the newcomer registration area. And then, he froze. Before him stood a towering Asian figure with yellow skin and jet black hair. A colossal frame, elongated arms, bulging, sinewy muscles. Such exaggerated bodily proportions made Lin Hong resemble nothing short of a humanoid beast. Oh fuck. Unbelievable, this guy's lower limbs are absurdly massive. Allen Iverson instinctively cursed under his breath. Nothing else. The young man's extraordinary physical gifts were so evident that they left him utterly dumbfounded. Players with elongated limbs were nothing new to Iverson. However, encountering an Eastern visage possessing such a robust physique combined with those lengthy arms and legs was an unprecedented sight for him. An unexpected windfall? Perhaps this novice may truly bring me a glimmer of pleasant surprise. At this thought, a faint smile curled at the corners of Iverson's lips as he strode toward the registration desk. Picking up the form, he meticulously examined the information of that towering young man. Lin Hong, 18 years old, Chinese player, freshman international student at Georgetown University. Height, 7 feet 1 inch. Wingspan, 7 feet 7 inches. Standing reach, 9 feet 5 inches. A promising interior prospect. A glimmer of shrewdness flashed through Iverson's eyes. The team's long-standing weakness in the paint position might finally see a glimmer of reinforcement this year. "Coach," John Thompson gestured with a smile and said, "Lin, allow me to introduce you to the ace of our team, Allen Iverson." Is that really the answer? Following Thompson's gaze, Lin Hong also caught sight of the defiant yet intriguing figure of Iverson. Despite his impoverished background, Iverson appeared remarkably clean-cut at this moment. No earrings, no gaudy gold chains, no ostentatious accessories, and certainly not sporting the iconic cornrows that would later define his public image. Lin Hong? Indeed. Lin Hong and Iverson exchanged glances without much conversation. Iverson flashed a faint smile before turning to take his seat on the substitute bench. Meanwhile, Lin Hong followed the group of hopeful players to the center of the court to heed the instructions of head coach John Thompson. "Listen up, young men." Coach John Thompson's voice boomed with authority, resonating powerfully. "You are not yet members of the Wizards. At best, you've only taken half a step forward, let alone securing a spot on the bench as a towel-waving reserve. In short, you must first distinguish yourselves in the scrimmages to advance to the practice squad, then climb from there to the second team, and finally to the first team. Only then will you earn the opportunity to step onto the court officially. Survival of the fittest, the strong shall prevail. To earn your place on the court, you must prove your worth through performance." After sweeping his gaze around the room, John Thompson tilted his head slightly and addressed his assistant, Craig Yasharick. In a measured tone, "Craig, do keep an observant eye on that young man named Lin Hong later. Our team urgently needs to bolster the interior defense, as Jerome and Kayasela are severely undersized in height. Facing Wake Forest again, we still stand little chance of victory in last year's NCAA tournament." The phenomenal rookie Allen Iverson led Georgetown's Hoyas on an unstoppable run to the Elite Eight. Just when we thought they would continue their Cinderella story, they were utterly demolished by Tim Duncan's Wake Forest Demon Deacons. The root cause was our much-hyped Twin Towers Jerome Williams and Kayasela Harrington being completely outmatched in the paint. Duncan targeted them relentlessly, dominating with ease. Strengthening our interior height is an absolute necessity. However, Coach Thompson is well aware this is merely selecting the tallest among dwarfs. We'd only end up with slightly taller undersized players. The truly promising big men were essentially all scooped up by elite programs right out of high school. Upgrading our frontcourt strength? Craig seemed to have an epiphany and heaved a profound sigh. Alas, if only we could acquire a formidable center by sheer luck. That would perfectly compensate for our team's weakness. Are you referring to Shaquille? Don't even think about it. That kind of monster is beyond our wildest dreams. Thompson shook his head and sighed deeply. As long as Lin Hong demonstrates above-average rim protection in the upcoming scrimmages, John Thompson wouldn't hesitate to offer this enigmatic young man from the East a spot in the rotation. The selection begins. To save time, the team tryouts adopt a single elimination format. John Thompson stands courtside, stroking his chin with intense focus fixed upon Lin Hong. Craig is utterly bewildered. What mystical allure does this towering Easterner possess to captivate even the composed and seasoned Coach Thompson so profoundly? Could he dominate the paint, battling against two opponents single-handedly? Or could he anchor the defense, shielding the rim with an impenetrable presence? Craig shook his head noncommittally. Whichever it was, he found it utterly inconceivable. To his knowledge, there was no formal professional basketball league in China at that time. Beep, beep, beep. With the referee's whistle piercing the air, the first trial scrimmage officially commenced. Lin Hong strode confidently to the center circle for the tip-off, unquestionably assuming his position. Facing him stood a formidable African-American center, though marginally shorter at 2.06 meters. His compact frame exuded raw power, a dark-skinned embodiment of unyielding toughness. Their eyes locked in that fleeting moment, communicating volumes. Here stood a warrior born for combat. The ball soared skyward as the pivotal jump began. The referee tossed the basketball high into the air. At the very moment it reached its apex, Lin Hong leaped with all his might. With effortless grace, he tipped the ball to his team's point guard. Meanwhile, the opposing black center had only just begun his jump, his feet yet to touch the ground again. Damn it! His reflexes and jumping speed were astonishingly quick. The black center was startled, cursing silently under his breath. The team's point guard dribbled swiftly past half-court, stopping just beyond the three-point line. Without hesitation, he rose up and launched a picture-perfect three-pointer. The essence of this game was never about teamwork. It was an individual showcase. In this hastily assembled squad, who cared about coordination? Even without an opening, one had to force opportunities, for self-display was the ultimate priority. DUENG. Regrettably, that sudden pull-up jumper from the top of the key rattled out of the rim. Under the basket, the two opposing interior players formed a pincer formation, securing their positions early. Their rebounding awareness was impeccable, prompting the assistant coach on the sidelines to nod approvingly before jotting it down on the stat sheet. Boom. However, before the coaching staff could even finish taking notes, on the court, Lin Hong soared high behind two opposing defenders, seized the ball with both hands, and violently slammed it through the hoop. The thunderous slam dunk made the basketball hoop tremble and tilt downward. A spectacular two-handed putback over two defenders. His movements froze abruptly, and Craig was equally stunned by that breathtaking dunk. Wasn't this precisely what he had just described? Hands obscuring the heavens. Moreover, it was such a brutal putback dunk. It took quite a while before Craig finally snapped out of his stunned daze. Chapter 3. Secured? A chase-down block from the paint to the three-point line. Passing the ball to a teammate, the offensive play once again failed to score. Falling back on defense, Lin Hong extended his long arms, standing firmly within the paint. Perhaps intimidated by Lin Hong's defensive coverage in the key, the opponents continuously hovered around the three-point line, actively passing the ball and setting screens to create shooting opportunities. After several backdoor cuts, the opposing shooting guard utilized a teammate's pick to successfully slip along the baseline, reaching the opposite corner beyond the three-point line for an open shot. A golden opportunity, time for my moment to shine. Taking a small dribble forward to adjust my shooting stance, I rose up for a picturesque three-pointer. Though I noticed Lin Hong charging out from the paint like a starving tiger, he was still over 3 meters away, and at this distance, releasing the shot was more than enough. At this range, did this guy really think he could defend me? How naive. A sardonic smirk curled at the corners of his lips. Yet in the very next instant, that roguish grin froze upon his face. Like a streak of golden lightning, Lin Hong came charging forth with frenzied fury. Thud! The basketball, still spinning upwards in midair, came to an abrupt halt as Lin Hong's massive palm snatched it with a thunderous grip. Good heavens, a block shot? A soaring dunk over two defenders. Now an unbelievable chase-down block, utterly savage. But no, none of that matters. Haven't you noticed? Dashing from the paint to the three-point line for a chase-down block. His speed is simply preposterous. How utterly inconceivable. Could someone with profound insight kindly elucidate whether this individual truly qualifies as a center forward? Shut your mouth. Lin and his teammates are about to attack. This 3-meter-wide block, whether in terms of speed or power, was absolutely awe-inspiring. Gazing at Lin Hong descending like a celestial being before him, The opposing guard was utterly dumbfounded. Who am I? Where am I? I stood beyond the three-point line. Yet how could I still be blocked by that towering Chinese player? As the black defender was still pondering the three great philosophical questions, Lin Hong swiftly passed the ball to his teammate. Hey buddy, launch a fast break counterattack now. As the words faded, Lin Hong surged forward with his long, powerful strides, leaving the entire crowd in stunned silence. A towering figure standing at 2.15 meters, his massive frame moved with astonishing agility, dashing across the court like a heavy-duty truck with its accelerator floored. The home team's guard, quick-witted and sharp, immediately grasped Lin Hong's intent. Without hesitation, he dribbled swiftly up the court, his eyes locked onto Lin Hong's positioning. Suddenly, noticing Lin Hong's upward gesture toward the sky, the guard understood perfectly. With a forceful flick of his right hand, he launched the ball in a graceful arc, sending it soaring toward the rim with pinpoint accuracy. Lin Hong spun away from his defender in a seamless counter-move, then exploded off the ground with a mighty leap. The next instant, boom. The spinning basketball was fiercely slammed into the hoop by Lin Hong. A thunderous two-handed dunk. After releasing the basket and landing, Lin Hong clenched his fists tightly and let out a furious roar. His explosive and relentless performance, astonishingly embodied in a tall, handsome figure with golden skin and jet black hair, left the entire crowd wide-eyed in disbelief. Dominating the paint, ruthless shot blocking, thunderous dunks over two defenders, and those gravity-defying alley-oops. Craig was utterly bewildered once more. Could it truly be this uncanny? Whatever thought crossed his mind, Lin Hong seemed to manifest it effortlessly before him. A duel of attack and defense, like quicksilver cascading. His performance was a breathtaking display of dimensional supremacy. Lin Hong flaunted his extraordinary physical prowess with such vivid brilliance that even the blind could perceive it. Having accomplished this feat, Lin Hong cast a meaningful glance toward the opposing team's towering, dark-skinned center, Jahidi White. Following the usual tropes of fiction, protagonists often attract unwarranted mockery. So where was the inevitable challenger? Where were the taunts? Had his calculations gone awry? At that very moment, a piercing, provocative voice rang out beside my ear. He had arrived. He had finally come. Hey, you lumbering oaf. With a dark complexion and a face etched with wrinkles, Jahidi White sneered mockingly. Which nation do you hail from? The land of cherry blossoms or the realm of kimchi? It's all the same. Just worthless trash destined to be discarded. I hail from the Celestial Empire. Lin Hong abruptly raised his head, fury flashing in his eyes. Black players always crave the spotlight, especially in their areas of dominance. Lin Hong understood all too well. His earth-shattering dunk moments ago had humiliated the burly black center. Though he had anticipated this reaction, the reality of it still left a bitter taste in his mouth. The smile vanished from his face in an instant, replaced by the cold, predatory gaze of a bloodthirsty beast. The basketball in his grip nearly deformed under the force of his clenched fingers. Big black guy, you'll regret running your mouth soon enough. That is a promise. Lin Hong said coldly, I am a man of my word. If I say I'll dunk over you, then I'll dunk over you. After spewing his vile remarks, he arrogantly wagged his finger. Fuck you, you insolent bastard. Who the hell do you think you are? The towering, dark-skinned man glared at Lin Hong's disdainful expression and bellowed angrily. The players participating in the selection were all taken aback. This seemingly simple and honest Chinese center unexpectedly had such a fiery side. Witnessing this confrontation, Thompson instead grinned, stopping assistant coach Craig, who was about to intervene. Hold on, Craig. This young man from China has character, real fighting spirit. To be honest, I wouldn't want a player with talent rivaling Shaq's to play as soft as a docile lamb. I can't wait to see what kind of performance this intriguing fellow will deliver next. Whistle. The opposing team's baseline inbound pass. Their shooting guard, a selfish ball hog, dribbled frantically without breaking anyone down before Lin Hong's teammate stole the ball. The teammate dribbled beyond the three-point line, used Lin Hong's screen, and pulled up for a mid-range jumper. Clang. The basketball struck the back rim and rebounded high into the air. The towering black center, White, along with their power forward, instinctively boxed out their positions and leaped up simultaneously to contest the rebound. The ball descended in a graceful arc. Just as the massive black hand was about to snatch it away, a figure descended from the heavens. Lin Hong soared above White's head, dominantly seizing the rebound before slamming the ball into the hoop with the crushing force of Mount Tai. Boom. A thunderous two-handed dunk. Lin Hong hung from the rim, giving it a fierce tug before releasing. The backboard reverberated with a resonant hum. The deformed hoop instantly rebounded with a sharp metallic groan. the entire backboard swaying violently as if on the verge of collapse. A grating screech resonated through the air like an indignant protest against Lin Hong's brutish display of force. Center White took the full brunt of the impact, sent flying out of bounds as though struck by a freight train. He tumbled across the court before finally skidding to an unceremonious halt. Lin Hong gazed down imperiously at the disheveled opponent, slowly wagging his index finger in contemptuous disapproval. A cowardly cheap shot from behind? This is hardly a feat worth boasting about. White, consumed by frustration and indignation, spat out those bitter words in a furious roar. Lin Hong let out a derisive chuckle, the disdain on his face growing even more pronounced. I haven't even exerted myself, and you're already down. I refuse to accept this. A coward who strikes from behind, have the guts to face me head on. The burly center panted heavily, his eyes bloodshot, sweat beading across his forehead. His already dark complexion now appeared even darker, glistening under the strain. I gave you the chance, and you wasted it. Lin Hong let out a mocking chuckle before swiftly turning to retreat and defend. Chapter 4. A brutal facial block. Carried away. Next. FCK. White cursed under his breath as he stood up, dribbling the ball from the baseline before breaking into a sprint. Never did he imagine he would be humiliated by that yellow-skinned monkey. He swore to himself that he would reclaim his dignity. The defender dribbled the ball forward as White swiftly positioned himself in front of Lin Hong, effectively marking his spot. Suddenly, his own teammate roared while gesturing for the pass. Pass me that damn ball. I'm gonna crush this pretty boy. Swish. Perhaps intimidated by White's ferocity, the White defender instinctively passed the ball to him with a bounce. Kid, you caught me off guard earlier. This time I must return the favor. Witness the true essence of power. Retreat to your petty games, for we reign supreme in the realm of basketball. White caught the ball, spewing incessant trash talk with limited vocabulary. Yet Lin Hong remained utterly unfazed. When it came to verbal jousting, Shaquille O'Neal undoubtedly reigned supreme. Frustrated, White pivoted abruptly with his back against Lin Hong. Boom. The fierce physical confrontation resonated across the court with the thunderous clash of muscles. White suddenly exerted force in a powerful collision, yet Lin Hong remained unshaken. Boom. Once more, Lin Hong remained motionless upon impact. Bang. After the third attempt, White was utterly flustered and embarrassed. He never anticipated that the towering Chinese defender behind him would possess such formidable strength. A faint smirk curled at the corners of Lin Hong's lips as he remarked in a low, taunting voice. Hey, big guy, why are you as soft as tissue paper? You had your chance, yet you failed to seize it. Silence. In a desperate attempt to salvage his pride, White stubbornly persisted with his aggressive back-down moves. Damn it. I refuse to believe this. This time, he summoned every ounce of his strength, unleashing the primordial forces within. With a furious roar, he violently slammed backward with tremendous force. In the next instant, Lin Hong swiftly dodged to the right with agile grace. Thud. Caught off guard. White lost his balance and crashed backward onto the court. Lin Hong swiftly seized the fallen basketball and dashed toward the opposing basket. With a deft behind-the-back dribble, he effortlessly bypassed the small forward and penetrated inside the three-point line. As the power forward rushed to intercept, Lin executed a graceful spin move, leaving his defender in the dust as he arrived beneath the hoop. In the next instant, he exploded upward with astonishing elevation, soaring skyward with the ball held aloft. His head nearly reached rim level while his outstretched arm extended well above the basket. The resounding dunk echoed through the gym, bang. Lin Hong gripped the rim with one hand and violently yanked it downward. Bzzz. The arena erupted once more with the piercing reverberation of the backboard's violent tremors. Utterly simple, yet overwhelmingly domineering, Lin Hong's relentless dunks vividly demonstrated the essence of violent aesthetics. As the crowd worshipped him like the moon surrounded by stars, the black center White's expression kept shifting. Defiantly, he positioned himself again to demand the ball. Damn it, you freak. Are you some kind of monster? I refuse to believe this. Repeatedly humiliated and toyed with by Lin Hong, a seething resentment brewed within him, fueling an unyielding desire to reclaim his dignity. Yet, clearly, the monstrous strength displayed by Lin Hong just now had somewhat shaken his confidence. He had no choice but to opt for a challenging yet more cautious turnaround hook shot. However, his seemingly confident toss was promptly swatted down by the ever-prepared Lin Hong with a resounding smack. Thud. Ack. Two agonized screams rang out in succession. The basketball struck squarely across the burly center White's face. Oh fuck. Shit. White collapsed to the ground with a thud, clutching his face and howling curses as he writhed on the floor. Lin Hong chuckled as he dashed forward to retrieve the ball, sending a long pass to his bewildered teammate waiting in the front court. With a resounding thud, the basketball came hurtling toward the dazed teammate, who instinctively caught it and effortlessly laid it up for an easy score. Beep, beep, beep. The referee's whistle pierced the air. At that moment, the whistle suddenly pierced the air. Lin Hong turned his head to see White, the black center he had just knocked down, still bleeding from his nose. He had to admit this black guy indeed had some skills compared to other substitutes, but those skills were rather limited. Limited skills indicate what? They indicate inexperience. The team doctor stood nearby examining him, his expression somewhat grave. Good heavens, what on earth just happened? Oh heavens. Poor White suffered a sudden nosebleed and was carried off the field on a stretcher. I do hope he's all right. From the looks of it, he might have sustained a mild concussion. Now he can truly take a complete rest. Away with him. Next player. The play transitions between offense and defense. Snap. He delivered a thunderous chase-down block on the opposing small forward's layup, showcasing his formidable dominance on both ends of the court. In the subsequent exchanges, the opponents who had suffered consecutive defeats on both offense and defense wilted completely like frostbitten eggplants, plunged into existential doubt. They utterly lacked the courage to even meet his gaze. To them, Lin Hong's prowess existed on an entirely different plane from their own. This fellow was nothing short of a monstrous entity. Who in their right mind would dare provoke such a creature? Were they weary of living? Unbeknownst to all, Allen Iverson had quietly made his way to the sidelines, utterly dumbfounded by the brutal display of dominance from Lin Hong just moments before. John, this. Assistant coach Craig averted his gaze, unable to bear the sheer savagery unfolding on the court. Even head coach Thompson and the rest of the coaching staff found it difficult to watch. What kind of freshman tryout was this? It was nothing short of a merciless spectacle. It was nothing short of a brutal massacre. Lin Hong utterly dominated both offense and defense. Meanwhile, Lin Hong's teammates were as if invigorated by some potent elixir, each one roaring with excitement, unrestrained and unleashing their full arsenal of skills. Their defensive efforts grew increasingly fervent, denying the opponents any comfortable shooting opportunities. The rhythmic clanging of missed shots echoed incessantly through the gymnasium. For Lin Hong's adversaries, those 10 minutes of playtime felt like an excruciating ordeal. By halftime, the opposing 5 players were utterly demoralized, their spirits crushed, moving about like soulless husks. To hell with basketball dreams. Give me the ball. I'm going home. This elimination match ended in an anticlimactic manner, concluding abruptly after merely half the game. They conceded defeat. The referee by the sideline approached Lin Hong with a smile. The opponent has conceded. There's no need to continue the second half. Your entire team advances to the next round. So effortlessly, Lin Hong was somewhat taken aback, a faint smile curling at the corners of his lips. I haven't even broken a sweat yet. Truth be told, he truly hadn't perspired a single drop. Upon receiving the individual statistics, his teammates who had essentially coasted through the game felt a tumult of mixed emotions. Their gazes toward Lin Hong were filled with nothing but admiration and reverence. Throughout the first half, Lin Hong had single-handedly shouldered the majority of the team's scoring. In just 10 minutes, he delivered a staggering double-double, 20 points, 10 rebounds, and 6 blocks. Had the opposing team not grown wary and altered their offensive strategy, avoiding drives into the paint in the latter part of the quarter, Lin Hong would undoubtedly have achieved a monumental triple-double, 25 points, 15 rebounds, and 10 blocks. Most importantly, he truly didn't perspire at all. Lin Hong's teammates truly experienced the joy of effortless victory. In the second round of the elimination matches, they reclined even more comfortably and unapologetically. Where the mythical beast treads, all others retreat. After a merciless slaughter on the court, Lin Hong's opponents conceded defeat prematurely. Their spirits shattered. To continue would have meant the demise of their basketball dreams. The brutal dunks and savage blocks have seared themselves into the collective memory like burning brands. For a considerable duration, these indelible images refused to fade from consciousness. Chapter 5. Sharpening the Blade, Targeting the Massachusetts Militia. Have you heard the news? Our team has acquired a formidable beast in the paint this season. I am aware. That young man secured 15 rebounds and 10 blocks in merely 10 minutes. Not to mention, he also scored over 20 points. It is said that this formidable beast from the Celestial Empire utterly crushed its opponent into a state of despondent withdrawal. As time passed, the legend of Lin Hong at Georgetown University grew increasingly exaggerated. Curious students flocked to the campus basketball gym, eager to witness the so-called Chinese beast dominate the court. This might have been the most heavily attended freshman tryout in the history of Georgetown's Hoyas. Even last year's rookie sensation Allen Iverson didn't draw such an overwhelming crowd during his debut. I just witnessed someone weeping bitterly in the corner. What? Dunking over an opponent with such effortless grace? Absolutely savage. This, even with a defender in between, he still managed to block the shot. And here he comes again, dunking ferociously while being fouled by an opponent. Simply unbelievable. The thunderous applause and cheers rose and fell in waves. An unceasing symphony of adulation. The spectators in the stands found themselves momentarily transported, as if witnessing an NBA superstar effortlessly dominating a humble streetball court. Time and again, Lin Hong astonished everyone with his ferocious performance, effortlessly conquering all opponents and indisputably claiming the top spot in the selection trials. Congratulations, Lin. Coach John Thompson strode purposefully towards Lin Hong. From this moment onward, you are officially a full-fledged member of the team. A full-fledged member? The scene erupted in uproar. A freshman, on the very first day of joining the team, was promoted to a full-fledged member. The last one to achieve this feat was none other than last year's prodigy, Allen Iverson. And who exactly is this Iverson? The dual champion of football and basketball in Virginia, the most outstanding guard player in the nation, a true basketball superstar. But upon closer reflection, Lin Hong's performance today. Even Allen Iverson couldn't match his ferocity. Thus, it was perfectly justified to promote you from the reserve team to a full-fledged player in just one day. Lin. Starting tomorrow, you may join Allen for the team's regular training sessions. John Thompson deliberately glanced at Iverson before continuing. Before the new season commences, we have a warm-up match scheduled. I shall grant you ample playing time to demonstrate your capabilities. It will be a contest nearly indistinguishable from an NCAA tournament-level game. I trust you will not disappoint. Lin, your opponent shall be Marcus. Do you possess the confidence to prevail? Allen Iverson chuckled playfully. Of course. Before the NCAA National Championship Tournament commences, Georgetown University, as part of the Big East Conference, must first emerge victorious from the Big East Conference tournament. The Big East Conference currently comprises 12 formidable teams, many of which boast prestigious academic and athletic legacies. During the 1980s and 1990s, the Big East three dominated the conference: Georgetown University, St. John's University, and Syracuse University. However, by the mid-1990s, the University of Connecticut Huskies nearly monopolized supremacy within the Big East. The University of Connecticut boasts the phenomenal shooting guard Ray Allen, making them one of the top contenders for this year's Big East Championship. Naturally, Georgetown University's Hoyas, with Allen Iverson on their roster, are equally formidable championship hopefuls. Other powerhouses include the Louisville Cardinals featuring Masaki Walker and the Villanova Wildcats led by Corey Kittles. Both teams charge forward with indomitable spirit, refusing to be overshadowed. What noble man born between heaven and earth would willingly linger in obscurity beneath others? In summary, this year's Great Eastern League Championship is truly prestigious and of exceptional quality. During this period, head coach John Thompson also received invitations from several teams in other leagues, yet he remained indecisive for quite some time. Now, at long last, he has reached a decision. The University of Massachusetts? Even a fool could discern that the University of Massachusetts came with ill intentions, aiming to exploit the weak interior defense and turn the lone warrior Allen Iverson into a mere backdrop for Marcus Camby, thereby boosting their draft prospects. However, at this moment, Coach John Thompson no longer felt anxious when it came to prodigious young talents. In Georgetown, isn't Lin Hong also playing as an inside man? When it comes to sheer monstrous talent, John Thompson doesn't believe Lin Hong would lose to Marcus Camby. This warm-up match, will Lin Hong make a stunning debut, or merely serve as Marcus's stepping stone? He suddenly felt a surge of anticipation. The following morning at Georgetown University's campus gymnasium, training day for the Hoyas. Gather around, gentlemen. Coach John Thompson clapped his hands, addressing the team. Allow me to formally introduce our newest member, Lin Hong. Lin hails from China and is this year's freshman recruit. Notably, he is the only first-year player promoted to the official roster this season. As the words left the coach's lips, the Georgetown Hoyas players turned their gazes toward the towering Eastern figure. So this is the Lin Hong who dominated all the freshmen? It is said his nickname is the bulldozer of the Celestial Empire. I distinctly recall that day when he knocked the towering Jahidi into a concussion. Jerome. I dare say even if you were to stand before Lin, you might very well find yourself thoroughly outmatched. I'm terrified. As if you wouldn't end up crying from a beating. Observe Lin's muscular arms. Asura. His biceps are thicker than your thighs. After carefully examining Lin Hong's physical attributes, the players of the Georgetown University basketball team were utterly astonished. Particularly, the two interior players, Jerome Williams and Othella Harrington, exchanged frequent glances, their emotions a complex mixture. It was no easy feat. Their fortunes had finally turned, as someone had arrived to shoulder the blame. Their expressions shifted rapidly: relief, excitement, schadenfreude, while simultaneously sensing a challenge to their own positions. During the previous NCAA tournament season, the interior twin towers formed by these two were effortlessly dismantled by Wake Forest's Tim Duncan. Ultimately, Georgetown University's journey ended in bitter disappointment as they fell short in the Elite Eight and returned home in defeat. This year, however, fortune has smiled upon the team as they've finally acquired a legitimate, formidable big man to anchor their front court. At least after encountering Tim Duncan, it won't just be the two of them getting dominated. Hi, Lin. I'm Jerome. Nice to meet you. Hi, Lin. I'm Othella. Nice to meet you. The two towering figures exchanged glances before eagerly stepping forward to shake hands. As the other players murmured among themselves, Allen Iverson, the team's undisputed leader, approached with a smile and greeted Lin Hong warmly. Lin, welcome to the Hoyas. From now on, I expect you to give everything you've got to help this team win a championship. Iverson and Lin Hong had crossed paths before. During yesterday's rookie orientation, Lin's explosive performance left a lasting impression on Iverson. With the height and strength of a center, yet possessing the elite athleticism of a forward, Lin was someone worth cultivating a deeper connection with. On his first official day with the team, everything proceeded smoothly. With Coach Thompson's endorsement and Iverson's backing, no one dared openly challenge Lin Hong. Had he been an ordinary freshman, he might already be running errands, cleaning the locker room, or fetching burgers for the seasoned veterans. All right, fellas, let's take a break. After the morning training session, Coach Thompson clapped his hands to gather the players. Listen up, he said. Next Saturday, we'll be heading to Massachusetts University for a friendly warm-up match against Marcus and his Minutemen. Yes, you heard that right. The very same Marcus we've got history with. Though it's just an insignificant exhibition game, I won't tolerate defeat. Forget all that nonsense about friendship first, competition second, with old grudges between us. There's only one option when we meet: crush them mercilessly. Chapter 6. The Forbidden Zone's Human Bulldozer. The afternoon was dedicated to shooting practice. The rhythmic clanging of missed shots echoed across the court, causing Thompson to clutch his head in exasperation. Glancing at the statistics sheet, he nearly spat out blood in disbelief. Lin Hong's shooting accuracy was appallingly low. Lin, focus. Free throws are a center's most crucial scoring method. If your free throw percentage remains at this level, I might have to consider subjecting you to hellish training sessions. As the mentor of legendary centers like Patrick Ewing and Dikembe Mutombo, Thompson had long discerned Lin Hong's weaknesses. Despite Lin's unstoppable dominance under the basket, his mid-range and free throw shooting were downright atrocious. Lin Hong twitched at the corners of his mouth before pounding his chest in assurance. No need, coach. I'm improving. Look, 4 out of 10 today. That's nearly a 50% success rate. A visible leap forward. 4 out of 10? What kind of progress is that? Where does this confidence come from? Thompson truly wished to drag out this seemingly harmless, yet utterly shameless Lin Hong and give him a sound thrashing. Very well. First, make 200 free throws to demonstrate your improvement to me. Don't slack off. I'll have someone keep count. With those words, he glared fiercely at Lin Hong before turning on his heel and striding away without another glance. Clang, clang, clang. The rhythmic clang of hammer on anvil resonated incessantly. The crisp metallic symphony initially intrigued Lin Hong, yet such novelty inevitably waned within mere minutes, for human nature abhors monotony, even when beholding a peerless beauty daily. Having scrutinized every exquisite contour of her form with exhaustive familiarity, satiety would eventually prevail. As the ancient adage wisely proclaims, the lawful wife pales before the concubine, and the concubine before the stolen pleasure. Therein lies profound truth. Thus, for men, prolonged familiarity inevitably breeds indifference. Craig, might you share your perspective? Thompson retreated to the sidelines and engaged in conversation with assistant coach Craig Isherick. Lin's weaknesses were glaringly evident: his free throws and mid-range shooting. While these flaws might not significantly impact an ordinary game, they would prove fatal on the NBA stage. Watching Lin Hong clank shot after shot off the rim, Isherick pondered deeply for quite some time. Indeed, these shortcomings were critically detrimental, necessitating intensive shooting drills for improvement. Thompson nodded in agreement, though. Such transformations couldn't be achieved overnight. Therefore, they had no choice but to adopt an unconventional approach, amplifying his strengths to the extreme and refining him into a dominant force within the paint. For now, this remained their only viable strategy. Ishmael shrugged slightly. No, Craig, I don't believe you've grasped my meaning yet. Lin's ambition extends far beyond merely surpassing Marcus Camby. He aspires to join forces with Allen to claim the NCAA championship this year, and perhaps even the next. Thompson narrowed his eyes thoughtfully, a glimmer of strategic brilliance flashing within them as he continued. The unknown is always the most formidable. Lin is our Georgetown Hoyas' most exquisite hidden weapon, a blade of unparalleled lethality. So certain of this? Gazing at the confident Thompson, Craig Ishmael furrowed his brow in contemplation. With a lethal weapon now in my grasp, I no longer fear the mighty lion or the ferocious tiger. Very well, John. I believe I have a clear plan in mind. Shortly after, assistant coach Sherrick summoned Athela Harrington as a training partner for Lin Hong in a one-on-one session. Harrington, after all, is the team's starting center, no mere disposable tool to be ordered around. Being forcibly dragged in by Sherrick to serve as a sparring partner for the rookie Lin Hong, he was understandably displeased. Though forced cooperation may lack sweetness, it still quenches the thirst. Having a training partner filled Lin Hong's heart with joy. Lin, watch out. If you think you can match me, your skills still have a long way to go, Harrington declared with unwavering confidence. As the team's starting center, his experience in real game situations was vast, whereas Lin, despite his explosive natural talent, had never undergone formal training, hardly a worthy opponent in his eyes. The first round began with Harrington on the offensive, brimming with self-assurance. He backed down Lin in the post, lowering his center of gravity before delivering a forceful bump, intending to knock Lin off balance. Yet in the next moment, his plan crumbled. It felt as though a massive, unstoppable freight train stood behind him. Indeed, Lin Hong resembled nothing short of a human bulldozer, treating Harrington like mere debris and shoving him out of the paint with sheer, unrelenting force. Harrington gasped, a chill running down his spine. What the coach? How am I supposed to handle this? Harrington was on the verge of tears, utterly devastated. Meanwhile, Lin Hong could only awkwardly rub his nose, signaling his own helpless innocence. He hadn't even exerted much effort, yet his teammate couldn't withstand it. Lin, to hone your defensive skills, you must learn restraint. Do not counter Osella's moves, or this entire training session will be rendered meaningless. Assistant Sherrick watched with beads of cold sweat forming on his brow, utterly astonished by Harrington's pitifully feeble resistance. In his desperation, he could only impose certain restrictions upon Lin Hong. Very well then. This power is rather difficult to restrain. I can only endeavor to contain it to the best of my ability. Lin Hong nodded in agreement. Harrington had no choice but to once again post up with the ball, suddenly exerting force with a powerful bump. This time, however, was different from before. Lin Hong deliberately held back some of his strength, and in his carelessness, was actually shoved back a significant step by Harrington. What a golden opportunity. Even the mighty tiger dozes off at times. Harrington's eyes lit up as he swiftly pivoted, preparing for a hook shot. He knew this was his golden opportunity to score. Yet just as Harrington turned to release the ball, the smile on his face froze in disbelief. Though pushed back a step, Lin Hong's nimble footwork allowed him to stabilize himself, planting his right leg firmly before explosively launching forward. His arm extended like a coiled spring, soaring toward Harrington. What the? Indeed, this celestial behemoth actually possesses the ability to soar through the heavens. Crash. Lin Hong delivered a thunderous volleyball block. Coach, this. Lin isn't human. He's a demon. Harrington felt a surge of bitter resentment, his eyes welling up with tears as he turned to leave in frustration. Damn it all. I'm done with this. Let someone else deal with it. Coach, let that loudmouth Jerome take my place. Hold it right there, Athela. Assistant Ishrick's forehead was beaded with more cold sweat. His original intention had merely been to have Harrington hone Lin Hong's skills under the basket. To my utter astonishment, Harrington turned out to be utterly incompetent. Jerome, come here at once. You and Athela shall defend Lin together. Walter. Coach, I beg you spare me. Harrington was on the verge of tears. Coach, are you absolutely certain this isn't a jest? You're pairing me with Athela? The summoned stray dog Jerome Williams thought he must have misheard. Indeed, both of you together, but no crossing the baseline, no pick-and-roll plays. Every shot must be taken within 2 meters of Lin. Isherick then turned to Lin Hong and said, and you, Lin, as per the usual arrangement, you must not counter-push Osella under the basket. Remember, be gentle with Osella's backdoor play. Damn it, coach, stop humiliating me. Jerome, go for it. Harrington discreetly wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, joining forces with his teammate Williams in a desperate battle to reclaim their dignity. This time, Lin Hong faced immense pressure. Although Harrington and Williams were also confined to shooting within a 2-meter radius around him, Defending against two opponents alone was an undeniably daunting task. Yet, Harrington and Williams were under no less strain. Despite outnumbering Lin Hong 2-1, his towering height and extraordinary wingspan gave him a crushing advantage. The 2-meter defensive distance was effortlessly negated by his reach. A mere leap allowed him to swat away their shots with ease. 10 minutes later, Harrington and Williams hung their heads in defeat, their spirits utterly shattered. Between them, they had attempted over 20 shots, yet only 5 found their mark. Even with a numerical advantage, they had been blocked 6 times, a humiliating performance that left onlookers stunned. Of course, this was under the restrictive conditions set by Shaquille. Had Williams and Harrington been allowed to spread the floor, even Lin Hong's dominance would have been powerless to stop them. Chapter 7. The Untold Secrets Between a Group of Rough, Dark-Faced Men and Lin Hong. Damn it, this guy is practically a beast. The wretched Kerr Williams has also succumbed to madness. Jerome, resign yourself to fate. Let us recline together in quiet acceptance of Lin's merciless domination. Harrington spread his arms in resignation. 10 minutes of defensive drills left the team's center, Harrington, and power forward, Williams, utterly defeated. As the offensive drills commenced, Williams quietly retreated, leaving Harrington to face Lin Hong alone. Harrington vehemently protested to assistant coach Shaquille, but to no avail. Predictably, Lin Hong, transformed into a relentless battering ram, overwhelmed the burly defender with ease. Once again, the teammates witnessed the sheer terror of Lin Hong's dominance. Against him, Harrington stood no chance. Oh, splendid execution. Osella, you've made progress. This time you only retreated a small step. Splendid, Osella. You were just a hair's breadth away from blocking Lin's shot. I have high hopes for you. Oh Lord, Osella, you performed magnificently. You are truly my idol. Faced with his teammates' extravagant praises, Harrington could no longer endure the humiliation. He turned and roared at assistant coach Shaquille. Coach, I can't take this anymore. Do whatever you want. Huh? Very well then. Wait, damn it. Where has everyone disappeared to? Gazing at the deserted space behind him, teaching assistant Shaquille was utterly dumbfounded. Surely he couldn't possibly take matters into his own hands? Witnessing the green-eyed glare of Lin Hong, assistant coach Shaquille trembled in fear and hastily excused himself to flee the scene. Had he stayed any longer, he might have truly transitioned from a 1 to a 0. Alas, the training continued unabated, with relentless enthusiasm. The monotonous drills proceeded methodically, despite his still dismal free throws. Lin Hong's prowess earned the unanimous recognition of his teammates, seamlessly integrating him into the squad as Georgetown's undisputed defensive anchor. Lin, you're about to face Marcus Camby tomorrow. How come you're not the least bit nervous? Taking advantage of the break, Harrington interjected. Nervous? Lin, what is there to be nervous about? Williams cast a glance at Lin Hong, who was drenched in sweat and desperately pumping iron, sighing with emotion. With Lin and Allen around, what is there to fear? Othello. In truth, the one most fraught with tension ought to be our opponent Marcus himself. Come now. I haven't even played a single match yet. Don't set me up for failure with premature praise, Lin Hong chuckled while waving his hand dismissively. Hey Lin, have some confidence. Tomorrow just imagine Marcus is Asura across the net. I guarantee you'll thrash him so thoroughly he'll be groveling on his knees begging for mercy. Othello Harrington felt utterly devastated, as if struck by 1,000 blows. Thank you so much for sharing. While Williams wore a beaming smile. Harrington's inner monologue seethed with unspoken fury. Silence, Jerome. And you, Lin, cease your idleness and resume your training at once. The warm-up match is upon us tomorrow, and time is of the essence. Lin, serve the ball promptly without delay, and prepare to face the righteous judgment with composure. Come on, brothers. Let the music play on and keep dancing. Take it easy on me, lads. From 6 in the evening till 11 at night. In a secluded corner of Georgetown University's gymnasium, an eerie and sorrowful wail perpetually reverberates. Poor Lin Hong didn't even have time for dinner before being dragged mercilessly onto the court, where his vicious teammates surrounded and tormented him relentlessly, regardless of who it was. The group of burly, dark-faced men all had a gleam in their eyes as they recklessly charged at him. They pulled at his waist, stole the tower. Talk trash. No tactic was beneath them. After being thoroughly abused all evening, it was only when Lin Hong's pitiful screams and pleas for mercy filled the air that the gang of dark-faced brutes finally wore satisfied smiles and reluctantly let him go. Retiring contentedly. Lin, 5-star service. Tomorrow night's training session continues. Haha. Come at me. Who's afraid of you, you sneaky old fox? Lin Hong was on the verge of tears, overwhelmed by despair. He understood with painful clarity This was not love. He refused to surrender the essence of his being to them. A young man venturing into the world must learn to safeguard himself with vigilance. Damn it. Lin Hong truly wished to slap himself across the face. What possessed him to engage in a solo duel? A duel, indeed. He was challenging an entire mob single-handedly. At 8 o'clock the following morning, after everyone had assembled, head coach Thompson began his address. Lin, you are the unequivocal cornerstone of this warm-up match. Though merely an exhibition game, John Thompson remained steadfast in his philosophy of prioritizing team cohesion and player development. Notably absent from the starting lineup were several key players, including Allen Iverson. Before concluding, John Thompson fixed his gaze upon Lin Hong and declared with deliberate emphasis, Lin, the responsibility of securing victory rests upon your shoulders. Coach, leave it to me. Lin Hong confidently patted his chest, brimming with self-assurance. If we don't win by double digits in the warm-up match, I'll consider it a loss. Not winning by double digits would mean defeat. The entire team was dumbfounded with expressions of utter bewilderment. How could Lin be so arrogantly confident? Jokes aside, one must never take Marcus Camby lightly. Yet he is undeniably one of the most promising candidates for this year's draft selection. Like attracts like, Allen Iverson was quite fond of Lin Hong's audacious temperament. Marcus Camby, the top prospect in this year's draft, and Tim Duncan's greatest rival. The formidable Marcus Camby was undoubtedly capable of going toe-to-toe with Duncan, even potentially surpassing him. Just how dominant was Marcus Camby? His draft ranking even surpassed Duncan and Iverson at one point, soaring to the top of the draft predictions. Marcus Camby led the University of Massachusetts, which was akin to a prehistoric behemoth compared to the relatively weak interior of Georgetown. Of course, that was before Lin Hong arrived. Now, Georgetown's paint presence had the formidable strength of an elephant's legs. Chapter 8. Halt. You crimson skeleton of temptation, cease your attempts to corrupt my Taoist heart. 15 minutes later, after making all the necessary preparations, Lin Hong and his team of over 20 members boarded the team's exclusive bus, heading toward the University of Massachusetts. The journey was bumpy, but by 4 in the afternoon, they finally arrived at their destination. All right, lads, gather your spirits. We've got a fierce battle ahead of us. At the front of the bus, a golden-haired, blue-eyed American girl with a voluptuous figure wore a cropped t-shirt and sported a high ponytail, exuding an air of youthful maturity as she waved 2 pink pom-poms. Beside her stood 4 equally stunning beauties dressed in similar attire. What a pity. Flat-chested and lacking curves, barely filling an A-cup, utterly laughable. It is evident that these 5 young ladies serve as the cheerleading squad for the Wonder Team. However, this group of women doesn't appear particularly virtuous. Chris, I suggest you blow them a flying kiss. That would surely invigorate their spirits and fill them with boundless energy. Lin Hong glanced at his teammates and shrugged with a playful grin. Christina responded with an enchanting smile, gracefully tucking a strand of hair behind her ear, her eyes shimmering with amusement. Lin, you're the most spirited one on the team today. Do you think you can take down Massachusetts and become our bravest knight? Lin Hong's eyebrows arched slightly as he had witnessed the boldness of American girls these past few days, especially the Caucasian beauty before him, Christina, slender with long, graceful legs, a delicate nose, and cherry-red lips. Christina exuded an effortless allure. Even seated, her figure intertwined with her attire in a mesmerizing dance of curves and fabric. Standing at approximately 168 centimeters, her weight hinted at a soft, voluptuous charm, the kind that whispered promises of languid mornings and stolen hours beneath the sheets. Her voice, tender as a caress, flowed like silk over the soul, soothing every hidden sorrow. And yet, what truly unsettled Lin Hong was the way she teased him subtle glances, lingering touches, each gesture a playful provocation that left him breathless. I could do it. At the very least, I'd crush their school's superstar, Marcus Camby. Ah, my noble knight. We shall cheer for you with all our hearts. Christina gracefully crossed her slender alabaster legs, her flawless figure on full display as she cast a smoldering glance towards Lin Hong, utterly indifferent to the teasing gazes of onlookers. What was happening? The new machine emits a single beam of darkness. Lin Hong concluded that the young girl must have taken a liking to him. However, the idea of him being tied down to just one person was utterly unthinkable. Having traversed through time itself, why on earth would he confine himself to a single relationship? That would be utterly humiliating. One must still indulge in worldly pleasures and revelries. Gazing at those alluring eyes, the proud figure, that flawless countenance beyond perfection. The headphones draped around the neck, that hint of maturity beneath the adorable demeanor, Lin Hong subtly adjusted his posture without betraying emotion. For an enchantress. Don't even think of disturbing my spiritual cultivation. A foreign steed would only hinder the swiftness of drawing one's blade. Lin Hong cast a cold glance at the other's ample curves, forcefully turning his head away to avoid looking. Silently, he recited scriptures in his heart for a while. The temple gates open on the 15th of August, with candles of every kind arrayed upon the altar. Crimson candles glow red, white ones gleam pure. Brother's candle is so thick, sister, your hand can't encircle it. Oh, no, let me start again. A woman at 30 is truly a treasure. Discerning in judgment, graceful in retreat, skilled in coquetry and playful charm alike. Noble in the parlor, virtuous in the kitchen, exuding allure, brimming with elegance, ensnaring my heart. Intoxicating my soul. Fear not the youthful maiden, but beware the sister of 30 summers. Damn it, I've gone off on a tangent again. Lin Hong took a deep breath, attempting to calm the ripples in his heart. As is widely known, cheerleaders are predominantly love-struck, often engaging in reckless behavior outside. It never takes more than a few days for their true colors to show, needlessly adding to one's troubles. How could a mere pheasant ever hope to match a phoenix? I, Lin Hong, am that majestic phoenix. Abandon your futile hopes, for no matter how resplendent your beauty, I shall forever remain the man beyond your grasp. Heh, to think of using the lips that sipped the broth brewed from my ribs to lick another man's toothpick, absolutely not. Fair as she may appear, darkness lingers where it must. For she has weathered storms and tasted the venom of the black mamba. Yet in this world, there are two things one simply cannot refuse: free pleasures and steep discounts. Especially the kind that breaks bones. In the end, men must learn to protect themselves when stepping out into the world. Do not recklessly let atomic bombs fall upon the shores of Lake Baikal as floods begin to surge. After a brief respite, time quietly slipped into the evening at 6 o'clock, entering the University of Massachusetts gymnasium through the exclusive players' tunnel. Lin Hong and his companions proceeded to the locker room to change. Meanwhile, the cheerleading squad had already taken their positions on the court, awaiting their cue. Accompanied by the booming introduction from the home team's DJ, the Georgetown Hoyas, led by Allen Iverson and Lin Hong, filed out one by one from the tunnel. As they emerged, a blinding brilliance and a deafening roar like a tidal wave instantly engulfed them. Lin Hong stood momentarily dazed. Good heavens, so many people? The University of Massachusetts Stadium, capable of accommodating over 10,000 spectators, was now a sea of white as countless students waved their team's banners with fervor. The electrifying atmosphere sent pulses racing with exhilaration. Lin Hong was astonished. He had never witnessed such an electrifying atmosphere in reality. Jerome, do NCAA games always draw such massive crowds? This scene is rather unusual, for today is merely a routine warm-up match. How could it possibly resemble the intensity of an NBA playoff game? Lin Hong was utterly amazed. By rough estimation, there were at least 7,000 or 8,000 spectators present. Only by standing on the court could one truly comprehend how profoundly moving and thunderous the cheers and chants of the home fans were. This is the so-called home advantage. Without nerves of steel in such an atmosphere, one could hardly perform at their usual standard. I recall the University of Massachusetts having just over 10,000 students in total. How could such an ordinary warm-up match attract such an overwhelming crowd? It was simply unbelievable. It is perfectly understandable, for the University of Massachusetts boasts an exceptional star player this year. Walking alongside, Jerome Williams remarked matter-of-factly, before Marcus joined. The University of Massachusetts was a perennial underdog that couldn't even make it to the NCAA national tournament. But ever since Marcus became part of the team, they transformed overnight into formidable contenders for the NCAA championship. Williams suddenly turned sideways, locking eyes with Lin Hong. Lin, if you can dominate Marcus in this game, trust me, our next home game will draw crowds eager just to watch you play. Oh, then I must perform exceptionally well. Sharpen your gaze and witness how I utterly defeat Marcus, that so-called prodigy. Lin Hong spoke with an air of unshakable confidence. Williams, his curiosity piqued, inquired, Lin, why are you so certain that Marcus will be the third pick? Because next year's top scholar title is beyond his reach. Allen and I have already claimed it. Lin Hong snapped his fingers with confidence, causing Williams beside him to stagger and nearly strain his back. What had he just heard? Lin Hong was planning to enter the draft next year? Could his ears be deceiving him? Lin, are you planning to audition for the talent show? Williams felt an inexplicable emptiness, his heart inexplicably aching. Of course. Lin Hong narrowed his eyes slightly, a glint of shrewdness flashing within them. Lin, I can't bear to part with you. Get lost. Lin, do we have any enmity between us? None. Any grievances then? There is nothing. Then why do you always find fault with me? Too hideous, it burns the eyes. Burst into uproarious laughter. Ethella Harrington guffaws heartily, flashing a mouthful of gleaming white teeth. Williams looks utterly thunderstruck, visibly deflating. The team's collective appearance is wildly inconsistent, and Lin Hong happens to be the most glaring anomaly among them. His nose is as sharply chiseled as a blade, with sword-like eyebrows arching toward his temples. 3 parts untamed defiance, 3 parts lofty disdain, 4 parts nonchalant indifference, all framed by those sharply defined, devastatingly handsome features that make even grown men's hearts flutter involuntarily. And now, presenting our superstar, Marcus Camby. Oh, Marcus, my valiant knight. Marcus, today is your moment to shine. On the basketball court, an overwhelming roar erupted like a tidal wave, instantly drowning out the DJ's announcements and engulfing Lin Hong and others. Turning towards the source, Lin Hong saw a young man clad in jersey number 21, sporting an ultra-short mohawk, emerging from the player tunnel with the grandeur of a superstar. As he jogged onto the court, waving enthusiastically to the cheering crowd, the deafening cheers intensified to an even greater crescendo. Marcus Camby. Lin Hong immediately recognized the 1996 draft's second pick, the indomitable warrior of the Mean Tribe. Of course, Marcus Camby's right arm had yet to be adorned with the 2 Chinese characters Mean Zhu. Such is the privilege of a superstar. Amidst the adoring crowd surrounding Camby in his number 32 jersey, Ethella Harrington beside Lin Hong remarked with evident envy, "Such overwhelming cheers. I wonder if they'll still be smiling once the game begins." Lin Hong carefully scrutinized his greatest adversary in this match. Unlike others' focus, his attention was primarily drawn to Marcus Camby's physique. Although arm circumference does not necessarily equate to strength, it can still reveal certain insights. Marcus Camby's arms were not particularly thick or robust. In fact, their girth was comparable to that of his teammate Jerome Williams. From this, it could be reasonably deduced that his strength was not exceptional. In other words, in the upcoming confrontations, Lin Hong would hold an absolute advantage in terms of raw power. This match is essentially a free-for-all. Chapter 9. A warm-up dunk shatters the backboard. At 6:50 p.m., the Mullins Center at the University of Massachusetts was already teeming with excitement and roaring crowds. Fans clad in the iconic white jerseys of the Massachusetts Minutemen filled the bleachers, fervently cheering for their home team. Marcus, dunk it. Here he comes. We shall witness the one-handed soaring dunk. Oh, here it comes. It's Marcus' devastating slam. The home crowd in Massachusetts erupted in thunderous applause and passionate cheers as Marcus Camby executed a powerful dunk within the paint. Humph. A power forward with merely a handful of repetitive moves. What's so impressive about that? Indeed, those were merely ordinary dunks, utterly unremarkable. We've grown weary of witnessing Marcus perform such mundane slam dunks day after day. The Georgetown players, nearly overlooked by the home crowd, made their way to their half of the court to warm up. Jerome Williams sauntered over to Lin Hong with a look of disdain, muttering, "Lin, let these Massachusetts hicks open their damn eyes and witness what a real dunk looks like." As Williams once remarked, Lin Hong, that monstrous force from the Celestial Empire, would frequently unleash his violent dominance on the court with or without reason, inevitably elevating their standards and expectations. Marcus Camby's unremarkable moves barely warrant their attention. It's time to enlighten these provincial Massachusetts fans who've never witnessed true grandeur. Jerome, loft the ball near the free throw line. Lin Hong shares the same intention, for in the art of war, subduing the enemies will reign supreme. Too lazy to remove his coat, Lin Hong strode directly beyond the three-point line. Upon seeing this stereotypical Asian face, the Massachusetts fans curled their lips into a disdainful sneer. As widely acknowledged, the Asian physique is generally considered inferior, scarcely making ripples in the fiercely competitive realm of basketball. The next moment, as his teammate Williams lofted the ball into the air, Lin Hong's elongated legs stretched forward in an exaggerated stride. With 2 mighty strides, he reached just inside the free throw line. The celestial beast of the Middle Kingdom soared effortlessly into flight. With arms fully extended, he unleashed a thunderous one-handed windmill dunk from just inside the free throw line, violently shaking the backboard with an earth-shattering boom that reverberated through the arena. One moment, the fans were utterly enthralled by Marcus Camby's dunking spectacle, unable to tear themselves away. The next, a series of thunderous reverberations abruptly jolted everyone awake, drawing all eyes toward the warm-up court of Georgetown University. Boom! Under Lin Hong's domineering bombardment. Amidst the stunned gazes of the entire stadium, the backboard at the Mullins Center of the University of Massachusetts shattered instantly. Lin Hong gave a forceful tug. The basketball hoop emitted an ear-piercing metallic groan before collapsing with a thunderous crash in the next instant. The timer smashed into Lin Hong's head instantly. But fortunately, he dodged swiftly, escaping serious harm. A towering figure from the Celestial Empire, standing at an astonishing 15 meters, was truly terrifying in his might. Not only did he shatter the backboard, but he also demolished the entire basketball hoop. Shards of glass were scattered everywhere, and the once sturdy structure was reduced to a heap of twisted metal. The scene bore undeniable witness to the tragic human calamity that had just unfolded. At this very moment, under these circumstances, the spectators from Massachusetts were utterly astounded by the unfolding spectacle before them, collectively gasping in disbelief. What the hell? Are you jesting? This is utterly inconceivable. Oh my heavens, can my eyes be deceiving me? How could any mortal commit such an act? Is that towering Asian man some kind of humanoid Tyrannosaurus? Did he just shatter the backboard with his dunk? Collapse the entire basketball hoop structure? Wasn't this gymnasium's equipment just replaced last year? The players of the Massachusetts militia were utterly stunned. As a renowned high flyer, Marcus Camby's dunks were aesthetically pleasing and truly a feast for the eyes. Yet Georgetown countered with an absolute bombshell. The very first dunk during warm-ups shattered the backboard and toppled the entire basketball hoop. This opening salvo was devastating, a psychological annihilation that left opponents demoralized. Was it truly that towering Asian man who committed the deed? Massachusetts warm-up halftime. Marcus Camby paused his movements and inquired of his teammate beside him. This can't be so absurd, can it? Judging by the expressions of the crowd, it seemed he was the one who did it. Marcus Camby felt as though he were chewing wax, utterly devoid of any mood to perform. Meanwhile, on the Georgetown side, Williams and Harrington, after snapping out of their brief daze, exchanged a glance and, as if sharing a telepathic understanding, hoisted the banner of verbal sparring. Osala, the rebounding quality in Massachusetts, is utterly abysmal. This single aspect alone demonstrates how vastly superior our Georgetown team is. We outclassed them by leagues. Jerome, observe these provincial simpletons, utterly unacquainted with sophistication. Quite satisfying, isn't it? Though undeniably cruel, one must concede, splendid execution, Lin. That feels much better now. No matter how formidable Marcus is, he couldn't possibly shatter the backboard, let alone topple the entire basketball hoop. That was truly, But honestly, they were nearly stunned by Lin Hong's spectacular dunk just now. Fortunately, he's on our team. Faced with such an explosive performance, all they needed to do was stand aside, wave their towels and cheer enthusiastically. The backboard shattered and the basketball hoop was destroyed, forcing the game to be delayed for an hour. Coach John Thompson immediately darkened his expression and sternly reprimanded Lin Hong for his violent conduct. After all, this was the territory of the University of Massachusetts. There was no need to go overboard. Should this incite the fury of the fans, provoking them to attack en masse? It would be uncertain whether the Georgetown team could leave the arena unscathed. Coach, I truly didn't mean to. Lin Hong was at a loss for words, overwhelmed with grief, yet unable to shed tears. Do you think I believe that? Thompson glared fiercely at Lin Hong. No, coach. I truly don't think Lin did anything wrong. Since they were opponents, there was no need to show mercy. At the critical moment, Iverson decisively stepped forward to defend Lin Hong. Show mercy? Non-existent. When facing adversaries, one must strike with overwhelming force, delivering fatal blows with every move. Lin Hong chuckled in response to Iverson. Alan, you truly understand me. Then he spread his arms wide, ready to embrace his dear friend Iverson. Get lost. Iverson's lips twitched with visible disdain as he swiftly sidestepped. Having encountered this subtle rebuff, Lin Hong sheepishly rubbed his nose in embarrassment. Turning his head, he noticed Williams and the others had collectively taken several steps backward, their expressions one of sheer horror, as if beholding an extraterrestrial being. What on earth is wrong with you all? Lin Hong asked with a puzzled expression. The group nudged each other hesitantly until, finally, poor Harrington was pushed forward by their collective effort. Stumbling slightly, Harrington forced a dry chuckle and stammered, and nothing, just a bit startled. Only then did Lin Hong realize that his earlier movements had been misunderstood. Shaking his head with a wry smile, he inquired, "Do you all think I did it on purpose?" They nodded in unison, then exchanged glances before shaking their heads with a few more murmurs of agreement. A bunch of clowns. Lin Hong's eye twitched in exasperation, torn between laughter and frustration, and he simply chose to ignore them. Due to the sudden turn of events, The Massachusetts staff had no choice but to wheel out a reinforced basketball hoop. However, the backboard's quality and durability were unquestionably top tier. Meanwhile, on the Massachusetts bench, the once high-spirited players now seemed visibly shaken, their morale taking a hit. Head coach John Calipari frowned deeply, his expression shifting as he surveyed the shattered glass scattered across the floor. Eventually, he shook his head helplessly. They came with a vengeance, clearly not here to play nice. Marcus, Calipari said, turning to his star player, even though this is just a preseason warm-up, there are several scouts in the stands. I need you to give it everything you've got to secure this win. Don't worry, coach. I won T lose, Marcus Camby declared firmly, thumping his chest. Sure, that kid from Georgetown made a big statement during warm-ups, but this ISNTA dunk contest. Shattering the backboard doesn't earn extra points. It just leaves scouts with an impression of brute force. With that, Camby shifted his gaze to the other end of the court, locking eyes with that enigmatic figure. As if sensing the challenge, Lin Hong abruptly lifted his head. Across the distance, their stares clashed, neither willing to back down. The air crackled with tension, thick with the scent of impending battle. A storm was brewing, and the clash was inevitable. Chapter 10, Mars Collides with Earth, a dominant aerial takedown of the second overall pick. After an interminable wait, the highly anticipated match between Georgetown University's Hoyas and the University of Massachusetts Minutemen finally commenced. For Georgetown, star players Allen Iverson, Williams, and Harrington were conspicuously absent from the active roster, as this exhibition game primarily served to hone the skills of their promising newcomer, Lin Hong. In stark contrast, UMass seemed thoroughly provoked by Lin Hong's audacious dunk that stole the spotlight, igniting their competitive fire. Their undisputed leader, Marcus Camby, was even placed directly in the starting lineup, a transparent move, as clear as day. Their intent was unmistakable, to deliver a lesson Lin Hong would never forget. As the game began, Lin Hong and Marcus Camby stepped to center court for the tip-off. Camby rolled his shoulders, flashed a smirk, and leaned in to taunt Lin Hong with a venomous whisper. Kid, don't think shattering a backboard makes you special. I've already seen through your cheap tricks. Now, prepare to face the wrath of UMass. Lin Hong steadied his stance, lowering his center of gravity as he retorted defiantly. Though Massachusetts produced celestial prodigies like Julius, I dare say you pale in comparison by leagues uncountable. Fuck you, what did you just say? Camby flushed crimson with rage and snarled through gritted teeth. Dare to repeat those words again? Lin Hong leaned in aggressively, his face nearly touching Camby's forehead, fearlessly retorting with a sharp edge to his voice. Are your ears failing you? Listen carefully then, since I must reluctantly repeat myself. At this moment, he seemed possessed by the spirit of a trash-talking king, deliberately poking at others' wounds. Before the tip-off even began, tension crackled between the two teams like drawn swords. The air hung thick with palpable hostility. The spectators, ever eager for drama, began jeering and egging them on. None had anticipated such an explosive atmosphere in what was supposed to be a mere preseason game. Beep, beep. The whistle blew. The referee promptly issued warnings to both players. Lin Hong spread his hands, adopting an innocent and harmless demeanor. The ball was tossed high for the jump ball once more. Lin Hong sprang up as if propelled by springs beneath his feet, his reaction time noticeably quicker than his opponent, Camby. Yet Camby's leap was nothing to scoff at either. The two collided midair in a fierce physical contest. Lin Hong's explosive force clearly overpowered Camby by a significant margin. His fingertips grazed the ball first, tipping it back to his teammate. Camby rarely lost jump balls, but this time, he had met his match in Lin Hong, last season's league leader in jump ball success rate. Marcus was unexpectedly defeated by Georgetown. The spectators in the stands gasped in astonishment. Georgetown University seized control of the opening possession. Before the Massachusetts players could even settle into their defensive positions, a golden whirlwind swept across the court. Lin Hong, having just landed, immediately dashed forward with long, powerful strides towards the front court. The two forwards from Massachusetts were utterly dumbfounded, as if struck by lightning. What the hell? What kind of move was this? A center charging straight to the front court? With the speed of a center forward, even if he charges forward, it's all in vain. However, Lin Hong's speed defied all expectations. By the time the Massachusetts players retreated to defend, he had already surged into the penalty area. Damn it. What are you standing around for? Pass the ball. The head coach of the Georgetown Hoyas, Thompson, was seething with rage as he bellowed at the ball-handling point guard. Ah, splendid. The Georgetown point guard swiftly regained his composure and summoned every ounce of strength to propel the basketball down the court with a powerful push. The basketball soared through the air like a cannonball, tracing a graceful arc across the sky. Boom. Although the pass was somewhat erratic, Lin Hong's exceptionally long arms and large hands allowed him to contort his body and firmly secure the ball. Facing an empty paint area, he leapt high into the air like a spring uncoiling from dry earth, slamming down a thunderous two-handed dunk. The sheer force of the dunk, combined with his aggressive rim pull, visibly shook the entire backboard. Had Lin Hong not descended swiftly, the newly replaced basket at Massachusetts would likely have suffered the same fate, toppled once again by his sheer power. Splendid. What a magnificent dunk. On the bench, Iverson in his hip-hop hoodie leapt up excitedly, waving his arms. Lin, play like this. Crush them. Not only Allen Iverson, but also the formidable duo from Georgetown's Hoyas, Jerome Williams and Othella Harrington, couldn't resist joining in. They waved their towels in perfect unison. Lin Hong's opening shot was absolutely electrifying, a tremendous morale booster. On the contrary, the fans from Massachusetts seemed to have their voices strangled by the cruel hand of fate, falling into stunned silence once more. Since Lin Hong shattered the backboard with his dunk, their confidence had suffered yet another devastating blow. For God's sake, a center sprinting down the court on a fast break right after the jump ball? Moving faster than the guards? This is utterly preposterous. Marcus Camby on the court was utterly dumbfounded, swallowing hard in subconscious astonishment. Though a formidable contender for the top draft pick, never had he witnessed such a behemoth moving with the breakneck speed of a small forward. Calm down, gentlemen. The match has merely just begun. After a brief moment of distraction, Marcus Camby, a seasoned team leader accustomed to grand stages, shook his head to dispel the stray thoughts and steadied his composure. In this vast world, there will always be one or two exceptionally gifted giants in sports. To reignite the waning enthusiasm of the home crowd, Camby felt compelled to posterize that unfamiliar face across the court. The game resumed. The Massachusetts point guard advanced the ball to the front court with keen awareness, delivering a crisp handoff to their star, Marcus Camby. Facing Georgetown's guard, Camby executed a subtle jab step followed by a deceptive shot fake, effortlessly lifting his defender off balance before charging into the paint with long, determined strides. Here it comes. Marcus is about to posterize that Asian center. Rumor has it the poor kid hails from China, destined to become mere background scenery in Marcus's highlight reel. Eliminate them, Marcus, the valiant hero of Massachusetts. As Camby dribbled fiercely into the paint, the entire arena erupted with excitement. Fans rose to their feet in unison, holding their breath in anticipation of the imminent eruption of cheers. Camby's intentions were as clear as day to Lin Hong. It seemed this fellow truly bore grudges over the slightest offense, immediately attempting to assert dominance from the outset. Observing the veins bulging on Camby's body as he charged ferociously towards the basket, Lin Hong's lips curled into a faint smirk. Spreading his arms wide within the paint, Lin stood his ground firmly, poised and ready. Had it been any other player, they might have passed the ball out to reset the offense. But as the second overall pick of the illustrious 1996 draft class, the immensely talented Camby possessed the innate arrogance unique to prodigies. Passing, unthinkable. Only a powerful dunk can wash away the humiliation. Boom. Amidst the fervent anticipation of the entire stadium, Marcus Camby cast a provocative glance at Lin Hong. Gathering the ball within the key, he took a decisive stride and soared into the air. Defying Lin Hong's defensive stance, he raised the ball like a blazing torch and unleashed a thunderous dunk upon the basket. Whether it was the elevation of his leap, the explosive speed, or the sheer visual impact coupled with that unstoppable momentum, he instantly electrified the home crowd's anticipation. Perfect timing. Confronting Camby's formidable charge, Lin Hong's gaze turned steely, refusing to yield as he sprang upwards with explosive force. Astonishing. Amidst the uproar of the entire stadium, Lin Hong's extraordinary 2.32-meter wingspan intercepted Marcus Camby's thunderous dunk attempt midair with an emphatic thud. The two clashed violently in midair, colliding with a terrifying thunderous crash. In the next instant, Lin Hong arched his waist and forcefully slammed the basketball downward. Camby, already off balance from the impact, had no choice but to release his grip under the sudden pressure. Then, like a falling slab of brick, his entire body plummeted and crashed heavily onto the court. Thud. The floor emitted a dull, thunderous boom. The spectators by the sidelines heard it with crystal clarity, their hearts instantly skipping a beat, rising straight to their throats. Lin Hong curled his lips into a cold smirk. When one possesses the sheer strength to overpower finesse, no matter how desperately the opponent exerts themselves, resolution remains unattainable. It is akin to certain pivotal moments. If you are sufficiently formidable and unyielding, there is no need to adjust your stance for compromise. Maintain one posture relentlessly, and none shall withstand it. Chapter 11. The Unreasonable. The Indomitable Bulldozer Tactics. Astonishing. The spectators at Mullins Sports Center widened their eyes in astonishment, emitting gasps of shock. Some compassionate fans couldn't bear to watch, hastily covering their eyes with their hands while silently offering prayers for Camby in their hearts. Collapsed on the ground. Camby wore an utterly bewildered expression. What had transpired? What exactly occurred moments ago? How had he ended up sprawled upon the earth? Seeing Camby still lying motionless, the baseline referee panicked and rushed to his side. He held up 2 fingers and urgently asked, "Marcus, how many fingers am I holding up?" Huff. Camby exhaled deeply, shaking his head before finally discerning the number clearly. 2. Fortunately, it was just a false alarm. No concussion detected. The referee exhaled in visible relief. Gazing at Camby, who remained seated on the floor, Lin Hong extended a courteous hand. "Marcus, surely you're not going down this easily." Camby's countenance darkened instantly, completely disregarding Lin Hong's goodwill. In his eyes, Lin Hong's wry smile and shake of the head were nothing less than a blatant mockery of his pitiful weakness. The spectators in the stands heaved a collective sigh of relief. Good heavens! Marcus was actually knocked flat on the court. Utterly inconceivable. Even Marcus couldn't slam dunk over that guy. Where on earth did that towering monster come from? With their own star player Marcus Camby being emphatically blocked by the opponent. The fans of Massachusetts were expressions of gloom and apprehension. They sensed an unusual foreboding in the air, an ominous premonition creeping into their hearts. Could it be that the Massachusetts Minutemen's first preseason game of the new season was destined to end in defeat? Utterly unacceptable. In stark contrast, the Georgetown bench erupted into a sea of jubilation. That block by Lin was absolutely savage. Jerome Williams exclaimed with exaggerated astonishment. Utterly inconceivable. That was Marcus Camby we're talking about. His dunk actually blocked by Lin? Absolutely terrifying. Othello Harrington was deeply displeased with his statement and immediately corrected with a pursed lip. "Jerome, I must remind you that was a block." Lin stood like an immovable mountain, completely stopping Marcus's dunk attempt, even pressing him to the ground. Allen Iverson nodded with an amused expression. It's evident that Marcus possesses unwavering confidence in his dunking abilities, completely oblivious to the extraordinary anomaly he's about to encounter. They could scarcely believe what had just transpired before their eyes. On the court, teammates from the University of Massachusetts rushed over to assist Marcus Camby, whose darkened countenance radiated fury as they helped him to his feet. "Marcus, are you all right?" They inquired with concern. "Brother, you were merely caught off guard by his ambush. Simply retaliate in the next round. His defense is utterly incapable of containing your mid-range jump shot." The Massachusetts guard White gave Camby an encouraging pat on the back before play resumed. Once more, the Massachusetts offense misfired as their shot clanged off the rim. The Georgetown guard dribbled the ball past half court, then utilized Lin Hong's screen at the high post to shake off his defender before pulling up for a mid-range jumper. Meanwhile, in the paint, Marcus Camby had already established deep position, spreading his arms wide to box out his man with authority. Clang! The ball rolled around the rim before spinning out, then descended in an arc to bounce off Camby's head. Camby anticipated the ball's trajectory with precision, positioning himself to secure the rebound. Yet suddenly, a thunderous roar pierced his ears. "The rebound is mine." In the next instant, an enormous figure surged forth from behind. Without a doubt, this towering presence was none other than Lin Hong, leaping into action from the rear. Although Lin Hong took off a fraction later than Camby, his explosive power was astonishing, his vertical leap so swift that he overtook him midair. Reaching the apex a split second sooner, he seized the ball with an iron grip, outstripping his opponent by half an arm's length. After snatching the offensive rebound midair, Lin Hong didn't even consider landing. He simply rode over Camby and violently slammed the ball through the hoop. The thunderous slam dunk reverberated through the arena, shaking the backboard violently with a resounding boom. The basketball struck the ground with a resounding thud, rebounding violently as Camby stumbled forward in a most undignified manner, his ungainly lunge presenting a truly comical spectacle. The Massachusetts team faltered on both offense and defense, seemingly losing their composure as yet another shot clanged off the rim. Lin Hong secured the defensive rebound with steady hands. The guard advanced the ball across half court, executing a pick-and-roll play with him. Boom. Marcus Camby collided with Lin Hong, spewing a torrent of vulgar trash talk. His teammates swiftly cut to the basket, drawing defenders into the paint. Camby aggressively closed the gap, applying relentless physical pressure on Lin with a frenzied defensive stance. Spotting the opportunity, Georgetown's two guards decisively spaced out, positioning themselves beyond the three-point line in the corners. Lowering his center of gravity, Camby pressed his forearm into the small of Lin's back, sneering with provocation. "Rookie, crawl back to your homeland. This is a stage for real men. You won't score another point over me." Frustration twisted Camby's expression as his insults grew increasingly vile and obscene. "Spouting filth won't stop me," Lin retorted coldly. "Ignorant fool." Lin Hong furrowed his brows, the faint trace of remorse in his heart vanishing instantly. "Marcus, before absolute power, you are but a mantis trying to stop a chariot." Bang! Lin Hong dribbled the ball with determination. Clearly, he was infuriated by this deranged lunatic. Lin Hong forcefully backed his opponent down with his hips, relentlessly driving him into the key under the basket. Then came a thunderous pivot as he gathered the ball with both hands and explosively launched himself skyward for a ferocious dunk. Boom. An overbearing and unreasonable play style. A ferocious and thunderous dunk. Lin Hong directly sent Marcus Camby, who was attempting to draw an offensive foul, flying out of bounds. After the dunk, he deliberately yanked on the rim, causing the entire basketball hoop to shake violently. 6 o'clock. Next, Massachusetts missed another mid-range shot. Georgetown's offense. The same familiar pick and roll. Lin Hong once again posted up Marcus Camby at the free throw line. Boom. Lin Hong dribbled once more, initiating his attack. Marcus Camby gritted his teeth and braced for defense. Every muscle in his body tensed, unleashing his maximum strength. Faced with such a stubborn opponent, Lin Hong's approach was always straightforward and ruthless, meeting force with force. Like a bulldozer clearing a path, he plowed his way relentlessly toward the basket. Boom, boom, boom. Lin Hong charged forcefully backward, swiftly arriving beneath the basket within the 3-second zone. Boom. Another thunderous collision with the raw power of a raging bull. Camby's legs gave way beneath him, staggering backward in an unsteady retreat. Oh no. The Massachusetts guard White, ever vigilant on the weak side, let out a shout and immediately abandoned his defensive assignment to double-team Lin Hong. Camby, unwilling to concede, swiftly recoiled and leapt skyward in a desperate attempt to block the shot. With unruffled composure, Lin Hong executed a powerful spin move. Rising from the ground like a sprouting bamboo, grasping the ball with both hands, he slammed it through the hoop with thunderous force. Employing his signature brute force approach, he once again completed a two-handed dunk over Marcus Camby's head. 8-0. Marcus, Lin Hong taunted, wagging his index finger at the dejected defender. Your much-vaunted defense crumbles like paper before absolute power. You serve no purpose other than being a prop in my highlight reels. A devastating psychological blow. Chapter 12. The Celestial Beast. Terrifying indeed. Massachusetts gains possession. Point guard White advances the ball across half-court, decisively passing it to Camby. Camby receives the ball on the wing with his back to Lin Hong, posting up for an isolation play. Marcus seeks retaliation through brute force, attempting to overpower his defender, a rather ill-advised offensive strategy indeed. The commentator was passionately describing the action as Camby dribbled the ball with his back turned. Boom. With his first step, Camby lowered his shoulder and exerted force, yet Lin Hong stood his ground firmly, unmoved like deeply rooted tree. Boom. Defying all odds, Camby intensified his ferocious assault, yet Lin Hong stood unshaken, immovable as a mountain. Oh damn. Unable to bear the burden, Camby burst into profanities. Witnessing this scene, Georgetown's morale leader Jerome Williams bellowed passionately, "Othello, start rallying the troops." What? What are you shouting for? Harrington was momentarily stunned, failing to grasp Williams' implication immediately. Fool. Naturally, it's to call Lin's name. Ah, I understand now. Understanding his teammate Williams' intention, Harrington sprang to his feet in an instant, turning around with his cheer squad. He wildly waved his arms while passionately chanting Lin Hong's name. Lin Hong. Lin Hong. Under the spirited encouragement of the cheerleading squad, the wavering hearts of some Massachusetts fans instantly switched allegiance. With his striking good looks and explosive plays that repeatedly blocked Marcus Camby, Lin Hong's image was magnified infinitely in their eyes at this very moment. They cast aside all restraint, joining the frenzied chorus chanting Lin Hong's name. No true fan could despise a warrior on the pitch, and Lin Hong stood as the very epitome of such indomitable warriors. Amidst the roaring cheers of the fans, Lin Hong felt an overwhelming surge of power coursing through his veins. Meanwhile, the struggling Camby, unable to gain any ground with his back to the basket play, wore a look of utter frustration. Forced to abandon brute strength, he feinted, pivoted, and lofted a soft shot towards the hoop. Swish! With unwavering confidence in his shot, Lin Hong bent his knees and explosively leaped upwards, soaring into the air with breathtaking speed. With the speed of a rocket, Lin Hong soared to the apex in an instant. His massive palm, like a cattail leaf fan, mercilessly swatted the ball out of bounds. While his formidable muscles once again sent Marcus Camby crashing to the floor, another emphatic block. With soaring emotions, Lin Hong excitedly tore at his jersey and pounded his chest like a wrathful guardian deity, exuding an overwhelming aura of dominance. A thunderous block. Lin once again swatted Marcus into oblivion. Marcus struggled with his back-to-the-basket power game, resorting to finesse instead. Yet no amount of skill could fully compensate when facing a leaping behemoth like Lin Hong. Lin Hong's explosive speed and leaping ability are truly terrifying. In that play, I caught a glimpse of Shaq's shadow. In the next play, Lin Hong swiftly intercepted the opponent once more, disregarding the bewildered Camby by his side, and immediately launched a fast break. Under the astonished gaze of the entire stadium, he dribbled the ball himself, charging down the court like a dragon in a breathtaking solo dash. No need to be astonished. This is merely fundamental. Before becoming a center, O'Neal actually played as a point guard, possessing remarkably refined ball handling skills. When charging at full speed, he resembles a humanoid tank, his velocity scarcely slower than Wade's. Quickly now. Fall back on defense. Stop him at all costs. The Massachusetts coach Calipari on the sidelines could no longer remain composed. He stood up and bellowed at his players. Don't let that big man execute a fast break against our defense. Although he acknowledged that Lin Hong's speed was among the elite for centers, a center is ultimately still a center. No matter how extraordinary the athletic gifts, one simply cannot outrun a forward. Calipari was utterly convinced. By retreating at full speed and resorting to fouls when necessary, he could absolutely intercept Lin Hong's counterattack and prevent him from scoring. However, it seemed he had forgotten something. When the Massachusetts forward pressed the accelerator to the floor in a desperate full-speed retreat, in the very next moment, he lowered his head and abandoned the notion of continuing his frantic sprint. Under his watchful gaze, Lin Hong, charging past the half-court line, dribbled merely 2 or 3 times from the center line all the way to the three-point line, and then directly to the hoop. 2 giant strides bring him inside the free-throw line, then instant takeoff, arms fully extended. A thunderous dunk. Boom. The thunderous slam dunk reverberated through the arena, making the hoop tremble with a metallic hum. The staff on site held their breath nervously for the newly installed basketball stand, witnessing the violently shaking and creaking structure. The workers at the sidelines gasped sharply, their lips twitching involuntarily. No questions asked. The question arises from concern for the basketball hoop. Lin Hong's playing style is simply too brutal. Oh my, Lin, look at what you've done again. Georgetown's teammates rushed to Lin Hong's side, exchanging passionate chest bumps. That play was absolutely electrifying, igniting a surge of adrenaline in these young athletes. Lin, you are simply a beast. Do all Chinese players perform like you? Hey buddy, do you know Chinese martial arts? Teach me some moves when you have time. The substitute players from Georgetown gazed at Lin Hong with fervent admiration, their minds brimming with an absurd yet plausible notion. Could it be that the Middle Kingdom truly breeds stamina behemoths? Or perhaps Lin Hong truly possesses the mastery of Chinese martial arts? Coach, the Big East Championship is ours this year for sure. On the bench, Allen Iverson draped an arm around head coach John Thompson's shoulders and grinned. With Lin on our team, the Big East title is absolutely within our grasp. Damn right. With Lin, Marcus Camby, and Ray Allen, none of these will remain as issues. Jerome Williams exclaimed with fervor, even against the soaring demon of Wake Forest, Tim Duncan. Lin possesses the prowess to contend. After many years, Georgetown has finally produced another dominant interior force. Othella Harrington grinned broadly, his mouth stretching wide. Lin will become the nightmare of every NCAA coach except for our coach John. Young men, don't celebrate too soon. Coach John Thompson shook his head and poured cold water on their enthusiasm at the appropriate moment. This was merely a warm-up match, holding no substantial reference value whatsoever. Coach, I beg to differ. Lin's talent is undeniably evident, an unstoppable force visible to the naked eye. Iverson glanced at Lin Hong with unwavering confidence. Marcus is the ultimate litmus test. Just wait and see. The game continues. Georgetown University sets up a zone defense, successfully thwarting another offensive play. The defender dribbled to the top of the arc beyond the three-point line, raising his hand to signal Lin Hong for a pick and roll. Lin Hong stepped up to the three-point line, setting a solid screen before rolling toward the basket. Marcus Camby immediately pursued, while the Georgetown guard delivered a crisp bounce pass to the rolling Lin Hong. White, who had been guarding the Georgetown guard, quickly switched to defend Lin Hong upon seeing him receive the ball. Mismatch. A sly smirk curled at the corners of Lin Hong's lips as he immediately backed down the diminutive Massachusetts guard, White. Georgetown's power forward instinctively read the play, cutting baseline and sprinting to the right three-point line in an attempt to draw away Massachusetts' power forward. The strategy was transparent, to create space for Lin Hong's mismatch isolation against White. Bam! Lin Hong dribbled the ball and bumped backward, sending White staggering 2 large steps away as if about to be knocked over. Yet with nimble footwork, he immediately surged forward again, forcefully bracing against Lin Hong's waist. Thud! 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 Lin Hong bulldozed his way backward like a relentless force, dribbling into the paint with unstoppable momentum. He was determined to overpower the diminutive guard from Massachusetts with sheer dominance. Oh no! Realizing belatedly, Camby let out a startled cry as he grasped the dire situation. Abandoning his defensive position immediately, he pivoted and charged toward Lin Hong for a double team. Just as he was about to reach Lin Hong's side, the latter shielded the ball with a swift spin before launching himself upward like a sprout from parched earth. Boom! The basketball was forcefully slammed into the hoop with a thunderous boom. Massachusetts guard White was sent flying out of bounds by Lin Hong's thunderous two-handed dunk. The impact was so tremendous that after crashing to the floor, he slid across the hardwood for a considerable distance before finally coming to an abrupt halt against the advertising boards. Chapter 13. A petite stature with boundless energy, White cursed furiously. Camby and his teammates rushed over to pull him up. "Are you all right, mate?" Camby inquired with concern. White, his face as dark as coal, shook his dizzy head and panted heavily before replying gloomily, "Marcus, I'm fine. But that guy's strength is simply overwhelming. It felt like being rammed by a freight truck. Absurd. How could a player from the Celestial Empire possess such freakishly monstrous talent?" Marcus Camby forcefully patted his teammate White's shoulder and solemnly declared, "I'll avenge you now. Just watch how I teach that arrogant bastard a lesson." Seeing his teammate knocked down and himself blocked multiple times, Marcus Camby couldn't suppress his rising fury. His anger boiling over, he scrambled up from the ground with a menacing stance, ready to confront Lin Hong head-on. After enduring such humiliation throughout the entire game, he had long reached his breaking point. To endure a single hat trick might be tolerable. To suffer through 2 or 3 could be grudgingly accepted with a pinched nose. But when even teammates begin to fall victim, not even the most patient soul could bear such torment. After rising to his feet, his eyes bloodshot, he clenched his fists and charged towards Lin Hong. At this moment, Lin Hong stood with his back turned, basking in the adulation of the roaring crowd. Camby sought vengeance, determined to retaliate with his iron fists against this towering Chinese opponent who had subjected him to such profound humiliation. Witnessing the scene from the sidelines, Georgetown's head coach John Thompson let out an exclamation of shock. He understood all too well that a single punch from these burly interior players could potentially end someone's career, just as he was about to shout a warning to Lin Hong. Yet the ensuing scene unexpectedly elicited a burst of laughter from him. Allen Iverson, standing on the sidelines, charged forward like an enraged lion. Though small in stature, he unleashed tremendous power. With his oversized hands and a bench press of 130 kilograms, he unhesitatingly wrapped his arms around Marcus Camby's waist from behind and executed a perfect body slam. Boom. The floor trembles with audible vibrations. Brotherhood prevails. No basketball without comrades. None shall harm a teammate in Allen Iverson's presence, not even the Almighty himself. At that moment, a surge of boundless ambition welled up in Commander Thompson's heart. This tightly knit team was precisely the dream lineup he had yearned for. The deafening roar behind him made Lin Hong turn his head. Witnessing the agonized Camby writhing on the ground and Iverson slowly rising to his feet, a warm current surged through Lin Hong's heart. "Allen, thank you. Lin, don't misunderstand. I told you before, I've got your back. Moreover, only I have the privilege to mess with my own protege." After speaking, Iverson glared fiercely at Camby lying on the ground. Even though the opponent was a rising star basking in the limelight, he paid him no heed. What an insufferably arrogant fellow. Lin Hong shook his head with a quiet chuckle, musing to himself. Had he not witnessed the scene with his own eyes? Who could have imagined that beneath this perpetually cheerful and diminutive figure flowed such passionate blood in his veins? Lying on the ground, Camby felt utterly despondent, as though he were nothing but a pitiful clown. The disdainful gaze from Iverson in particular sent a stampede of emotions galloping through his heart, plunging him into existential doubt. How could the world seem so utterly transformed after such a brief absence from the game? That towering Chinese giant, robust as an ox, and that ferocious little guard raging like a lion, utterly preposterous. Small yet fierce, large and even more ferocious. This brutal duo is truly a nightmare. As it was merely a warm-up match, this minor altercation failed to stir significant waves. Naturally, had this occurred 2 decades later, the matter would have carried far greater weight. The tension on the field thickened perceptibly, with an ominous undercurrent suggesting imminent escalation. Timeout. Calipari could no longer remain seated. He immediately sprang to his feet, bellowing at the referee to call a timeout. If play wasn't halted soon, his beloved Prot G on the court would be utterly demoralized by Lin Hong's relentless assault. Meanwhile, the spectators in the stands buzzed with animated discussions. The scales that had visibly tipped in favor of Marcus Camby were now gradually recalibrating, even beginning to sway in the opposite direction. Lin Hong shattered the stereotypical perceptions of Asian athletes. With a flawless 5-4-5 shooting performance, every offensive play culminated in a thunderous dunk, as he single-handedly accounted for all of his team's scoring. The dominant force has already amassed an awe-inspiring stat line of 10 points, 5 rebounds, and 3 blocked shots. The strategy of Georgetown was straightforward: entrust the ball to Lin, who effortlessly dismantled the entire defensive line of Massachusetts. To be perfectly candid, Lin Hong's stature, wingspan, athletic prowess, and sheer physical strength utterly dominate Marcus Camby in every conceivable aspect. Their confrontation was nothing short of a one-sided domination, with Marcus being utterly outclassed by Lin, at least for the present moment. The 2 ESPN commentators were brimming with passion and eloquence, offering a myriad of analyses. In their eyes, Lin Hong's performance against Marcus Camby during this period was nothing short of dominant, not merely ruling the offensive end but also commanding the defensive side. Lin, you are simply terrifyingly formidable. Returning to the bench, Jerome Williams and Athela Harrington enthusiastically waved their towels, swarming around Lin Hong. Lin Hong, Marcus was nearly driven to depression by you. That was not even a competition. It was like child's play. Even the legendary Shaquille O'Neal in his college days couldn't match Lin's sheer dominance on the court. Meanwhile, on the Massachusetts bench, the atmosphere seemed to have frozen to an icy stillness. Coach John Calipari gazed at the visibly frustrated and resentful Camby with an impassive expression, sternly reprimanding. Marcus, you need to compose yourself. Camby's face twisted with anguish, fully aware of his subpar performance. Even the most patient coach would not let such a lapse go unchecked. He was too afraid of Calipari's scolding. What truly terrified him was the thought of disappointing his mentor. Calipari was like a father to him, having recognized his talent and given him opportunities. He did not wish to let his benefactor down. Coach, I'm sorry I disappointed you. Camby murmured with a downcast expression, his face etched with guilt. The once fierce demeanor had vanished entirely. Now he resembled nothing so much as a chastened child awaiting reprimand from a parent. Marcus, the word sorry is one you truly ought to utter, not to me, but to yourself. Calipari's expression was grave, his countenance stern as he bellowed. Do you truly believe any NBA franchise would select you as their first overall pick after such an abysmal performance? I can state with absolute certainty, there is none. Your abysmal performance reflects nothing but sheer irresponsibility toward your own future prospects. Though Calipari's tone carried an air of stern detachment, he knew he must thoroughly discipline this towering black athlete. Upon hearing Calipari's words, Camby felt as though plunged into an icy abyss, his body breaking into cold sweats. As a child raised in the ghetto, he harbored grand aspirations to enter the NBA, secure a lucrative contract, and urgently alter his family's destitute circumstances. However, the words of head coach Calipari struck him like a thunderbolt, plunging his heart into utter despair. At this moment, I am utterly at a loss for words. My head hanging low, not daring to meet Coach Calipari's gaze. 0 points, 0 rebounds, 0 assists, 0 blocks, an abysmal performance both offensively and defensively. Camby's expression froze in dismay. Only now does he realize how utterly wretched his performance was, like a steaming pile of excrement. Chapter 14. Keeping the sorrow to oneself? Camby smashes the fire hydrant in fury. The game resumed after the timeout. In the subsequent plays, Massachusetts executed exquisite passing sequences and finally broke their scoring drought. Their offense flowed increasingly smoothly, gradually showcasing the prowess befitting a powerhouse team. However, on the defensive end, they remained powerless to contain Lin Hong's dominant presence in the paint. Massachusetts' defense proved as fragile as paper, effortlessly torn apart by Lin with remarkable ease. It cannot be simply stated thus. For Lin's prowess is truly formidable, a celestial beast of terrifying might. Beep, beep, beep. The halftime whistle blew, freezing the score at 38-25. With Georgetown leading Massachusetts by 13 points. On the Georgetown University bench, the players' exhilaration was palpable. Who was the most dazzling presence on the court? Without a doubt, it must be Lin Hong. In the first half of the game, Lin Hong played for 14 minutes, dominating with 24 points, 12 rebounds, and 5 blocks. Soaring through the air and diving across the court, he was utterly unstoppable. Marcus Camby was utterly dominated, completely overwhelmed without any room to resist. It is worth noting that Lin Hong's points were exclusively from slam dunks, boasting a flawless 100 shooting accuracy. As for having 0 assists, does it truly matter? It is utterly insignificant. Anyone who has witnessed Lin Hong's explosive performances on both offense and defense would instinctively overlook such an inconsequential issue. A single flaw cannot obscure the splendor of Jade. On the Massachusetts side, their offense finally showed signs of revival after the timeout. After all, there was only one Lin Hong, while the others were merely ordinary rotation players, naturally unable to withstand Massachusetts' onslaught. On the Massachusetts bench, Coach Calipari remained composed as usual, succinctly summarizing the issues in both offense and defense. In his view, the team's problems today were few but critical, primarily 2 points. First, defensively, they failed to contain Lin Hong. Second, offensively, they were easily disrupted by Lin Hong's presence, leading to inaccurate shooting. Calipari, a renowned strategist in NCAA, demonstrated his sharp insight. His diagnosis was precise and concise. However, was it truly possible to suppress Lin Hong's offensive firepower? Well, it just might be. In the NCAA, zone defense is commonly employed. Hence, there is no defensive 3-second rule, but an offensive 3-second violation exists. Therefore, offensive players cannot linger in the paint for more than 3 seconds. All of Lin Hong's scoring originates from within the 3-second area. In other words, as long as a team deploys a suffocating defensive strategy, flooding the paint with enough defenders, wouldn't it be feasible to contain Lin Hong's offensive prowess? But is it necessary? Absolutely not. This was merely an ordinary preseason warm-up match, where the outcome held little significance. Calipari deemed it unnecessary to exert full effort. The true purpose of such preparatory games lies in refining team coordination and identifying potential issues in advance. And indeed, these shortcomings were glaringly exposed during the first half. The team's core player, Marcus Camby, demonstrated a limited offensive repertoire. When confronted with formidable defense, he lacked the sheer dominance to break through. Meanwhile, the slender frame of guard White rendered him ineffective in physical confrontations, leaving him unable to penetrate the paint and create scoring opportunities when it mattered most. Thus, the objective of this preseason trial had already been fulfilled. Moreover, Coach Calipari was not without his unexpected gains. "Marcus, now you realize how brutal the competition is, don't you?" He walked over to Camby, who stood silently with his head bowed, and placed a hand on his shoulder. "Young man, if you're not moving forward, you're falling behind. Geniuses emerge continuously. In the face of true talent, all your past honors and achievements become meaningless. From this moment onward, Lin Hong shall be the whetstone that sharpens your path to greatness." In Calipari's view, the team being dominated by Lin Hong today was not necessarily a bad thing. If Marcus Camby, after this humbling experience, channels his shame into motivation and dedicates himself to rigorous training, he could undergo a remarkable transformation. At present, Lin Hong may indeed be the superior player on the court. However, Camby still has ample time for growth and development. As for who will emerge as the stronger player in the future, that remains an open question. Witnessing the touching scene of profound mentorship and filial devotion between the master and disciple before him, the defender Darren White felt as though struck by a million emotional blows. His heart flooded with indescribable complexity. There was something he yearned to voice, yet hesitated whether it was appropriate to articulate. Indeed, human sorrows are not shared, and compassion belongs to others. He too was tormented by Lin Hong, yet why does the coach not come to console him? Noticing White's resentful gaze, Calipari sensed his own partiality. After patting Khan on the back, he strode directly to White and commenced his motivational performance. A familiar scene unfolded once more. A coach incapable of delivering inspiring words is no true mentor. As the second half commenced, the game's trajectory could be succinctly summarized. An overwhelming offensive display with every shot finding its mark, countered by futile resistance that crumbled under pressure. Ultimately, Georgetown emerged victorious with an effortless 79-59 triumph, securing a commanding 20-point margin in this preseason encounter. Lin Hong delivered a dominant performance, amassing a monumental stat line of 40 points, 20 rebounds, and 8 blocks, a near triple-double masterpiece. However, despite integrating the peak talents of the great Shark, Lin Hong's free throw performance was rather dismal. Out of 12 attempts, he only managed to sink 5. Lin, well done. From the bench, Jerome Williams and Othella Harrington, grinning from ear to ear, rushed over to bump shoulders with Lin Hong in celebration. The rest of the teammates, seated on the sidelines, also leaped up and dashed onto the court, some shoving Lin playfully, others ruffling his hair or slapping his backside and shoulders, all expressing their joy and congratulations. Head coach Thompson was the first to approach, giving Lin Hong a firm high five. Lin, as the head coach of this team, I officially inform you. Starting this new season, you will be the team's starting center. The towering height of a center, the explosive power, the extraordinary wingspan, the polished and seasoned playing style, the calm and astute mind. Lin Hong is the epitome of the perfect center in Coach John Thompson's vision. Lin, congratulations. Allen Iverson approached with a smile and extended his right hand to Lin Hong, saying, "You've made good on your pregame boast, truly defeating Massachusetts by double digits." "Allen, I always keep my word," Lin replied. Lin Hong clapped his hands in response. "Just wait and see. I promise to help win this year's NCAA championship. And I will make it happen." Haha. If Jerome had said that, I would have scoffed without hesitation, Iverson shrugged, teasing his teammate Jerome Williams. The next second, his playful grin vanished, replaced by resolute conviction. "But if those words came from you, Lin, I have no reason not to believe you." Regarding Lin's performance, I was hardly taken aback. However, human sorrows and joys never truly resonate with one another. To Marcus Camby, they merely seemed unbearably clamorous. Under the basket, he stood with hands on his hips, his gaze vacant as he watched the Georgetown Hoyas' frenzied celebration. He knew that most of today's top plays would feature him, yet merely as Lin Hong's supporting act in the spotlight. Throughout the game, he was utterly dominated and humiliated by that rookie giant, leaving Camby feeling utterly frustrated and humbled. His stat line appeared respectable at first glance, 20 points and 10 rebounds, but the truth was far less flattering. The bulk of those numbers came against lesser opponents when Lin Hong was off the court. In their direct matchups, Camby's performance was nothing short of embarrassing, a dismal 3, 4, 12 from the field. To make matters worse, Lin Hong swatted his shots into oblivion multiple times, leaving him sprawled on the hardwood in disgrace. Contemplating these humiliating and vexatious matters, Camby strode down the player tunnel with a darkened countenance. As for offering congratulations to Lin Hong for leading his team to victory, such magnanimity was beyond his current capacity. Damn it all, to hell with that rookie. And to hell with congratulations. Camby grew increasingly furious, his rage boiling over as he slammed his fist against the nearby fire hydrant. Clang. "Oh shit, my hand is bleeding." Camby's right hand was instantly mangled, blood gushing forth in a crimson torrent. Chapter 15, the post-match interview, a single remark that stirred 1,000 waves. Head coach John Thompson of Georgetown was interviewed courtside. With a wry smile and a shrug of his shoulders, he remarked, "As you've witnessed, Lin's talent is truly unparalleled. Even the legendary Kareem Abdul-Jabbar in his prime would pale in comparison." "Coach John, are you being entirely sincere with that statement?" Upon hearing John Thompson's remarks, the journalist conducting the interview was utterly dumbfounded. Even Kareem Abdul-Jabbar pales in comparison to Lin Hong? Good heavens, what a revelation. You truly dare to speak your mind. Are you certain? This is merely a warm-up match. Surely it doesn't warrant such intensity? No, I'm absolutely serious," Thompson declared with unwavering determination in his eyes, judging by Hakeem Kareem's performance in the NCAA. "I must say it pales in comparison to the sheer impact Lin Hong has made on me. Of course, I mean no disrespect to Kareem Abdul-Jabbar." John Thompson paused for a moment before making another astonishing statement. "I must say, all the centers in NCAA history pale in comparison to Lin's performance today. Lin's future knows no bounds." With a nonchalant air, John Thompson tossed out that biting remark before turning away gracefully, leaving the journalist utterly bewildered. Truth be told, Thompson's words rolled off his tongue with effortless ease. Yet they exploded in the reporter's mind like a thunderclap. If such words were uttered by an ordinary individual, they would undoubtedly be dismissed as mere sensationalism. However, when spoken by the renowned NCAA coach John Thompson, they carry undeniable weight and credibility, far from being baseless or self-destructive. The substance and value of his statement are beyond question. With the keen instinct of a journalist, Thompson's statement made front-page headlines in the next day's Boston Herald. Who is Lin Hong? The question blazed across the page. Entering the NCAA section, the Boston Herald devoted a significant portion of its front page to an in-depth coverage of yesterday's game. An unknown rookie center from China suddenly emerged as a rising star, overshadowing the highly touted prospect Marcus Camby. And no, that's not a metaphor, but quite literal. With a staggering stat line of 40 points, 20 rebounds, and 8 blocks for a near triple-double, doesn't such sensational news captivate the audience's attention more intensely than victories led by Iverson or Duncan? The Boston Herald's foresight proved accurate. Their newspaper sold out swiftly upon publication. Compared to Massachusetts' defeat by Georgetown without Iverson, the public's fascination centered on Lin Hong, the towering Eastern behemoth. The NCAA preview section of the Washington Post also dedicated a small space to Lin Hong, roughly the size of a fist. The headline boldly proclaimed, "The rampaging Eastern Beast." In other words, Lin Hong had already taken the entire United States by storm. Don't be ridiculous. That's utterly impossible. This was merely a preseason warm-up match between NCAA league teams. At the University of Connecticut in Connecticut, USA, inside the campus basketball arena. Ray, you might not believe this, but you weren't even the headline in today's newspaper. A teammate handed Ray Allen a newspaper with a grin. They say there's a monster emerging from our Big East Conference. I have no interest in such trivial gossip, Ray Allen replied dismissively. Taking the paper without a glance, he casually tossed it onto the bench beside him. You know me. I never care about who stands in my way. All I want is to claim this year's NCAA championship. So this so-called monster? Who cares? As the words faded, Ray Allen pretended not to care as his eyes casually swept over the newspaper headline. Yet his gaze lingered on the name Lin Hong. Well, perhaps he did care a little about this Chinese center who had stolen his spotlight. With the new season approaching, as two teams within the Big East Conference, they were destined to clash twice. So he might just teach this towering figure a lesson. On the campus of Georgetown University, Allen Iverson, clad in trendy hip-hop attire, lazily flipped through the latest issue of the Washington Post. Yawning, he strolled leisurely into the campus gymnasium, tiptoed slightly, and playfully hooked his arm around Lin Hong's neck. Lin, they say you're one of the top 10 most anticipated super rookies this season, he remarked. Every year before the NCAA season kicks off, major media outlets release their predictions for the 10 most promising super rookies. For instance, Sports Illustrated, one of America's most influential sports magazines, crowned Georgetown's star player, Allen Iverson, as its most anticipated college basketball standout. Though Tim Duncan was universally acknowledged by the media as the strongest college player, his unassuming playing style and humble, reserved personality paled in comparison to the flamboyant and fiercely independent Iverson when it came to generating buzz. In the latest rookie ranking predictions, Tim Duncan remained firmly atop the list, with teammate Allen Iverson trailing in second place. The third spot belonged to Marcus Camby, who had just suffered a humiliating defeat. As for Lin Hong, his name was conspicuously absent from the rankings. Among the 10 most anticipated freshmen of the new season, Vince Carter of UNC claimed the top spot, followed by Stephon Marbury of Georgia Tech in second place, and Shareef Abdurrahim of California in third. Further down the list stood names like Antoine Jamison of Massachusetts and other high school prodigies who had already made their mark. Those who made the cut were all renowned high school phenoms. Therefore, Sports Illustrated's list of the top 10 most anticipated rookies did not include Lin Hong. Of course, it wasn't just Sports Illustrated. Other mainstream media outlets in the U.S. also omitted Lin from their NCAA preseason top 10 rookie rankings. The only exception was the discerning Washington Post, which, as the sole outlier, granted Lin Hong a spot at the very bottom of their list. Damn those blind fools. Jerome Williams angrily punched the wall in frustration. Jerome, those superficial analysts were never reliable to begin with. There's no need to lose your temper over someone else's oversight. A faint smirk curled at the corners of Lin Hong's lips as he abruptly shifted the topic. Thus, I only peruse newspapers during my brief moments of respite in the lavatory. No particular implication intended, merely that the content resembles canine excrement in my humble opinion. Iverson's mouth twitched slightly as he casually tossed aside the Sports Illustrated magazine. Lin, he remarked, The new season is upon us. Soon, our formidable Hongluan duo shall send shockwaves across the entire nation. In his view, Lin Hong, this colossal beast from the Orient, would undoubtedly trigger an unprecedented seismic upheaval across the entire American basketball landscape. When the time comes, what an exquisite spectacle it will be to witness the expressions on the faces of those media outlets that were so thoroughly discredited. A delicate blend of white tinged with red, crimson veiled in darkness, an inky blackness, a sickly greenish hue, a startling azure, and a murky violet. Just imagining this riot of colors nearly sent Iverson into fits of porcine laughter. What bizarre combination is this? Lin Hong suppressed his frustration and inquired. Our duo shall be christened as Honglan. In the new season, the entire NCAA will undoubtedly be conquered by the Honglan duo. Allen Iverson's face was brimming with excitement as he kept murmuring Honglan combination. Lin Hong nearly fainted upon hearing this. Red Will combination? What an utterly atrocious and cringeworthy name that defies all criticism, instantly conjuring images of crimson wheels. Far better to dub them the Dolan duo. Alas, my own naming skills prove utterly lamentable. Lin Hong felt a shiver run down his spine, the mere thought sending chills through his body. Seeing Lin Hong remain silent, Iverson assumed he was also envisioning the future of Hongluan, his smile growing even brighter. In the United States, North Carolina, Winston-Salem, Wake Forest University. As usual, Dave Odom, the head coach of the Demon Deacons, pulled out a newspaper and handed it to Duncan. Tim, his name is Lin Hong. He dominated Marcus Camby in a preseason game. Just an insignificant preseason match. It doesn't prove anything. The young man from St. Croix took the paper with an expressionless face. After glancing at it briefly, his dull demeanor remained unchanged. If he maintains this level of performance throughout the entire season, then he might be worth my attention. Having played 3 seasons in the NCAA, Tim Duncan had witnessed far too many prodigies. Some rose like comets, only to plummet just as suddenly. Only those who shone consistently, maintaining an extraordinary standard. Those were the true talents in his eyes. Allen Iverson from Georgetown was one such figure. As for this seemingly out-of-nowhere Lin Hong, whether it is a fleeting moment or an eternal legacy, time shall reveal all. And time precisely serves as Duncan's crucible to test the true mettle of a player. Chapter 16. The Eastern Leviathan, Stirring the Seas and Rivers. United States. Washington, D.C., Georgetown University. Verizon Center Arena. This magnificent arena, capable of accommodating over 20,000 fervent fans, was already teeming with an unprecedented sea of spectators. Georgetown University welcomed their first opponent in the Big East Conference Tour, the St. John's Red Storm. Prior to the match, media reporters adept at creating sensational headlines promptly interviewed St. John's starting center, Hamilton. Hey, Gideon, has your coach made any special arrangements regarding your first opponent, Lin Hong? Who? That freshman Eastern giant? I regret to inform you that there are no particular arrangements in place. Hamilton shook his head with an amused smile, exuding an air of effortless nonchalance. The reporter, sensing an opportunity, pressed further. Oh, but rumors suggest he dominated Marcus Camby in the warm-up matches. So tell me, are you prepared to face his challenge? Hamilton was taken aback upon hearing this, but soon responded with indifference. Lin Hong? My apologies, but the name doesn't ring a bell. Defeating Marcus? Rumors perhaps, yet I find myself rather anticipating the imminent confrontation with him. The cunning, trouble-seeking journalist has now set their sights on Lopez, another pivotal figure of the Red Storm. Lin Hong, is that the so-called Oriental Beast rookie? I meant no disrespect towards Coach John, but I must say they made an absolutely dreadful decision. You ask what challenges he might bring to our team? To be perfectly honest, while we may not be able to withstand Allen's offensive onslaught and secure this victory, I sincerely doubt this rookie named Lin Hong poses any real challenge to us. In the paint, we have the exceptionally gifted Gideon who will thoroughly educate that greenhorn on just how brutal NCAA basketball can be. Lopez let out a cold chuckle, evidently harboring disdain for such an attention-seeking novice. When the provocative journalist embellished the words of St. John's 2 most arrogant figures and relayed them to Lin Hong in an attempt to create sensationalism, Lin Hong did not fly into a rage. Instead, he responded with a humorous retort. I shall make them regret their underestimation, transforming them from the Red Storm into Crimson Mud. After a brief interlude, both teams began their warm-ups. The crowd eagerly anticipated Allen Iverson and Lin Hong shining brightly in this match, all except the opposing St. John's Red Storm. Coach Frisili clutched his clipboard, stroking his chin with furrowed brows. Under the watchful eyes of his players, He grabbed a marker and emphatically circled Iverson's name. "Listen up," he commanded. "I want that defiant troublemaker locked down. Lavin, Daniel, you know what to do." The two players named by the coach exchanged a solemn glance before nodding firmly in unison. They understood all too well that individually neither stood a chance against Iverson's razor-sharp penetration. But together, even a legend like Iverson would be dethroned, his magic rendered powerless. The pre-game warm-up concluded. Lin Hong and Iverson strode side by side towards the center line. "Oh my, Georgetown appears to have unveiled an entirely new starting lineup. Let me see. This young man from the Celestial Empire is called Lin Hong. Rumor has it that during the exhibition match against the University of Massachusetts, he astonishingly scored 40 points, grabbed 20 rebounds, and blocked 8 shots." After reviewing the materials in hand, the commentator's face revealed undisguised astonishment. "I believe in Lin. He's fully prepared to win this match," declared Georgetown's head coach John Thompson during the pregame interview. Emphasizing with resolute conviction, Georgetown rejects any form of upset. The coach's powerful statement ignited thunderous cheers from the Georgetown fans filling the arena. Yet amidst the euphoria, a subtle undercurrent of concern began to ripple through portions of the crowd. Lin Hong's name had been echoing incessantly in their ears these past 2 days. But to start him directly without any official game experience? This seemed perilously audacious. "Lin, let them witness your prowess in a moment." Iverson grinned and gave Lin Hong a pat on the backside, just like back in Massachusetts. Lin Hong let out a boisterous laugh, casually tearing off his outer pants and tossing them aside before striding onto the court. "Damn, the stench is overwhelming." Ellington snatched off the malodorous cap with disgust and flung it onto the vacant seat beside him. "Lin, you haven't seen the last of me." The Georgetown Hoyas starting lineup: Allen Iverson, Jerome Williams, Victor Page, role player number 1, and Lin Hong. The St. John's Red Storm starting lineup: Lopez, Daniel, Lavin, role player number 2, and Hamilton. As Lin Hong stepped onto the court, the players of the St. John's Red Storm finally got a clear look at the mysterious Eastern rookie in the flesh. The jump ball between Lin Hong and center Hamilton. "Hey man, I heard you dropped 40 points in the preseason game. That's insane. How enviable that you had the chance to play in such a match. Unlike me who didn't get a single minute on the pitch." As Lin Hong walked toward the center line of the court, that fellow sidled up with a snide remark. "Damn it, this grinning Hamilton before me. Why does he look so utterly punchable? Birds of a feather flock together, truly worthy of being Arteus Sr." Lin Hong shook his arms to relax his muscles, casting a frigid glance his way, hoping that after the match concludes, you'll still be able to smile so radiantly. "What?" Hamilton asked in astonishment. Lin Hong ignored him, positioning himself on one side of the center circle, assuming his stance, ready for the jump ball. Beep, beep. The referee tossed the basketball into the air. Lin Hong leaped up with a powerful push-off, effortlessly tipping the ball back into Page's hands. Page swiftly passed it to Iverson. Seizing the moment, Lin Hong shook off a momentarily dazed Hamilton and sprinted down the court with long, rapid strides. Ahead of him stretched an open highway for a fast break. Iverson whipped the ball forward. Lin Hong, already in full flight, caught the soaring pass with ease. Like a charging tank, he took 2 massive strides from the free throw line and launched himself skyward. Only Lopez of the Red Storm scrambled desperately to block his path. Boom. Tweet. Tweet. Lin Hong felt a sudden chill between his legs as he barely soared over Lopez's head, grazing the opponent's forehead to complete a thunderous dunk. Oh my God, a dunk of death? This is utterly savage. Not only was the commentator stunned, but even the Georgetown fans were left in awe. Magnificent. Brilliant. What a splendid display. The arena erupted in thunderous applause and jubilant cheers. Lin, what a magnificent dunk. Iverson leaped forward with enthusiasm, exchanging an impassioned high-five with Lin Hong, only to belatedly realize he might have revealed something unintended. Lin, couldn't you have lowered your hand a bit? Alas, was I not presenting you with an opportunity to demonstrate your agility? Do I truly require your permission for such a display? Iverson cast a disdainful glance at Lin Hong, muttering under his breath with skepticism. With a nonchalant shrug and a faint smile playing on his lips, Lin Hong stepped up to the free throw line, poised to take his shot. Hamilton and Levy stood on either side of the key, their expressions a complex tapestry of emotions as they observed the unfolding play. The memory of losing the jump ball to Lin Hong still lingered in Hamilton's mind, leaving him momentarily disoriented. It was precisely this brief lapse in focus that had granted Georgetown the opportunity for a fast break. A wave of frustration washed over Hamilton as he berated himself for underestimating his opponent. allowing Lin Hong to seize the advantage. "Kid, you actually pulled a fast one on me?" he thought bitterly. "When I get serious, you won't stand a chance," Hamilton silently consoled himself. With a flick of his wrist, Lin Hong immediately sensed the shot was off. The previous dunk had left his arm muscles slightly tense, making his free throw motion somewhat rigid. Clang. As expected, the basketball bounced off the rim. Hamilton and Levy stood like sentinels near the baseline, firmly boxing out their opponents behind them. Yet, Lin Hong, sensing the miss, dashed from the free throw line and soared into the air. Just as Hamilton's fingertips grazed the ball, a pair of larger hands appeared above his head. Lin Hong snatched the offensive rebound right over them. The moment his feet touched the ground, he coiled and exploded upward again. Thud! His broad and sturdy frame, brimming with explosive strength, collided with such force that it sent the two men beside him staggering away violently. Thud! Lin Hong leaped up with lightning speed for a second jump, slamming the basketball ferociously into the hoop. This two-handed dunk resembled the iconic powerful slam of the legendary Big Shark from posters. Clean, decisive, domineering, and utterly unstoppable. Chapter 17. A thunderous block, overpowering Hamilton with sheer force. Lin Hong emerged like a bolt from the blue, charging through the defenses of the Red Storm with unstoppable force. Everyone had anticipated a slow and steady debut from this newcomer, assuming he would remain inconspicuous for some time. Who could have foreseen that Lin Hong would prove to be so ferociously formidable? From the very beginning, he relentlessly tormented the Red Storm on both ends of the court with explosive intensity. A thunderous dunk followed by an and-one opportunity. The free throw missed, but he grabbed the offensive rebound and slammed it home with a powerful putback dunk. In just one possession, Lin Hong completed a spectacular 2-2 play. He demonstrated to all the fans in attendance the true essence of violent aesthetics on the basketball court. Once again, the arena erupted with thunderous applause and exuberant cheers. Evidently, Lin Hong's ruthless and domineering playing style delivered greater visual impact, perfectly catering to the spectators' tastes. Good heavens, what have we just witnessed? A frenzied beast rampage through the forbidden zone of Crimson Tempest. Lin Hong, this towering insider hailing from the Celestial Empire, demonstrated with primal ferocity the very essence of violent basketball. With such an outstanding performance, he undoubtedly deserves a spot among this year's top 10 most anticipated rookies. Without him, I simply won't accept it. The commentator roared with fervent excitement. Lin Hong turned towards Hamilton, Lavi, and the others, spreading his hands in a gesture before pursing his lips and shrugging. "My apologies. This one's on me. I had assumed your strength was formidable, thus I exerted my utmost effort. Yet to my astonishment, your defense proved as fragile as tissue paper, easily torn asunder." Lin Hong icily tossed out a single sentence before turning on his heel and departing. Was this humiliation? Hamilton and Lopez instantly flushed crimson with rage. "Zidane, pass me the ball later," he seethed. "I shall teach that insolent rookie a lesson he won't soon forget." Hamilton gritted his teeth in seething resentment. Lopez shrugged and nodded in agreement, replying, "Very well." Returning to the backcourt, Lin Hong naturally accepted the effusive praise from teammates like Iverson and Williams. "Lin, splendid performance," they exclaimed. "Hey Lin, you totally humiliated that big oaf." "Lin, you're like a ferocious beast, a bulldozer in the paint." The Crimson Tempest surged forward. Defender Ravi carried the ball across, while the previously thwarted Hamilton immediately boxed out Lin Hong, extending his hand to demand possession. "Trying to take me one-on-one?" Lin Hong chuckled with amusement. As the ball arced high towards him, he suddenly twisted his torso with explosive force. Hamilton, the Red Storm center, caught off guard, nearly fumbled the catch. Unable to contain himself, he muttered under his breath, "Oh fuck, what a sneaky bastard. Heh, do you presume yourself to be akin to Shaq?" Lin Hong sneered mockingly. "He possesses the prodigious talents inherited from the prime Shaquille O'Neal. To think of bulldozing through me with brute strength, none but the great shark himself could accomplish such a feat." However, Hamilton seemed as stubborn as a mule, obstinately persisting with his headstrong approach. Bang! Arrogantly relying on his formidable physique, Hamilton dribbled the ball with his back turned, then violently rammed backward. To the astonishment of the entire arena, Lin Hong stood as immovable as an ancient oak, utterly unshaken. He withstood Hamilton's ferocious charge with sheer resilience. For a fleeting moment, even Hamilton seemed dazed. My word, am I attempting to shoulder the weight of an entire mountain? It feels utterly immovable, doesn't it? On the sidelines of the court, the cheers of Georgetown fans gradually grew louder. Hamilton attempted to overpower Lin Hong with sheer force, but instead of driving into the paint, He found himself being steadily pushed away from the restricted area by Lin Hong. As the 35-second shot clock dwindled away, Hamilton, realizing he couldn't budge Lin Hong an inch, finally regained his composure from his earlier recklessness. He passed the ball back to Lopez and immediately set a screen before rolling to the basket. At least he had some sense left in him. Lin Hong raised his eyebrows and immediately dashed toward the inside lane. This guy was clearly attempting an alley-oop with Lopez. The basketball was launched from Lopez's hands, tracing a graceful arc as it soared toward the hoop. In mid-sprint, Hamilton abruptly planted his foot on the court and propelled himself upward, leaping toward the basket. The referee at the baseline witnessed this scene and instinctively raised 2 fingers, poised to signal the 2-point score as valid. Just as Hamilton bent low, drawing back like a bow, ready to slam the ball down with both hands, a large yellow palm forcefully pressed against the basketball. Get in there. Upon the sudden appearance of Lin Hong, Hamilton steeled his heart and summoned every ounce of strength to complete the dunk. Yet despite the veins bulging on his arms, the basketball remained stubbornly suspended mid-air, utterly immobile. Bang! The two collided mid-air with a forceful impact. The tremendous momentum and inertia sent Hamilton spiraling off balance, sending him crashing to the ground in an undignified heap. Lin Hong, however, fared considerably better. Though his landing was slightly unsteady, he remained remarkably poised. This round of their confrontation left no doubt as to who held the upper hand. The Georgetown fans in the stands erupted instantly, cheering wildly for Lin Hong. Glaring at Hamilton sprawled on the floor, Lin Hong pointed imperiously at his own nose and declared, "This is my turf. Who the hell gave you permission to alley-oop? Remember, wherever I stand is a no-fly zone. Should any dare trespass, I shall strike them down without mercy." Meanwhile, Iverson seized the opportunity with sheer luck and sprinted down the court without hesitation. The fast break connection between Williams and Iverson had long been recognized as Georgetown's signature lethal weapon. However, in recent years, Williams had noticeably gained weight. His speed diminished, significantly weakening their offensive prowess. The Red Storm's defensive transition was swift and well-coordinated. Lopez firmly held his ground against Williams, while Lavin positioned himself in Iverson's path, arms shielding his midsection, attempting to draw an offensive foul. The once deadly link between Iverson and Williams was completely stifled, strangled before it could unfold. Suddenly, a colossal figure surged toward the paint like a moving mountain. His massive frame seemed to carve an invisible wake through the air as he charged forward. It was Lin Hong, the last player to move, yet the first to dash beneath the basket. Iverson's eyes instantly gleamed with inspiration. Since the Iverson-Weber connection was stifled, why not switch to an Iverson-Lin combination? Iverson flicked his wrist instantly, sending the basketball soaring toward the basket with artillery-like precision. Lin Hong read the play perfectly, his legs coiling like springs before exploding upward in a lightning-fast leap. The body swiftly ascends, the head instantly level with the rim. A mid-air folding dunk. Boom. The ferocious force reverberated through the hoop, causing it to tremble audibly and visibly tilt. Lin Hong's thunderous two-handed dunk had managed to bend the rim with sheer brute strength. The eagle-eyed referee, with precision rivaling a spirit level, immediately called for a timeout. The staff had no choice but to conduct repairs on the basketball hoop. The score on the court stood at 6 o'clock. Lin Hong made his appearance for less than a minute, initially scoring 22 points, then delivering a massive block on Hamilton defensively. Now he has executed a ferocious shark-like dunk, bending the rim with sheer force. Lin Hong's explosive performance on both offense and defense electrified the entire stadium, sending waves of exhilaration through the roaring crowd. What a spectacular display. I am utterly enamored with this individual, brimming with prodigious talent. This man is an absolute beast, endowed with such extraordinary gifts that Georgetown stands a resplendent chance to claim the NCAA championship this year. Not only is he strikingly handsome and physically robust, but his aggressive playing style is utterly captivating. I'm absolutely enamored. Magnificent. He surpasses even Allen in both looks and charm. Chapter 18. The Panther Tank crushes Hook brand sneakers under its treads. The match continues. Just moments ago, Lin Hong dominated the paint with an imposing presence. Now, it's Allen Iverson's turn to showcase his artistry. With a masterful steal, he effortlessly strips the ball from Richard Hamilton's grasp, watching Iverson's figure swiftly recede into the distance. Hamilton stood with tears welling in his eyes, gazing desolately at the vast heavens above. Why must misfortune always befall me? Yet what Hamilton beheld when he lifted his gaze was not the sky, but an immense silhouette that blotted out the heavens. Whoosh! A colossal streak of golden lightning. The entire Georgetown fanbase rose to their feet, holding their breath in anticipation. The iconic Allen connection materialized once more, electrifying the atmosphere within the Verizon Center arena. Under their watchful gaze, Iverson forcefully slammed the ball against the backboard with a resounding boom. The basketball struck the backboard with a resounding thud, rebounding at lightning speed. In the next instant, Lin Hong arrived in a flash. He came to an abrupt halt at the free throw line, akin to a heavy tank screeching to a sudden stop after barreling forward at full throttle. His feet left two elongated skid marks etched into the hardwood floor. Moreover, the hook-style sneaker on his right foot was utterly obliterated under the sheer force of his stomp. This utterly inconceivable scene before their eyes completely stunned everyone. Lin Hong exerted such tremendous force that not only did he leave two distinct skid marks on the ground, but he also instantly burst through the soles of his Hook brand sneakers. His formidable power was utterly terrifying to behold. The misfortune of sneakers falling apart is not uncommon. Numerous factors contribute to this phenomenon: the craftsmanship of the footwear, duration of use, degree of wear and tear, among others. However, the pair adorning Lin Hong's feet were unmistakably the latest model, rendering all aforementioned possibilities utterly implausible. There exists but one inescapable truth. Lin Hong had, with sheer brute force, stomped his sneakers into obliteration. Yet even as the sneaker was crushed beneath him, diminishing Lin Hong's leap, it did nothing to hinder the flawless execution of his mid-air dunk. Boom! The thunderous dunk reverberated through the arena, shaking the backboard with a resounding hum. The referee's whistle pierced the air. John Thompson's heart skipped a beat as he immediately called for a timeout. The Georgetown fans in the stands collectively covered their mouths, an ominous premonition washing over them. Could it be that the Eastern Colossus of Georgetown would fade from the NCAA stage before ever shining brightly? All were praying fervently. After the school physician's examination, it turned out to be merely a false alarm. Lin Hong was unharmed, swiftly changing his sneakers before returning to the court. During Georgetown's next offensive possession, Lin anchored himself firmly in the paint, demanding the ball in the low post. Without hesitation, Allen Iverson instinctively delivered the pass, no other reason than absolute trust. Damn it, this bastard intends to solo me? Seeing Lin Hong demanding the ball, Hamilton initially panicked, then curled his lips into a mocking sneer as his teammates swiftly arrived to double team. One-on-one, I might not be your match, but 2 against 1. I refuse to believe we can't stop you. Yet, Lin Hong paid no heed to such considerations. Turning his back to Hamilton, he lowered his center of gravity and unleashed the full force of his brute strength. With explosive power from his lower body, Hamilton could only withstand the onslaught for a mere 3 seconds before being relentlessly driven backward, utterly powerless to resist. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Hong pivoted and leapt into the air, cradling the ball with both hands as he forcefully slammed it toward the hoop. However, Napier, anticipating Lin's move from the weak side, had already sprung up a split second earlier, determined to emphatically reject the shot. Get the hell out of my way. A furious roar nearly stunned the opponent as Lin Hong, pressing against Napier, forcefully slammed the ball into the basket with a thunderous boom. The thunderous slam dunk reverberated through the arena, sending tremors through the backboard with a resounding hum. The cameramen near the basketball hoop instinctively recoiled in alarm. Their genuine concern was palpable, that the Verizon Center's backboard might succumb to Lin Hong's relentless assault and collapse entirely. After all, Lin Hong has a criminal record. Endel failed to block the shot and committed a foul, clutching Lin Hong's arm, yet still couldn't halt his offensive drive. Oh, damn it. How is this possible? Facing off against 2 opposing interior defenders, yet still managing to slam dunk the ball. Is this man some kind of deity? How utterly insane. If this fellow keeps playing at this level, I cannot fathom who could possibly stand in his way. Lin Hong stepped up to the free throw line. However, his free throw accuracy was rather dismal. During regular training sessions, he barely scrapes by with a 50% success rate, and this attempt remained as consistently unreliable as ever. Clang. The angle of release was slightly off, sending the basketball spinning around the rim before it flew out. Hamilton and Napier were just about to secure the rebound when suddenly, a deafening roar erupted behind them, vibrating painfully against their eardrums. It was as if a C4 explosive had detonated nearby. Get the hell out of my way. At the free throw line, Lin Hong took a massive stride forward, propelling himself explosively off the ground with tremendous force. His already astonishing vertical leap, combined with his extraordinary 232-centimeter wingspan, allowed him to snatch the ball back with sheer dominance. With a swift flick of his wrist, he launched the ball toward Iverson beyond the three-point line. Swish. The net barely rippled as the ball sliced cleanly through. The ball swished through the net with hollow perfection. In a single possession, Georgetown had racked up 23 points. Witnessing this, not only were the spectators in the stands utterly stunned, but even the players of St. John's Red Storm on the court stood frozen in disbelief. Damn. Is this guy inhuman? This is downright humiliation. Don't panic. It's our turn to attack now. Let's show them what we're made of. I refuse to believe they can maintain this exhausting play style. Repeatedly humiliated, Hamilton of the St. John's Red Storm wore a livid expression, his eyes burning with fury. He lowered his center of gravity, seemingly preparing to isolate Lin Hong in the post, while spewing a torrent of expletives through gritted teeth. Fool, I could crush a worthless scum like you with one hand. Lin Hong was thoroughly provoked, unleashing a torrent of exquisitely vulgar Chinese expletives. Although Hamilton couldn't comprehend the meaning of stupid cunt, the venomous tone made its derogatory nature abundantly clear. He dribbled out to the perimeter of the penalty area, then suddenly threw his full weight backward into the closely defending Lin Hong, executing a rapid pivot to his left in that fleeting moment of rotation. His left elbow surreptitiously connected with the lower flank of Lin Hong's torso. An elbow strike? A cheap shot? The harm inflicted was immense, the humiliation utterly profound. Yet the movement was subtle, almost imperceptible, so covert that even the sideline referee failed to detect the slightest anomaly. Lin Hong felt a sharp pain in his waist, gasping involuntarily as he instinctively doubled over. Seizing this fleeting opportunity, Hamilton swiftly leapt into the air, executing a shooting motion. Damn it! Playing dirty with me? Lin Hong was utterly enraged. Suppressing excruciating pain, he leapt into action immediately, his massive palms swinging through the air like a giant fan. A thunderous roar erupted from him, stunning everyone present. You bastard! Go to hell! He bellowed. Despite the delayed takeoff and the excruciating pain in his waist compromising his vertical leap, Lin Hong's extraordinary wingspan still enabled him to swat the opponent away with contemptuous ease. Imbecile. Witnessing Lin Hong successfully deceived, a triumphant smirk curled upon Hamilton's lips. The ball remained in his grasp, deliberately withheld, only to be artfully passed backward to Lopez cutting through the open lane. A fatal defensive lapse. The teammates had already given up, as Lin Hong had been dragged out, leaving the penalty area utterly defenseless. They were still a considerable distance away from the box, far from being able to block the opponent's scoring attempt, let alone draw a foul. Utterly powerless to intervene. After receiving the ball, Lopez didn't hesitate for a moment, taking a quick step for the layup. Everyone seemed to foresee the inevitable outcome of this play. Yet Lin Hong refused to surrender. Get out of my way. Enraged Lin Hong, even after being faked out by his opponent, refused to surrender. The moment his feet touched the ground, he explosively launched himself skyward once more. A terrifying hand bulging with veins swung out in fury, mercilessly slamming the ascending basketball against the backboard with a thunderous clap. A resounding rejection, the ball pinned against the glass. With lightning reflexes, Iverson deftly snatched the rebound, cradling the ball against his chest. In that fleeting moment, the entire arena erupted in an electric atmosphere. What magnificent coordination this was. That celestial beast from the Orient has surged forward yet again. Who could have envisioned a towering colossus of 2.15 meters possessing the swiftness of a counterattack that outpaces even the fleetest of guards? It's utterly absurd. Centers are now competing with forwards and guards for positions. No wonder people say Lin is a Chinese monster. He's even more monstrous than an actual monster. Even monsters have Ultraman to restrain them. But Lin Hong, who can stop him? Unstoppable. The defensive system of St. John's University was as impenetrable as an iron barrel. However, the explosive inside-outside duo of Iverson and Lin Hong functioned like machine guns, raining destruction from all angles. Time and again, they riddled St. John's defense with holes. Chapter 19. Defying Convention. Who isn't a master of theatrics? The city of George flourished both inside and outside, advancing with an unstoppable momentum. St. John fought back valiantly, yet found themselves powerless to reverse the tide. Even as their coach, Frisili, called multiple timeouts in an attempt to disrupt George's offensive rhythm, it proved futile to stem the game's downward spiral. The point gap widened relentlessly, extinguishing all hope. Since resistance was futile, they simply surrendered to the inevitable. In the second half, the starting five of St. John's remained benched. Witnessing this scene, Georgetown's head coach John Thompson suddenly felt a sense of listlessness. With an air of frustration, he waved his hand dismissively and promptly substituted out his key players like Lin Hong and Iverson. Surveying the court, There wasn't a single formidable opponent left from St. John's. His carefully crafted tactics found no application. The adversaries had fallen without even a fight, leaving him in the lonely pursuit of an unbeatable challenge. In the end, amidst an atmosphere of jubilation, Georgetown effortlessly secured their first victory of the new season without shedding a drop of blood. They dominated St. John's Red Storm with a commanding 30-point lead, wrapping up the game by halftime. Allen Iverson played with effortless grace, scoring 16 points and dishing out 8 assists in just one half, nearly achieving a double-double. Meanwhile, Lin Hong dominated the paint with an impressive 18 points, 15 rebounds, and 4 blocks. Their seamless on-court chemistry and smooth connections left Georgetown fans utterly mesmerized. Many seasoned fans couldn't help but sigh nostalgically. Ah, the glory days of college basketball. Allen's performance remains as spectacular as ever. His speed is simply breathtaking. Indeed, yet let us not overlook that towering colossus from the Celestial Empire. This year, the Eastern Conference Championship is ours for the taking. Our ultimate goal is to claim the NCAA tournament title. The passionate Georgetown fans are already envisioning and anticipating their team's performance in the upcoming season. The Big East Conference Championship? An NCAA tournament title? My apologies, but Georgetown, shall claim it all. During the post-game interview session, the reporter immediately approached Allen Iverson for his comments. Before the journalist could even pose a question, Iverson preemptively spoke up with a smile, gesturing toward a bashfully pretending tall figure nearby. Hold on, fellas. I believe today's spotlight shouldn't be on me, but rather that towering gentleman over there. No sooner had these words left his lips than Iverson waved enthusiastically in Lin Hong's direction. Lin, come over here, someone's looking for you. Upon hearing Iverson's call, Lin Hong paused for a brief moment, a glint of sharpness flashing through his eyes before he slowly approached. Iverson leaned in close to Lin Hong's ear and whispered in a hushed tone, "Listen, my friend, I'm utterly heartbroken. These fickle journalists, I went out of my way to engage them, yet they deliberately ignored me, refusing to interview me. All they want is you. How deeply it wounds the soul. It seems their affection has truly faded. A pack of ungrateful wolves. I've finally seen through their vile faces." Iverson shook his head like a resentful woman, indignantly denouncing those unscrupulous reporters. Finally, he gave Lin Hong's shoulder a firm pat. "Lin, avenge me. Give these wretched curs a proper welcome." After entrusting Lin Hong, Iverson picked up his water glass and waved at the reporters with a pitiful pout. "All right. The man you've been waiting for is here. I'll step aside for him now. Love truly fades away. Let me depart in sorrow. Do not follow me, for I am unworthy." With those words uttered, Iverson turned on his heels without a backward glance and disappeared into the players' tunnel. A post-game interview? That was utterly out of the question. How could a post-match interview ever compare to the sheer delight of playing cards with a psychotherapist? The journalists on the scene stood dumbfounded, utterly bewildered. What on earth was happening? Though physically present, it felt as though I had missed the grand spectacle unfolding before me. The thought processes and behavioral patterns of geniuses are truly peculiar, unfettered by convention, unrestrained by logic. Yet they've grown accustomed to this. Should one ever anticipate a genius's actions, they would cease to be genius. Lin Hong. After regaining composure, the reporter directed the microphone towards Lin Hong. "Congratulations on securing your first victory of the season. Making your starting debut in the very first match and delivering such a stellar performance. How does it feel to lead the team to victory?" Lead the team to victory? Good heavens, this is clearly setting up a trap. Lin Hong wore an innocent and harmless expression as he said, "I feel quite pleased. The sensation of contributing to the team's victory is truly wonderful, but this is not solely my merit. The greatest credit belongs to Allen." Lin Hong responded with impeccable composure, leaving no room for journalists to exploit any loopholes. In the ensuing 2 minutes, the reporter persistently laid traps, yet Lin Hong skillfully evaded with diplomatic ambiguity. Their verbal duel resembled a clash of swords, sharp yet refined. After several rounds of sparring, the reporter failed to gain the upper hand. She ultimately concluded, this Chinese behemoth demonstrated surprising finesse beneath his rough exterior, exhibiting none of a novice's traits. His every utterance resembled a Tai Chi master's movements, appearing to reveal everything at surface level, yet upon closer examination, conveying nothing substantial. Listening to his speech was like hearing words without substance, a masterclass in saying much while meaning little. The final question, Lin. The journalist was about to give up. "Would you mind sharing what Aaron whispered in your ear before he left just now?" "Inconvenient. That would be impossible." Lin Hong nodded with an innocent expression. "It's nothing much. He just told me one thing, that you're all a bunch of utter fools. Not that I'm insulting you. That's exactly what he said. Don't blame me. Don't blame you? Who do you think you're fooling? This celestial beast is utterly wicked. Witnessing the stunned expressions of the reporters before him, as if struck by lightning, a mischievous smile flickered across Lin Hong's lips. Rising to his feet, he departed without another word. Allen Iverson believed he had outmaneuvered Lin Hong on the second level. Little did he know, Lin Hong was operating on an entirely different stratosphere. With the same finesse, Lin Hong had mastered the essence of demeanor effortlessly. Moreover, he wasn't lying. Allen Iverson had indeed just said exactly that. Exiting the stadium, Lin Hong found himself immediately surrounded by a bevy of admirers. His gaze swept across the crowd, taking in the sight of numerous young ladies vying for his attention. The group predominantly consisted of Asian American girls, followed by Caucasian beauties, with a few stunning African American women completing the diverse gathering. The Asian admirers maintained a demure demeanor, casting shy glances as they hesitantly presented notebooks for his autograph. The Caucasian girls were bold and direct, not only requesting Lin Hong's autograph on their chests, but also slipping him little notes. The ebony beauties charged forward aggressively, bumping into him with their curves, utterly disregarding any sense of propriety. Sigh. The excruciating contrast of fire and ice. Forced fruits may lack sweetness, yet they quench the thirst. After an intense internal struggle, Lin Hong clutched a handful of small notes and returned to his dormitory with bated breath. Wiping the cold sweat from his forehead, he heaved a profound sigh. In the end, he had preserved his integrity, though it meant missing out on a dark forest of temptation. At this very moment, he suddenly understood why NBA players always appeared overburdened and perpetually exhausted. The clouds drift aimlessly, the boat rocks gently, carry me to the summit, that I may glimpse her smile once more. Alas, the fair maiden is as fierce as a tiger. In such an environment, resisting external temptations proves exceedingly arduous. A young man venturing out into the world must learn to safeguard himself with utmost vigilance. Returning to the matter at hand, for journalists, Lin Hong's preceding responses were utterly devoid of substance. It was the final remark that truly detonated with sensational impact. What significance does enduring a bit of criticism hold? Explosive content, so compelling it could make one kneel and call you daddy. 5 minutes later, local media outlets such as Washington Television and the Washington Post began branding Iverson with a fresh label. An arrogant, self-absorbed problematic genius? Will this rebellious and problematic youth be able to shoulder the responsibility of reviving Georgetown's glory? The next morning, a yawning and bleary-eyed Allen Iverson ambled into the gymnasium, murmuring with amusement as he perused the newspaper headline in his hand. Well now, gentlemen, who on earth fabricated this rumor and crafted such a novel persona for me? As soon as the words faded, Iverson curled his lips into a mischievous smirk. The rest of the Georgetown players, including Athella Harrington, exchanged uneasy glances, their gazes shifting between mouths and noses, collectively falling silent. Silence is golden. For a prolonged moment, silence lingered unanswered. Iverson raised his head only to witness his teammates uniformly retreating several paces, their expressions etched with a horror akin to encountering a specter. What in the world has come over you all? Speak up, Allen Iverson asked with a puzzled expression. The group murmured in agreement, nodding in unison. Then, after exchanging glances, they hummed twice more before shaking their heads simultaneously. What a bunch of jesters. Iverson's eye twitched, torn between amusement and exasperation. Speak now, or I'll lose my temper. They jostled and shoved each other until finally stepping back in unison, leaving the towering Lin Hong standing conspicuously alone. Lin, did you truly utter those words? Allen Iverson pointed at the newspaper and approached Lin Hong, saying, Allen told me. You guys are a bunch of idiots? Lin Hong did not respond directly, but instead inquired. Allen, did you enjoy yourself at last night's party? Not bad. Those girls were quite wild. Wait, what kind of party is this? Allen Iverson reacted swiftly, realizing his cover was blown, and began to play it off casually. Lin, we're discussing the matter of the report right now. Indeed. Weren't those your exact words before you departed? Lin Hong shrugged his shoulders and dramatically reenacted the parting speech Iverson had made. Indeed, Allen. I did not improvise freely nor tarnish anyone's innocence. Iverson found himself utterly speechless. He had truly lifted a stone only to drop it on his own feet. His own words seemed to have boomeranged upon himself in the most ironic fashion. Yet even if it were his words, Lin Hong should not have voiced them so bluntly. Very well, you've prevailed. It matters not if another title is bestowed upon me. Iverson conceded with a resigned sigh, carelessly tossing the newspaper aside. Problematic genius, you say? At least genius carries an air of sophistication. Is that all? Has it truly concluded so abruptly? The crowd stood in stunned silence, utterly convinced. Perhaps the only way to defeat magic is with magic itself. Chapter 20. A blessing in disguise. How many dollars were earned from that soul-stirring kick? Meanwhile, the incident of Lin Hong stepping on and bursting the gauzy basketball shoes, under the orchestration of certain behind-the-scenes manipulators, finally began to gain momentum. To think that basketball shoes could be crushed underfoot, good heavens. How utterly astonishing. To have one's shoes torn apart merely by playing basketball, truly an unprecedented spectacle. Ha ha. Lin Hong's utterly bewildered expression is absolutely killing me. Damn it, these overpriced Nike basketball shoes turned out to be such garbage. There must be serious quality issues. I'm demanding a refund. The controversy continues to escalate, gaining tremendous momentum. Within mere hours, it has stormed the headlines across major newspapers. Meanwhile, at Nike's global headquarters in Portland, Oregon, USA, a solemn gathering of top executives fills the conference room. President Fairman, having received an urgent call from the marketing department, immediately recognized the severity of the situation and convened this emergency meeting. At the head of the table, Fairman exudes authority without needing to raise his voice, his fingers tapping rhythmically on the polished surface. I believe everyone understands the full context of this situation by now. He states, let's hear your perspectives. Let me begin. Kevin Thomas, the product department manager, was the first to speak up bluntly. The simplest solution is to offer him hush money and have him issue a statement claiming it wasn't a quality issue with the sneakers themselves. That won't work, countered John Schneider, the marketing manager, shaking his head. Under the watchful eyes of the public, people aren't fools. How could we possibly deceive them so carelessly? However, I do have a proposal. If handled properly, it might just turn losses into gains and reverse our fortunes. It's even possible to elevate our position further. Feldman stopped tapping his fingers and abruptly looked up, his eyes burning with intensity. Go on. Sign Lin Hong and appoint him as our chief experience officer for Hook sneakers. That approach won't work, objected a senior executive. I've reviewed his profile. He's just an unknown freshman player, hardly worth such a grand gesture. Besides, NCAA players aren't allowed to sign endorsement deals. Schneider, however, responded with deliberate composure. Elucidating, my perspective stands in stark contrast to yours. Primarily, he is a prodigious basketball virtuoso. How could such an identity possibly be deemed incongruous? It is an impeccable match. Moreover, although Lin Hong currently lacks widespread recognition, his innate talents are abundantly evident. Judging by his debut performance, his future potential is undoubtedly boundless. What greater value is there than offering timely assistance compared to merely adding embellishments to perfection? As for your concerns, we can reach an agreement with him to secure his endorsement after he enters the NBA. We must sign him before Reebok realizes what's happening. Fairman nodded, visibly intrigued. The others also found the proposal quite appealing. After all, Lin Hong's talent was blindingly obvious. Even without this incident, inviting him as a spokesperson would have merely been a matter of time. President, the stock price has hit a circuit breaker. Suddenly, the secretary interjected. In the meeting room, everyone froze as if struck by lightning, utterly incredulous. The company's stock had been steadily climbing. How could it have suddenly triggered a trading halt? There must be something sinister at play. Everyone turned on their computers and began reviewing the documents. 5 minutes later, President Fairman slowly raised his head and let out a heavy sigh. I anticipated this matter would have a negative impact on the company, but I never imagined it would strike with such swiftness. Very well, Fairman declared decisively, his tone resolute. We shall proceed according to your proposal. I await your favorable news. The United States, Washington, Georgetown University. Lin Hong was seated on the bench, taking a moment to rest, when suddenly his phone rang. Hello, is this Mr. Lin Hong? It is me. Greetings, Mr. Lin. I am John, the department manager of Hook Corporation. After introducing himself, John Schneider stated his purpose. Hook, sneaker endorsement? Me? Lin Hong felt as though thunder had struck his very soul, utterly incredulous. Bliss had descended upon him with such abruptness. 20 minutes later, at the Starbucks near Georgetown University's entrance, Lin Hong encountered the travel-worn entourage of John Schneider. What on earth was happening? Mr. Schneider, could you elaborate further on this matter? After a few moments, Lin Hong finally grasped the full context of the situation. Consequently, he felt rather embarrassed. There was certainly no issue with the sneaker's quality. However, given his explosive power at that moment, any brand of basketball shoes would likely have been destroyed. He truly hadn't considered the consequences, never imagining that his forceful stomp would directly trigger a trading halt for the company's stocks. Lin Hong felt somewhat awkward. This incident was truly an accident. Besides, NCAA players aren't permitted to endorse products. I'll clarify things for you during an interview another day, he added. Schneider froze momentarily, clearly not expecting Lin Hong to react this way. After all, they had come here with a genuine offer, money in hand. Yet, Lin Hong refused. This left him utterly bewildered. Lin Hong repeatedly declined, yet Schneider grew increasingly flustered, beads of perspiration forming on his forehead. He never anticipated that the seemingly inexperienced youth before him would display such unshakable composure. Mr. Lin. Rules are rigid, but people are flexible. There's always a way to operate within regulations. Moreover, even without this incident, we had planned to invite you as our brand ambassador after next year's draft. Your identity not only aligns perfectly with our corporate image, but could also help us penetrate the Chinese market. He repeatedly emphasized that this sneaker explosion incident was merely a catalyst. Lin Hong continued shaking his head. The atmosphere suddenly grew tense. Tap, tap. Schneider lightly drummed his fingers on the desk, frowning in contemplation before finally smiling and saying, "Don't reject us just yet. We can increase the offer." This. Lin Hong opened his mouth slightly, clearly misunderstood by the other party. A simple misinterpretation had led to such an absurd scene, one shaking his head vehemently while the other kept raising the price. The money-adding gentleman truly knew no bounds in his extravagance. There is no turning back now. Lin Hong gritted his teeth. Enough of this. Who do they think they're looking down upon? In the afternoon, at the same location, we shall delve deeper into our discussion. It is not that he lacks principles, but rather that the other party has offered far too much. The following morning, a piece of news quietly graced the front pages of major publications, swiftly igniting widespread dissemination. Hook appoints product experience officer, the Eastern Colossus Lin Hong. Upon its release, this announcement instantaneously dominated print media headlines. Hook's counterintuitive maneuver was nothing short of a stroke of genius. Yesterday, while perusing the news, I noticed Nike stock had triggered a circuit breaker. Initially assuming their fortunes were declining, I was astonished when they promptly signed Lin Hong as their new ambassador. I'm quite intrigued. What astronomical endorsement fee might they have offered? Given Lin Hong's current level of fame, it shouldn't be particularly high. This move was truly a stroke of genius. Absolutely brilliant. One can't help but admire it. Lin Hong stepped on the hook and crushed it, only for the hook to retaliate and take him down in turn. Damn. From now on, when buying sneakers, won't we have to keep our eyes glued to that swoosh? Absolutely, Lin Hong couldn't even burst these sneakers. Their explosion-proof properties are absolutely top-notch. Wow. Nike stock is skyrocketing. Portland, Oregon, USA. A group of Nike executives sat gathered in the conference room, holding their breath with bated anticipation. Their anxious gazes fixed upon the stock ticker display before them. Mr. President, the share price is rising. The secretary struggled to suppress her overwhelming emotions. Excellent. The figures have risen. Forming an alliance with Lin Hong was undoubtedly the right decision. John, we owe this success entirely to you. Your contribution has been truly invaluable. Faced with numerous praises, John Schneider, the marketing manager, offered a faint smile and casually waved his hand. Standard procedure, nothing extraordinary. At Georgetown University, Lin Hong had just finished his daily training. Before he could even take a seat, Jerome Williams and a few others pulled him into a corner. Glancing around furtively like thieves, ensuring no one was nearby, they whispered, "Lin, is the news true? Did Hook really ask you to be their spokesperson?" Lin Hong rolled his eyes and retorted, "How could that be? University students aren't allowed to endorse products. You know that perfectly well. Come on, just reveal the price already. Quickly. Give me a number to crush my hopes and dreams." William's eyes sparkled as he threw an arm around Lin Hong's neck. Lin Hong merely shrugged with an enigmatic smile, as if guarding celestial secrets. Damn it, there must be some shady dealings going on here. I'm positively green with envy. Harrington vigorously pounded his forehead, blindly guessing. It wouldn't be less than 2 million. Williams spoke with an air of serene confidence. Iverson shook his head. It shouldn't be that high. Lin has only played one game. There's little convincing evidence. I'd estimate it's at most just over 1 million. Such lack of vision. Peggy curled her lips in disdain. Iverson instantly felt an overwhelming urge to strangle him. With a fierce glare, he growled, "Speak properly." "Oh." Peggy obediently complied, raising 3 fingers. "I'll stake my claim right here. If Lin's endorsement fee falls below 3 million, I'll cover all this month's dining expenses." Lin Hong, damn it. That guess was uncannily accurate. Chapter 21. Thompson, the Miraculous Prophet. The United States. Washington, D.C. Verizon Center Arena. The second match day of the Big East Conference Tour. Georgetown prepares to host Connecticut on their home court. Unlike the previous match, this game was commentated by professional broadcasters from ESPN. It's worth noting that ordinary tournaments rarely garner attention from ESPN. However, the showdown between Connecticut and Georgetown is an exception, without a doubt. Georgetown stands as Connecticut's most formidable rival this season. Likewise, if Allen aspires to lead Georgetown to victory in the Big East Championship before entering the NBA, he must first conquer Connecticut. Before the match commenced, the two commentators engaged in pre-game analysis. Connecticut's most formidable adversary on their path to championship glory was undoubtedly Georgetown, boasting the formidable duo of Allen Iverson and Latrell Sprewell. Meanwhile, Iverson, upon concluding this season, would ascend to the NBA. In his final collegiate campaign, his burning desire to propel Georgetown to championship victory meant overcoming Connecticut stood as an inevitable obstacle. Both teams possessed compelling motivations for triumph. Consequently, this clash was heralded by the media as a dramatic prelude to the Big East Conference Championship Finals. During the pre-match interview, Georgetown's guard Doran Schaefer confidently declared, "They were no match for us last year, and this year will be no different." What? That towering figure from the Middle Kingdom? Please, this jest is far from amusing. They may have gained a new student from the Celestial Empire, but we possess Travis. Evidently, in Schaefer's perspective, Lin Hong has indeed delivered remarkable performances in the recent two matches. However, the Eskimos boast Travis Knight in their interior line. Containing a freshman player should be as effortless as grasping something within one's palm, shouldn't it? If we aspire to claim the championship, we must triumph over today's formidable opponents. At the same time, in front of the Georgetown bench, head coach John Thompson gathered his players together. "Listen, gentlemen, this season our roster appears exceptionally well-rounded. However, this is merely a superficial assessment. It hasn't been tested against formidable opponents. That's why I need you to secure victory in this game." After uttering these words, Coach John Thompson's gaze settled upon Iverson and Lin Hong. Could the team truly ascend to greater heights? The future now rests entirely upon these two young twin stars. The University of Connecticut, alma mater of Ray Allen. In Lin Hong's memory, during Ray Allen's final collegiate season, he was selected for the All-American first team and honored as the Big East Player of the Year. This indicates that Ray Allen was already demonstrating his brilliance at this stage. Doran Schaefer, an outstanding guard with remarkable scoring ability, was chosen by the Los Angeles Clippers as the 7th pick in the second round of the 1996 draft, though he never entered the NBA. Travis Knight, a young center who earned a spot on the prestigious McDonald's All-American team for high school standouts. This individual was selected as the 29th overall pick in the first round of the 1996 draft by the Chicago Bulls and went on to claim a championship title in the year 2000. In other words, Connecticut possesses 3 genuine NBA-caliber players. They even have a starter like Ray Allen, whose talent rivals that of a lottery pick. The prowess of Connecticut is beyond question. They are formidable contenders for the Big East Championship. John Thompson began dispensing motivational wisdom. "Lads, this will be a grueling battle, but it presents the perfect opportunity to validate our training efforts." Elite opponents? Precisely the kind we relish challenging. Ray Allen? What of him? Lin Hong wasn't particularly impressed by the former three-point king. "Allen, the whetstone to test our AI-Lin combination has arrived." Lin Hong stretched lazily, his long arm casually draping over Iverson's shoulder. "Both named Allen. Let's show the outsiders later which Allen truly outshines the other." Even the notoriously defiant Allen Iverson appeared unusually solemn, revealing the formidable prowess of Connecticut's team. As one of the founding members of the Big East Conference, Connecticut has elevated its performance to unprecedented heights this season. Ray Allen currently ranks among the top 3 in the latest rookie standings. With point guard Doran Schaefer and Travis Knight complementing the roster, Connecticut boasts 3 NBA-caliber starters this year, forming an impeccable and formidable lineup. Undoubtedly, their sights are firmly set on claiming the NCAA National Championship this season. Pre-game warm-up. The live commentary begins to energize the atmosphere. Ladies and gentlemen, the highlight of this match is undoubtedly the showdown between Georgetown's twin stars, Iverson Lin versus the Eskimo Ray Allen Knight. From the Celestial Dynasty, Lin faces an immense challenge today. Can he sustain the explosive performance from his previous game? Let us wait and see. Oh heavens, what do we behold? The commentator's voice seemed constricted, then suddenly soared to a higher pitch. Splash. Wow. Thunderous applause erupted in the arena, accompanied by gasps of astonishment and fervent screams. Lin Hong, who had been practicing free throws, turned to look at the equally bewildered Williams and Harrington. Their faces mirrored his confusion as they helplessly spread their hands in bewilderment. Scanning the surrounding fans, Lin Hong noticed they were all gazing intently toward the player tunnel. Curiosity piqued, he too lifted his eyes toward the entrance. A towering figure strode forward. The one who arrived was none other than the legendary Georgetown University center, the towering African giant Dikembe Mutombo. The moment he appeared, the entire arena erupted in thunderous cheers from the adoring fans. Amidst the roaring applause, Mutombo immediately made his way to embrace his former mentor, John Thompson. "Coach, I heard the team has acquired another outstanding center, touted as this year's most dominant interior force." "Yes, indeed, truly exceptional." "Oh," Uncle Mu raised his head, his eyes half-lidded as his gaze settled upon Lin Hong warming up on the court. "That fellow there? So he's Lin?" "Indeed, Deacon, Lin is exceptional. His physical prowess is the most extraordinary I've ever witnessed." John Thompson also gazed at Lin Hong with an affectionate smile, remarking, "You might not believe it, but I have a premonition that Lin's future accomplishments may surpass all of yours. All of us. Me, Alonzo, Patrick. Oh my, is that truly the case?" Evidently, even the venerable Mutombo was taken aback by Thompson's rhetoric. While he himself might be inconsequential, that fellow Patrick is universally acknowledged as one of the league's 4 premier centers. Could Lin Hong possibly surpass the 4 great centers? How utterly preposterous. Of course, but it's merely my intuition. John Thompson shrugged with a wry smile. If he suffers a severe injury or fails to make significant technical progress, then consider my words unsaid. In Coach Thompson's perspective, Lin Hong possesses extraordinary physical gifts and explosive athleticism. Throughout his decades-long coaching career, he had never encountered a center with such guard-like agility. The waters run too deep. He simply couldn't fathom their depths. Therefore, surpassing Ewing, one of the 4 great centers, is merely a conservative estimate for Thompson. But who can truly predict what the future holds? Whether Lin Hong can develop a decent shooting ability and avoid major injuries will be the decisive factors determining the magnitude of his future achievements. However, regardless of the circumstances, Coach Thompson's words have already set Mutombo's expectations soaring. He is quite eager to witness what kind of statistics this towering Chinese giant, whom his former college mentor claims may one day reach or even surpass Patrick's level, can deliver in this highly anticipated showdown. Chapter 22, a cyclonic slam? No, a rim-shattering dunk. "Lin, are you nervous?" Amidst the deafening roars reverberating through the stands, Victor Page, the team's point guard, inquired with a smile. Lin Hong's performance would largely determine Georgetown's ceiling this new season. As the squad's floor general, Victor found himself involuntarily gripped by tension. "Victor, why should I be nervous?" Lin Hong smiled and retorted rhetorically, "With both my skills and physical prowess on full display here, do you truly believe there's any necessity for me to feel nervous? Moreover, there is absolutely no need for apprehension. Your task is remarkably straightforward. Simply advance the ball to the front court and deliver it to Allen and myself." Lin Hong instinctively reached out to ruffle Victor Page's hair, standing at a mere 185 centimeters. Victor's stature allowed Lin Hong to easily gaze upon the intellectual plateau of his companion with just a slight tilt of his head. Seizing the opportune moment, Lin Hong indulged in another caress, finding the texture rather pleasing to the touch. No wonder Tim Duncan of the Spurs era took such delight in bestowing his blessings upon others, frequently tousling the locks of Manu Ginobili, Tony Parker, and their ilk. The sensation of a celestial being gently stroking one's crown. This was the very feeling. Truly an experience that left one yearning for more. Exhales deeply, Lin. You're absolutely right. With such exceptional skills and innate talent displayed here, there's truly no need for any apprehension. Peggy took a deep breath. As someone merely tasked with ball control, what reason was there to feel nervous? At this thought, Peggy felt considerably more at ease, a knowing smile gracing her features. Very well then. Allow me to demonstrate a windmill dunk for everyone, Lin Hong suddenly declared, the corners of his lips curling with a hint of playful amusement. Oh, a windmill? Unbelievable. Lin, you must be jesting. Could it truly be the windmill? Iverson and the others were initially stunned, then their expressions turned to sheer disbelief. To execute a windmill dunk, not only is exceptional vertical leap required, but impeccable bodily coordination is also an absolutely crucial factor. For a towering 215 centimeters giant to attempt such a maneuver presents an extraordinary challenge indeed. Yet no one doubted Lin Hong's ability to complete this dunk. In an instant, players like Iverson craned their necks, their gazes burning with anticipation as they watched Lin Hong prepare for his windmill slam. This intriguing scene was immediately noticed by the commentators on site. Lin, are you attempting a slam dunk performance? Judging by the eager expressions on the faces of Alan and Jerome, they were clearly anticipating his performance. Haha, indeed. After all, he's the one who shattered the backboard. Who wouldn't be excited? The commentators chuckled in amusement. Lin Hong held the ball at the free throw line, took 2 powerful dribbles, then sharply bent his knees before launching his right arm in a sweeping motion just outside the restricted area. Iverson and Williams had already raised their hands, holding their breath, eyes locked in anticipation, ready to erupt in applause. Yet, the next moment, and the moment after that, Lin Hong seemed to freeze in place, his feet firmly planted on the ground, not even the slightest hint of a jump. Instead, his right arm, still gripping the ball, swung in a full, exaggerated arc through the air. Of course, it didn't even graze the rim, just a futile, empty motion. Seriously? We waited all this time? For this? Such a dramatic outcome was utterly unacceptable to Iverson and his companions, leaving them completely devastated. Chuckle very well. You have prevailed. It seems like a whirlwind in place, haha. Lin, you're about to make me laugh out the donuts I had last night. Lin, I give your dunk a perfect score, ha ha ha. A well-timed joke instantly eased the teammates' tension. Just as everyone thought the moment had passed, Lin Hong clapped his hands again. With a serious expression replacing his smile, he declared, "The joke's over. Now I'm really going to dunk. The exciting part is coming. Don't even blink." Tap, tap, tap. Once more, he strode to the apex, poised for a dunk. Yet within Iverson and Jerome's hearts, an ominous thud resounded, their lips twitching involuntarily. Was this truly the grand spectacle about to unfold? Or merely another stationary windmill deception? Did you truly believe I would be fooled again? Allen Iverson let out a disdainful snort as Lin executed a spectacular windmill dunk. Though he harbored deep suspicions about whether Lin Hong was truly jesting, his body betrayed him with an unwavering gaze. Whoosh! Lin Hong hurled the ball towards the backboard, his feet abruptly accelerating as he charged inside the free throw line. With a spring-like leap, he soared into the air, his head level with the rim. Catching the ball mid-flight with both hands, he arched it behind his head, his body taut like a fully drawn bow. Executing a thunderous two-handed C-shaped dunk, he slammed the basketball through the hoop with immense force. The next instant, crack, crack, a faint, almost imperceptible sound suddenly amplified. The backboard abruptly fractured, starting from a single point before spiderweb-like fissures rapidly radiated outward, engulfing the entire surface in an instant. In the next instant, bang, the backboard shattered violently. Fragments of broken glass exploded into countless pieces, cascading down like snowflakes over Lin Hong's head. Yet, this was not the end. Driven by instinct, Lin Hong, still hanging from the rim, exerted a sudden force with both hands, tearing the entire hoop down. The backboard collapsed, the rim snapped apart. This is the ferocious slam dunk imbued with the sheer might of the legendary Shaquille O'Neal in his prime. The arena plunged into an eerie silence. As the backboard shattered and the rim was torn down by Lin Hong, every spectator in the stands widened their eyes in boundless astonishment. The next moment, applause, cheers, shouts, and screams surged forth like an unstoppable landslide. Lin Hong's explosive dunk ignited the entire crowd, elevating the already electrifying atmosphere of the stadium to an even greater crescendo. Absolutely monstrous. A single dunk not only shattered the backboard but also tore down the hoop. What a terrifying display of physical prowess. The most chilling part, he didn't even seem to exert his full strength. Shudders. Utterly horrifying. My God. Lin demolished the backboard, ripped apart the rim. Jerome Williams clutched his head in disbelief, his face a canvas of astonishment. The envy radiating from his expression was unmistakable. Lin, that was utterly brutal. Allen Iverson shook his head, casting a sympathetic glance at the opponent knight. What an absolute nightmare. At the Connecticut bench, head coach Jim Calhoun stood with his mouth agape. An expression of utter disbelief etched across his weathered face. His lips moved silently before he murmured in astonishment. To tear down the entire hoop with a dunk, what manner of sorcery is this? How in heaven's name did he accomplish such a feat? The Connecticut center knight appeared composed on the surface, yet a tempest raged within his soul. A barely perceptible flicker of terror flashed through his eyes as his lips trembled faintly. An involuntary thought escaped his mind. What manner of beast is this? Even if the rim's craftsmanship wasn't particularly sturdy, surely it shouldn't be this fragile? Or perhaps the opponent's dunk was utterly savage. After what seemed like an eternity, the crowd finally snapped out of their stunned silence from Lin Hong's thunderous dunk, surveying the chaotic mess scattered across the court. Georgetown's head coach John Thompson was seething with rage, his face darkened, veins bulging at his temples, his mind roaring with fury as his blood pressure skyrocketed. He immediately bellowed at Lin Hong, "Lin, you reckless fool. You seem to be itching for punishment. Your training clearly hasn't been rigorous enough. After the match concludes, you'll stay behind for additional practice." Lin Hong awkwardly rubbed his nose, his eyes darting around as he tentatively ventured, "Coach, if I said it wasn't intentional, would you believe me?" "Believe you? I'd sooner believe in flying pigs." Chapter 23. On the art of feigning injury, I am a true virtuoso. Beep. The match had not even commenced when a backboard was shattered, leaving the referee with no choice but to postpone the game for half an hour. Maintenance crews swiftly arrived to clear the shattered glass and replace the basketball hoop. Yet it granted the spectators ample time to vividly relive that electrifying spectacle in their minds. "Are you jesting with me?" Jerome Williams gaped in astonishment, his eyes nearly bulging out of their sockets. Just as he had during the match against Massachusetts, Lin shattered yet another backboard with a thunderous dunk. Indeed, his power is unparalleled, his dunks domineering and boundless. However, as if suddenly realizing something, Iverson revealed a teasing expression, barely suppressing his amusement as he quipped, "This is our own backboard." Even his own backboard wasn't spared. What kind of human does that? On the Connecticut bench, Ray Allen kept shaking his head in disbelief. "That man is an absolute beast. The memory of that shattered backboard still haunts me. The explosion of glass shards cascading to the ground, the mangled rim hanging precariously. My soul remains unsettled by the violent spectacle." Coach Jim Calhoun's expression was grave. With Lin Hong Allen dominating inside and outside, it seemed Georgetown was poised to make a stunning breakthrough this season, pushing all the way to the top. With unparalleled speed, the ferocious power of a raging flood, astonishing leaping ability, and extraordinary wingspan, Lin Hong's talents are beyond imagination. His talent is blindingly evident. If Allen was the chosen one sent by the heavens, then Lin Hong is the celestial heir dispatched by the cosmos itself. I had assumed Allen was the cornerstone of Georgetown's rise, yet to my delightful surprise, there exists an unexpected gem. From this day forth, I shall be an ardent devotee of Lin Hong. Amidst the rapt attention of the masses, Lin Hong executed a thunderous dunk that shattered the backboard, instantly amassing a legion of devoted admirers. The much-anticipated duel between the two champions has now gained an additional compelling dimension with the emergence of Lin Hong. Not just fans, but also several scouts. Indeed, as top prospects in the draft, Allen Iverson and Ray Allen naturally attracted numerous scouts from various teams. Soon, the new basketball hoop was replaced. Boom. Amidst the fervent cheers of the home crowd, the official match commenced with a resounding jump ball. The referee tossed the ball high into the air. Lin Hong Ru, as if equipped with springs beneath his feet, catapulted upward in an instant. His reaction speed noticeably surpassed that of his opponent, Travis Knight, by more than a margin. The disparity was glaringly evident. With effortless grace, Lin secured the tip-off, directing the ball back into Allen Iverson's hands. Iverson swiftly advanced past half-court before lofting a precise entry pass to Lin, who had already established deep post position. Guarding him was Knight. Still seething from the lost jump ball, Lin knew all too well that such a wiry, lightweight defender was most susceptible to hesitation moves. Thud. Lin Hong violently rammed backward, initiating a forceful confrontation. Seizing the moment as Knight stumbled back from the impact, Lin pivoted on his right foot while his left leg swung in a grand arc, spinning around to face the basket. Feigning a shooting motion, he lured Knight into lunging forward for the block. In the next instant, after shaking off Knight, Lin Hong dribbled forward into the paint. With explosive elevation, he seized the ball and delivered a thunderous two-handed dunk. Boom. The movements flowed with effortless grace, and the slam dunk was executed with a fierce, domineering power. With a score of 2-0, Georgetown executed a splendid play at home. Allen orchestrated the offense with precision, threading the needle to Lin Hong, who emphatically slammed it home under the basket. The commentator on the sidelines passionately narrated the live action to the enthralled audience. Upon witnessing Lin Hong opening the scoring, the female fans in the stands gazed with an unmistakable sparkle in their eyes. Connecticut launched their offensive. Thump, thump, thump. At the top of the key, Ray Allen faced Georgetown's point guard Page, dribbling deliberately. Knight set an off-ball screen beside him before darting toward the basket. Was this a backdoor cut? or perhaps an alley-oop. With just a simple sprint, Knight effortlessly drew Lin Hong's defensive attention, creating a golden opportunity for Ray Allen. Swish. Confronted by Iverson, Ray Allen decisively raised his arms and executed a flawless three-point jump shot. The basketball traced a graceful arc through the air, landing perfectly in the net with a resounding swish, sending ripples through the mesh like waves upon a shore. Hollow shot. 3-2, Connecticut takes a 1-point lead. Ray Allen remains expressionless, like a cold-blooded assassin with deadly precision. Possession changes. Iverson brings the ball up the court. Lin Hong sets a familiar pick and roll with him. Iverson drives hard to the basket, forcing the lanky nether to scramble over and help defense. The burly guard, Doran Schaefer, built like a young bull, immediately switches onto Lin Hong. Mismatch, small on big. Iverson dishes it back to Lin Hong, who now faces Doran Schaefer, nearly a head and a half shorter. Isolation play. Hey rookie, I heard you made quite a splash yesterday and humiliated many people, but you won't gain even the slightest advantage against me. With a robust physique and ferocious defense, Doran Schaefer pressed his forearm ruthlessly against Lin Hong's lower back like a warrior, fearlessly spewing trash talk. I heard they call you the enhanced version of O'Neal? Today, I shall test your true capabilities and see if your reputation is merely unearned. When faced with others' provocative trash talk, Lin Hong has always responded in kind. Bang. Lin Hong dribbled into motion. CFA gritted his teeth and pressed forward in defense. Every muscle in his body tensed, unleashing his utmost strength. Facing such a compact yet immovable force, Lin Hong's approach remained ruthlessly straightforward, plowing ahead with sheer, unrelenting force. Thud, thud. Lin Hong charged backward with tremendous force, swiftly advancing into the 3-second zone beneath the basket. Bang. Another even more powerful back-to-back collision ensued. Schaefer staggered back several steps in dismay. Refusing to concede defeat, he swiftly leaped up in a desperate attempt to block. Seizing the moment, Lin Hong pivoted gracefully before launching himself skyward. With both hands firmly gripping the basketball, he slammed it through the hoop with thunderous force. 4-3. In the next heartbeat, an exhilarated Lin Hong violently yanked down on the rim while his dangling legs kicked wildly through the air. "Aya!" he roared in triumph. A piercing shriek echoed as Schaefer collapsed to the ground, seemingly kicked beyond the boundary line. Lin Hong's playing style was utterly brutal. The backboard trembled violently from the rebound, emitting a persistent buzzing sound. The basketball hoop shook like a sieve in a storm, appearing as though it might collapse into splinters at any moment. Beep, beep, beep. The whistle finally blew. The referee glanced at Doran Schaefer, who was clutching his chest, moaning in pain, and lying on the ground without getting up, his brow furrowing. Then he looked at Lin Hong, who was triumphantly raising his arms and roaring with exhilaration. Without hesitation, the referee blew his whistle and called a technical foul on Lin Hong. What the hell? I didn't even touch him. He flew 3 meters away on his own? This is clearly a flop. Just because his dunk was stylish, you call that a technical foul? Where's the home court advantage we were promised? Have you been bribed or something? Though seething with silent curses inside, Lin Hong still raised his hands high, batted his eyelashes, and cast an innocent gaze at the referee in a shameless attempt to charm his way out of trouble. Never had one witnessed such brazen audacity. The referee's lips twitched, his heart trembled slightly as he picked up the whistle, poised to call another technical foul. Only when Lin Hong repeatedly pleaded for mercy did he reluctantly relent. Yet his piercing gaze seemed to convey, "Young man, I've got my eye on you now." Doran Schaefer finally rose from the ground with a grin, dusted off his trousers, and flashed Lin Hong a roguish smirk accompanied by a nonchalant shrug. His entire demeanor seemed to proclaim with theatrical flair, "When it comes to dramatic tumbles, I am the consummate professional." As the victim of Lin Hong's dunk, Schaefer smiled faintly as he stepped up to the free throw line and calmly sank the shot. 5-4, Connecticut regained a 1-point lead. Chapter 24, Twin Dragons teasing the boar. Knight suffers repeated military training. Come on, man. The commentators on the sidelines applauded in admiration as Lin dominated the paint with unstoppable force, scoring at will. Meanwhile, Ray Allen unleashed his deadly precision from beyond the arc, while Doran Schaefer refused to be outshone, delivering an Oscar-worthy flop. Each player showcased their unique brilliance on the court. The competition was thrilling and intensely close. Indeed, the other commentator nodded in agreement before adding, however, tonight's covert battle for the top draft pick seems to have Allen Iverson observing from the sidelines. As he spoke, Georgetown launched a swift counterattack. Iverson weaved through defenders like a butterfly flitting through flowers, effortlessly bypassing multiple opponents, driving relentlessly toward the basket. He disregarded the defensive presence of Connecticut's center, Knight. First, he hurled himself into the air, then, boom. Facing Knight, he ferociously slammed the basketball into the hoop. In the next play, he executed an elegant up-and-under layup, demonstrating to the entire arena that he was the more gifted player. He was undoubtedly the top candidate for this year's #1 draft pick. Wow, it's absolutely astonishing. Right from the opening, Lin Hong and Allen Iverson showcased their extraordinary talents with relentless and unstoppable offensive plays, setting the stage for Georgetown's dominance. Yet Ray Allen remained expressionless, steady, and composed. With the aid of his teammates' screens, he calmly sank the jump shot. What an exhilarating game this is. A clash of prodigies. What a spectacular match to behold. Exquisite. Come on, Lin Hong Allen Iverson versus Ray Allen Knight. This clash of titans continues to unfold. The spectators in the stands erupted with fervor. As if heeding the fans' silent prayers, in the very next possession, Allen Iverson received the ball at the top of the key, only to find Connecticut's towering center Knight standing defiantly before him. Come forth, Allen. The moment seemed to whisper, tonight crowns but one victor. Our fated duel is inescapable. A pause hung in the air, charged with unspoken challenge. Yet expect no quarter given, the confrontation silently vowed. This victory tonight belongs to none other than myself, Knight declared with an imposing tone. Oh, Iverson responded impassively, his voice devoid of emotion, offering only the barest acknowledgement. Unbeknownst to him, this indifferent, lukewarm reply instantly struck Knight as a profound insult. What? After I have articulated so much, you respond with a mere "oh"? How utterly dismissive and indifferent. Whom do you take me for? Never have I encountered such insolence and audacity. Nate's eyes widened with unbridled fury. Naturally, though a tempest of emotions raged within Nate's heart, Iverson remained blissfully unaware. Here it comes. With a soft hum, Iverson swiftly executed a crossover, transferring the ball to his right hand before accelerating forward. Knight's gaze sharpened as he instantly surged to meet him, resulting in a fierce collision between the two bodies. Thud. With a forceful impact, Iverson failed to fully dislodge Knight, but still managed to charge into the paint, pinning his opponent to one side. Swish. With a low layup attempt, Knight attempted to block. Yet Iverson's formidable core strength rendered him powerless, his fingertips merely grazing past the ball as it swished through the net. Allen Iverson gracefully executed a layup. Oh my goodness! The commentator clutched his head, squinted his eyes, and exclaimed excitedly. Allen Iverson not only executed an impeccable offensive play against Knight, but remarkably held his ground in their physical confrontation. This is utterly astonishing. Allen Iverson was merely a guard, yet Knight stood as Connecticut's towering center. Astonishingly, their physical strength proved evenly matched. The sheer core power of Iverson was truly remarkable. Huh. The other commentator burst into laughter, exclaiming, after all, he's the top draft pick with monstrous talent. It's no surprise at all that he can go toe-to-toe with Knight. Wow. Allen Iverson fearlessly confronted Knight, executing a flawless one-on-one play that instantly ignited the passion of Georgetown fans. They raised their arms in exhilaration, cheering and roaring for him. There is something remarkable indeed, truly befitting the talent of a champion. Knight narrowed his eyes, his gaze brimming with fighting spirit. However, now it's my turn. With his back pressed against Lin Hong, Knight feinted with a deceptive shoulder shake, his entire body a symphony of misdirection. Yet Lin Hong remained utterly unfazed, matching Knight's every move with unyielding physical resistance, leaving Knight visibly unsettled. Thud. Huh. He growled in frustration, seeing Lin Hong unshaken by the feint. Knight dribbled forcefully while taking powerful strides toward the basket. Nate actively sought confrontation, unleashing an even more astonishing surge of power than before, violently colliding with a thunderous impact. Lin Hong was caught off guard as Knight, with a sudden surge of energy, knocked him back a step. Had he swallowed gunpowder? Lin Hong advanced relentlessly, refusing to yield an inch, engaging in a formidable contest of strength while maintaining his elongated arms aloft without lowering them. Amidst the intense physical confrontation, Knight swiftly maneuvered beyond the legal charging zone, executing a sweeping right-handed hook shot. Swish. The basketball traced a flawless arc through the air, yet before even grazing the rim, it began its premature descent. What sorcery is this? How could this be? Nate was utterly astonished, his mind reeling in disbelief. An airball, a complete miss. Under Lin Hong's relentless defensive pressure, Nate's hook shot failed to even graze the rim. How utterly preposterous. It was as though all his strength had abandoned him at that crucial moment. The commentator remarked with a hint of sarcasm, or rather, in terms of sheer strength. Lin Hong completely overwhelmed Knight, leaving him with no surplus energy to maintain his standard hook shot technique. Wow! By the sidelines near the water cooler, Athela Harrington exclaimed with laughter, "Same old recipe." Lin's pair of Chilean arms provide such an immense defensive coverage, utterly impenetrable. On the court, Iverson seized the basketball and swiftly initiated a counterattack. However, Connecticut's defensive retreat was equally prompt, thwarting Iverson's attempted steal. Forced to settle into a half-court offense, the ball whooshed through the air. Allen Iverson executed a dazzling one-on-one breakthrough, slicing through the defense into the paint. Encountering a double team, he swiftly spotted the opportunity and delivered a no-look behind-the-back pass to Lin Hong, cutting in from the free-throw line. Swish! Lin Hong accelerated towards the basket. Yet Knight swiftly closed in once more. Their bodies collided violently yet again with a thunderous impact. In this confrontation, Lin Hong sent Knight staggering over a meter away with a forceful impact. Humph! Nate let out a muffled grunt and pressed closer like a stubborn adhesive plaster. "Lin, I wasn't even using my full strength earlier. When it comes to raw power, I'm certainly not inferior to you." How terrifying. The self-proclaimed champion who's all talk but lacks skill yet loves the game. Lin Hong smirked unkindly, then narrowed his eyes slightly. Shifting his center of gravity downward and lowering his shoulders subtly, he charged forward once more. In the next instant, bang! Thud! The dull thud of colliding muscles. Knight was directly sent sprawling by Lin Hong, crashing onto the ground. "I haven't even exerted my full strength, and you've already fallen." Lin Hong cast a frigid glance at him, then, under the anticipatory gazes of all present, executed a thunderous dunk. The gymnasium fell into a hushed silence for a fleeting moment before erupting into a deafening uproar. Countless fans raised their hands aloft, unleashing deafening roars that nearly lifted the stadium's roof. The Georgetown bench. Alas, what a devastating sight. Othello Harrington sighed with mixed emotions, first overpowered by Aaron, now struck down by Lin. How utterly wretched this night has become. Knight? What manner of strength is this? How have I fallen so easily? This cannot be. Seated on the floor, Nate wore a dazed expression, his mind in utter turmoil, as if 10,000 wild horses were stampeding through it. His face was etched with bewilderment, utterly unable to comprehend what had just transpired. Yet, the harsh reality remained undeniable. Several agonizing minutes elapsed before Knight finally regained his composure. In a moment of profound epiphany, he realized with crystalline clarity that Lin Hong's prowess far surpassed his own. This demanded his utmost seriousness and reverence. However, he soon found himself completely overwhelmed by Lin Hong in terms of speed, leaping ability, and wingspan, which abruptly stifled his offensive momentum. Whenever matched up against Lin Hong, his attacks faltered miserably, resulting in one missed shot after another, even blocked and intercepted. The commentator on the sidelines wore an expression of disbelief. Where had the once soaring, unstoppable Knight vanished? Has Lin Hong clipped your wings? Alas, such is the cruel reality. His partner shrugged. Knight's offense relied on dexterity. When his innate talent was suppressed, he would be rendered utterly useless. Chapter 25. This is my domain. Iverson dazzles with a crossover that sends Ray Allen tumbling. Connecticut launches their offensive play. Point guard Ricky Moore advances the ball past half court with deft dribbling, then delivers a crisp bounce pass to sharpshooter Ray Allen stationed on the wing. Without hesitation, Allen faces off against Allen Iverson, driving decisively to the free throw line where he establishes position, shielding Iverson behind him before elevating for a textbook jump shot. The ball traces a flawless arc through the air. This attempt appears destined to find nothing but net. Swish. Regrettably, before the basketball could reach its zenith, Lin Hong emerged from the side with a thunderous volleyball-style block, sending the ball soaring straight to the bench. Oh! Amidst the gasps of the fans, Lin Hong's gaze swiftly turned toward the towering, dark figure seated in the audience. Their eyes met, and a knowing smile curled at the corners of Lin Hong's lips. The unspoken message was clear. Each new generation surpasses the last, wave upon wave rising ever higher. In terms of shot blocking, Lin Hong is by no means inferior to the legendary Dikembe Mutombo. Ah, this little fellow is rather intriguing. Dikembe Mutombo chuckled and wagged his finger. When it comes to shot blocking and defense, he was undoubtedly one of the most formidable figures in the league at the time. During his tenure at Georgetown, he once delivered an astonishing 12 blocks in a single game, setting a team record. In the 1994-95 season, he was even crowned the league's Defensive Player of the Year. As a seasoned veteran who had dominated the league, He could instantly recognize that Lin Hong's shot blocking and defensive prowess would carve out a respectable place for him even among the elite talents of the NBA. So, is this the promising rookie his mentor has been praising? However, merely this much. Mutombo believed that Lin Hong's potential ceiling would at best be comparable to his own. As for surpassing the innate talent of their senior Patrick Ewing, Lin Hong has yet to reveal his true nature. Connecticut's head coach Jim Calhoun, truly deserving of the NCAA Coach of the Year title, swiftly adjusted his tactics after Lin Hong's spectacular volleyball-style block. Ray Allen lingered momentarily at the free throw line, feigning a cut toward the paint before abruptly executing a backdoor cut that left his defender off balance. He then stepped back diagonally to the left wing, positioning himself beyond the three-point arc. Allen Iverson, noticing Page had lost his defensive assignment, attempted to close out, only to be firmly screened by the well-prepared Knight. As Ray Allen swiftly took his position, the precise pass from his teammate Ricky Moore arrived in an instant. Catching the pass and squaring up to the basket, he rose with textbook shooting form. The moment the ball left Ray Allen's fingertips, he knew it was good. The basketball traced a flawless arc through the air. Swish. The shot didn't disappoint. Ray Allen clenched his fists tightly, unleashing the exhilaration within him. The game transitioned swiftly from offense to defense. Georgetown launched their attack. Allen Iverson dribbled across the court with effortless grace, as if strolling through a garden. Once again, Lin Hong found himself double-teamed. With precision, he passed the ball to Page, who stood poised beyond the three-point line at a 45-degree angle from the top of the key. Without hesitation, Page released the shot. Noticing the flat trajectory of the ball, Lin Hong pivoted and sprinted toward the basket. Clang! The ball ricocheted off the rim, soaring directly toward Connecticut center, Knight, standing nearly as tall as Lin Hong. Knight flashed a triumphant smirk upon seeing only a much shorter forward position before him. This rebound was as good as his. Just then, a blur of yellow streaked past from behind Knight, its right arm darting out like lightning. The basketball, descending directly above Knight's head, was snatched away with ruthless dominance. The smirk on Knight's face froze. His prey had slipped through his grasp. Seizing the offensive rebound, Lin Hong wasted no time. Pivoting on his right foot, he spun into the paint in one fluid motion. As power forward Kirk King lunged forward to contest, Lin Hong exploded off the floor, soaring skyward. Midair, their bodies collided in a fierce clash of strength. Yet, with seamless finesse, Lin Hong transferred the ball from his right hand to his left, before hammering it through the rim over Kirk King's head, a thunderous tomahawk slam. Boom. Another thunderous one-handed slam dunk. Connecticut's offense unfolds. Ray Allen positions himself beyond the three-point line on the right flank. Ricky Moore first signals his teammates to execute a horns play, as both big men simultaneously set high screens. Utilizing their formidable physiques to forcefully create separation from Allen Iverson, they aggressively slash toward the paint. Lin Hong swiftly collapses inward defensively, while Williams rapidly closes out to cover Ray Allen. Thud. The center Knight once again shielded Allen from the pursuing Williams. At the right baseline corner, Allen was granted another wide-open opportunity. Meanwhile, Ricky Moore, who had drawn defensive attention by driving into the paint, swiftly passed the ball out. Ray Allen caught it with his signature shooting form and instinctive scorer's touch. Catch and rise. A textbook-perfect shooting form. The basketball leaves his hands, tracing a graceful arc through the air. Swish. The ball cleanly passes through the net. Moving without the ball, receiving the pass, releasing the shot, all executed in one fluid motion. Consecutive three-pointers. Magnificent. Splendid play, Ray. Coach Jim Calhoun nodded with satisfaction. The fluid movement, composed mindset, and elite shooting ability all indicated that Ray Allen had the potential to become the greatest three-point shooter in history. Next possession. The ball finally found its way into Allen Iverson's hands. Ray Allen, feeling hot, actively switched onto him, pressing up tight to deny any driving lanes. Seeing this, Lin Hong moved to set a screen, but Iverson waved him off, signaling his teammates to spread the floor. He wanted to go one-on-one. Ray Allen immediately lowered his stance. Arms wide, ready for battle. Iverson crossed the ball to his right hand, dropped his shoulder, and feigned a drive to the right. Allen didn't T-bite. His feet planted firmly on the ground. No reaction? Then he'd have to lure him in deeper. At this thought, Iverson proactively engaged Allen with physical contact, deliberately exposing the basketball within his opponent's line of sight. Faced with the tantalizing proximity of the ball, Allen didn't hesitate. With a swift motion of his large hand, he reached for the steal. In that critical moment, Iverson executed a lightning-quick crossover dribble. instantly transferring the ball to his left hand while forcefully creating half a step of separation. Yet he refrained from reckless advancement. With a sudden crossover step, he feigned a shooting motion. As expected, Ray Allen was finally faked out by this dazzling series of dribbling moves. Perfect timing. Now was the moment. With a swift crossover dribble to his right hand, Iverson left Ray Allen no time to react before executing a lightning-fast, ground-skimming super crossover. The basketball danced in Iverson's hands like a butterfly weaving through flowers, effortless, graceful, and utterly mesmerizing. What a move! The rugged Jerome Williams stood beyond the 45-degree three-point line, staring dumbfounded with an expression of utter astonishment. Thud! The heavy sound of a fall echoed. With his balance utterly shattered, Ray Allen's legs twisted together like tangled hemp ropes, collapsing stiffly before Allen Iverson. The butterfly through flowers move lived up to its legendary reputation. Ray Allen had been crossed over. A subtle smirk curled upon Iverson's lips as he dashed past the fallen Ray Allen, finding himself with an unimpeded path to the basket. Connecticut's center Knight had already been drawn to the baseline by Lin Hong, rendered helplessly out of position. With a soaring leap, Iverson raised the ball like a blazing torch before slamming it through the hoop with a thunderous one-handed dunk. The arena resonated with collective gasps of astonishment. Magnificent! What an exquisite breakthrough! This one-on-one play demonstrated formidable dominance. The dribbling displayed unparalleled artistry, truly befitting of Allen's legendary prowess. On the Georgetown bench, the lively and spirited Othella Harrington instinctively rose to his feet, breaking into an impromptu dance. His towel swirled through the air with unrestrained enthusiasm. The entire Georgetown crowd rose to their feet in thunderous applause, for they were witnessing the chosen one who lived up to his destiny. That electrifying basket seemed to ignite Allen Iverson's offensive fire. In the next possession, as Connecticut advanced, Ray Allen's bounce pass intended for Knight was intercepted by the quick-handed Peak. Without hesitation, Peak launched a quarterback-style full-court pass to Iverson, who had already sprinted ahead like a cheetah. Facing Ricky Moore's defensive challenge at the rim, Iverson soared through the air. Boom. Iverson roared ferociously as he posterized Ricky Moore. Upon landing, he proudly flexed his formidable biceps for the cameras, declaring with unshakable conviction, "This is my house." Allen Iverson raised his arms high, waving them up and down with fervor, passionately rousing the emotions of the spectators in the arena. Chapter 26. The best defense is offense. A torrential downpour of three-pointers begins. The offense of Georgetown flows like quicksilver, utterly mesmerizing and impossible to look away from. Iverson dribbles past half-court, executes a crossover to shake off his defender, charges into the paint, and lofts the ball toward the wing of the basket. An alley-oop in the making. In the paint, Knight lowered his center of gravity, poised and ready to intercept. Watching the basketball soar toward him, he decisively took flight in an attempt to block it. Boom. In the next moment, Lin Hong soared into the air from behind with absolute explosive speed and superior elevation, utterly dominating Knight. Not only did he viciously slam the ball through the hoop, but he also sent Knight crashing to the ground in the process. Oh my goodness! Knight has been posterized yet again. His frail frame could never stop Lin. No one could hold him back, for Lin was a beast more ferocious than any monster. They couldn't contain Allen. They couldn't stop Lin. Victory is assured for us today. The fervor of Georgetown's fans was instantly ignited by Lin Hong's spectacular alley-oop dunk, ankle-breaking crossovers, volleyball-style blocks, and thunderous alley-oop slams. The spectacle unfolded in rapid succession. The dazzling performance of the Georgetown twin stars continues to unfold. On the offensive end, Allen Iverson advances the ball up the court. As per routine, Lin Hong sets a screen for him before swiftly rolling toward the basket. Noticing the opposing power forward drawn out by Williams, Iverson immediately lobs the ball back to Lin Hong in the paint. Facing the outstretched arms of Knight, Lin Hong doesn't rush his shot. Instead, he gathers the ball, pivots, and delivers a textbook post-up move. Before Knight can steady himself, the sheer force of the collision sends him staggering backward until he crashes to the floor with a resounding thud. After being knocked down, Knight slid out of bounds due to inertia, leaving no one in front of him. Without hesitation, Lin Hong compressed his legs like springs and forcefully pushed off. Clang! A soaring leap from the air at earth, a thunderous two-handed dunk. His playstyle radiates unbridled ferocity and overwhelming dominance, utterly savage and unrestrained. The first half concluded with Georgetown leading Connecticut by a commanding 17-point margin, 58-41. Allen Iverson graced the court for 15 minutes and 20 seconds, displaying effortless elegance on the offensive end as if plucking ripe fruit from a tree. With 5 successful shots out of 8 attempts and converting 4 of 6 free throws, he gracefully contributed 14 points and 9 assists with remarkable ease. This fully demonstrates that if Iverson had a reliable teammate, he was not incapable of passing the ball. After all, why insist on recklessly forcing plays when one could effortlessly coast to victory? And Lin Hong, he was precisely that dependable teammate. Lin Hong took to the court for merely 16 minutes, yet delivered a breathtaking performance, draining all 12 field goal attempts, converting 4 of 9 free throws, amassing a staggering 28 points while hauling in 15 rebounds and swatting away 10 shots. With an astounding performance in the first half, he dominated the game by amassing a triple-double of 28 points, 15 rebounds, and 10 blocks. In the illustrious history of the Georgetown Hoyas, only 2 players have ever achieved a triple-double with blocks in a single game. One was the textbook center Patrick Ewing. The other, the African mountain Dikembe Mutombo. Today, Lin Hong directly became the third. The shot-blocking maestro Dikembe Mutombo once delivered an astounding 12 blocks in a single game, etching his name into Georgetown University's hallowed record books. At halftime, Lin Hong had already contributed 10 blocks, and everyone firmly believed this record would be shattered at some point in the second half. With Lin Hong's arrival, Georgetown has truly undergone a remarkable transformation. During the halftime break, the commentator on the sidelines flipped through the statistical data in hand and exclaimed in astonishment at the end of the first half, "Georgetown's dynamic duo has been flourishing both inside and outside, establishing a commanding 17-point lead. Connecticut's prowess has not diminished compared to last season. In fact, it has even shown signs of enhancement. Yet before the twin stars of Georgetown, they remain utterly defenseless. After triumphing over Connecticut, who within the Big East Conference could possibly halt Georgetown's relentless advance, I dare say, none remain capable." At halftime, the atmosphere in the 2 locker rooms was as starkly different as fire and ice. Last season, their matchups had been evenly contested, with neither side holding a clear advantage. Yet no one could have anticipated the lopsided nature of this new season's game. In just the first half, Connecticut found themselves trailing Georgetown by a staggering 17 points. In the locker room of Georgetown, the players were laughing and joking around, engaging in lively conversations. "Lin, how do you feel after achieving a triple-double in just the first half of the game?" Jerome Williams held an empty bottle as a makeshift microphone, grinning as he interviewed Lin Hong. Lin Hong, who was reclining while receiving a massage, didn't even lift his head and casually remarked, "How are you feeling?" "It remains utterly unchanged, just as mundane as ever. Yet this is 281,510 we're discussing, hardly some trivial game. Are you truly not the slightest bit exhilarated?" "Jerome, I shall continue to shatter numerous records in the future, hence I find no particular cause for exhilaration. Are such statistics not rather commonplace?" Williams' lips twitched uncontrollably. Harrington beside him teased with amusement, "Hey Jerome, did you really think Lin would be as utterly useless as you? Achieving such statistics is as effortless as breathing to him, so who would ever ponder their emotions while quenching their thirst? Ha ha. I surmise Lin takes greater pleasure in dismantling his opponents." Meanwhile, in the Connecticut locker room, the atmosphere hangs heavy with tension. Coach Jim Calhoun furrows his brow, racking his brilliant mind for solutions to break the deadlock, acutely aware that time is slipping through their fingers like sand, unless they narrow the gap swiftly. This match shall end in bitter regret. The defensive frailties in Connecticut's interior are not lost on Calhoun, yet he watches helplessly, anxiety gnawing at his heart. Knight was never the burly, immovable center who could contain Lin's dominance. This outcome was anticipated. As for Ricky Moore's erratic shooting, flickering in and out like a candle in the wind, Georgetown's inside-out assault has plunged the theoretically superior Connecticut squad into dire straits far sooner than expected. Calhoun's gaze sweeps across the room before lingering on his prized pupil, Ray Allen. There he sits, face an inscrutable mask of serenity, betraying not a flicker of emotion. The very picture of composure. A maddening thought incessantly surged through his mind, utterly irresistible. Very well then, direct confrontation it shall be. Jim Calhoun gritted his teeth and made his resolute decision to take the unconventional path. The best defense is a strong offense. Allen, in the second half you shall command the team's offense, relentlessly assaulting their basket. In essence, focus on one objective, step onto that court, and shoot them down mercilessly. Understood. Ray Allen's response resonated with conviction. He himself was growing somewhat restless. Let me remind you all, within the bounds of basketball rules, You may employ every conceivable means to close the gap. If we eliminate all other options and focus on double-teaming Lin Hong while performing at our peak, we can turn the tide of this game. Coach Jim Calhoun has pinned all his hopes for a comeback on his beloved protege, Ray Allen. The second half begins. UConn on the offense. Following Jim Calhoun's instructions, every player is working to create space for Ray Allen to shoot. On the first play, Ray Allen doesn't get an immediate shot opportunity. His positioning isn't ideal, so he passes the ball back to Moore. Again, for the second time, a small opening emerged. But center Knight failed to contain the relentless pursuit of Iverson. As Iverson lunged forward, Ray Allen couldn't complete his shot and was forced to pass the ball back to Moore. Moore remained composed, knowing the NCAA's 35-second shot clock provided ample time. On the third attempt, Ray Allen received the ball just beyond the right three-point line, yet still couldn't shake free from his defender. Time was running out, leaving no room for another pass. The entire arena held its breath, waiting to see how Ray Allen would handle this critical possession. On the Connecticut bench, head coach Jim Calhoun clenched his fists, his palms damp with tension. Guarded tightly by Iverson, who pressed aggressively, Ray Allen took a quick jab step before lowering his shoulder to create space. With a powerful leap, he elevated into a fadeaway three-pointer. You won't make this one again. Though slightly pushed back, Iverson leaps up with full force. Allen Iverson leaped with astonishing verticality, while Ray Allen elevated his release point to the utmost limit. In the end, Ray Allen managed to launch the ball with precision. Swish. Clang. Allen Iverson made contact with Ray Allen's wrist, causing him to lose balance and collapse onto the court with a resounding thud. The sharp whistle of the referee pierced the air. Swish. As the referee's whistle blew, the basketball swished through the net in perfect synchrony. 31. While scoring a three-pointer, Ray Allen also earned an additional free throw. 58-45. Connecticut successfully converted a four-point play, narrowing the gap to 13 points. Chapter 27. The ice marksman emerges. Ray Allen's explosive performance. Defense. Ray Allen displayed not a trace of celebration. His countenance as impassive as ever. No hint of urgency flickered in his eyes, nor any glimmer of joy from the scored basket. Like an emotionless machine, he harbored only an insatiable hunger for victory and the mechanical precision of his shots. Georgetown launched their offense. Allen and Sheffer executed a textbook trap in the front court. Page initiated contact with Allen, then immediately sought an opening to drive. Yet Allen, undaunted by such physicality, stood firm. Thwarted repeatedly, Page found his advance blocked at every turn. Under Allen's suffocating defense, his movements grew frantic until the sharp smack of disruption. Ray Allen seized the opportunity with a daring, all-or-nothing lunge, his fingertips barely grazing the basketball. The sphere instantly slipped from control. With cat-like reflexes, Allen propelled himself forward to regain possession. Rising gracefully from the ground while maintaining his dribble, he stood poised once more. Despite Allen Iverson and Page's relentless defensive pressure, they failed to strip the ball from Ray Allen's possession. With impeccable control, Ray Allen swiftly dished the ball to his teammate Shaffer to advance the play. Oh my, what a sight! Ray Allen intercepts Page's dribble, signaling Connecticut's imminent momentum shift. However, Ray Allen's performance, was it somewhat belated? The commentator was utterly astonished witnessing Ray Allen's relentless hustle plays. The Connecticut bench erupted in exhilarated cheers. Sheffer brought the ball up court. Allen, Sheffer, and Knight executed a dazzling sequence of handoffs and screens. From the left 45-degree angle beyond the three-point line, Ray Allen swiftly maneuvered into position once more, receiving a precise pass from his teammate and securing the perfect shooting opportunity. A full meter behind the arc, without the slightest hesitation, he launched his signature shot despite Allen Iverson's defensive pressure. With his mechanically perfect shooting form, the basketball traced a graceful parabola through the air before swishing cleanly through the net. The point gap narrowed to 10 points at 58-48. The three-point shooter has arrived. What a clean, ruthless shot. Ray Allen's shooting form is textbook perfect, a model of precision. Ray Allen. The on-site commentator was shouting frantically. Since the second half began, Ray Allen had taken charge of all the team's offensive plays, and every single one of them had been executed successfully. Georgetown's head coach, John Thompson, furrowed his brows slightly, but still refrained from calling a timeout. As the possession switched, Georgetown launched their attack. After setting a screen for Allen Iverson, Lin Hong dashed toward the basket with swift strides. Knight immediately shifted to cover him. However, this time, Knight had learned his lesson. He didn't try to body up forcefully. Instead, he timed Lin Hong's shooting motion perfectly and suddenly closed in on him. The next second, a sharp cry of pain erupted as Knight dramatically flew backward, as if possessed by the spirit of an Oscar-winning actor. He clutched his head and rolled on the floor in exaggerated agony. What the hell? What on earth just happened? Lin Hong gazed at Knight, whose acting was utterly over the top, and was completely dumbfounded. Was he being set up? Dude, the performance is way too exaggerated. The corners of Lin Hong's mouth twitched uncontrollably. Although I had watched numerous compilations of flopping performances before transmigrating, the theatrical Anderson Varage, the defensive maestro Marcus Smart, the relentless Patrick Beverley, never in my wildest dreams could I have imagined. Today, it actually happened to me. Beep, beep, beep. Perhaps to maintain the suspense of the game, the referee decisively called Lin Hong for an offensive foul. Upon hearing the whistle, Knight immediately sprang back to life, bouncing up from the floor with renewed vigor. He cast a meaningful glance at Lin Hong, his lips curling into a mocking smirk. Lin Hong responded with a nonchalant shrug. However, Knight's shameless flop sent a clear message to Georgetown. Connecticut had no intention of surrendering. Despite being thoroughly outplayed, they stubbornly refused to concede defeat. It seems that in the pursuit of points, all manner of unscrupulous methods have been employed. Lin Hong sighed inwardly, a glint of sharpness flashing through his eyes. Since you refuse to surrender, then we shall fight until you admit defeat. Connecticut's backcourt pass. Ray Allen swiftly transitions into a fast break. Knight launches a long pass. The ball is slightly overthrown. Allen leaps gracefully, barely securing the possession upon landing. With his balance slightly compromised and teetering near the sideline, he decisively elevates for a pull-up jumper. Swish. The basketball finds nothing but net with impeccable precision. 51-58, a 7-point gap. Timeout. The head coach of Georgetown, John Thompson, did not hesitate to call for a timeout. A 10-0 scoring run had sent a shiver of apprehension down his spine. Bravo. Magnificent. They've narrowed the gap to just 7 points. A relentless 10-0 offensive surge ignited the wild aspirations within Connecticut fans and the bench. With formidable individual prowess and core strength, Ray Allen forcefully drove the ball into the net. Lying on the court, Allen didn't rise immediately, instead waiting for his teammates to pull him up. Moore and Knight rushed over in exhilaration, lifting him to his feet. Ray, outstanding. Brilliant play. At that moment, their eyes glistened with restrained emotion. They had believed the game was all but lost, until Allen single-handedly resurrected the fading hope. With the score now tight and time ticking, both teams stood once again on equal footing. Overwhelmed, the two could barely contain their excitement. The Connecticut bench erupted in jubilation as Ray Allen basked in the adoration of his teammates, the undisputed hero of the moment. Courtside commentators feverishly amplified the electric atmosphere. Who could have foreseen Allen's merciless second-half onslaught? With 3 consecutive three-pointers, the sharpshooter single-handedly reignited the contest's suspense. This dazzling display serves as a powerful testament. Until the final buzzer sounds, the possibility of a dramatic reversal always remains. The hardwood stage never lacks for miraculous comebacks or solitary warriors scripting legendary tales. The game resumes after the timeout. Georgetown's offense is in motion. Ray Allen and Sheffer continue their full-court press. Having seen their 17-point lead dwindle to just 7, Iverson now faces immense psychological pressure. Utilizing Lin Hong's screen, Iverson successfully advances the ball past half-court. This time, without waiting for his teammates to position themselves, he executed a swift crossover dribble and surged past the defender. Confronted by Knight's defensive challenge, Iverson charged forward without the slightest hesitation. Nate raised his hands high, while Iverson's defense was equally formidable. Boom. Beep, beep, beep. Nate ultimately succumbed to temptation and committed the foul, pressing down with both hands as Iverson released the shot. The basketball teetered precariously on the rim for several heartbeats before reluctantly rolling away. Missing the coveted and-one opportunity, Iverson could only shake his head in quiet resignation. Witnessing Iverson's powerful drive, the commentator marveled. Allen's explosive force is undoubtedly the strongest in NCAA. Facing immense pressure at the free throw line, Iverson, who boasted an impressive 78 free throw accuracy, was expected to make at least one of 2 attempts. Yet, astonishingly, he missed both. 58-51, still a 7-point difference. The offense of Connecticut unfolds with intensity, mirroring Georgetown's full-court press. At this pivotal juncture of the game, no player holds back. After Moore arduously advances past half-court, Ray Allen initiates his signature off-ball movement. Every Connecticut player orchestrates opportunities for Allen as he glides along the baseline from the right corner. executing a sharp cut toward the left corner before tracing a graceful arc to seek positioning near teammate Sheffer. Allen prepares to receive the pass, yet finds no separation from his defender. Ray Allen had no choice but to continue his off-ball movement, as he brushed past center Knight in a fleeting moment. The latter firmly shielded the pursuing defenders Iverson and Page with his formidable physique and extended arm. Ray Allen seized an impeccable shooting opportunity. The ball arrived precisely as he positioned himself. Catch and shoot. The rhythm was flawless, the form impeccable. The basketball soared through the air as Ray Allen maintained his follow-through stance, already retreating on defense. He made no attempt to chase an offensive rebound, partly because he couldn't outmuscle opponents, but more importantly because he knew it was unnecessary. This was the supreme confidence of Ray Allen, the three-point king. Witnessing Ray Allen's premature celebration, the spectators collectively gasped in astonishment. Swish! The friction between the basketball and the net once again ignited cheers from the fans on the scene. After all, who doesn't adore the drama of a lone hero? 58-54. A mere 4-point difference. Chapter 28, A Stroke of Genius, the crossover dunk. Georgetown's head coach, John Thompson, hesitated no longer and decisively called for a timeout. I shall emphasize 2 crucial points. First, fortify our defense by implementing double-teaming strategies. In short, we must completely neutralize Ray Allen's perimeter shooting threat. Secondly, maintain a steady and methodical approach by delivering the ball to our most reliable scorers, maximizing opportunities to attack the basket and draw fouls. Coach Thompson's resolute and commanding strategy undoubtedly injected a surge of confidence into Georgetown, steadying the nerves of the unsettled players. By effectively neutralizing their perimeter threats while ensuring our offensive efficiency, by all accounts, Georgetown holds a more favorable chance of victory over Connecticut. Upon returning from the timeout, Georgetown is expected to adjust their defensive tactics, focusing intently on shutting down Ray Allen, their primary perimeter scoring threat. The commentator once again made a divine prophecy. Georgetown launched their offense. Lin Hong sprinted down the court, then dropped into the low post, boxing out Knight with his body before raising his hand to demand the ball. Allen Iverson, dribbling on the perimeter, hesitated momentarily before passing the ball. That got. Is he trying to isolate me again? Seeing Lin Hong call for the ball, Knight was momentarily taken aback before flashing a mocking grin, as his teammate was already closing in for a double team. The ball in hand, Lin Hong initiated his post-up play, lowering his shoulder and driving with force. Nate lowered his stance, simultaneously summoning his strength to resist. Every fiber of his being, down to the furrowing of his brows, strained with exertion, yet it was as futile as a mandish trying to stop a chariot. 1 step, 2 steps. Thud. He was utterly powerless against Lin Hong's relentless onslaught. Forced into a continuous retreat, seizing the perfect moment before his opponents could form a defensive encirclement, Lin Hong pivoted sharply, disregarding Knight's presence before him, and soared into the air for a thunderous two-handed slam dunk. The explosive speed of the leap and the sheer brute force of the lower limbs caught Knight completely off guard, leaving him no choice but to instinctively grab hold with a reflexive embrace. Smack. Beep, beep, beep. Lin Hong violently dunked the ball as the baseline referee blew his whistle. The 2-point shot counted, and he was awarded an additional free throw. This shot perfectly showcased Lin Hong's terrifying power. Even when Knight committed a foul, he couldn't restrain the charging Lin Hong. To be perfectly honest, that play reminded me distinctly of Shaq's signature moves. The United States, Washington, the Verizon Center Arena. The commentator by the sidelines made a startling remark. On the court, after a futile argument with the referee, Knight positioned himself to the left of the free throw line, silently praying in his heart for the shot to miss. Clang. It seemed as though divine intervention had occurred. Lin Hong's free throw clanged off the rim. Knight's heart swelled with quiet delight as he seized the moment, poised to leap and secure the defensive rebound. Whoosh. In the next moment, he was utterly dumbfounded. A long arm reached out before him, tipping the ball into the basket. Good heavens, Lin again. My God, wasn't he just at the free throw line a moment ago? Lin Hong, who had missed the free throw, astonishingly soared near the basket and tipped the ball in before Knight could react. That layup and putback clearly demonstrates Lin's skillful touch. The missed free throw might be due to his upper body strength being slightly excessive, making it harder to control his shot. Yet no matter how one puts it, the outcome was flawless. Instead of landing on 21, it miraculously struck 22. This round scored a splendid 4 points. How utterly magnificent. Teacher, you really need to properly correct Lin Hong's free throw form. Georgetown's coach Thompson helplessly glared at Lin Hong before turning to Mutombo and saying, "This guy has enormous hands and tremendous strength. So improving his free throws is genuinely quite challenging." "That's certainly true." Dikembe Mutombo shrugged, speaking half in jest and half in earnest. "However, I don't think he even needs to perfect his free throws. If opponents don't double-team him, he could easily drop 60 points even without free throws." In Mutombo's eyes, Lin Hong's ideal archetype was none other than Shaquille O'Neal, equally formidable, equally unstoppable. The only differences, perhaps, were that Lin possessed superior athleticism compared to the Big Diesel and demonstrated a more proactive defensive awareness. Head coach Thompson let out a heavy sigh. "Dikembe, that kid Lin is undoubtedly going to be a dominant force in the future. The task of teaching him free throws falls to you. Coach, this simply won't do. I haven't the time to spare. Moreover, with my mediocre free throw accuracy barely scraping 70%, how could I possibly presume to instruct him?" Mutombo immediately refused, shaking his head vigorously like a rattle drum. The idea of him becoming Lin Hong's free throw coach was utterly preposterous. "However, I do have a suitable candidate in mind, Rick Barry. That marvelous signature move, the underhand free throw." Wow. As the two conversed, the stands suddenly erupted in waves of astonished exclamations. The two exchanged bewildered glances before turning to inquire with the nearby players. It turned out Ray Allen hadn't managed to break free beyond the three-point line. Knight had no choice but to post up against Lin Hong near the free throw line. As the shot clock dwindled, Knight hastily took a hop step forward and launched an awkward shot toward the basket. The trajectory was flat, even if released properly. It would have clanged off the rim. But as Knight took that long stride forward, Lin Hong had already soared skyward. Smack! The basketball that Knight had just tossed was perfectly intercepted by Lin Hong, who leaped skyward. The ball struck the backboard, rebounded, and landed right back in Knight's hands. Momentarily stunned by this serendipitous turn of events, Knight seized the opportunity without hesitation, executing a swift and elegant hook shot in the blink of an eye. As the basketball soared towards its apex, Lin Hong explosively leaped once more, his lengthy arms sweeping through the air to emphatically swat the ball away. Lin Hong executed a magnificent block, sending the basketball soaring through the air before it descended gracefully into the hands of Page, who stood poised at the three-point line beyond the arc. However, Connecticut, still reeling from Georgetown's fast break counterattack, swiftly scrambled back on defense. Page secured the ball and passed it to Iverson. Lin Hong sprinted down the court with remarkable speed, rapidly penetrating to the basket. Simultaneously, the basketball in Iverson's hands streaked across like a bolt of lightning, arriving at the perfect moment. Wow! A sudden gasp erupted from the crowd. Lin Hong, the towering 7-foot giant, had a stroke of brilliance as he faced Knight's wide-legged defensive stance with arms outstretched. In one fluid motion, he bounced the ball between Knight's legs with a swift whoosh. A sudden chill between his legs made Knight instinctively clench his thighs, but the ball had already slipped past him. With a bewildered expression, he turned his head just in time to see Lin Hong dart around him, scoop up the ball, and charge straight toward the paint before soaring abruptly. Clang! Lin Hong seized the ball with both hands and executed the iconic two-handed dunk of the Great Shark. Lin Hong violently yanked the basketball hoop, roaring and swinging his legs wildly. "You can't defend against me at all, weak as a flock of sheep." As he sprinted back, Lin Hong deliberately brushed past Knight while hurling taunts. Damn it, this guy had the audacity to try flopping against him earlier. A domineering and powerful slam dunk. In a single breathtaking play, Lin Hong not only delivered 2 consecutive blocks on defense, but also dribbled through Knight's legs before slamming down a thunderous two-handed dunk. The entire arena erupted in astonishment. That dazzling nutmeg was merely a fleeting moment of brilliance, wasn't it? Otherwise, this would border on the divine. It was purely coincidental. If he could master even the ball control skills of a defender, that would be utterly terrifying. Lin Hong's seemingly harmless smile made the fans increasingly feel that he was unfathomable. To their astonishment, they discovered that every offensive and defensive move Lin Hong made was utterly captivating. Unbeknownst to many, Lin Hong had once again captivated a wave of fans. At the Connecticut bench, head coach Jim Calhoun wore a solemn expression. In the initial phase of the second half, Ray Allen had fully leveraged his strengths, gradually shifting the momentum of the game. But now, with Allen tightly marked, his connection with teammates severed, and Lin Hong dominating both ends of the court, relentlessly attacking the paint on offense while stifling it defensively, the tide of the game had swung back. The lead had stretched back to 13 points. Jim Calhoun finally called a timeout during a dead ball. Had he found a solution? The players returned to the bench with their heads bowed. Jim Calhoun forced a wry smile and inquired of Ray Allen. Ray, what do you think we should do to contain Lin Hong? It's somewhat challenging, isn't it? Ray Allen pondered deeply before shaking his head in resignation. Yes, precisely like this. Continue striking with force, never ceasing in your efforts. Chapter 29, The Death Grip, The Final Verdict. In Connecticut, on the bench, Ray Allen covered his head with a towel, his eyes vacant, suddenly overwhelmed by profound exhaustion. The second half had begun with a 10-0 run, and for a fleeting moment, he dared to believe in the possibility of a comeback. Yet now, as Lin Hong erupted once more on both ends of the court, he finally understood the true meaning of despair amidst hope. At last, he comprehended why Knight had worn that sorrowful mask throughout the entire match. His spirit perpetually shrouded in melancholy. Faced with a prodigious talent like Lin Hong's, who could possibly maintain composure? Only the truly exceptional might withstand such an encounter. Adjusting the pace, apart from Lin Hong, even Allen's performance wasn't particularly stellar. Jim Calhoun clapped his hands resolutely and urged, grit your teeth, seize the momentum, and narrow the gap to single digits. Let's go? Gazing at the demoralized players, Jim Calhoun remained silent for a moment before letting out a heavy sigh and issuing his ultimate directive. He marked the number 66, Lin Hong's jersey number, boldly on the tactical board. Prevent Lin Hong from scoring 40 points. That is your ultimate mission. The game continued. Lin Hong altered his offensive strategy, actively moving to the high post to execute pick-and-roll plays with Iverson. Previously, he had primarily dominated in the paint with brute force. But now he suddenly transformed into a lob-finishing machine, soaring through the air for spectacular plays. This shift rendered Connecticut's double-team strategy utterly ineffective. Lin Hong soared and slammed, punctuating his aerial assault with elegant floaters, tearing apart Connecticut's interior defense like a hot knife through butter. Defensively, Connecticut crumbled under Lin Hong's dominance, while on the offensive end, Ray Allen found himself smothered by tight defense, his shooting efficiency plummeting. The interior duo of Knight and Kirk King looked utterly helpless against Lin Hong's stifling defense, clanking shot after shot like inexperienced schoolboys. Seizing the momentum, Georgetown unleashed another 9-4 run, widening the gap to a commanding 19 points. Yet, Connecticut gritted their teeth and fought on. On the court, Lin Hong sprinted alongside Iverson once more. Knight was still trailing near the baseline. Lin Hong's speed was simply too overwhelming. Not this time. Kirk King charged toward Lin Hong in desperation. Boom. Amidst the physical confrontation during the advance, Lin Hong maintained his relentless stride, forcefully pushing past Kirk King's obstruction. Simultaneously, Iverson found himself halted by the combined defense of Ray Allen and Schaefer beyond the three-point line on the left flank. Without a moment's hesitation, he swiftly delivered a bounce pass to Lin Hong, who was charging straight ahead. Within the paint, only the opposing guard Ricky Moore remained. Lin Hong accelerated with the ball in hand. Standing resolutely at the edge of the charging zone was the 188-meter-tall Moore, his body tensed and instinctively protecting his groin. With an expression that seemed to plead, "I'm so frightened. Come and pamper me." Lin Hong charged forward like a mighty battle tank, his momentum too overwhelming to abruptly alter course. The baseline referee had already signaled an offensive foul. The arrow was knocked on the bowstring. There could be no turning back now. Retreat was utterly out of the question. Since there was no escape, he had no choice but to confront it head-on. Lin Hong hesitated no longer, his gaze fixed solely upon the basket. Accelerate. Push off the ground. His feet landed heavily on the floor, just a meter away from Moore. The floor provided tremendous propulsion for his feet, as if springs were attached beneath them, launching him upward with astonishing speed. In the blink of an eye, he soared to Moore's waist level. This sudden, ferocious leap carried the aura of a tiger descending the mountain or a starving wolf pouncing on its prey, a savage intensity that seemed capable of tearing Moore apart. At that moment, Moore was utterly paralyzed by the terrifying force of this assault, instinctively retracting his head and shutting his eyes. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Hong spread his legs, lightly pushing off Moore's shoulders to vault completely over him. The basketball in his right hand swung in a full arc, as if wielding a mighty hammer. Lin Hong's head soared completely above the rim, and from a mere foot away, he violently slammed the ball into the hoop with one hand. The resounding clang of the dunk echoed through the air. The hoop emitted a thunderous roar, trembling incessantly up and down. The entire basketball stand shuddered violently under Lin Hong's powerful slam dunk. At this moment, silence. The entire Verizon Center arena was engulfed in dead silence. Nearly 10,000 spectators stood mute, their gazes riveted upon the towering figure clad in the blue and white jersey bearing the number 66. as if robbed of speech. Not a sound escaped their lips. Perhaps the spectacle was too staggering, leaving them collectively breathless. The baseline referee stood frozen, his whistle forgotten in his hand. Time itself seemed to halt. Several seconds passed before the commentators, jolted back to reality, erupted into disbelieving exclamations. Holy shit. Incredible. Are you jesting with me? These familiar phrases rolled off his tongue effortlessly. The same few expressions cycled repeatedly, his mind a chaotic whirlpool of thoughts, utterly incapable of conjuring other words to articulate his current exhilaration. Or perhaps, the sheer magnitude of the moment had completely paralyzed his cognitive functions. Seconds later, the spectators in the stands abruptly snapped back to reality, erupting into a deafening roar of euphoria. The death leap. It was the dunk of doom, a terrifying display of vertical prowess. Was he truly soaring through the heavens? Suddenly, a dazzling clarity washed over my vision, though an icy chill crept up the nape of my neck as my shoulders slumped heavily. Moore instinctively opened his eyes to the roaring cheers of the crowd, his face blank with bewilderment. An unsettling sensation gnawed at him as he mechanically turned and lifted his gaze toward the basketball hoop, only to be utterly thunderstruck. Lin Hong was hanging from the rim, bellowing in triumph. How on earth had he gotten up there? This is utterly preposterous. Moore stood there completely bewildered. Suddenly, a dreadful realization dawned upon him, instantly flooding him with shame and indignation. He had just been thoroughly humiliated. A thunderous dunk over the defender. This is what they call the death dunk. Lin Hong's astonishing vertical leap and explosive power allowed him to soar over Ricky Moore with breathtaking dominance. This was a contest between an adult and a child. They were simply not on the same level. The two commentators by the sidelines finally regained their composure, yet still paused in their narration due to overwhelming astonishment. Lin Hong's death-defying leap decisively sealed the outcome of this match. On the court, Allen Iverson and others rushed over to exchange high-fives with Lin Hong in celebration. Jerome Williams even leaped up for an exuberant chest bump with Lin. Lin. Oh my God. Oh my God. Overwhelmed with emotion, Jerome Williams found himself at a loss for words, nearly suffocating from the sheer inability to articulate his feelings. Had he possessed even a rudimentary understanding of Chinese culture, such linguistic impoverishment would not have plagued him. A simple nyobi would have sufficed to convey his awe. Lin Hong secretly marveled at his own ability to complete such a spectacular dunk, inwardly acknowledging it was more luck than skill. Fortunately, his opponent had merely been a diminutive guard. Timeout. With a face full of disappointment, Jim Calhoun shook his head in frustration and helplessly called for a timeout. Lin Hong was simply inhuman. He didn't behave like a human at all. Like a relentless pile driver, he had completely dominated the game, turning it into a one-sided spectacle. Chapter 30. A new record is born. The data titan from the Celestial Empire. At the Connecticut bench, Ray Allen, Ricky Moore, Doran Sheffer, and Travis Knight all hung their heads low, trudging back with despondent expressions, particularly Knight, whose countenance was grave as if mourning a profound loss. The Huskies' towering center had been thoroughly outplayed throughout the game, utterly dominated by Lin Hong. By the final buzzer, Lin's statistical explosion shattered team records. In stark contrast, during his minutes matched up against Lin, Knight failed to score a single point, not even securing an offensive rebound. On both offense and defense, they were utterly crushed, dealing a severe blow to Knight's confidence. He even began questioning whether he should spend another year in college and postpone entering the draft until next season. Coach Jim Calhoun was preoccupied at the moment. Though he had already conceded the game early, seeing his players so demoralized and disheartened weighed heavily on his heart. They had arrived with high hopes, only to leave in bitter disappointment. "Boys, don't lose heart," he urged. "The season has only just begun. We still have every chance to turn things around. Though we suffered defeat in this match, upon returning to our home court, we shall surely reclaim victory and avenge this humiliation. Georgetown is not invincible. They too possess vulnerabilities. Were they truly formidable? How could we have opened the second half with a 10-0 run, narrowing the gap to merely 7 points? Thus, opportunity still gleams before us. Although Allen is formidable, there are still ways to counter him." At that moment, the team's point guard Doran Sheffer suddenly raised his head and asked, "Coach, what about that Lin?" Jim Calhoun's face twitched slightly as he cursed inwardly. How utterly tactless, poking at the sorest spot possible, under the expectant gazes of the crowd. He composed his words with an unreadable expression and stated, "Lin is far from intimidating. Given his high-flying, acrobatic style of play, his physical endurance has already reached its limit. Did you not observe the expression on his face after that last dunk? Beads of sweat cascaded down his face like a torrential downpour, his labored breaths resembling those of a frail, ailing hound. With such a pitiable state before you, what reason remains for fear? Could such a sight possibly inspire terror in your hearts? Jim Cahoon's words resonated with profound clarity, striking like thunder, undaunted. Ricky Moore and the other players raised their heads, clenched their fists with the flames of determination rekindled in their eyes. Jim Calhoun nodded approvingly. Yes, show them the fighting spirit we're known for. Our objective this year is the NCAA championship, the ultimate title, the crown of victory. Ray Allen sprang to his feet, leading the impassioned roar. A true man does not weep, but rises to meet the challenge. A real man charges headlong into adversity. Sheffer and the others erupted in impassioned cheers. Coach Jim Calhoun finally exhaled in relief. At least the team's morale crisis had been temporarily resolved. Yet as his gaze swept across the room and settled upon the center, Knight, his heart gave an uneasy flutter. Though Knight joined in the shouting, his eyes held a distant, vacant glaze, as though still drowning in the sorrow of defeat. Unable to surface. The starting center, mentally shattered? What in the world were they to do now? However, the remaining timeout was fleeting. Leaving no room for further motivational speeches, those would have to wait for another time. As play resumed, Connecticut conceded defeat early, and Georgetown refrained from delivering a final blow. Both teams fielded their bench players, and in the ensuing display of mediocrity, time slipped away unnoticed. The final score stood at 86-68. Securing Georgetown's second consecutive victory to open the season. Allen Iverson dominated with 25 points and 13 assists, while Lin Hong delivered a historic performance, 40 points, 22 rebounds, and an astounding 14 blocks. The commentator on the sidelines immediately rose to his feet. If the statistics were not mistaken, Lin had scored 40 points, grabbed 22 rebounds, and blocked 14 shots tonight. Even with Georgetown's storied history of legendary centers like Patrick Ewing, Dikembe Mutombo, and Alonzo Mourning. Yet Lin Hong still dominated with an overwhelming performance, etching his name in Georgetown's history as the sole player to achieve a staggering triple-double of 40 points, 20 rebounds, and 10 blocks in a single game. Not only in the annals of Georgetown University, but throughout the entire history of NCAA, Lin Hong stands as the first player to achieve such remarkable statistics. Not only unprecedented in history, but perhaps also unparalleled in the future. Ladies and gentlemen, we are privileged today to witness with our own eyes the birth of a new record. The mighty Lin Hong, surpassing all others, has become the record holder of a new NCAA achievement. This may well be the legacy of Georgetown University's center position. Lin Hong is poised to become the next Patrick Ewing caliber behemoth. The two commentators roared with fervor, while the deafening cheers of the fans at the Verizon Sports Center reverberated throughout the arena. This match has entirely transformed into Lin Hong's personal showcase of brilliance. Amidst the thunderous cheers and congratulatory roars from the entire stadium, Lin Hong stepped into the team's locker room. Georgetown Hoya's locker room. No sooner had Lin entered than he found himself surrounded by Allen Iverson and others, their faces alight with mischievous grins. A sinking feeling gripped him. Before he could make his escape, Jerome Williams and several other towering, muscular teammates pinned him down onto the bench. Lin's surprise. No sooner had the words escaped his lips than a bucket of ice-cold water cascaded upon him from above, drenching him to the bone. Lin Hong's lips twitched involuntarily as he forced a smile through gritted teeth. Thank you kindly. Though his countenance feigned amusement, his heart seethed with unspoken curses. Congratulations to you. Lin, you have set a new record for Georgetown. I always knew you possessed such capability, yet never anticipated its arrival with such swiftness. How am I to keep pace with this? Jerome Williams delivered a firm punch to Lin Hong's chest, while teammates like Athella Harrington showered him with verbal blessings. This was indeed a formidable ally, one they must cling to tightly. All right, everyone, settle down for a moment. Coach John Thompson clapped his hand sharply, drawing all eyes toward him before announcing with a smile, "Now, who do you think I brought for you?" As the words faded, a towering, dark-skinned figure entered the locker room with bowed head, moving at a measured pace. In an instant, the previously boisterous locker room fell into a silence so profound one could hear a pin drop. Dikembe Mutombo, the African Mountain himself, the NBA's Defensive Player of the Year last season, the greatest shot blocker in Georgetown University history. Hello, handsome lads, am I not welcome? Why does everyone fall silent the moment they see me? Am I truly that intimidating? Upon entering the locker room, Uncle Moo greeted with a playful grin, "Allen, your breakthrough was absolutely brilliant. When will you teach me those moves? Though I'm certain I could never master them, huh? Jerome, set down that ice bucket, raise your hands, and stand against the wall. Perhaps Lin will go easy on you. Othello, don't gaze at me with such ambiguous eyes. You're making me blush. Victor, you need to eat more. Look how thin you've become. It seems the team's meals aren't treating you well. And you. At the end, Uncle Mutombo pointed at the drenched Lin Hong with a smile. Lin, the new pillar of Georgetown. You were phenomenal tonight, but... Mutombo paused, shaking his finger solemnly. Compared to me, you're still just a tad short. Listen to me, triple doubles with blocks were child's play back in my day. So don't get too cocky. I'll be waiting for you in the NBA to take on the challenge. When it comes to triple doubles with blocks, Hakeem Olajuwon, the all-time leader in blocked shots, achieved this feat 10 times during his illustrious career. Following closely behind was Dikembe Mutombo, who also recorded 10 such performances. Shaquille O'Neal, in just his second year as a rookie, delivered a monstrous triple-double with 24 points, 28 rebounds, and an astonishing 15 blocks. Therefore, Lin Hong currently has no reason for arrogance. After a brief exchange, Mutombo leaned in before leaving and whispered a stern warning in Lin's ear. Lin, I eagerly await our first matchup in the NBA. Though I'm your senior, don't expect any favors. As a veteran, I'll serve you a triple-double feast, free of charge. Lin Hong smiled faintly and mimicked Uncle Mu by wagging his finger. That day isn't far off. When it comes, don't be startled by my performance. As the saying goes, the waves behind drive on those before. No one can say for certain whether the younger generation might overtake their predecessors. The two men stood their ground yet shared mutual admiration, exchanging knowing smiles. Perhaps this was the passing of Georgetown University's center legacy. Chapter 31, securing 13 consecutive victories, dominantly ascending the rookie rankings. At the break of dawn the following day, the highly anticipated showdown between Connecticut and Georgetown dominated headlines across major newspapers, all thanks to Jeremy Lin's explosive performance that overshadowed both teams. Lin officially stepped into the public spotlight, becoming the hottest topic in NCAA basketball circles. His debut featured 18 points and 15 rebounds with 4 blocks in just one half, while his second game saw an even more spectacular stat line of 40 points, 22 rebounds, and 14 blocks. 2 games, 2 records shattered. The Celestial Colossus, overwhelmingly formidable to an astonishing degree. With monstrous physical prowess, Lin Hong embodies both offense and defense, potentially evolving into the next Shaquille O'Neal or even the basketball emperor Wilt Chamberlain. Astonishingly, Allen Iverson delivered an uncharacteristic 13 assists yesterday. Such an anomalous performance, yet it went unnoticed. Brother, I suggest you review the footage, and you'll understand why everyone is in awe of Lin Hong. Absolutely. Indeed, a triple-double with 40 points, 20 rebounds, and 10 blocks in a single game. What an extraordinary concept. Such a feat has never been accomplished in the entire history of NCAA basketball. Yet Lin Hong accomplished it, which is the most astonishing part. Hiss. Lin Hong is nothing short of an unstoppable bulldozer. Haha. I'm so looking forward to seeing how this unstoppable beast Lin Hong will create sparks when he brings his talents to the NBA. Me too. And me. The 2 consecutive victories were merely the prelude to Georgetown University's astonishing winning streak. They vanquished the DePaul Blue Demons both at home and away, defying expectations as visitors. They routed the Louisville Cardinals by a commanding margin. With a 36-point demolition of the Cincinnati Bearcats, the Hoyas dominated the first half of their conference schedule, averaging a staggering 25-point margin of victory across 13 straight triumphs. A remarkable 13-game winning streak marked the beginning, setting a new record for the longest opening victory run in the Big East Conference. Throughout these 13 games, Allen Iverson delivered stellar performances with averages of 25, 6 points, 7, 8 assists, and 2.5 steals per game. Meanwhile, Lin Hong dominated the court by averaging an impressive 29 points, alongside grabbing 16, 8 rebounds, and blocking 5 shots per game. He also became the 3rd player in Georgetown University's history to average over 25 points, 15 rebounds, and 5 blocks per game. The first 2 were Alonzo Mourning and Patrick Ewing. Once again, Georgetown University has produced a prodigious center who has finally captured the attention of Major League scouts. In ESPN's latest rookie rankings, Tim Duncan remains firmly entrenched at the pinnacle. Allen Iverson trails closely behind, securing the 2nd position. Despite being outplayed by Lin Hong during preseason games, Marcus Camby still maintains an impressive 3rd-place standing. As for the 4th spot, it belongs to Connecticut's 3-point maestro, Ray Allen. Of course, these are not the main points. The key lies in the latest rookie prediction rankings. Lin Hong, who had never appeared on the list before, suddenly soared to the second pick in the second round, ranking 32nd overall. ESPN's rankings carry significant authority. Those listed within the top 40 positions are virtually guaranteed selection by teams should they declare their candidacy that year. In other words, as long as Lin Hong remains free from significant injuries, he undoubtedly possesses the potential to become the first Chinese player ever drafted in NBA history. As is widely known, Wang Zhizhi was not drafted by the Mavericks until 1999. Meanwhile, in Los Angeles, USA, inside the office of the Clippers general manager, Elgin Baylor pointed at the newspaper photo of Lin Hong. This phenomenal freshman from Georgetown University, much like Allen Iverson before him. His talent was astonishing, his prowess formidable. If all goes as expected, he will undoubtedly declare for the draft this year. I intend to select him, and given our Clippers standing, we should have a favorable position to draft him. However, I recall your preference for Lorenzen Wright, so I'd like to hear your perspective on this matter. Coach Bob Weiss narrowed his eyes pensively, remaining silent for a prolonged moment before speaking deliberately. Lin Hong's physical gifts and individual dominance on both ends of the court are indeed superior to Lorenzen Wright's. However, he has only participated in 13 tour matches thus far, which introduces an element of unpredictability, though his innate talent is undeniably evident. Whereas Lorenzen Wright delivered 31 double-doubles last season, demonstrating remarkable consistency, albeit with a clearly defined ceiling. The ultimate selection remains an open question at this juncture. It is indeed a difficult choice, but fortunately we still have ample time to observe Lin Hong's performance in the upcoming matches. However, at this point, Bob Weiss abruptly raised his head. Regarding our performance record, we must maintain an iron grip to transform passivity into initiative during the draft selection, securing the cornerstone player for our team. Certainly, a similar scene was unfolding in the office of the 76ers general manager. General Manager Brad Green and head coach John Davis sat solemnly in the office. As he reviewed the scouting report in his hands, Coach John Davis exclaimed in astonishment, "Brad, the physical prowess of Georgetown freshman Lin Hong is absolutely extraordinary. It borders on the superhuman. In his debut, he dominated with 18 points, 15 rebounds, and 4 blocks in just the first half. The second game saw an even more astonishing performance, a triple-double of 40 points, 22 rebounds, and 14 blocks. His individual brilliance was utterly dazzling, overpowering opposing centers and eclipsing top draft prospects like Allen Iverson and Ray Allen. Simply unbelievable. Most crucially, he is merely 18 years of age, and his future brims with boundless potential. Therefore, if Lin Hong participates in the draft, it is imperative to secure him. He shall become the cornerstone of team building." After pondering for a moment, Brad Green nodded in agreement. "But John, what about Allen? Not taking him? Why?" John Davis posed a rhetorical question that instantly left Brad Green speechless. Without waiting for a response, Davis continued with a knowing smile. "Only children make choices. When it comes to Lin Hong and Allen Iverson, we shall have them both." Bradley Green rapped his knuckles against the desk, his piercing gaze fixed upon John Davis as he inquired, "What precisely do you mean?" John Davis suddenly burst into laughter and declared, "Allen Iverson is an absolute must for us. We cannot afford to let Lin Hong slip away either. Through strategic trades, we should aim to acquire a first-round draft pick, preferably one within the lottery selection range. There exists a probability that we could simultaneously select Allen Iverson. In this scenario, both Lin Hong and Allen Iverson might be acquired." "Magnificent." Brad Green grinned and gave a thumbs up. "If we can secure Lin Hong and Allen Iverson, the team's rebuilding process will be considered a complete success. Allen Iverson has already announced his entry into next year's draft. With Lin Hong's explosive physical gifts and his prowess on both ends of the court, he is undoubtedly destined for the NBA next season as well. However, although our team currently sits at the very bottom of the league standings, the season has only just begun. Teams like the Grizzlies, Raptors, and Mavericks are hot on our heels. So, for the sake of the team's future, I propose we embrace a full-on tanking strategy right now. It will absolutely be worth it. Is that so?" Brad Green nodded thoughtfully, then waved his hand decisively with a resolute expression. "John, I trust your judgment and your resolve. Go ahead and proceed." Chapter 32, Whispered Intimacies, the love-hate saga between two centers. Madison Square Garden. The New York Knicks hosted the Los Angeles Lakers at home. Reporters immediately sought out Patrick Ewing, the towering center warming up on the court, to inquire about the topic of Lin Hong. Lin? A center? Are you sure you don't mean Allen? Could Georgetown University have unearthed yet another promising center this year? Ewing wore a blank expression, clearly having paid little attention to his alma mater's affairs. After all, this marked Michael Jordan's first full season since his comeback. Ewing's mind was wholly preoccupied with strategizing how to defeat the returning Jordan and secure his first championship ring. Matters concerning NCAA basketball had indeed slipped beneath his radar. Admittedly, Lin's performance was exceptional, particularly remarkable for a mere freshman player. After hearing the reporter's explanation, Ewing expressed mild surprise. If given the opportunity, I shall make time to witness their match in person. I've developed quite an interest in Allen Iverson as well. Not only Ewing. Alonzo Mourning, another distinguished alumnus of Georgetown University, also fielded questions from the media before the game. With a smile, he remarked that he would find time to attend the matchup between Lin Hong and Iverson. Unlike Ewing and Mourning, Dikembe Mutombo, affectionately known as Mount Africa, had been closely following his alma mater's developments ever since his last encounter with Lin Hong. His attention was particularly drawn to the young center, Lin Hong. Perhaps it was the mutual respect between two gifted Georgetown centers that forged this connection. I've already become a fan of Lin Hong, Mutombo declared. When we last parted, I told him that once he enters the NBA, I would present him with a gift he would remember for a lifetime. Facing the media interview, Mutombo declared unequivocally, "This year's Georgetown team shall march forward triumphantly, unstoppable in our momentum. By the way, their opponent tomorrow appears to be the Villanova Wildcats. That promises to be an extraordinarily fascinating match. Regrettably, I was unable to attend the event in person. On November 30th, in Pennsylvania, at the Pavilion Arena of Villanova University, a venue capable of accommodating 500 spectators, the Villanova Wildcats prepared to defend their home court against the formidable Georgetown Hoyas. Prior to tip-off, the stands were nearly filled to capacity, presenting a breathtaking sea of navy blue and white. The Wildcats, reigning champions of the Big East Conference from the previous season, boasted a roster of undeniable talent. Among them stood Corey Kittles, the Big East MVP of the prior season, an exceptional shooting guard, Alvin Williams, a guard renowned for his remarkable scoring prowess, and Tim Thomas, a prodigious center who had once been named to the prestigious McDonald's All-American team. In other words, the Villanova Wildcats also boast 3 NBA-caliber players. Even 2 of them possessed lottery pick-level talent. However, the Villanova Wildcats faced a formidable opponent in this game, the Georgetown Hoyas, who were on an impressive 13-game winning streak. The highly touted potential top draft pick Allen Iverson and the gifted interior player Lin Hong led their charge. And with a host of elite players such as Jerome Williams and Othella Harrington, Georgetown undoubtedly boasts an abundance of talent this season. Their championship-caliber strength is beyond question. Meanwhile, on the Villanova bench, head coach Jay Wright solemnly prepared his players with a grave warning. Listen, gentlemen, we may be facing the toughest battle of the season so far. That's right, this isn't just a game, it's a war. The top draft prospect? So what? Last year, you were still beneath my feet. The team's cornerstone, Corey Kittles, curled his lips dismissively, showing little interest in the so-called top draft prospect. The number 1 pick? He was determined to usurp that throne himself. As for the prodigious center forward, he possesses an arsenal of techniques to outmaneuver and outwit his opponents with effortless grace. At the same time, while warming up, Lin Hong suddenly heard a mocking voice beside him. Turning around, he confirmed with a glance that he didn't recognize the person. Silently, Lin Hong turned back and calmly completed a free throw. He had no desire to engage in conversation with the other. His eyes remained fixed solely on the basketball hoop. "Hey, Lin." Lin Hong executed a humble free throw, while Tim Thomas strode directly up to him, his gaze burning with intensity as he declared, "Today's victory shall undoubtedly be mine." Tim Thomas noticed Lin Hong, turning his head to glance at him, immediately straightening his posture with an air of unwavering confidence. Despite Lin Hong ranking a few spots higher than him in ESPN's latest NCAA rookie rankings, he remained steadfast in his belief that he could surpass Lin Hong. Were I born a decade earlier, Hakeem Olajuwon would have been relegated to second place by my sheer dominance. Behold, when I retire and reassess the rankings of all NBA centers, I shall undoubtedly reign supreme. Lin Hong responded to Tim Thomas' provocation with an even more audacious demeanor. He was utterly convinced of his own prowess, believing that even if Michael Jordan stood before him, he would only be destined for a crushing defeat. "Lin, you're outrageously arrogant. I can't outboast you." Tim Thomas raised a thumb, thinking he had already been quite flamboyant. Yet Lin Hong proved to be even more audacious beyond measure. The legendary Kareem Abdul-Jabbar. He didn't even regard him with the slightest reverence. Words are meaningless. Basketball is not about empty boasts. Truth is proven on the court. Since childhood, I've possessed one virtue. I never make grandiose claims. Lin Hong smiled bashfully. I'm actually quite an unassuming person. As you know, we Chinese have always believed in winning people over through virtue. Tim Thomas was utterly dumbfounded, momentarily at a loss for words. Realizing he was outmatched, he shot Lin Hong a glare before turning away. Returning to his own half of the court, Tim Thomas received a pass from his teammate and unleashed a thunderous dunk upon the basket. As the opposing team's ferocious slam echoed through the arena, the deafening cheers of the crowd erupted like rolling thunder. Witnessing the opponent's demonstrative slam dunk, Lin Hong immediately felt his hands itching with anticipation. At this moment, he was seized by an irresistible urge to practice with Thomas. A surge of adrenaline coursed through his veins, setting his blood ablaze with fervor. Lin Hong took a deep breath and was about to stand up for a powerful slam dunk. However, upon further contemplation, I ultimately decided against it. Damaging the basketball hoop again would merely squander precious time and effort in vain. Amidst the cheers and anticipation of the crowd, the match between the Villanova Wildcats and the Georgetown Hoyas officially commenced. Georgetown University, with their impressive 13-game winning streak, has deployed their strongest starting lineup featuring Allen Iverson, Victor Page, Jerome Williams, and Lin Hong. The question remains, can they overcome the Villanova Wildcats and preserve their undefeated legend? Only time will tell. As the reigning champions of the Big East Conference last season, Villanova is determined to defend their title this year. Their starting lineup includes Corey Kittles, Marvin Williams, Tim Williams, along with 2 role players. The commentators are engaged in lively discussions, dissecting the recent performances of both teams. At center court, Lin Hong and Tim Thomas prepare for the tip-off. As they position themselves, a reinvigorated Tim Thomas shrugs his shoulders provocatively and taunts, "Lin, though I may not outtalk you. Tonight your team is destined to lose." Lin Hong cast an amused glance at the hapless yet enthusiastic fellow. "Tim, there was once a man named Marcus who, much like you, dared to challenge me with his bravado. In the end, I reduced him to a broken mess. I sincerely hope you won't follow in his footsteps after the match, sniveling like a coward and venting your frustrations on a fire hydrant." Lin Hong shrugged his shoulders and retorted coldly. Upon hearing this, Tim Thomas instantly flared up with rage, stepping forward to roar, "You bastard. Only a pathetic rookie like you would cry like a baby." Without hesitation, Lin Hong immediately charged at him. The two pressed their foreheads together, spewing venomous insults at each other. To an outsider, it might have appeared as though they were intimately entwined, whispering sweet nothings to one another. "Wow. Oh yeah, Tim. That was brilliant." The spectators at the scene, witnessing this familiar scenario, began to jeer and clamor in unison. Toot toot toot. The referee blew his whistle and rushed forward to separate the two players. Even before the match began, the tension on the field was already palpable. After issuing warnings to both players, the referee signaled for a jump ball once more. Swish. Lin Hong sprang up with astonishing speed, as if propelled by springs beneath his feet. Tim Thomas also leaped with all his might, yet his efforts proved futile against sheer natural talent. The basketball, soaring high into the air, was deftly tipped by Lin Hong back into Allen Iverson's waiting hands. Chapter 33. Lin Hong. Why do some people always have the audacity to strike from behind? The Georgetown offense advances. Allen Iverson glides effortlessly across the court, dribbling past half-court. Lin Hong sets a high screen at the top of the key, executing a seamless pick-and-roll. Jerome Williams, positioned on the strong side left, instantly recognizes the play and drifts outward, drawing his defender toward the three-point line. The lightning-quick Alvin Williams finds himself completely sealed off by Lin Hong's imposing frame. With a swift crossover, Iverson shifts the ball to his right hand and drives hard down the right lane. Villanova's center, Tim Thomas, swiftly rotates to cut off his path. Meanwhile, Lin Hong, after setting the screen, pivots with fluid grace and darts toward the paint. Cornered by Thomas' defensive pressure, Iverson abruptly changes direction and lofts a high-arcing pass toward the rim. Corey Kittles, the lurking shooting guard, leaps with full extension to intercept the ball mid-flight. Yet, a collective gasp erupts from the stands. Lin Hong, already surging behind Kittles, plants both feet and explodes upward, ripping the ball from Kittles' grasp the instant it touches his fingertips. Thud. A brutal collision of muscle and will. Kittles had only a fleeting moment to let out a piercing shriek before his entire body was violently hurled beyond the boundary line. as though struck by a freight train barreling at full speed. In the very next instant, Lin Hong's long arms violently slammed the basketball into the hoop with tremendous force. The resounding clang of the dunk echoed through the court as he fiercely shook the rim, roaring triumphantly with unrestrained passion. The metallic creaking of the backboard groaned under the impact. The hoop emitted a sound of agony, as if lamenting Lin Hong's brutality. Brutality. Sheer and unrelenting brutality. After completing the thunderous dunk, Lin Hong didn't even glance at Kittles. Instead, his piercing gaze locked onto the opposing center, Tim Thomas. As he flexed his biceps in a defiant display, "He can't stop me, and neither can you. The paint is my domain, and this game is mine to command," Lin Hong declared with an air of dominance, 2-0. He seized the initiative right from the start, delivering a thunderous dunk that set the tone for the game. That shot sent even the home fans of Villanova Wildcats into a frenzy. The sheer brutality of its beauty was enough to send adrenaline coursing through veins and set pulses racing. On the court, "Pass me the ball later. I'll teach that rookie a lesson and put him in his place." Tim Thomas, unable to bear seeing his teammates being bullied, approached Kittles and Williams. The two nodded in unison and agreed. "Let's teach that arrogant rookie a lesson he'll never forget." Tim Thomas seemed to embody the role of a leader, his gaze towards Lin Hong faintly radiating hostility. The game resumed. Villanova's offense. Alvin Williams swiftly dribbled past the half-court line. He maneuvered beyond the three-point arc, signaling for tactical positioning while waiting for Tim Thomas to establish position in the low post. On the weak side to the right, Tim Thomas suddenly surged forward. Lin Hong's lateral movement was anything but slow, quickly closing the gap. Tim Thomas demanded the ball with his back to the basket in the low post. Lin Hong pressed his left hand against Thomas's lower back, lowering his center of gravity. His legs possessed formidable strength, his horse stance unshakably firm. The two towering men who had brushed shoulders during the jump ball now stood as sworn adversaries, locked in confrontation. Yet how could Tim Thomas's explosive power and core strength possibly rival Lin Hong's? The brutal clash between these muscular centers resembled bayonets crossing, a collision of titanic forces. Thud, thud, thud. Tim Thomas dribbled the ball and began backing down Lin Hong. With a sudden forceful bump of his back, he drove backward aggressively. Apart from a slight backward lean of his upper body, Lin Hong's stance remained unshaken. "Am I truly so easily bullied? Why does every center insist on posting me up like this?" Lin Hong couldn't help but mutter to himself. Tim Thomas was dumbfounded, feeling deeply displeased. Despite his strength, it had no effect. Under such a forceful collision, that rookie defending him should have been pushed back. Tim Thomas thought he had been careless earlier and hadn't used enough power. Next, after dribbling once, Tim Thomas gathered all his strength in his left back and fiercely rammed into Lin Hong behind him. He even secretly lowered his shoulder when the referee wasn't looking. Bang! The resounding clatter of bodies fiercely colliding was distinctly audible to the spectators lining the court. However, Lin Hong remained motionless. Tim Thomas furrowed his brow, his patience beginning to fray. What kind of monstrous strength did this rookie possess? What had he been fed to grow so unnaturally formidable? He rammed into it twice. Yet the bastard stood firm as a rock. This defies all logic. At this very moment, Lin Hong, perceiving Thomas's restlessness and impatience, unhesitatingly fanned the flames further. "Tim, true strength isn't proclaimed through empty boasts. Weren't you just declaring you'd crush me? Is this all the power you possess?" TSK. This so-called genius high school student is nothing but a coward. Playing mind games is Lin Hong's specialty. Provoked by Lin Hong, Tim Thomas immediately turned his head and roared furiously. "Damn it, what the hell did you just say?" Lin Hong pinned him with an elbow to the waist. His words laced with venom as he retorted, "I said you play like a spineless shrimp. How dare you mock me, you reckless fool?" Timothy Thomas erupted in a tempest of rage, violently thrusting backward. At that very moment, Lin Hong swiftly sidestepped with serpentine grace. Oh, damnation! With excessive force. Tim Thomas lost his balance instantly. His hands instinctively clawed at the empty air above as he cursed loudly and landed hard on the floor with a thud. The basketball in his grasp had long since rolled away. "Not my fault. I didn't touch you. You fell on your own." Lin Hong spread his hands with an innocent expression, then picked up the basketball with a smile. Before leaving, he playfully tapped his own head and amiably reminded, "Tim, use your brain when playing ball." After speaking, Lin Hong swiftly glanced at his teammates' positions, spotting Iverson already sprinting down the court at lightning speed. He immediately launched the basketball towards him. Upon receiving the pass, Iverson transformed into a streak of lightning himself, charging straight toward the basket with electrifying speed. Iverson's lightning-fast speed left his opponents trailing by several strides. Not even Kittles could keep up, nor the swiftest of them all, Williams. Under the gaze of countless spectators, he soared high and executed a thunderous one-handed dunk. After the emphatic slam, Iverson placed his hand by his right ear in his signature celebratory pose, as if listening to the roaring crowd. Georgetown led 4-0. Lin Hong contributed with 1 assist and 1 steal. What a sneaky move, pulling the chair. How unsportsmanlike. Tim Thomas's already dark countenance grew even more somber. Failing to intimidate that insolent rookie had already wounded his pride. To his dismay, he found himself effortlessly outmaneuvered by the opponent. At this very moment, he experienced the overwhelming suppression from both strength and intellect. Villanova's offense. Alvin Williams dribbled fiercely towards the front court. Just as he was about to signal Tim Thomas for a pick and roll, he noticed his teammate already positioning himself aggressively at the free throw line, demanding the ball. "Corey, pass me that damn basketball. I need to teach this bastard a lesson." Tim Thomas, who had just been humiliated by Lin Hong and knocked to the ground, was now seething with rage like a bloodthirsty gamecock. Williams, catching sight of his murderous glare, immediately lobbed the basketball to him. Though aware of Tim Thomas's reckless fury, he also empathized with the sting of his recent humiliation. The two faced off once more. Still the brutal clash, muscle against muscle, a relentless and unyielding collision. However, at that very moment, a sudden gasp erupted from the previously tranquil pavilion arena. Tim Thomas persistently attempted to overpower Lin Hong with sheer force, yet after several collisions, he found himself utterly unable to budge the immovable defender. Left with no alternative, he reluctantly pivoted and lofted a desperate fadeaway shot. Smack. An absolutely breathtaking volleyball-style block. Tim Thomas was utterly stunned. This is simply too humiliating. Being unable to back you down consecutively was frustrating enough. Now even a simple turnaround fadeaway gets swatted away by a rookie like you? And not just any block, a thunderous volleyball spike rejection. The damage is devastating. The humiliation utterly crushing. Tim Thomas stared blankly as the basketball traced a graceful arc through the air before landing with a resounding thud on the head of a photographer along the baseline. Like a perfectly aimed bowling strike, it was a direct hit that sent its target tumbling down instantly. Timothy Thomas pressed a hand against his throbbing lower back, muttering a string of curses under his breath. Damn it. Bloody rookies. He realized he had utterly humiliated himself today, once again reduced to a mere backdrop. Damn it all. A profound sense of humiliation enveloped Thomas' heart, lingering relentlessly. Words could scarcely convey the depth of his sorrow. Chapter 34. The small strikes the large. Is Lin Hong about to be called out? A single slap sends him flying. Noticing Thomas's low spirits, Corey Kidless promptly approached and gave him an encouraging pat on the back. Hey, Tim, don't lose heart. This Lin fellow seems to have some tricks up his sleeve. He deliberately provoked you just now. Take a moment to compose yourself and watch how I'll take him down next. Villanova launches their offensive play. Corey Kittles controls the ball, his gaze never lingering for even a moment on his direct opponent Page. His eyes remain fixed solely on Lin Hong. Facing Page's defense, Corey Kittles immediately signaled to center Tim Thomas to set a screen. Seizing the opportunity created by the pick and roll, Kittles effortlessly bypassed Page. Yet rather than driving for a layup or pulling up for a mid-range jumper, he executed a swift crossover step back, retreating beyond the three-point line to confront Lin Hong directly. This was clearly an isolation play, targeting the mismatch to attack the big man one-on-one. Facing Corey Kidwell across from him, Lin Hong took a deep breath, lowered his center of gravity, and assumed a defensive stance. Small guards taking on bigger opponents is one of the most common tactics in the NBA, with the legendary point guard Chris Paul being particularly adept at this style of play. Quite the bold move, young man, Lin thought to himself. Trying to exploit my slower foot speed and weaker perimeter defense? Lin Hong's focus reached its zenith. The other party was about to call upon him directly. With the ball in hand, Corey Kittle's piercing gaze transformed him into a formidable scoring assassin. An average center might have surrendered defensively, but Lin Hong was no ordinary man. Though his mobility wasn't the swiftest, and there remained the possibility of being crossed up by Corey Kittles, he still yearned to attempt it, to challenge Corey Kittle's advance. Lin Hong's interior defense could be described as impenetrable, yet his perimeter one-on-one coverage left much to be desired. In the fleeting moment their eyes locked, Corey Kittles made his move, a swift crossover dribble, then a sudden burst to Lin Hong's left, like a streak of black lightning. The speed was blinding. Lin Hong barely registered a blur streaking past his vision. Rather than shifting his weight left to counter Corey Kittle's drive, Lin Hong chose to retreat, positioning himself closer to the basket. He was acutely aware of his limitations. Recklessly lunging for a steal would only end one way, with him flat on the floor, utterly humiliated. Lin Hong's conjecture proved absolutely accurate. Corey Kittles executed a sharp crossover after driving left, swiftly pulling the ball to his right. Yet Lin Hong remained utterly motionless, his defensive stance unshaken. A flicker of surprise crossed Kittle's face upon realizing his feint had failed to deceive. Not biting the fake? How intriguing. Corey Kittles curled his lips disdainfully and charged straight from the right flank. Watching Lin Hong retreating continuously, he harbored not the slightest intention to shoot. Even if he scored, it wouldn't be the outcome he desired. He was determined to posterize Lin Hong under the basket. With this audacious idea in mind, Corey Kittles charged straight toward the interior. Lin Hong retreated swiftly in defense, yet Corey Kittles moved with even greater alacrity. With the ball at his feet, he arrived in the penalty area almost simultaneously with Lin Hong. As the distance between them narrowed, a bold idea flashed through Lin Hong's mind to feign vulnerability and pretend to be outmaneuvered by his opponent. The moment this idea struck him, Lin Hong felt his heart stir. After all, his speed lagged slightly behind. Therefore, he needed to create sufficient distance between himself and Kittles, enough space to allow him to recover defensively. As Corey Kittles drew nearer, Lin Hong's gaze remained fixed upon him, awaiting the opportune moment. Just as they were about to collide, Corey abruptly lowered his center of gravity and executed a sudden change of direction with explosive acceleration. Lin immediately reacted, retreating a step, while Corey came to an abrupt halt, his feet dancing lightly upon the hardwood before swiftly pulling back. In an instant, he created distance between them, simultaneously rising into a shooting stance. Lin's eyes widened in realization. His instincts screamed, "Here it comes." Lin Hong was absolutely certain this was a pump fake. If Corey Kittles truly intended to shoot, he would have taken the shot right there near the free throw line. "I wager your firearm holds no ammunition." Lin Hong made his move, subtly shifting his center of gravity higher as he feigned a block attempt on Corey Kittles. Falling for the bait, Corey Kittles' heart swelled with triumph. "Prepare to be posterized." Corey Kittles roared fiercely. After deftly shaking off Lin Hong's defensive stance, he seized a perfect opportunity for a thunderous dunk. Corey Kittles accelerated once more, his entire figure resembling a dark whirlwind as he swiftly maneuvered past Lin Hong. It was as effortless as strolling down a quiet morning boulevard. After breezing past Lin Hong from the baseline, a smug Corey Kittles leaped high into the air. With a confident grin, he engaged his core, twisting his body mid-flight with breathtaking agility. He was about to execute a graceful reverse slam dunk. However, Corey Kittles failed to notice that as he stealthily slipped past Lin Hong with a hunched posture, Lin Hong, who had been feigning imbalance, had already swiftly pivoted his body and readjusted his center of gravity. "Get in." Mid-air, Corey Kittles twisted his body nearly 360 degrees. His words still unfinished when he caught sight of a massive orange hand, swiftly approaching, blocking his vision like an insurmountable mountain, obscuring the basket. How was this possible? Smack. A clear voice rang out across the court. Corey Kittles gazed in bewilderment at Lin Hong, whose face bore a teasing smile, utterly perplexed. Lin Hong had clearly been faked out, so how could he have possibly reacted in time? Could it be that he had been concealing his true speed all along? "I have declared, the inner line is a no-fly zone. Flight is strictly prohibited." After viciously swatting Corey Kittles to the ground, Lin Hong glared down at him with a thunderous roar. Though not as swift as his opponent, his ability to react stemmed purely from superior height, reach, experience, and intellectual dominance. In truth, to block Corey Kittles, one merely needs to pivot and present a solid frame before leaping. However, Corey Kittles' dunk demands a swift glide along the baseline, twisting midair for a reverse-handed slam. One requires no movement, just a twist of the body. The other necessitates covering 4 or 5 meters. No matter how swift Corey Kittles may be, he cannot escape the grasp of Lin Hong's palm. This enormous hot pot, this resounding slap, instantly stunned everyone present. Lin Hong, a towering center, actually managed to block guard Corey Kittles in a one-on-one situation. How could this be possible? An NCAA point guard's typical duties, accomplished by a center instead? Is this truly a center we're witnessing? Question marks appeared in everyone's minds. Even Georgetown's head coach John Thompson harbored such doubts. The ball still belonged to Villanova. Corey Kittles possessed an extraordinarily resilient mentality and steely nerves. Though harshly schooled by Lin Hong, he refused to be disheartened. Instead, Like a true warrior, he continued to prod at Lin Hong's limits, seeing his opponent like a rabid dog. Still itching for a one-on-one showdown, Lin Hong rolled his eyes and decisively chose to evade. What a lunatic. Only a fool would expect a center to chase the opposing team's star point guard on the perimeter. The momentary success in defending Corey Kittles was merely due to the element of surprise and unfamiliarity. The distinguished patrons, might I humbly request your continued support with additional votes? The recent decline in contributions weighs heavily upon my heart. Chapter 35 The Basketball Hoop, Thus I Am Conquered by Thee. The game continued with Villanova's possession. Tim Thomas stepped up to the inbound the ball from the baseline. Lin Hong stood before him, waving his lengthy arms incessantly to disrupt. All while murmuring eloquent Chinese phrases, a dual assault both physical and psychological. Heh, Tim, my brother, you're comparatively easier to defend. When I block your shot later, I'll go easy on you, spare you some dignity. The thrill lies in the struggle against others. Witnessing Tim Thomas glaring at him with barely contained fury, Lin Hong couldn't help but let out an ungentlemanly chuckle. Don't get angry. Mustn't act rashly. Hold it in. Damned rookie. Tim Thomas took a deep breath, barely suppressing the urge to pummel Lin Hong. He turned his head away, out of sight and out of mind, repeatedly reminding himself to stay composed. Kittles, who was being fronted by Peggy, watched as Lin Hong continued to provoke Tim Thomas, grinding his teeth in frustration. He immediately shoved Peggy aside and charged forward. Seizing the moment, Tim Thomas delivered a crisp bounce pass to Kittles. Surging into the paint, Kittles caught the ball mid-stride, took flight, and gracefully evaded Jerome Williams' attempted block, gliding through the air for a thunderous one-handed slam dunk. Boom. After landing, he rushed over to his teammate Tim Thomas for a celebratory shoulder bump. 4-2. Then, Kittles walked up to Lin Hong, spread his hands with a grin, and said, "Lin, you can't possibly guard both me and Tim at the same time. So you might as well admit defeat." "Oh, really? I beg to differ." Lin Hong shook his head and retorted. He hadn't expected that pretentious bastard Kiddles would also play psychological games. Lin Hong declared that he and Iverson were the most formidable duo. No, the absolute best. He was the nightmare of the NCAA and every other team in the NBA. Georgetown's offense. Iverson dribbled the ball up the court. As per routine, Lin Hong set a high screen before rolling hard to the basket. Spotting Kittles drawn out by Williams, Iverson immediately lobbed the ball back to Lin Hong. Facing Tim Thomas' outstretched arms, Lin didn't shoot immediately. Instead, he gathered himself before delivering a perfectly legal shoulder charge. The unprepared Tim Thomas, who hadn't yet established position in the paint, crumpled to the floor from the sudden impact. Boom. Tim Thomas was sent sprawling, skidding across the floor for some distance. In the very next instant, Lin Hong wasted not a single moment, planting his feet firmly before launching himself explosively off the ground. With a thunderous crash, a devastating two-handed dunk executed with overwhelming force. His playing style was ruthlessly aggressive, brutally simple, yet devastatingly effective. Georgetown scores another goal. 6-2. The spectators at the scene instantly erupted into fervent applause and cheers. "John, witnessing Lin's ruthless playing style, what are your thoughts?" The commentator smiled and asked his partner seated beside him. With a grin, his partner flexed his muscles in a comical gesture and declared, "Well, there's your answer." The commentator continued with boisterous laughter. "Ha! Who would have imagined that someone as formidable as Tim Thomas could be so utterly defenseless? Was Lin sent tumbling to the ground by a single impact?" Those familiar with the records know that Tim is a Robert Horry-type player. Despite possessing the physique of a power forward, he is obsessed with long-range shooting, allowing his muscular frame to go to waste. Lin's talent stands at the pinnacle of the entire NCAA. His sheer physical dominance is truly formidable. Perhaps only the aerial demon from Wake Forest could barely contend with him. Despite Villanova having two towering big men guarding the paint, logic would deem Lin's playing style reckless. Yet he defies reason and scores regardless. In Lin's world, conventional wisdom holds no sway. His approach is brutally straightforward, devoid of even the pretense of finesse. He simply imposes his will through raw physicality, bulldozing through the opposition's defense, wreaking havoc in the paint. A testament indeed to the undeniable advantage of wielding a devastatingly powerful posterior. The sweet irony of dominance. The competition venue. Kittles, who was defending Lin Hong, found himself in a predicament. Bang. Lin Hong wasted no time with idle chatter, forcefully asserting his dominance with a powerful shove. The significantly lighter Kittles was sent stumbling backward by Lin Hong's sudden impact. Without hesitation, Lin Hong muscled his way against Kittles, pivoted sharply and drove straight into the paint. Boom. Another visually stunning two-handed slam dunk. Compared to a one-handed dunk, Lin Hong clearly favors the more domineering two-handed power slam. The basketball hoop swayed up and down, the rebounding rim humming with resonance. It seemed to be singing a triumphant anthem to him. Thus you were conquered. 8-2. Lin Hong claimed all 6 points through thunderous dunks. Watching Lin Hong dominate the paint with impunity, Villanova's head coach, Jay Wright, furrowed his brow in concern. Even the formidable duo of Kittles and Tim Thomas, among the league's elite pairings, proved powerless to halt the Celestial Giants' relentless offensive onslaught. Timeout. The head coach of Villanova, Jay Wright, could no longer remain seated and promptly called for a timeout. Nearly 3 minutes into the game, Georgetown had already executed 4 slam dunks. In other words, all 8 points Georgetown scored were achieved through slam dunks. How utterly humiliating. As the host team, they possessed an inherent home court advantage and were the reigning champions of the Big East Conference from the previous season. However, their much-vaunted offense not only failed to deliver, but was repeatedly countered by their opponents' emphatic dunks. Jay Wright found this reality utterly unacceptable. Villanova simply couldn't afford such a disgrace. Unable to attack effectively, incapable of defending properly. How can we possibly fight like this? Tim Thomas hung his head low, draping a towel over it in silence. Witnessing this, Kittles clapped his hands vigorously. Tim, are you really going to back down like this? Are we to be branded as cowards? Summon your courage at once. Do you not recall how we vanquished them last year? Can we not transform them into losers, yet now cower before these very same defeated foes? Kittle's words struck like a thunderclap. Upon hearing them, Thomas gradually regained his composure. Coach Jay Wright nodded with satisfaction and began assigning tasks. Next, I need you to unleash our most formidable offense. We must make that towering Chinese player pay dearly. Jay Wright adjusted the offensive strategy for Thomas and Kittles. Both of you possess solid mid to long range shooting. Use that to wear him down. If Lin Hong is defending one of you, the other must decisively drive to the basket or take the shot. And when Lin is drawn away from the paint, Alvin, you attack the rim relentlessly or take the open shot without hesitation. Even if that Lin is exceptionally formidable, he is but a single individual. It's impossible for him to defend against all of us simultaneously. Finally, Coach Jay Wright cast a piercing gaze toward the burly, dark-skinned man at the end of the bench. Bob, you're going in. Shut down that Chinese big man. You know what I mean. What he referred to as anti-death was not merely about preventing defeat, but rather a relentless provocation and enraging of opponents, even resorting to unsportsmanlike conduct. Such villains are universally despised. Yet, for a team to achieve success, it necessitates the presence of such a ruthless figure willing to do the dirty work, like Bruce Bowen, the infamous foot-stomping patriarch from the Spurs, who brought down stars like Ray Allen, Nash, Paul, McGrady, Kobe, and Carter. Then there's Zaza Pachulia of the Warriors, a master of elbows, foot stomps, and scissor kicks. Patrick Beverley, the Mad Dog, once sidelined the Iron Man Westbrook. Kelly Olynyk violently dislocated Love's shoulder with a brutal pull. Draymond Green kicked James in the groin and poked his eye. And the rising star of the Bucks, the foot-stomping Giannis, has already toppled double-digit stars. These are the ruthless enforcers of the game. Bob, understanding his role, nodded solemnly, suddenly lifting his head. He thumped his chest and flashed a grin at his teammates. Leave the big guy to me. You can count on it. Chapter 36. The 8 Immortals Crossing the Sea, each displaying their divine powers. The timeout concluded. Villanova's offense resumed with point guard Alvin Williams advancing the ball past half court, spotting Lin Hong effectively boxing out Tim Thomas. Williams recalled Coach Jay Wright's instructions and immediately delivered a crisp bounce pass to Kerry Kittles on the opposite wing. Georgetown power forward Jerome Williams braced himself defensively. Kittles possessed superior footwork and speed, not to mention an extensive offensive arsenal. The rhythmic pounding of the dribble echoed through the arena. Kittles maintained a triple threat stance, shielding the ball with deft footwork. With a series of calculated feints, he executed a convincing shot fake, instantly sending Jerome Williams, the lumbering defender, soaring out of position. In the next heartbeat, Kittles aggressively drove into contact, lofting the ball toward the basket with precision. Swish. Whistle. The basketball swished through the net effortlessly. Kittles drew a shooting foul against Jerome Williams, earning himself an additional free throw. Great job, Corey. That's exactly how you play the game. On the other side, Thomas, who was locked in a fierce battle with Lin Hong, grinned broadly and exclaimed, "Haha, rookie, you can't stop both of us." Kittles then calmly sank the free throw. After the timeout, Villanova narrowed the gap to 5-10. Lin Hong furrowed his brows, already discerning Villanova's strategy. They were spreading the floor, positioning shooters on both flanks to force him into exhausting back-and-forth sprints, leaving him stretched too thin. Admittedly, it was a clever tactic. Against an ordinary center, it might have yielded excellent results. But Lin Hong was indeed a formidable force akin to the legendary Shaquille O'Neal in his prime, yet their assumptions proved overly optimistic. In his heyday, the dominant Shaq would single-handedly battle three defensive titans in the paint: Arvydas Sabonis, Jermaine O'Neal, and Gerald Wallace. Yet even when O'Neal powered up for a thunderous dunk, these three defensive stalwarts could do nothing but resort to deliberate fouls, collectively dragging him down. To draw three flagrant fouls from elite big men in a single offensive possession, such was the unstoppable might of prime Shaq. Georgetown's offense unfolded swiftly as Allen Iverson raced down the court and immediately lobbed the ball to Lin Hong posting up in the low block. Thomas dug in defensively, bracing his stance while firmly jamming a hand into Lin Hong's lower back. Meanwhile, the agile Bob prowled the paint with lightning-quick lateral movement. If Lin Hong opted to isolate, Bob would instantly swarm in for a double team. If instead Lin Hong dished to Jerome Williams under the basket, Bob could just as swiftly recover to contest. Jerome Williams, whose mid-range jumper was erratic at best, lacked any reliable self-creation ability. His scoring came almost exclusively from easy finishes or putbacks after scrapping for offensive rebounds. Thud. Lin Hong backed down his defender, using his formidable posterior to bump Thomas aside once more before pivoting right towards the painted area. The defensively gifted Bob swiftly cut off his driving lane, while the recovering Thomas doubled down on him from behind. Trapped between two tenacious defenders and lacking reliable mid-to-long range shooting prowess, Lin Hong had no choice but to dish the ball out to Iverson waiting beyond the three-point arc. Restrained by Lin Hong, Iverson swiftly changed direction and effortlessly drove to the basket. Despite Kidder's formidable defense, he attempted a layup but missed. Bang! Lin Hong forcefully shoved aside Thomas and Bob, leaping high into the air with formidable dominance to seize the rebound. After landing, Lin Hong faced the approaching defensive Thomas without a trace of panic. Bending his knees, he leaped up once more with explosive force. Behind him, Bob gritted his teeth and jumped as well, attempting to block the shot from behind. Two opponents closed in from both sides, attempting to jointly block his dunk. With a thunderous slam, he forcefully hammered the ball through the rim, soaring right over Thomas's outstretched arms. With his impressive wingspan, he had already managed to graze the basketball. Yet Lin Hong's formidable core strength proved insurmountable. A pair of mighty arms, resembling those of a legendary Chilean, clutched the basketball with unyielding force before slamming it mercilessly into the hoop. 12-5. This serves as a formidable counter to Kittle's earlier forceful play against Jerome Williams. 21. Tim, you'll need to step up your game if you want to block me, haha. After dunking over Thomas, Lin Hong turned around and taunted him with some trash talk. Such audacious arrogance. That scene was overwhelmingly striking to the eyes. Confronted by Villanova's towering twin defenders closing in from both sides, Lin Hong forcefully bulldozed through the double team, snatching the rebound with indomitable might. Undeterred by the simultaneous blocks attempted from front and back, he executed an unstoppable two-handed slam dunk that shook the very foundations of the arena. He was like an unstoppable force in the paint, tearing through Villanova's double-team defense. A relentless and brutal style of play. A display of sheer dominance and ferocity. My goodness. Witnessing Lin Hong fearlessly dominate against the double team of two towering defenders, executing a thunderous dunk over them, the courtside commentator lost composure and involuntarily uttered an expletive. John. Lin Hong's savage 1-against-2 playstyle just now vividly reminded me of the league's legendary Big Shark. The commentator turned his head towards his partner with an expression of utter disbelief. His co-host, however, remained composed and shook his head nonchalantly. No, Lin Hong still has a long way to go. The Great Shark could take on 4 opponents at once. The game resumed. Villanova continued employing their previous offensive strategy. Thomas, who had just been emphatically dunked on by Lin Hong, was seething with frustration. Yet, he repeatedly faltered under Lin Hong's defensive pressure. Unable to overpower Lin Hong, Thomas sought to vent his anger on an easier target. Bullying the weak while fearing the strong? No, this is called T-on-G's horse racing, an eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. Thomas targeted the defensively vulnerable Jerome Williams, relentlessly exploiting his weakness. He aggressively drove past Williams, executing a smooth turnaround hook shot to score. 7-12. Georgetown on offense. As usual, Lin Hong positioned himself under the basket. preparing to fight for the rebound. At that moment, Bob seized the opportunity while the referee's attention was fixed on Allen Iverson handling the ball. With a sly maneuver, he clamped onto Lin Hong's arm and yanked forcefully. Lin Hong gasped sharply, instinctively collapsing to the floor, his body slamming heavily against the hardwood. The controlled fall likely saved him. Had he resisted abruptly, the sheer force from Bob's grip might have dislocated his unicorn arm. Meanwhile, Bob himself stumbled awkwardly for a couple of steps, dragged off balance by Lin Hong's momentum, before theatrically tumbling to the ground. He slumped onto the ground, spreading his hands in a gesture of innocence as he protested to the referee with wounded indignation. "Referee, that was a foul. He dragged me down with such unsportsmanlike roughness. How preposterous. The villain actually dares to play the victim first." Lin Hong furrowed his brows, a cold glint flashing through his eyes. With everyone's attention focused on Allen Iverson on the perimeter, even the referees failed to notice the physical altercation between the two players. The baseline official hesitated for a moment before shaking his head and signaling for the game to continue. Lin Hong picked himself up, stretching his arms. Thankfully, nothing seemed seriously injured. Over the next few possessions, Bob persistently shadowed Lin Hong, subtly jabbing at him with sneaky moves, whispering taunts in his ear, discreetly pinching his waist, and throwing sharp elbows. Like a venomous old crone, he kept twisting Lin Hong's side whenever he got the chance. These quick, underhanded tactics were hard for the referees to catch in the heat of the game. Seeing this, Lin Hong smirked inwardly. "Playing dirty? As if I don't know how." As the two men became entangled once more, Lin Hong seized the opportunity to strike, delivering a vicious elbow to Bob's chest with brutal force. "Damn it." Bob suppressed his frustration and muttered a curse under his breath. After another 2 minutes of entanglement, Lin Hong's waist was already bruised with patches of blue and purple. Of course, Bob wasn't faring much better either. "If others do not provoke me, I shall not provoke them. But if others dare offend me, no matter how far they flee, retribution shall be exacted." This is Lin Hong's way of dealing with opponents, giving them a taste of their own medicine. Bob's subtle underhanded tactics are difficult for the referee to catch. Complaining to the officials would be utterly futile. At that moment, Bob closed in on defense once more. As the two tangled for position, Lin Hong abruptly delivered a sharp elbow to Bob's ribs. Seizing the moment of his opponent's pain, Lin Hong surged toward the basket, leaped high, and slammed the ball through the hoop with a thunderous two-handed dunk. Clutching his chest, Bob cursed venomously in his mind. "Damn it! Damn it! Damn it!" He quickly caught up to Lin Hong and taunted, "You lumbering oaf. Just wait till you see what's coming your way." The intense physical confrontation between Lin Hong and Bob was aggressive, yet remained within the bounds of normalcy. Bob was seething with pent-up frustration, desperate for an outlet. The towering figure had already incurred one technical foul earlier. Initially, Bob believed that through persistent provocation, he could once again enrage this celestial colossus, coaxing him into committing another technical foul. Yet, contrary to expectations, the celestial giant not only remained unperturbed, but retaliated with even more cunning and covert maneuvers. The excruciating pain in his chest only fueled Bob's fury. As he watched Lin Hong retreat on defense, a vivid scene replayed in Bob's mind. A moment before the timeout when Coach Jay Wright had whispered to him, "Bob, do you understand why I assigned you to guard Lin?" Jay Wright's voice was low and calm, yet it carried an icy undertone. Upon hearing this, Bob was slightly taken aback. He glanced at the coach and noticed the frigid gaze directed at him, which stirred something within. He couldn't help but ask, "Coach, are you suggesting that I give him a little trouble?" Jay Wright interrupted him decisively, declaring with unwavering conviction, "Teach him a lesson. Let him understand that Villanova's home court is not his personal playground." Bob quietly turned his head and cast a glance at Lin Hong, a flash of ferocity gleaming in his eyes. "Initially, I merely intended to teach you a lesson and make you retreat in the face of difficulties. Since you obstinately refused to awaken, don't blame me for being ruthless and crushing the flower." Chapter 37, Decisive Victory with a Single Kick. Georgetown launched their offensive. Lin Hong positioned himself under the basket, pivoted, and cast a disdainful glance at Bob, his lips curling into a sardonic smirk. "Pathetic little tricks, grandson, utterly beneath contempt." Having uttered those words, he once again shamelessly shoved Bob aside. "Damn it." Bob's chest ached fiercely from the impact as he staggered unsteadily, cursing loudly. Soon, his face twisted into that aggrieved and frustrated expression that would later become an immensely popular meme across the internet. In the next instant, Lin Hong pivoted gracefully and released an effortless shot. As he faced the towering Chinese player whose demeanor oozed utter disdain, a surge of violent fury spread through him. overwhelming his reason, an all-consuming desire to tear the man apart. Boom. A surge of malevolent fury erupted from the depths of Bob's being, scalding his very skull. His pupils contracted violently, as every muscle in his body trembled with barely restrained rage. Though the ball was clearly beyond reach, Bob launched himself recklessly through the air. His right arm swung in a vicious arc, aiming directly for Lin Hong's handsome face with brutal intent. This was no mere slap. It carried the weight of a lesson meant to be seared permanently into Lin Hong's memory. Caught off guard, Lin Hong flailed helplessly midair, unable to regain his balance before crashing mercilessly to the ground. From his elevated position, Bob's lips curled into an involuntary smirk, the venom in his heart finally finding release. Yet his triumph was short-lived. Within seconds, his grin froze as an excruciating agony erupted from his groin, shooting like lightning through his entire being. A strangled gasp escaped him as veins bulged across his forehead, his eyes threatening to burst from their sockets. The sheer intensity of the pain stretched his eyelids to near-tearing point. Ha ha ha! As if fate itself had seized him by the throat, not even a scream could escape. In that moment, the world fell silent, or rather, all color drained from existence. Nothing remained but the bone-deep, soul-rending torment that consumed him entirely. The agony of testicular pain is akin to a torment that breathes with every passing moment. At this moment, Bob resembled a boiled lobster, clutching his lower body in agony as he writhed on the floor. Beads of sweat the size of peas continuously erupted from his forehead, his entire body appearing as pale and feeble as if freshly dredged from water. In stark contrast, having mentally prepared himself, Lin Hong's fall, though seemingly severe, was mitigated by a graceful roll upon impact, dissipating most of the force. Yet he deliberately refrained from rising immediately. As the victim, it would defy logic to spring up and scathe while his adversary lay in far greater distress. At this moment, it all comes down to the art of performance. At this thought, Lin Hong's eyes blazed with fury. He pressed his forehead against the floor, clutching his lower back with his left hand while pounding the ground incessantly with his right, feigning excruciating pain and grievous injury. Allen Iverson and the others on the court immediately rushed over, crowding around him to inquire about his condition. "Lin, how are you? Is it serious? That damn scoundrel. I shall avenge you." Lin Hong naturally could not respond, waving his hand with great difficulty as if the pain had robbed him of speech. Yet he was not entirely unprepared. He knew that a rabid dog like Bob would seek vengeance for the slightest offense, escalating his aggression, even resorting to foul play. As he was being taken down, Lin seized the moment. His right foot lashed out with precision, striking squarely between Bob's legs. Was it a dirty move? Extremely filthy. Yet when others have already overturned the table, disregarding all principles of decency, should one still respond with kindness to malice? What a joke! Lin Hong did not consider himself so noble. Such unscrupulous and malicious acts could very well destroy an athlete's career. For individuals of this nature, is there any need for courtesy? Lin Hong was tempted to deliver a few solid punches, yet reason ultimately prevailed. For now, he was merely returning the favor in kind. Jerome Williams, oblivious to the truth, instantly flew into a rage, brandishing his fists as he prepared to rise and pick a fight. However, when his gaze fell upon the figure writhing in agony on the floor, he froze. A flicker of confusion passed through his eyes, and a row of question marks seemed to materialize above his head. Is this guy faking it? It was he who pulled Lin Hong down from midair. Yet why does it seem his injuries are even more severe than Lin Hong's? How can one possibly proceed under such circumstances? Jerome Williams racked his brains, yet failed to discern any logical explanation. Meanwhile, numerous spectators in the stands widened their eyes in shock, covering their mouths with trembling hands, their expressions etched with unbearable distress. By the sidelines, Osella Harrington's fury erupted upon witnessing the scene, his primal instinct compelling him to charge onto the court to defend Lin Hong, for he was Lin's sworn guardian. Yet before his foot could trespass the boundary, the vigilant assistant coach intercepted him with a desperate embrace from behind. At such critical moments, any unauthorized court intrusion would warrant a technical foul. Precisely then, the colossal screen illuminated with the replay footage. The entire audience bore witness to Bob's deliberate assault upon Lin Hong's face, igniting an inferno of collective outrage. Damnation! The crowd roared in unison. That man is nothing but a criminal. Can a criminal even be allowed to compete in the game? He ought to be imprisoned. That was clearly a deliberate attack. He should be expelled from the field and banned for life. However, when the crowd witnessed Lin Hong suddenly delivering a precise kick to Bob's groin mid-descent, they froze in stunned silence, torn between laughter and disbelief. Holy shit. Gasp. The male fans instantly inhaled sharply. A chill ran through their groins as their sphincters clenched involuntarily. Frankly speaking, even watching the scene made them wince in sympathetic pain. Yet some spectators secretly cheered with approval. Brilliant execution. If I were Lin, I would have done the same. Annihilate that bastard. Amidst the murmurs of discussion, the school physician arrived belatedly, trotting hastily to examine the injured. Lin, where do you feel discomfort? Lin Hong's pain seemed to have eased somewhat. Yet he still clutched his lower back, murmuring slowly, my elbow, my kneecap, my lumbar disc, everything hurts. After the school doctor carefully inquired further with several questions, she finally frowned and asked, Lin, can you still stand up? Stealing a glance at Bob, who was already being helped to the bench by teammates and panting heavily, Lin Hong finally spoke slowly. Jerome, give me a hand. I'm feeling much better. Thus, he was assisted to his feet by his teammates. Under the guidance of the team doctor, Lin Hong gradually began moving his body. Little by little, his pain seemed to ease considerably. On the sidelines, the three referees were still reviewing the replay repeatedly. One thing was certain, Bob's flagrant foul was undeniable. What the referees were deliberating was whether Lin Hong's sudden kick toward Bob before falling was merely a follow-through motion. This time, the three referees scrutinized the footage for an extended period. After thorough discussion, the head referee made the final call and signaled to the scorer's table. Flagrant foul, penalty 1. 2 free throws and possession. When the Villanova players and coaching staff heard such a ruling, they threw up their hands in disbelief one after another. How could this be? I protest. Bob was clearly injured as well. That kick of his was undoubtedly deliberate. Especially Thomas, who looked as if he wanted to devour the referee, relentlessly pursuing him with complaints. Good heavens, referee, did you not witness that move? It was utterly brutal. Such individuals should not be permitted to remain on the field. It is utterly unjust. Yet how could the referee possibly tolerate their incessant whining, promptly issuing them a stern warning? Should they persist in their complaints, technical fouls would be served without hesitation. Chapter 38. Tension mounts as swords are drawn. The wicked shall meet their match. Lin Hong sat on the bench with a towel draped over his head, not out of dejection but primarily to conceal the corners of his lips that kept curling upwards. The school physician suggested he return to the locker room for a more thorough examination. Yet Lin Hong waved it off with an air of nonchalance, declining gracefully. No need. I feel absolutely splendid at the moment. The school nurse, good heavens. Just now you were writhing in agony, and now you feel perfectly splendid? Who would believe such a thing? The teammates pondered thoughtfully, murmurs rising involuntarily in their hearts. Yet they also breathed a sigh of relief. As long as no one was injured, all was well. After all, Lin Hong was the veritable pillar of strength in Georgetown's interior line. However, the naive Jerome Williams remained oblivious to the intricate complexities beneath the surface. With a solemn expression, he earnestly patted Lin Hong's shoulder and declared, My friend, you've done admirably. I shall avenge you. Jerome, actually, Lin, don't say it, my friend. I truly understand. You don't understand. What could you possibly comprehend? Lin Hong rolled his eyes in resignation, intending to explain further, only to be unceremoniously shoved onto the free throw line by Williams. Well, there was no explaining this now. 1 out of 2 free throws, after all. His free throw percentage barely scraped 50. Georgetown inbound the ball again. Lin Hong positioned himself under the basket, demanding the ball. Bob, having recovered somewhat, scrambled over to double-team him. Lin Hong cradled the ball with both hands, his back pressed against Thomas, yet his gaze remained locked onto Bob's eyes. A faint, almost imperceptible smirk curled at the corners of his lips. That ominous grin sent a chill down Bob's spine. A wave of dread surged from the pit of his stomach, resurrecting the memory of that excruciating pain, as if it had seared his very soul. Instinctively, he clenched his thighs, though he still attempted to double-team Lin Hong. His steps were noticeably slower, his aggression tempered by hesitation. For Lin Hong, this half-hearted defense posed no challenge at all. Boom. A thunderous two-handed dunk. Lin Hong sank both free throws, plus this two-pointer. In a single possession, he scored 3 points. The game grew increasingly tense and charged with hostility. For safety's sake, head coach John Thompson promptly substituted Lin Hong out of the game. Humiliated and seething with resentment, Bob watched as Lin Hong left the court. With a violent flick of his left hand, he brusquely signaled his teammates to clear the floor. He was determined to take his fury out on Lin Hong's teammates. Observing Bob's menacing gesture and the visible ferocity etched upon his countenance, Thomas shook his head in resignation. abandoning any intention to maintain his defensive position. He promptly retreated to the corner, creating space for his teammates. On the sidelines, Jay Wright, Villanova's head coach, immediately furrowed his brow. This deviated from his tactical directives. Yet with Bob obstinately determined to isolate his defender, Wright had no choice but to let the play unfold. With a sweeping motion of his large hands, Bob signaled for his teammates to clear out, carving the perimeter for his one-on-one duel. Soon, only Bob and Williams remained at the top of the key. Locked in solitary confrontation, Williams spread his legs wide, lowering his center of gravity with a menacing grin that bared his gleaming teeth. He forcefully slapped the floor and taunted. "Come at me, you filthy scoundrel. How dare you harm Lin? Have the guts to face me instead, and witness how I'll thoroughly thrash you." Bob sneered coldly. His expression contorted, then forcefully slapped the basketball with his right hand before striding aggressively towards Williams in a charging motion. With a sharp squeak from the friction between his soles and the floor, Bob burst into the Georgetown defense like a gust of wind. Swinging his left elbow with formidable force, he aimed directly at Williams' neck as the latter rushed forward to intercept. Realizing his opponent's ill intentions, Williams wisely refrained from a reckless frontal confrontation. With calculated grace, he retreated half a step, deftly evading Bob's aggressive strike. However, this tactical withdrawal inadvertently granted Bob passage through his defense, charging into the paint. Williams could only maintain pursuit from the side, creating opportunities for his teammates' defensive support. Bob cast a disdainful glance at Williams before striding boldly toward Georgetown's restricted area. Launching himself into the air, he drew his right arm back like a taut bowstring, poised to unleash a thunderous tomahawk dunk. At that moment, Williams also sprang upward, his left hand raised high in an attempt to block the ball. Yet, Bob held a half-body advantage, and despite Williams stretching desperately, his fingertips barely cleared Bob's head. Undeterred, Williams showed no sign of retreat. His face contorted with determination, teeth clenched, eyes locked onto the ball as his right hand swung downward with fierce resolve. The next instant, smack! Williams' right hand struck the brute Bob's face with a resounding smack. The crisp sound of impact reverberating clearly. Bob's body instantly lost its equilibrium, tumbling from midair as Williams crashed down upon him. With his right hand splayed wide, Williams swept downward in a lightning motion, his index finger seemingly piercing Bob's eye like a dagger. Bob convulsed as if struck by thunder, his head jerking backward violently. His eyes squeezed shut, face contorted in agony. Williams paled in shock, clearly unprepared for the unintended consequences of his reflexive action. His left hand shot out instinctively, clutching Bob's chest to prevent a full collapse onto the ground. Upon impact, Bob staggered 2 unsteady steps before collapsing to his knees. His left hand clamped over his wounded eye, features twisted in excruciating pain. His right fist hammered the floor in furious, muffled thuds that reverberated through the room. "Damn you! Are you trying to kill me?" Thomas charged forward abruptly, shoving Williams forcefully while bellowing accusations. Williams raised his hands defensively, retreating a full step with an expression of injured innocence. "Now listen here, old chap," he protested in placating tones, "you must perceive this was entirely unintentional." "Why? I even shielded Bob in the final moment." "Absolute rubbish," came the furious retort. "You did that deliberately. I saw it clearly. There was no way you could have blocked that basketball. You were aiming straight for Bob." Kittles also rushed over, exclaiming with great fury, "Calm down, Corey. Jerome isn't that kind of despicable person." Iverson rushed over from the side, positioning himself in front of Williams while loudly attempting to dissuade the situation. "Exactly, Tim. You need to compose yourself." Harrington intercepted Thomas, preventing him from advancing toward Williams. Thomas's gaze remained fixated solely on Williams. With a violent shove against Harrington, he roared furiously, "Fuck. Get the hell out of my way. This is none of your business. I'm going to settle the score with that bastard." Smack. Harrington's body stiffened with a start, his eyes widening in shock. With a swift motion, he slapped Thomas's hand away and spoke in a chilling tone. "How dare you show such insolence? Mind your filthy tongue." Peggy also stepped forward, her petite frame resolutely shielding Williams as her eyes narrowed subtly and fists clenched quietly. The benches of both teams erupted in chaos. Watching Williams forcefully take down Bob, Lin Hong couldn't help but recall their conversation during the timeout. He understood Williams was venting his anger on his behalf. The reckless, this friend truly had his back when it mattered. At this thought, Lin Hong abruptly sprang to his feet, strode forward with clenched fists, ready to charge onto the field, only to be restrained by 2 teammates grabbing his legs from behind. "Lin, calm down. It's Jerome who's at a disadvantage here." Beep beep. At that very moment, the referee blew his whistle and rushed over, positioning himself between the players to separate them, barely managing to quell the escalating conflict. Thomas, still restrained by his teammates, continued vehemently pursuing the referee while protesting, "Referee, that was an utterly vicious and dangerous foul. You must eject that brute from the game immediately." The referee cast a disdainful glance at Williams and declared, without a doubt, "This constitutes a flagrant foul. I shall immediately review the footage to ascertain the severity of this violation." Thomas nodded fiercely in agreement. "Absolutely, that was a flagrant foul. No doubt about it. Toot toot." Before Thomas could finish his sentence, the referee blew the whistle again, this time calling a technical foul on him. Thomas froze momentarily, his eyes brimming with astonishment. Then, with his neck stiffened and face flushed crimson, he erupted in fury. "You incompetent referee. This is unjust. I've done nothing wrong. How dare you issue me a technical foul?" Before he could complete his tirade, several teammates swiftly covered his mouth and forcibly dragged him away. Chapter 39. Thomas. I feel rejuvenated. After Thomas was pulled away, the situation was swiftly brought under control. Iverson and his teammates gathered around Jerome Williams, escorting him back to the bench. Meanwhile, the Villanova players clustered anxiously around Bob, their expressions filled with concern as the team physician examined his injuries. The referees huddled near the scorer's table, meticulously reviewing slow-motion replays of Williams' foul on Bob from every conceivable angle. "Bob, this is karma. Dare to strike from the shadows again, and you shall meet your demise. You wretched coward who only knows underhanded tactics, forever unfit for honorable confrontation. Jerome, splendidly done. You've proven your mettle. Jerome, Jerome, Jerome." Finally, as if orchestrated by an unseen conductor, voices began chanting Williams' name. Gradually, this evolved into a thunderous chorus that reverberated throughout the entire stadium. On the Georgetown bench, Jerome Williams was taken aback when he suddenly heard someone shout his name, then broke into a grin, revealing a set of gleaming white teeth. Coach Thompson patted him on the shoulder with a faint smile and said, "Jerome, I know you stood up for Lin. But be careful next time. No more reckless moves like that." "Got it, Coach." Williams nodded repeatedly, the smugness on his face gradually fading. "Coach, I think Jerome did the right thing," Athela Harrington grumbled indignantly. "They needed a lesson, or they'd never learn. Had his teammates not held him back, he might have thrown a few punches himself." "Jerome, thanks for having my back." Lin Hong moved closer, his usually carefree smile replaced by an uncharacteristic solemnity. Williams pressed a towel to his mouth and murmured, "Lin, we're brothers. It's what I should do." Their eyes met, and without another word, they both smiled, understanding passing silently between them. Meanwhile, on the Villanova bench, players crowded around Bob as the team doctor examined his injury. A poke to his left eye had ruptured capillaries, leaving the corner bloodshot and the white stained crimson. Though it looked gruesome, the damage was superficial. "Brooks, can you still see clearly?" the doctor asked once more. "Does your left eye experience any discomfort or sensation of swelling?" Bob slightly raised his head, panting heavily, and muttered in a muffled voice, "I'm feeling better now, though my vision is still a bit blurry." The team physician nodded and turned to head coach Jay Wright, saying, "Jay, I recommend sending Brooks back to the locker room for a thorough examination. He injured his left eye. We must handle this with caution." "Coach, I think it's nothing serious. Just some darkness in my vision. Maybe a few minutes of rest will do." Brooks Bob waved dismissively. He had no intention of returning to the locker room. He wanted back on the court to settle the score with Williams for that jab. Jay Wright pinched his chin, his eyes half-lidded in contemplation before shaking his head after a few seconds. "No, Brooks," he declared. "The tournament isn't over yet. We can't afford to take unnecessary risks. You must return to the locker room for examination immediately." His brows furrowed deeply, his expression grim. Yet without Bob on the court, who could possibly contend with that towering Chinese player? Amidst the fervent anticipation of the crowd, the referee delivered the verdict. Williams was charged with a flagrant foul, granting Villanova 2 free throws and possession. As Bob stepped up to the free throw line, he was unexpectedly met with a deafening chorus of boos. Fans, ever unapologetically passionate, deemed Williams' retaliatory jab a justified response to Bob's earlier unsportsmanlike aggression. Under the relentless jeers, both of Bob's free throws clanked off the rim. Shortly after, he was substituted and escorted by the team physician down the tunnel for further evaluation in the locker room. Lin Hong remained sidelined, resting. Bob's exit seemed to reignite Villanova's fighting spirit. Without the interior dominance of Lin Hong to contain them, Villanova's offense flowed with newfound fluidity. After all, they boasted 3 potential NBA lottery picks. Against the towering duo of Williams and Harrington, Kittles unleashed his full offensive arsenal, teaming up with Thomas to bombard Georgetown's basket in relentless waves. Iverson, refusing to be outshone, retaliated with ferocity. Yet, his teammates' underwhelming performances left him isolated, a lone warrior against an army. The momentum shifted decisively. Georgetown's drives were stifled, their perimeter shots clanged off the rim, and their shooting percentages plummeted to alarming lows. By the final 2 minutes of the first half, the score stood at 40-45. Villanova had unleashed a devastating 26 run, turning a 9-point deficit into a 5-point lead. Timeout. Coach Thompson of Georgetown wore a grim expression and promptly called a timeout. He was thoroughly displeased with the interior defense anchored by Williams and Harrington. Kittles and Thomas worked in seamless tandem, slashing inside and firing from outside, ruthlessly dismantling Georgetown's paint protection. Even the guard, Alcee Williams, repeatedly drove to the rim with ease to finish plays. Such was the dismal state of the defensive wall supposedly held up by Williams and Harrington. Not to say it's a free-for-all, but it's not far from the bustling morning streets. Lin, go, charge forward and dominate everything in your path. Meanwhile, Bishop J. Wright of Villanova experienced a roller coaster of emotions, soaring from the depths of despair to the pinnacle of exhilaration. The team's remarkable turnaround from a 10-point deficit to a 5-point lead filled him with immense satisfaction. Magnificent performance. Your work has been executed with excellence. Now the key is to maintain this momentum. We must not allow them to depart with victory, for we possess the full capability to terminate their winning streak. If it weren't for that monstrous opponent's towering center, we might have dominated this game long ago. Now Georgetown will undoubtedly deploy that interior beast again, so we must continue our strategy of wearing him down through relentless rotation. Victory shall be ours, for we are the proud warriors of Villanova. The game resumes after the timeout. Play continues as Georgetown initiates their offensive possession. Iverson sprints down the court with the ball. In the battle between Lin Hong and Thomas, Lin swiftly establishes position on the weak side left flank. Not this time, kid. You won't score again. Thomas clenched his fists tightly together, pressing them firmly against Lin Hong's lower back. His legs were spread wide with formidable strength. His stance is steady as a horse's posture. What a hopeless yet persistent fool. Lin Hong took a brief respite for a few minutes. Yet this fellow astonishingly believed he could rise to his feet once more. Lin Hong was torn between laughter and exasperation. He stretched his arm toward Iverson and shouted, "Allen, pass me the ball. Tim here claims he's going to lock me down." Damn, the audacity of this guy. The once formidable inside duo you formed with Bob has been utterly dismantled by Lin Hong, reduced to utter shambles. Yet here you stand, still arrogantly provoking Lin Hong? Allen Iverson muttered to himself, swiftly lofting the ball to Lin Hong without hesitation. "Hey Tim, feeling confident again, are we? I believe it would be more appropriate to send you to the bench for some profound contemplation of life." "What?" Thomas was deeply perplexed by Lin Hong's abrupt remark and instinctively blurted out his response. However, without further ado, Lin Hong gripped the ball and forcefully rammed backward. Caught off guard in his momentary daze, Thomas nearly toppled over from the impact. "Stay focused. I merely exerted 30% of my strength, yet you almost collapsed." In the next instant, Lin Hongxiang leaned in with the ball, driving 3 powerful strides toward the basket. Soaring high into the air, bang. He seized the ball with his right hand, raising it like a blazing torch to the heavens before slamming it down with a thunderous one-handed dunk. At 42 minutes and 45 seconds, the referee's whistle pierced the air with urgency. Thomas committed a foul by pulling his opponent from behind. Lin Hong cast a cheerful glance at him and stepped up to the free-throw line. Thomas rushed forward to argue with the referee, only to be instantly silenced by the official's withering glare. Seething with frustration, he glared at Lin Hong and cursed bitterly, "Fuck, you treacherous villain." Resorting only to such despicable means. Witnessing Thomas's stifled and dejected expression, Lin Hong couldn't help but curl his lips into a smirk. Chapter 40. The Rebound Maniac. Aerial Takedown on Kittles. Crash. Lin Hong's additional free throw clanged off the rim once more. Thomas and Kittles, stationed on either side of the basket, simultaneously leaped for the rebound. However, sensing his own miss the moment the ball left his fingertips, Lin Hong charged forward with explosive momentum. Brushing aside the opponent in his path, he aggressively snatched the offensive rebound. Amidst the forest of bodies, Lin Hong eschewed a forced shot, instead delivering a crisp bounce pass to the swiftly cutting Iverson. Catching the ball in stride, Iverson released a silky smooth floater that found nothing but net. 44-45. In a single possession, one offensive rebound and one assist for Lin Hong. Villanova's offensive set unfolded with Kittles demanding the ball on the right low block. This time, he found himself matched against the more substantial frame and rock-solid base of Lin Hong. The footwork that had bedeviled Williams proved utterly ineffective against Lin's agile defensive positioning. Left with no alternative, Kittles resorted to a fading step-back jumper. Clang. The iron unkindly rejected his attempt. The basketball bounced straight into the hands of his teammate Thomas. However, before Thomas could even secure his grip on the rebound, Lin Hong swiftly charged from behind and wrapped his arms around him, forcefully snatching the ball right out of his embrace. Thomas could only watch helplessly as Iverson and Lin Hong sprinted down the court, executing a perfect alley-oop dunk. 46-45. Georgetown regained the lead once more. On the ensuing possession, Villanova's three-point attempt clanged off the rim. Kittles boxed out Lin Hong, allowing the physically imposing long-armed Thomas to battle for the offensive rebound. But Kidd's strength was utterly inadequate to withstand Lin Hong's assault. With brute force, Lin Hong bulldozed through Kidd's defense, leaped from the free throw line, and snatched the ball from behind Thomas once more. Without hesitation, Lin Hong hurled a long pass to Iverson, instantly igniting a fast break. The cornerstone of Georgetown's lineup would never let such a golden opportunity slip away. With effortless grace, he dashed down the court and executed a magnificent solo dunk. At 48-45, under Lin Hong's leadership, Georgetown unleashed an 8 o'clock scoring run. Lin's dominance in the paint was simply overwhelming, brutally efficient, relying purely on terrifying physicality to dominate the boards. In less than 15 minutes of play, he had already aggressively snatched 14 rebounds, with 8 of them being offensive boards, quite impressive considering Villanova's formidable interior defense. The commentator gazed at Lin Hong's statistics in astonishment. His co-host tapped the data sheet lightly and added with a smile, "It seems Lin is on track for another triple-double today. He's already racked up 6 assists." Lin's dominance under the basket was truly formidable. Whether aggressively grabbing rebounds or disrupting opponents with blocks, he always seized the opportunity to counterattack swiftly. With Lin on the court, Georgetown's transition game ascended to another level, overshadowing even formidable opponents like Villanova. At the game venue, after Georgetown unleashed an 8-0 run, Jay Wright had no choice but to call another timeout. Lin Hong had been on the court for merely 2 minutes before forcing Villanova to halt play. Magnificent. Lin is truly remarkable. Once more, it's Lin. I'm utterly smitten by this towering Chinese prodigy. Don't even think about stopping me later. I must engage him in profound philosophical discourse about life's ultimate truths. Georgetown stands in awe, witnessing the coronation of a new monarch. As Lin Hong walked towards the substitute bench, some fans had already switched allegiance, with thunderous applause and cheers erupting throughout the venue. This surreal reversal of roles was utterly intoxicating. During the timeout, the commentary duo once again engaged in an animated discussion. Lin's impact on Georgetown is simply monumental. With him on and off the court, Georgetown resembles 2 entirely different teams. The statistics don't lie. Before he went to the bench, Georgetown led Villanova by 9 points. Yet the moment he stepped off, the team immediately suffered a scoring surge from their opponents, transforming a 9-point lead into a 5-point deficit in a stunning reversal. Glancing at the stat sheet, the commentator added, "Yet within just 2 minutes of Lin's return, he spearheaded an 8-0 run for Georgetown, reclaiming the lead." Such is the sheer dominance of an elite center. His partner beside him delivered the decisive verdict with unwavering certainty. Just wait and see. Lin will plunge Villanova into the depths of utter despair. The game is temporarily paused. There are 3 minutes remaining in the first half. Villanova's offense. Alvin Williams brings the ball up, allowing Kittles to continue his isolation play. Meanwhile, Thomas and Lin Hong battle for position under the basket. Kittles executes a perfect shot fake, sending Williams flying past him. In the next instant, he drives hard toward the rim, cradling the ball in one hand as he glides through the air, poised for a thunderous dunk. A moment of brilliance, where athleticism meets artistry, transcending the ordinary in a single, breathtaking motion. Lin Hong released Thomas, turned around, and charged forward with a furious leap. Boom. Lin Hong's massive palm pressed down on the basketball in Kittles' hands, preventing its descent. Both men's arms tensed with sudden exertion. The ball contorted under the crushing pressure of their powerful grips. Through this basketball, the two engaged in a fierce aerial contest of strength. "Get down from there." Lin Hong roared furiously, his left hand exerting tremendous force once more. In an instant, Keitel's ascending body abruptly lost balance, sending him toppling backward in a rapid descent. Driven by instinctive self-preservation, Kid Les immediately released the basketball from his grasp. The on-site photographers captured this utterly breathtaking moment. Both men, locked in their fierce aerial duel, now found themselves plummeting downward. Time itself seemed to freeze in that suspended instant. Lin Hong loomed above, his posture unyielding, one hand still pressing downward against the ball, his expression commanding and godlike as he gazed imperiously upon the fallen Kid Les beneath him. Meanwhile, Kid Les sprawled backward, his face a canvas of shock, disbelief, and panic, his hands clawing wildly at the air as if desperately resisting both gravity and Lin Hong's merciless dominance. Bang! Kittles crashed heavily onto the floor with a resounding thud that echoed through the space. The clash between these two extraordinarily gifted prodigies had decisively revealed the superior contender. As Kittles lay sprawled on the ground, he clutched his back in agony. His face contorted in pain. This stand match was utterly unwinnable. Thud. Swiftly, Lin Hong also landed with a heavy thud. Without a moment's hesitation, he flicked the ball to Iverson, who was wide-eyed beyond the three-point line. Then he stretched his long legs and sprinted fiercely toward the front court. "Hey, Allen, quit daydreaming. Pass the ball over here quick." As Lin Hong swiftly dashed down the court, he twisted his head and roared at Iverson, who was still spectating. Meanwhile, Kittles lay sprawled on his back, utterly defeated, helplessly watching Lin Hong sprint past him to initiate a fast break counterattack. Where on earth did this monstrous player emerge from? He blocked my dunk again? So disheartening. Kittles had never felt so suffocated on the basketball court before. In the past, he had always relied on his nimble footwork, towering height, and explosive leaping ability to deliver thunderous dunks with reckless abandon. Together with Thomas, they formed an impenetrable offensive and defensive fortress, a nightmare for opposing teams, an intimidating no-go zone that made countless players hesitate. They dominated the paint with absolute authority, scoring at will, as if strolling through an unguarded realm. But the emergence of Lin Hong changed everything. Kittles and Thomas suffered a crushing Waterloo, both experiencing the bitter taste of being utterly outplayed without any means to retaliate. Perhaps this was the inevitable suppression from the top of the food chain, the big fish devouring the small, and the small preying on the shrimp. Yet Lin Hong, that leviathan emerging from the celestial empire's abyss, devours all in his path regardless of size or stature. Chapter 41, The Death Dunk, Pavilion Arena. Iverson dribbled the ball down the court, lofting it gracefully toward the hoop. Below the basket stood only the guard Alvin Williams. At the sight of the lightning-fast truck Lin Hong, Williams hesitated momentarily, yet firmly planted himself within the charging zone. Clearly, Williams intended to draw an offensive foul. This was also part of Coach Jay Wright's strategy to find a way to get Lin Hong fouled out. Yet when faced with the charging giant, he involuntarily shut his eyes in panic. Lin Hong's sprint was devastatingly fast, bearing down on Williams with terrifying momentum. The raucous arena suddenly fell into an eerie silence. Some timid spectators shielded their eyes, unable to stomach the impending collision and the brutal sight of Williams being sent flying. There was no avoiding it now. The referee had already raised his whistle to his lips, poised to make the call. In the next instant, the arena erupted in collective gasps. The beautiful cheerleaders on the sidelines all froze in shock, delicate hands covering their parted lips. Less than a meter away from Williams, Lin Hong suddenly soared into the air. Hearing the commotion, Williams kept his eyes tightly shut, arms crossed protectively over his chest. The next moment, the wait stretched unbearably long, each second an eternity of suspense. Why hadn't the impact come yet? With a trace of bewilderment, Williams gradually opened his eyes. In the next instant, his pupils abruptly dilated. Before my eyes lay nothingness, yet a colossal shadow flickered overhead. A foreboding premonition surged within me instantly. In the next heartbeat, Lin Hong leaped into the air with legs astride, pressing against Williams' shoulders as he soared clean over his head. Thud! Lin Hong gripped the basketball with both hands and slammed it forcefully into the hoop. 50-45. The thunderous dunk sent a sudden tremor through Williams' fragile heart. Time seemed to freeze at this very moment. The air itself appeared to stand still. The audience was utterly stunned, their expressions frozen in disbelief. Lin Hong, that towering 7-foot giant, actually soared over Williams to execute a thunderous dunk? After a brief moment of stunned silence, the fans in the stands erupted with fervor. What the F? Who? The dunk of death. God, I actually witnessed the dunk of death. It was utterly unbelievable. Lin Hong soared over Williams and executed the dunk of death. The colossal screen suspended above the stadium relentlessly replayed Lin Hong's gravity-defying dunk of death. The arena erupted in thunderous applause and deafening cheers. Numerous fans stood frozen, their hands clutching their heads in disbelief as they stared at the replay on the giant screen. The entire stadium descended into a frenzy of excitement. On the court, Allen Iverson and teammates like Jerome Williams charged toward Lin Hong with adrenaline-fueled roars, their faces alight with exhilaration. Jerome Williams, in particular, launched a sudden ambush, leaping onto Lin Hong's back with such force that it nearly sent him tumbling to the ground. Lin Hong expected Iverson to be more reserved, but to his surprise, the guy strode right up to him and began relentlessly pounding his chest with tiny fists, as if hammering a sandbag without restraint. On the sidelines, the glamorous cheerleaders of Georgetown rose to their feet, waving pom-poms and amplifying the electrifying atmosphere to its peak. Even Athela Harrington on the bench got swept up in the frenzy, swaying his hips in an absurdly exaggerated manner, though his undulating dance moves were rather eye-searing. The Georgetown fans in the stands could no longer contain themselves. They leapt to their feet, applauding wildly, some even blurting out expletives in sheer exhilaration. "Oh my God!" Lin soared over Alvin for a thunderous dunk. "Oh my heavens!" By God, Lin played with such ferocity, posterizing Alvin in his face. Magnificent work, truly beyond imagination. The emotions of the live audience were completely ignited by Lin Hong's death-defying dunk. Applause, gasps, shouts, and even exhilarated exclamations intertwined in a symphony of fervor. "Holy shit, John. That damn shark in the Lin League is just as brutal." The commentator abruptly rose to his feet, his eyes widening in astonishment as he exclaimed, "John, tell me I'm not dreaming." After soaring over more last time, Lin Hong once again leaped over Williams, completing the second chapter of the death dunk. Gazing at the replay on the overhead screen, the commentator was utterly dumbfounded, his eyes wide with astonishment. In a daze, he nudged his partner beside him. Though somewhat disoriented at the moment, his partner nodded solemnly with a grave expression. "It's real." Lin soared over Williams, allowing us to witness yet another breathtaking, death-defying dunk. "John, I believe the ferocious and ruthless Lin no longer needs to exert effort to effortlessly dominate all the big men in the NCAA currently." As a humble subordinate, Alvin Williams was utterly disheartened. He merely intended to draw a charging foul, yet fate cruelly cast him as the tragic backdrop for that death-defying dunk. In stark contrast, his teammate Thomas emerged relatively fortunate. Being swatted away by Lin Hong's volleyball-style block merely earned him a spot among the top 10 highlight reels. But Williams, soared over by Lin Hong's thunderous slam, found himself permanently nailed to history's pillar of infamy. As NCAA's legacy unfolds, this humiliating moment shall endure eternal scrutiny. The thought of this play being ceaselessly resurrected for public amusement, reduced to post-dinner chatter among fans, filled Williams with unbearable shame. Compared to this, Bob's sudden injury withdrawal revealed profound wisdom and apparent folly. How utterly brilliant! Amidst the deafening chorus of boos reverberating through the arena, Williams wished he could simply collapse on the spot, shutting his eyes and surrendering to unconsciousness. Yet reality remained unrelentingly cruel. After Villanova arduously scored a buzzer-beating two-pointer, Iverson swiftly advanced past half-court and lofted the basketball toward the hoop. A familiar tragedy appeared poised to repeat itself. Bloody hell? Again. If I can't contend with this, can I at least evade it? As Lin Hong came charging at him with lightning speed, Williams swiftly sidestepped to evade. At the very last moment, he narrowly avoided the attack. "Damn it. Alvin, what on earth are you doing? Take your position, extend your arms fully, and draw that offensive foul." At the Villanova bench, Coach Jay Wright erupted in fury upon witnessing Williams dodging like lightning. He hurled curses and slammed the playbook onto the ground in rage. Just moments ago, he had been certain Williams would draw an offensive foul against Lin Hong. Yet contrary to expectations, that coward Williams actually flinched and avoided the contact. Utterly hopeless, Williams shrugged his shoulders, spread his hands, and cast an innocent gaze toward the sideline where Coach Jay Wright stood. The message was clear. He had given his all. That colossal brute charged forward with the ferocity of a runaway freight train. Should one be unfortunate enough to be struck and left paralyzed, who would tend to his needs for the remainder of his days? He hasn't earned either women or money yet. How could he bear to be smashed into a bloody pulp? To persist in the face of impossibility isn't courage, it's sheer recklessness. Teammates Bob and Thomas, the two finest interior players on our squad, were utterly demolished by that monstrous talent from China. If you still insist on sending me to confront him head-on, you must either be blind or utterly devoid of conscience. My slender arms and legs are barely enough to fill someone's teeth. If you're so capable, then you step up. All you do is stand on the sidelines spouting nonsense. Utterly worthless. Focus on the game, stay injury-free. Make it to the NBA and earn those dollars. Doesn't that sound absolutely splendid? Williams lacked the confidence that he could emerge unscathed if he foolishly stood his ground again this time. He had witnessed the ferocious highlights of the great Shark, whose brutal playing style overwhelmed even the backboard and rim. Williams inwardly grumbled incessantly before shifting his gaze to Lin Hong. The basketball that Iverson had lofted toward the hoop was firmly seized by a pair of long, powerful arms. In the next instant, Lin Hong, his head nearly level with the rim, slammed the ball through the hoop with devastating force. Clang! With both hands gripping the rim, his suspended body swayed back and forth. A thunderous two-handed dunk and a powerful C-motion. Utterly domineering. Absolutely terrifying. The jarring buzz of the basketball hoop and the ominous creaking of the backboard swaying violently made Williams retreat 2 cautious steps backward with lingering fear. A profound sense of post-catastrophe relief washed over him. He felt profoundly grateful for his prudent decision moments ago. Had he foolishly remained stationary and been sent flying by such formidable force, who knows if he could have risen again to take even 2 more steps. My dear friend, you have made an exceedingly judicious decision. After landing, Lin Hong smiled at Williams not far away. Williams grinned in response. Lin, you know how it is. I call that a tactical leanback. Your impact is formidable, yet I do not shrink from confrontation. I cherish life. And basketball is but a fragment of existence. There is no need for mutual destruction. Upon hearing Williams' sanctimonious and pretentious attempt to shift blame, Lin Hong couldn't help but chuckle. Never had he encountered someone so utterly shameless. Exquisite. The next time I dunk over you, shall I give you prior notice? If that would be agreeable, I would be most obliged. Chapter 42, Jaw-dropping revelation. The hack-a-shack strategy emerges prematurely. Timeout. Coach Jay Wright slammed the whiteboard forcefully and bellowed at the referee to call a timeout. Alvin Williams' recent reckless maneuver had thoroughly enraged him. Failing to draw an offensive foul was one thing. Shying away at a critical moment could perhaps be reluctantly excused. But what infuriated him beyond endurance was how Williams, after cowardly dodging, had the audacity to casually chat and joke with the opponent as if nothing had happened. This was absolutely unconscionable. If this disgraceful fellow isn't immediately benched to endure the bitter cold of the sidelines, I swear I'll reverse my own name in shame. The audience erupted into thunderous applause once more. Today's match has been a roller coaster of emotions, utterly exhilarating. None could have anticipated that in just a few short rounds, Villanova would be forced to call another timeout. And all this, it was all because of that towering giant from the Middle Kingdom. On both offense and defense, he was utterly ruthless. At the Georgetown bench, the bench players sprang to their feet in unison. They waved towels frantically while bouncing up and down with unrestrained excitement. Othello Harrington leapt up as if propelled by springs beneath him, his eyes wide with astonishment and arms raised high in exaggerated disbelief. His mouth kept forming exaggerated exclamations. Oh my God! Oh my God! Oh my God! Head coach John Thompson stood courtside with his right hand extended, beaming as he exchanged celebratory high-fives with Lin Hong, Allen Iverson, and others. A profound thought surfaced in his mind. The privilege of having such formidable talent. Truly magnificent. Splendid performance, Lin. Thompson chuckled playfully. How does it feel to work at such dizzying heights, soaring through the skies? The air up here is quite refreshing. Though admittedly a bit thin, haha. Lin Hong replied with utmost seriousness. Haha. Jerome Williams, transformed into an oversized, inquisitive child, mischievously pinched Lin Hong's formidable arms, as if probing to uncover the extraordinary secrets hidden within. How could these very arms, time and again, effortlessly thwart Kittle's unstoppable dunks? Utterly baffling. Hey Jerome, that's quite enough. Wipe that drool off your face. Countless elegant ladies here must envy your chance to feel these formidable biceps of mine. Lin Hong chuckled teasingly at Jerome Williams. Williams responded with an exaggerated eye roll, feigning annoyance as he brushed off Lin's hand. With a pout of disdain, he quipped, Lin, though you may dominate the court, must you be so insufferably full of yourself? Ugh, Jerome, speak properly. I'm about to vomit. In stark contrast, the atmosphere on Villanova's bench was palpably tense. Head coach Jay Wright stood before Tim Thomas and Bob, his expression grave as he posed the solemn question. Can you contain that, Lin Hong? No. Bob shook his head decisively. Tim Thomas furrowed his brows and muttered unwillingly, that bastard plays too aggressively and cunningly. making him extremely difficult to defend against. Even the strongest trump cards couldn't contain Lin Hong, let alone ordinary players. No matter what, we must secure victory in this match. Jay Wright growled with fervent emotion. The glory of the defending champion shall not be trampled upon. He rose to his feet, clapped his hands, and gathered all the players together. Whispering mysteriously, if we can't defend against Lin Hong, then let's target his greatest weakness, free throws. I shall refer to this as the deforestation strategy. What? The players of Villanova were momentarily stunned, casting bewildered glances at their head coach Jay Wright. They had never heard of any Hakeem strategy before. Lin's innate talent is truly remarkable. His formidable strength allows him to dominate the penalty area with unstoppable momentum, wreaking havoc like a tempestuous storm, leaving opponents utterly vexed. Jay Wright shook his head and continued, however, his free throw percentage is abysmally low. So far in this game, he's made only 3 out of 8 attempts. It's absolutely worth taking the risk. Whenever he receives the ball in the low post or secures an offensive rebound, immediately foul him without hesitation. Remember, under no circumstances should we allow him to gain momentum, nor permit him to execute his offensive maneuvers with ease. We must disrupt his fiery offensive momentum, preferably agitating him into a furious rage until he loses all reason. Finally, Jay Wright took a deep breath, his sharp gaze settling on Alvin Williams, who stood with his head bowed. With icy disdain, he reprimanded, "Alvin, given your cowardly retreat on the court just now, you want to be playing for the remainder of the game. Stay on the bench where it's safe and cheer for your teammates." "Coach." Alvin Williams instinctively lifted his head, attempting to defend himself, only to be swiftly cut off by Jay Wright's frigid interruption. "Enough. No more discussion on this. Is that clear to everyone else? Remember the tactical arrangements. If anyone is afraid, they should not take the field. Now go forth." The game resumes with 1 minute remaining in the first half. Villanova on the attack. The substitute for Alvin Williams dribbles past half-court. Tim Thomas establishes deep post position against Lin Hong, calling for the ball. The backup hesitates momentarily but adheres to Coach Jay Wright's tactical instructions, using a screen to drift to the right wing before delivering a crisp bounce pass to Kerry Kittles. Facing the lengthy Williams, Kittles relies on his superior quickness and footwork. Sensing Lin Hong and Thomas battling for position near the paint, he eschews a reckless drive. Instead, a swift hesitation move creates separation before releasing a silky mid-range jumper. The shot, elegant in form, arcs toward the rim with seamless grace, smoother than the finest chocolate. Yet, clang. Kid's mid-range jumper clanked off the rim. Lin Hong muscled past Tim Thomas, soaring through the air to snatch the rebound and secure possession. Suddenly, a role player came charging in like a bolt of lightning, yanking at Lin Hong's jersey with one hand while swiping at the ball and slapping his arm. Tweet, tweet. The referee whistled for a foul on the role player. Georgetown's ball in the backcourt. Williams inbounds from the baseline. Iverson executes a sharp backdoor cut to shake off his defender, extends his hands to receive the inbound pass from Williams, then explodes into a full sprint downcourt. Just at that moment, tweet, tweet, tweet. The crisp sound of the whistle pierced the air once more. Allen Iverson, sprinting with the ball, came to an abrupt halt, his face etched with bewilderment as he turned to glance back at the court. The rest of the Georgetown players were equally stunned by the sudden interruption. Following the source of the commotion, all eyes landed on Kittles, who had inexplicably wrapped his arms around Lin Hong from behind. What in the world? What on earth was happening? Lin Hong's lips twitched as he stared blankly at Kittles clinging to him. Kittles, however, let out a sly chuckle, his face brimming with smug satisfaction, as if taunting. "What's the matter, little one? Confused, aren't you?" Upon reflection, Lin Hong suddenly realized the opponent was employing the hack-a-shack strategy. Wait, no? Since his name was Lin Hong, it should be called the Hack-a-Lin tactic. Sure. What the hell is Kittles doing? Committing a foul, yet grinning foolishly. Is this an invitation to send Lin to the free throw line? Bizarre occurrences abound every year, but today's spectacle is particularly perplexing. Could it be that sparks have flown between the two? Alas, the mere contemplation sends shivers down one's spine. A truly unsettling notion to ponder upon. Witnessing this abrupt turn of events, murmurs of discussion rippled through the venue. Even the seasoned commentators appeared bewildered, their expressions etched with profound perplexity. It wasn't until they glimpsed Lin Hong's astonishingly abysmal free throw percentage that comprehension dawned upon their countenances. I must say, utterly inconceivable. Based on my speculation, Lin must have encountered the free throw strategy. His partner widened his eyes in shock and exclaimed loudly, "This shouldn't be happening. We're still in the tournament stage. Unfathomable." One can only say Villanova is utterly deranged. The commentator couldn't help but curl his lips in disdain. As an offensive force as unstoppable as the mighty shark, when Lin demolished Villanova's interior defense, this outcome became inevitable. At this thought, the commentator suddenly expressed understanding and sympathy for Coach Jay Wright and Villanova's strategy. Georgetown's head coach John Thompson was also utterly dumbfounded at this moment. He was well aware of Lin Hong's weakness, free throws. Yet he never anticipated this moment would arrive so swiftly, catching him completely off guard. Chapter 43, devoid of chivalry, exploiting a single target relentlessly. At the same time, Lin Hong furrowed his brows and patted Kiddles on the back with a sigh, remarking in exasperation, "Hey buddy, you can let go now. Though my charm radiates brilliantly, I still find myself incapable of advancing toward men, let alone being overwhelmed by them." Witnessing Kiddles finally letting go of his inhibitions, Lin Hong secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Kiddles grinned like a blooming chrysanthemum, winking and making faces in an utterly punchable manner. Ha ha ha. Lin Hong's lips twitched as he stepped up to the free throw line. Without surprise, he delivered a steady performance. One successful shot out of 2 attempts. 53-45, Villanova's offense. Kidders, shielded by Thomas, launched a three-pointer from the left 45-degree arc beyond the perimeter, swishing it cleanly through the net. 53-48, possession changes. Williams had just inbound the ball to Iverson near the baseline when suddenly, the arena erupted once more in a cacophony of jeers, thunderous applause, and one particularly anguished shriek, "Stay the hell away from me." Lin Hong let out a thunderous roar as he frantically zigzagged across the court with desperate agility. Behind him, 3 snarling Villanova players with lecherous grins gave relentless chase, attempting to encircle and intercept him. Williams silently mourned Lin Hong's tragic predicament for a fleeting 2 seconds before sprinting full tilt toward the front court. The instant Iverson whipped the ball across, the referee's whistle pierced the air with sharp, staccato blasts. Toot, toot, toot. Lin Hong was ultimately blocked by Villanova's defender, George. In his desperate attempt to commit a foul, the seasoned veteran went all out, launching himself into a full-bodied dive, wrapping his arms around Lin Hong's thigh, and dragging himself across the floor for several meters. Damn, that was sheer determination. Lin Hong was utterly dumbfounded. These people were shamelessly throwing all caution to the wind just to attack him. "Got you, I've got you now. Ha ha." Clutching Lin Hong's leg tightly, Villanova's substitute guard George immediately raised his right hand and shouted excitedly at the referee, "Ref, I fouled. Blow the whistle on me." The referee rolled his eyes in exasperation and blew his whistle helplessly. When Lin Hong cast him a pleading glance, he could only shrug his shoulders in resignation. The implication was clear. This situation had never occurred in NCAA history, nor was there any explicit rule prohibiting it, leaving him powerless to intervene. Lin Hong lowered his head with a sigh and shook it ruefully. "Hey, man, congratulations on successfully fouling. But you should probably get up now. The floor is a bit chilly." George exhaled in profound relief as he released his grip, rising to his feet with a resigned shrug of his shoulders. "Had you not launched such a merciless assault, we would never have resorted to such desperate measures," he lamented. Lin Hong stepped once more onto the free throw line. Clang. The ball struck the rim with a metallic reverberation. The first free throw bounced off the rim. Lin Hong took a deep breath, steadying his aim at the basket. The second attempt. Swish. The basketball swished through the net. One free throw made out of 2, securing a single point. Yet the smile on Lin Hong's face froze abruptly. Of all times, the second shot had to go in, robbing him even of the chance to crash the boards for a putback dunk. Absolutely worthless. 54-48. The final possession of the first half. Villanova's offensive play. Repeatedly benched, Lin Hong had long been seething with suppressed fury, yet found no outlet for his rage. As Kiddles launched a three-pointer, Lin surged from the side with explosive force, leaping high into the air, smack. A resounding slap sent the basketball soaring out of bounds. Toot toot toot. At the halftime whistle, Lin Hong delivered a stellar performance with 27 points, 16 rebounds, 6 assists, 6 blocks, and 2 steals, flirting with a quadruple-double. His shooting efficiency was nothing short of remarkable, converting 11 of his 13 attempts. However, the free throw shooting was merely 5 out of 12. The abysmal accuracy rate elicited porcine guffaws from Villanova's bench. Damn. Such shamelessness, utterly devoid of sportsmanship. Othella Harrington, seated on the bench, erupted in furious profanity. Head coach John Thompson wore a grave expression, remaining silent. Villanova had caught them off guard by unexpectedly deploying the hack-a-lin strategy, leaving him somewhat unprepared. Yet he was well aware that Lin Hong, Georgetown's undisputed star player, indeed had an abysmal free throw percentage. Unlike the NBA's Shaq, however, Lin was far more diligent, relentlessly practicing his free throws and training, though his efforts had yet to yield significant improvement in the short term. Blessed with prodigious talent yet working harder than anyone else, Lin Hong was undoubtedly the ideal cornerstone to build a team around. In comparison, even his beloved protege, Allen Iverson, paled somewhat. Today, facing the defending champions Villanova, Lin once again proved Thompson's foresight to be impeccable. With or without Lin, Georgetown looked like two entirely different teams. One could argue that Lin single-handedly upheld the Hoyas' defensive system, just as Georgetown, under Lin's leadership, seemed poised to pull away from Villanova. Their opponents resorted to their ultimate weapon, the hack-a-Lin tactic. Though utterly shameless, it struck precisely where it pleased. John Thompson was seething with rage, barely restraining himself from charging at Jay Wright to settle the score physically. He understood all too well that free throw proficiency wasn't something that could be improved overnight. Watching Villanova persistently hack Lin Hong and gradually erode Georgetown's lead was agonizing. Yet Thompson couldn't simply bench Lin. After all, Lin's defensive presence remained formidable. With him on the court, Georgetown's paint became an impregnable fortress, an unbreachable citadel. All they could do now was hope Lin's free throws would find their mark more consistently. Lin shook his head slightly as he strode briskly through the tunnel toward the locker room. Hey, Lin, don't sweat it too much. Villanova can't possibly foul you relentlessly for the entire second half, right? Jerome Williams draped an arm around Lin Hong's shoulders, offering a comforting smile as he spoke. Jerome, thank you. Don't worry about me. I've already devised a solution. Let me share a little secret with you. I was actually trained as a proper guard originally. Back in the day, my free throws were remarkably accurate. It was only after I grew taller and stronger that I transitioned to playing center. Lin Hong spoke with utmost seriousness. This would serve as a timely precaution. Williams was momentarily taken aback, but swiftly regained his composure and nodded with hearty laughter. Indeed, indeed. I have no doubt. However, his expression betrayed his true thoughts, that Lin Hong was merely putting on a serious facade while spouting nonsense. So much for trust between people, huh? Lin Hong rolled his eyes in exasperation. The bitter irony of truth being dismissed as fiction rendered him speechless. After a contemplative pause, he conceded the implausibility of his circumstances. His prodigious talents were indeed so extraordinary that none would believe they were cultivated rather than innate. Yet the inconvenient truth remained. His prowess was hard-earned. That formidable great shark had indeed emerged from humble beginnings as a mere guard. The absurdity of it all. The second half of the match commenced with both teams switching sides. Villanova launched their offensive play, witnessing Lin Hong's evident frustration after enduring a challenging first half. Thomas's eyes gleamed with opportunity. Even if the shot missed, he could always resort to fouling again. The strategy of targeting Lin had proven remarkably effective, disrupting Georgetown's offensive rhythm into fragmented pieces. At the cost of merely 1 point, Villanova wrested possession from Georgetown, emboldening Thomas to reclaim his dominance on the court. Hey Corey, pass me that damn basketball. I'm going for a strong drive. Thomas flashed a mischievous grin and winked, extending his hand to demand the ball at the low post. Lin Hong furrowed his brow in concentration, planting a firm hand on the small of Thomas's back, standing immovable as a mountain, solid as bedrock. Thud. Thomas turned his back to post up, yet Lin Hong stood unyielding. Damn it. Have you welded your feet to the floor, rookie? How are you this immovable? Despite several forceful attempts with no success, Thomas had no choice but to execute a jump hook shot. Lin Hong bent his knees slightly before leaping gracefully into the air. Though he failed to block the shot, his presence effectively disrupted the shooter's line of sight. Clang! The ball ricocheted off the rim. The basketball struck the front rim of the hoop and rebounded high into the air. Lin Hong pivoted sharply and lunged upward, snatching the ball right over the head of a distracted Kittles. Then, that relentless warrior appeared again. Villanova's substitute guard George charged forward once more, viciously yanking Lin Hong's arm. Beep, beep, beep. The whistle sounded once more. Damn it. Will this never end? For God's sake, can't you fight like proper men, with honor and dignity? Lin Hong let out a bitter laugh, his face contorted with fury as he turned to glare viciously at George. You're resorting to hack-a-shack tactics right at the start of the second half, exploiting my poor free throws, relentlessly milking me dry, are you? Time and again, Lin Hong's patience was utterly exhausted. This time, fury consumed him. Chapter 44, An Epic Duel, Hack-a-Shack versus Granny-Style Free Throws. The Villanova bench erupted in cheers as they witnessed the confrontation between Lin Hong and George. Head coach Jay Wright couldn't help but grin with satisfaction. This was precisely the outcome he had hoped for. By provoking Lin through fouls, they could potentially get this dominant interior beast ejected from the game without bloodshed, thereby preserving Villanova's undefeated record. With Villanova's foul count not yet reaching the penalty threshold, Georgetown took possession. Williams inbounded the ball from the baseline as Iverson dribbled up court. Fuming with anger, Lin Hong established deep position on the left low block. With a powerful bump of his hips, he sent Thomas stumbling backward before emphatically calling for the ball. Iverson obliged, lofting a perfect entry pass his way. Boom. Lin Hong abruptly leaned back, then executed a seamless right turn, penetrating into the paint beneath the basket. In the next instant, just as he bent his knees, poised to leap skyward, George, the help defender, lunged forward once more like a moth to flame, wrapping his arms around Lin Hong's waist and yanking him downward with all his might. Caught off guard, Lin Hong nearly lost his balance, managing only a desperate one-handed dunk. The ball struck the inner rim and bounced out. What a squandered opportunity for a spectacular 2-1 play. Tweet, tweet, tweet. The referee's whistle pierced the air. George committed a shooting foul. Lin Hong was awarded 2 free throws. It seems Villanova is determined to employ the hack-a-Lin strategy to the very end. Admittedly, it's a despicable tactic, yet undeniably effective. However, I believe such game-disrupting strategies that compromise the spectacle shouldn't even exist in basketball. The on-site commentator appeared rather indignant about Villanova's aggressive fouling of Lin Hong right at the start of the second half. His co-commentator shook his head and remarked with a sigh, under normal circumstances, employing such tactics during the most intense moments of the match, for the sake of ultimate victory, might be somewhat justifiable. But resorting to these maneuvers right at the beginning of the second half, Villanova is simply acting in an utterly shameless and unscrupulous manner. The commentator nodded speechlessly. What was supposed to be a magnificent and thrilling match had been utterly ruined by Villanova's tactics. What a pity. From another perspective, Coach Jay must have been driven to absolute desperation to resort to such unscrupulous strategies. After all, when facing an equally reckless and aggressive player like Lin, perhaps the only solution is to fight fire with fire. The commentator shrugged with a sigh. John, if Lin's free throw percentage were just a bit higher, he'd have virtually no weaknesses. Even averaging 50 points per game would be as effortless as eating and drinking. Lin Hong stepped up to the free throw line once more. Observing his helpless expression, the two players jostling for rebounding position under the basket, Kidd and Thomas, exchanged knowing smirks, their faces brimming with smug satisfaction. With ample teammates to commit fouls, their sole objective was disrupting Lin Hong's offensive rhythm. Accepting the ball from the referee, Lin Hong shook out his arms, his expression shifting through a spectrum of emotions. The mere thought of that unconventional free throw stance filled him with an inexplicable sense of humiliation. After careful deliberation, he realized the only way to dismantle the hack-a-Shaq strategy was to unveil his long-kept secret weapon. The next moment, under the watchful gaze of the crowd, Lin Hong arched his posterior in a rather peculiar manner, deliberately swaying it several times with inexplicable intent. What peculiar posture is this? Strangely familiar. Could it possibly resemble the stance of holding a chamber pot? Upon witnessing Lin Hong's movements, Keitel's eyes flickered with astonishment, an inexplicable sense of foreboding creeping into his heart. Yet as he recalled how numerous elite centers in the league remained abysmal free throw shooters despite altering their shooting forms, his apprehension gradually subsided. Did a mere stylistic change in free throw posture truly enhance accuracy? Preposterous. At that moment, Lin Hong patted the basketball before slightly lowering his center of gravity. With both hands cradling the ball, he slowly lobbed it from between his legs toward the hoop. If Rick Barry's underhand free throw resembled holding a chamber pot, then Lin Hong's version was undoubtedly akin to wielding a massive bucket. The sheer momentum of his shot rivaled that of a colossal trebuchet, both overwhelming in volume and utterly satisfying. Oh heavens, Lin has altered his free throw stance. If memory serves me right, he's employing the legendary granny shot technique made famous by the iconic superstar Rick Barry. The commentator exclaimed loudly, indeed. Rick Barry's career free throw percentage reached an astonishing 90%. Let us observe Lin's shooting accuracy. Bang. Perhaps Lin Hong exerted too much force with his right shoulder, sending the basketball veering leftward toward the rim and seemingly falling short. A complete airball. What a futile free throw attempt. Kittles and Thomas were so amused by this comical scene that they nearly perished from laughter. Ah, what a delightful spectacle. Lin Hong awkwardly rubbed his nose. Fortunately, Thomas was careless and stepped over the line prematurely, so the shot didn't count. Taking a deep breath, Lin Hong prepared to shoot again. Players on both sides of the basket jostled for position, ready to fight for the rebound. They were all anticipating a miss. Even his Georgetown teammates like Williams shared the same expectation. Swish. The waves churned and rolled. A crisp swishing sound echoed across the court as the free throw found nothing but net. 56-48. Lin Hong's free throw was executed with remarkable fluidity, utterly belying the crude technique one would expect from such a rugged man. Though aesthetically unrefined, its effectiveness was undeniable. Lin Hong nodded subtly to himself. His clandestine efforts had not been in vain. What's this? How did that fellow score? And a perfect swish at that. On the sidelines, Villanova's head coach Jay Wright furrowed his brows in astonishment. Coincidence? Or did Lin Hong also possess unparalleled talent in the realm of underhand free throws? No, impossible. Jay Wright refused to accept this reality. Clenching his teeth, he stubbornly adhered to his deforestation strategy without altering his approach. Excellent. Splendid execution. Standing before the Georgetown bench, Thompson clenched his fists and swung them vigorously, his taut nerves finally easing. Meanwhile, the players jostling for position under the basket leaped up, even colliding with one another, only to realize they had fought over nothing. Turning back, Villanova's three-point attempt still clanged off the rim. On Georgetown's end, Lin Hong continued to isolate Thomas in the low post. As he barged past Thomas and charged toward the basket for a forceful takeoff, he was once again violently yanked down by Alvin Williams, who was determined to redeem himself. Alvin Williams understood all too well, once Lin Hong took flight, fouling him would be futile. 9 times out of 10, he'd merely become a human accessory dangling from Lin Hong, powerless to prevent the thunderous dunk. So he seized the opportune moment, just as Lin Hong turned towards the paint, and before he could leap, forcefully yanked down the hand clutching the ball. Toot toot toot. The referee called a foul on Alvin Williams for his shot against Lin Hong. He cast a silent, exasperated glance at the Villanova players, barely restraining his urge to curse. Damn it. What should have been a splendid game was utterly ruined by these despicable actions, becoming unbearable to watch. Simultaneously, the referee shot a sympathetic look at the victim. Lin Hong, he's just a kid. Is this the kind of thuggish treatment he deserves simply for dominating Villanova's interior defense? After silently cursing under his breath, the referee heaved a profound sigh and trotted briskly to the baseline to administer the free throw. Lin Hong stepped up to the free throw line once more. Having tasted success with his previous attempt, he now burned with eagerness to take several more shots, treating this as nothing more than routine free throw practice. Swish. Lin Hong's first free throw swished through the net effortlessly. Thomas's thick, dark eyebrows twitched slightly, his jaw nearly dropping in astonishment. Good heavens. What on earth just happened? Is this still the same dominant interior beast from the first half that allowed himself and his teammates to manipulate the game at will, casually plucking advantages like wool from sheep? This must be an illusion. Even Kittles, who was standing opposite Thomas fighting for the rebound, seemed thunderstruck at this moment. Instinctively, his brows furrowed into deep creases, his face a mask of bewilderment and disbelief. Lin Hong cast them a cold glance, silently sneering in his heart. You really think I'm out of options, don't you? Brother has been practicing those free throws for a reason. And then, the second shot. Swish. Yet another empty shot at 58-48. Lin Hong scored 3 consecutive points, once again widening the lead to 10. What on earth is happening? Why has Lin suddenly become so accurate with his free throws? Villanova's head coach, Jay Wright, paced anxiously along the sideline, his mind clouded with perplexity. Why did Lin Hong, who had only a 40 free throw accuracy, return from halftime as if transformed into a different person, miraculously sinking 3 out of 4 free throws? It's utterly baffling. Chapter 45. Home fans turn against their team. The entire arena chants MVP. The tactic of fouling was inherently a gamble, betting on Lin Hong's less than 50% free throw accuracy. It must have been a coincidence. Let's try it once more. Jay Wright was like a desperate gambler at this moment, convinced that he could turn the tables and emerge victorious. No timeout was called. Villanova's offense continued. Thomas, who had been repeatedly overpowered by Lin Hong in one-on-one matchups, had regained his composure. He dished the ball out to Kittles beyond the three-point line in the corner, no longer even bothering to fight for position under the rim, almost as if he had resigned himself to defeat. From the opening tip until now, he had spent most of the game locked in brutal, physical battles with Lin Hong, the towering beast from China. Mentally and physically exhausted, he had suffered at every turn, whether fighting for rebounds or backing down in the post, reduced to little more than a prop in Lin Hong's highlight reel. Williams, slow-footed on the closeout, left Kittles wide open for a three. A small consolation. This time, he drained it. 58-51, the gap narrowed back to 7. Further cementing Coach Jay Wright's resolve to stick with the Hakeem strategy. Transition. Georgetown's possession. Lin Hong quickly found himself at the free throw line. His unorthodox underhand shot, growing more reliable by the minute, somehow swished twice in a row. 60-51, the lead stretched back to 9. Timeout. Jay Wright's hard-earned confidence was on the verge of crumbling again as he bellowed for a timeout. Lin Hong strolled over to Thomas and Kittles with an amused smile, spreading his hands in mock bewilderment. Well now, isn't this peculiar? He mused. How did my free throws suddenly become so remarkably accurate? Tim and Corey, it is with regret that I inform you your underhanded tactics have failed. This was never my intention. Lin Hong's cheerful expression abruptly vanished, replaced by a chilling glint in his eyes as he regarded them with disdain. His voice turned icy as he spoke. Did you two enjoy yourselves just now? Now, it is my turn to thrash you mercilessly. After speaking, Lin Hong ignored the two and strode directly to the sidelines, exchanging a celebratory high-five with the long-waiting head coach, John Thompson. Thompson was overjoyed, his grin stretching nearly from ear to ear. Lin, you did it. Utterly unbelievable. Ha ha ha. Villanova's lumberjack strategy has met an untimely demise. Let us see what other tricks they have up their sleeves now. The arena once again erupted in thunderous applause. The towering behemoth from the east, who had dominated the first half with aerial prowess, suddenly found himself dragged into the quagmire by an unexpected lumberjack strategy, reduced to a sacrificial lamb. Just as the audience assumed the suspense had concluded, Lin Hong astonishingly turned the tide with his unorthodox yet effective underhand free throw technique, converting 5 out of 6 attempts. He left spectators in awe. This colossal athlete from the Orient demonstrated truly indomitable spirit on the court. Ha, John. Just moments ago you were speculating about Lin Hong's free throw performance, and now he's already made 5 out of 6 attempts. The commentator grinned broadly, bursting into hearty laughter. To be honest, this match had been full of twists and turns, with climaxes emerging one after another. He never expected Lin Hong, that towering Chinese player, could stage such a powerful comeback. Even Jay Wright's underhanded tactics could be countered with a resounding slap, utterly inconceivable. This fellow seems born for the sole purpose of proving himself and humiliating others. His partner evaded the issue with vague remarks. Feigning ignorance. Did I ever say such a thing? I merely remarked that Lin Hong's potential undoubtedly surpasses that of the great shark. Observe how significantly his free throws have improved. The commentator remarked with a sigh, Lin Hong's archetype is no longer merely the great shark, but also Rick Barry, utterly unimaginable. His partner added with a knowing smile, once Lin enters the NBA, he will undoubtedly become the nightmare of every opposing team. If I were the management of any team, I would deliberately underperform immediately to strive for the top draft pick. On the Georgetown bench, Jerome Williams pursed his thick lips, a tumult of emotion swirling within him. With a bitter smile, he silently roared in his heart, "Ah, how utterly magnificent you are." Frustration, envy, joy, admiration, all mingled together. Meanwhile, Harrington and Iverson surrounded Lin Hong, bombarding him with questions. How did he elevate his free throws to such heights? Were there any secret techniques? Lin Hong simply smiled and waved his hand. Nothing special, just practice makes perfect. Have you ever witnessed the Don's first light over Georgetown at 4 in the morning? Hiss. The crowd collectively drew in a sharp breath, awestruck yet bewildered, observing how his teammates were effortlessly intimidated by Lin Hong's few words. Iverson couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth in disdain. With a contemptuous curl of his lip, he scoffed. Lin's just spouting nonsense, and you actually believe him? Clearly fabricated drivel. At 4 o'clock in the morning in Georgetown, not a single ray of sunlight could be seen. Aha, is that so? Never mind such trivialities. Aaron, to see through without exposing, thus friendship may endure. The timeout ended and the game resumed. With his unorthodox yet effective underhand free throw technique now mastered, Lin Hong played with unbridled confidence on offense, moving with the fluidity of a fish through water. Even when double-teamed, he fearlessly attacked the basket. If his shot didn't fall, his sheer physical dominance ensured he'd earn free throws with ease. Witnessing Lin Hong's sudden and dramatic improvement at the free throw line, now well above the passing threshold, Jay Wright grew visibly unsettled, abandoning the Hakeem strategy altogether. The game, once stuttering like a sluggish 2G connection, now surged forward with the speed of 5G. And as always, Lin Hong never forgot a grudge. Since I had vowed to thrash them mercilessly, I proceeded to pummel them without restraint. Subsequently, Lin Hong unleashed a frenzied offensive onslaught, transforming into an unstoppable scoring machine. With a thunderous spin move, he posterized Kittles with a powerful dunk. Soaring majestically above the Twin Towers, he snatched the rebound midair for a putback slam. Bulldozing through Williams with unstoppable post moves, he finished with an emphatic dunk. His mesmerizing footwork in the paint left Thomas grasping at air as he converted the and-one opportunity. The fast-break alley-oop one-handed tomahawk sent the crowd into a frenzy, leaving spectators awestruck and pulses racing with adrenaline. At the charity stripe, Lin Hong displayed remarkable consistency, calmly sinking free throw after free throw to maintain a steady 70% conversion rate. Defensively, he anchored the paint with a movable presence, standing firm against the relentless assaults from Kittles and Thomas. Perimeter players found little success driving against his octopus-like wingspan, their attempts frequently clanging off the rim with metallic futility. On both offense and defense, Lin Hong once again dominated the game. However, as a result, his stamina plummeted dramatically in the final 3 minutes. Yet by then, it had little impact on the outcome of the match. 86-67. Georgetown led Villanova by 19 points. Frustrated and humiliated, Kittles fouled out after exhausting his last bullet. As for Thomas, who had been dominated and trampled by Lin Hong throughout the game, he completely lost his fighting spirit by this point, resorting to mere symbolic defense. The match descended into garbage time. Georgetown called a timeout, substituting Lin Hong, Iverson, and other key players for rest. Observing Lin Hong's labored breathing and declining efficiency on both ends of the court, Thompson pondered thoughtfully. How to balance the offensive responsibilities between Iverson and Lin Hong in subsequent games became a crucial issue he needed to address. As Lin Hong stepped off the court, the arena DJ roared his name, electrifying the atmosphere. MVP, MVP, MVP. The home crowd began to turn, rising to their feet with thunderous applause and chants of MVP echoing through the arena. In this pivotal game against the reigning champions of the Big East Conference, Lin Hong continued his absolute dominance on both ends of the court. Even when confronted with the notorious Hakeem strategy, he shattered through the defense with indomitable force. After this performance, the entire world knew Lin Hong was destined for greatness, poised to soar to unprecedented heights. 48 points, 25 rebounds, 10 assists, 7 blocks and 3 steals, a magnificent near-quadruple-double performance, dominating the stat sheet with overwhelming prowess. Therefore, it comes as no surprise that Lin Hong was hailed as MVP by the roaring fans. Lin Hong stood tall on the pitch, arms outstretched, eyes gently closed, basking in the adoration of the roaring crowd. This was merely the dawn of a legend. Chapter 46. Undefeated advancement in the tournaments. The grand revival plan of the Lakers' godfather. After triumphing over their most formidable rivals, Connecticut and Villanova, the Georgetown Hoyas surged forward with unstoppable momentum, embarking on yet another astonishing winning streak. With relentless determination, they maintained their victorious stride throughout. Georgetown forged an unblemished record of 22 consecutive wins in the tournament, proudly advancing into the playoffs as the top seed. Statistics reveal Allen Iverson averaged 8 points, 6 assists, and 5 steals per game, securing second place in the Big East scoring charts while leading in both assists and steals. Meanwhile, Lin Hong dominated with averages of 32, 5 points, 6 rebounds, and 5 blocks per game, claiming the top spot in the Big East for scoring, rebounding, and shot blocking. Averaging an astonishing 5 blocks per game, he set the Big East Conference tournament record for blocked shots. Simultaneously, Lin Hong became the first player in Big East history to record at least 30 points, 20 rebounds, and 5 blocks in a single game. Even legendary centers like Patrick Ewing and Alonzo Mourning found themselves eclipsed by this phenomenal performance. Moreover, throughout the 22-game tournament, Lin Hong delivered an impressive total of 6 triple-doubles with blocks. This remarkable feat set a new record for the most triple-doubles with blocks in a single season. Prior to the commencement of the playoffs, the Big East Conference unprecedentedly awarded Lin Hong the title of tournament MVP in advance. Consequently, he etched his name in history as the first and only Chinese player to ever receive the prestigious Big East Player of the Year honor. As the top seed of the Big East Conference, Georgetown advanced directly to the quarterfinals. With the conclusion of the first 2 rounds of elimination matches, the bracket for the Big East Tournament's Elite Eight was finalized. Georgetown's first opponent would be the West Virginia Mountaineers. During the regular season, Georgetown had decisively defeated them twice, with a combined margin of 58 points. Thus, the outcome of this game was virtually predetermined, a certain victory for Georgetown. Yet, this seemingly one-sided match unexpectedly became the center of media frenzy and widespread attention. The reason behind this hype was singular: the presence of the iconic Jerry West, the greatest legendary figure in West Virginia Mountaineers history. West is not only an esteemed alumnus, but also the vice president of basketball operations for the Los Angeles Lakers this season. This high-ranking executive of the purple and gold arrived in Washington, stepping into Georgetown's Verizon Center to witness his alma mater, West Virginia, face off against Georgetown in the quarterfinals. Why would he grace this utterly predictable contest with his presence? During the pregame interview, Jerry West spread his hands and candidly remarked, "I know exactly what's on your minds. But let's be clear, today I'm merely an ordinary spectator. Whether we're talking about Allen or Lin, both are undoubtedly lottery-level rookies. However, our objective this season is to reach the Western Conference Finals, which means our draft position simply won't allow us to select either of them." West's message was unequivocal. The Lakers have a legitimate shot at making the playoffs this season, and tanking isn't part of their current strategy. Teams that qualify for the playoffs cannot possibly possess lottery draft picks. On the other hand, players like Lin Hong and Allen Iverson are undoubtedly lottery-level talents, prospects that the Lakers this season could hardly dream of acquiring under normal circumstances, especially Allen Iverson, who is a prime candidate to be the first overall pick in the 1996 draft. Expecting a playoff-bound team to somehow land the top pick? That seems utterly preposterous. West was truly a seasoned veteran of the battlefield. His well-reasoned and logical discourse directly dispelled most media outlets' intentions to dig deeper into the story. However, what they remained unaware of was West's own hidden agenda. Simply relying on draft picks to acquire these two young talents was utterly impossible. But what if one were to purchase draft rights or engage in trades? Although the Lakers lack a superstar, they possess several promising young talents with considerable potential. Players like the mercurial Nick Van Exel, Eddie Jones, and Vlade Divac exemplify this. Van Exel, selected 37th overall in the second round of the 1993 NBA draft, emerged as one of the Lakers' backcourt pillars this season. Eddie Jones, the 10th pick in 1994 and a member of the all-rookie first team, was hailed as the heir apparent to Scottie Pippen. Meanwhile, the towering 7 feet 1 inch center Vlade Divac, once traded straight up for Kobe Bryant, averaged an impressive 16 points, 10 for rebounds, 4, 2 assists, and 2 blocks per game in the 1994-95 season, establishing himself as a formidable presence in the paint. Yet none of these three featured in the long-term vision of the legendary Logo Man. With the 1996 draft class brimming with generational talent, trading these players to secure the franchise's cornerstone for the future seemed not just logical, but inevitable. Why hesitate when opportunity beckons? More importantly, the words of Logo Man skillfully pulled the Lakers out of the rookie battle. After all, the purple and gold are a once great dynasty. Acting too ostentatiously would invite targeting from rival teams. In these critical times, only by maintaining wisdom and self-preservation, stepping away from the whirlpool of public opinion while secretly strategizing, can one achieve greatness. Indeed, Jerry West came today specifically for Allen Iverson and Lin Hong. He wished to witness with his own eyes who was truly worthy of shouldering the revival of the purple and gold dynasty. Under West's watchful gaze, the quarterfinal clash between West Virginia and Georgetown commenced. At the jump ball, Lin Hong asserted absolute dominance, effortlessly tipping the ball to Iverson. Without a relentless warrior like Kevin Ollie on their roster, West Virginia could only watch helplessly as Georgetown executed their signature opening play, a quarterback-style long pass leading to an alley-oop. The iconic A-Island connection electrifying the Verizon Center once more. Whether it was Iverson's pinpoint precision or Lin Hong's awe-inspiring athleticism, both left West utterly dazzled and profoundly impressed. On the offensive end, Iverson's slashing ability stood in a league of its own within the NCAA, flawless save for his height and occasional shooting inconsistency. Yet, his sheer dominance and penetration more than compensated for any perceived shortcomings. Similarly, Lin Hong wreaked havoc in the paint, soaring, spinning, and demolishing the rim with thunderous dunks that reverberated through the Verizon Center, leaving the backboard trembling in his wake. His talent is evident to the naked eye. His scoring is effortlessly dominant and ruthlessly efficient, igniting a fiery passion that makes one's blood boil with excitement. Even West himself couldn't resist the urge to step onto the court for a game. Not only that, but Lin Hong was an impenetrable force on defense. swatting shots left and right, turning the paint into a no-fly zone. The West Virginia players were utterly intimidated by his blocks, their offense growing timid and hesitant. By halftime alone, Lin had already racked up 7 blocks. Had the opponents not deliberately avoided his defensive presence later on, his block count would undoubtedly have reached double digits. However, the West Virginia team also struggled with their mid to long-range shots, clanking one after another, which inadvertently provided Lin Hong with ample opportunities to dominate the rebounds. By halftime, Allen Iverson had effortlessly contributed 17 points and 6 assists, while Lin Hong astonishingly amassed a double-double of 20 points and 20 rebounds, complemented by an impressive 7 blocks. A phenomenal double-double performance in the first half of 2020, unprecedented even within the illustrious history of the Big East Conference. Apart from his somewhat limited offensive repertoire, West couldn't find any flaws in Lin Hong's game. In truth, a singular offensive approach hardly qualifies as a significant weakness. As the saying goes, master one skill and you'll feast forever. If effortless post-ups consistently yield points, why bother with superfluous flourishes? Dominating the court with unstoppable drives to the basket proved more than sufficient. Yet the delightful dilemma remains whether to choose Allen Iverson or Lin Hong. Jerry West fell into deep contemplation. The 2 young talents from Georgetown this year had evident strengths and weaknesses. Allen Iverson stood merely 183 centimeters tall, possibly even shorter, a physical limitation difficult to overcome. Yet his unstoppable drives rendered him virtually unguardable in isolation plays. As for Lin Hong, his static athleticism, mobility, and defensive prowess bordered on the supernatural, even surpassing the dominance of the legendary Big Diesel in West's mind. However, Lin's offensive arsenal remained limited, currently relying solely on brute force dunks. This flaw, nevertheless, could undoubtedly be refined through dedicated training. The Lakers' storied legacy had never lacked iconic centers, from the towering Wilt Chamberlain to the sky-hooking Kareem Abdul-Jabbar. Casually selecting someone to guide Lin Hong and enrich his offensive arsenal is no simple matter. Most importantly, the Celestial Empire has yet to prove its players. Therefore, Lin Hong's current draft prospects are inferior to Iverson's, making the possibility of acquiring him through trade even higher. After a brief moment of deliberation, West had already made his decision. A grand revival plan was quietly conceived. Chapter 47. The Mantis Stalks the Cicada, the Cardinals' Conspiracy. At the same time, in Boston, within the hallowed halls of the North Shore Garden Arena, inside the general manager's office, the sharp-eyed old man with a penchant for cigars received the news without delay. Kyle, did you mention that Jerry abruptly traveled to Washington to watch the game? Cardinal Orbach casually propped his legs upon the desk, lighting a cigar and exhaling slow, contemplative rings of smoke as he pondered aloud. Had Lin Hong witnessed the cigar in Orbach's hand, he would undoubtedly have been perplexed. How could one possibly savor such a dark, phallic-looking object? The very thought of putting it to one's lips seemed utterly preposterous. The newly appointed head coach, ML Kyle, nodded respectfully. It is utterly inconceivable that he would ostentatiously attend a basketball game at such a critical juncture. There must be some profound underlying significance. Where anomalies arise, mischief lurks. One's most intimate understanding often comes from one's adversary. While Jerry West may have deceived the media and the fans, he could never pull the wool over Red Auerbach's discerning eyes. During his playing days, even the combined forces of West and Baylor were suppressed by him for a decade. I heard Georgetown recently has 2 exceptionally dazzling rookies. Auerbach remained silent for several seconds before abruptly raising his head. Kyle, find the video footage of those 2 young men. I want to see which one Jerry has set his sights on. As bitter rivals of the 2 most prestigious franchises in the NBA, the Lakers had recently fallen into a slump, with everything in need of rebuilding. Meanwhile, the Celtics were also awaiting their own resurgence. If West had taken notice of these rookies, they must possess extraordinary talent. In that case, why shouldn't I intercept and claim them for myself? Whatever the Lakers could offer, the Celtics could match, and more. Soon, all the information regarding Lin Hong and Allen Iverson was delivered to Red Auerbach. The young guard, Iverson, was already a name familiar to Auerbach. After all, John Thompson, the head coach of Georgetown, had once played under him. How could he not have recommended his own prodigy? However, what the Celtics truly needed at the moment was a prodigious center. Moreover, that towering figure from Wake Forest University was steadily refining his skills. Thus, Auerbach's gaze swiftly bypassed Iverson and settled firmly upon Tim Duncan. And this is the young man they call Lin? Gathering his thoughts, Auerbach turned his gaze towards Lin Hong. Yes, sir, this is Lin, replied ML Kyle, the head coach of the Celtics, with deference. According to the scouting report, Lin stands at an impressive height of 2.15 meters, surpassing Tim. In terms of wingspan, he measures 2.32 meters, slightly edging out Tim as well. And when it comes to strength, Lin holds an absolute advantage. His bench press reaches an astonishing 180 kilograms, far exceeding Tim's capabilities. This was vividly demonstrated in his confrontations. Auerbach observed meticulously. Lin Hong possessed a certain degree of ball handling skills and footwork under the basket. However, in NCAA-level competitions, he hardly needed such complexity. A simple yet brutal back-to-the-basket move followed by a spin and thunderous dunk sufficed to resolve most issues. Indeed, sir, Lin Hong's athletic prowess far surpasses that of Tim. You may find it hard to believe, but his speed during fast breaks leaves even the guards trailing behind. Is he truly that swift? A gleam of interest flashed in Auerbach's eyes. After executing the jump ball, Lin Hong would often swiftly charge down the court to attack the front court. Without further ado, Kyle swiftly fast-forwarded the tape to the moment of Lin Hong's fast break. After effortlessly winning the tip-off against his opponent, Lin Hong sprinted down the court with astonishing speed that left spectators in awe. Subsequently, Iverson delivered a quarterback-style full-court pass with pinpoint accuracy, landing perfectly in Lin Hong's hands. Gathering the ball just beyond the three-point line, Lin Hong took two massive strides into the paint before soaring through the air for a thunderous dunk. Auerbach was momentarily taken aback. Comparing Tim Duncan's athletic prowess to Lin Hong's, the latter indeed possessed superior physical gifts. This observation wasn't meant to disparage Duncan. After all, the man was famously dubbed the Flying Demon of Wake Forest, whose athleticism was unquestionably extraordinary. But such comparisons are always relative. When measured against Lin Hong's capabilities, Duncan's advantages seem diminished. In terms of defensive prowess, Lin's coverage on the court is comparable to Tim's, as both possess the capability to single-handedly fortify their team's entire paint defense. Known as the Big Fundamental, Duncan's low-post game is characterized by its unwavering stability and reliability. The execution of various technical maneuvers is remarkably solid, appearing unadorned yet verging on the sublime, achieving extraordinary efficiency. Beyond his formidable offensive prowess, his defensive capabilities are equally exceptional, rooted in an unshakable stance, precise footwork, and an extraordinary wingspan. He even embodies an entire defensive system unto himself. Precisely because Duncan excels in both offense and defense, coupled with his exceptional maturity, he has indisputably remained the top player among the 1995 to 1997 rookie class. Let's take another look at Lin Hong. Besides dominating the paint with his towering presence, he can even extend his defense beyond the three-point line to execute blocks. This fully demonstrates that Lin Hong not only reigns supreme in the restricted area, but also effectively covers perimeter defense. If this were truly the case, then Lin Hong's defensive coverage would surpass even that of Tim Duncan in its excellence. Kyle, hold on for a moment. Though these game tapes of Lin Hong delivered tremendous visual impact, as a battle-hardened Cardinal, he maintained his rational composure at all times. Kyle, these are merely hypotheses. We cannot exaggerate our interpretation solely based on the abilities he displayed during the league tour. In other words, the Celtics have outlined Lin Hong's potential ceiling. But the sample size is limited. Talent doesn't always translate into reality. Yet, it's undeniable that Lin truly possesses potential surpassing even Duncan's. Now I understand why Jerry flew from Los Angeles to Washington. The Cardinal took a deep drag from his cigar, exhaling a slow, curling plume of smoke. His murky gaze suddenly sharpened with realization the Lakers are making their move. Their target is undoubtedly Lin. At present, Allen Iverson may appear as Georgetown's superstar and undisputed leader. In truth, Lin Hong's potential ceiling far surpasses anything Allen Iverson could ever achieve. The crucial piece of the Lakers' revival plan undoubtedly lies with this prodigious giant from the East. Headmaster, what shall be our course of action now? Kelly reacted swiftly, lifting his head to inquire. In terms of bargaining chips, the Lakers appear to hold a superior position. This season, Kyle has just assumed the helm as the new head coach of the Celtics. While Boston's current roster isn't exactly dreadful, they face an even more troubling predicament: utter mediocrity. Although the Celtics do possess an all-star caliber player in Dana Barros, who earned the Most Improved Player award last season and secured an all-star selection, their solitary star pales in comparison to the Lakers' formidable trio of elite talents. If we truly must compete for the same target simultaneously, the Celtics' bargaining chips appear rather insufficient. Kyle, are we left with no alternative but to resort to a trade? Auerbach shook his head and cast a meaningful glance at Kyle. Kyle, engage your intellect. Without relying on transactions? Is there truly no alternative? Kyle sank deep into contemplation, until at long last, enlightenment dawned upon him. Sir, are you suggesting deliberate mediocrity? No, this is what we call strategic repose. The Lakers possess 3 borderline all-star players, ensuring their playoff berth this season, given their unfavorable draft position. The only viable path to acquire this exceptional rookie would be through trades. However, the Celtics face a different scenario. The Green Team is in the midst of a rebuilding phase, with playoff contention nearly out of reach this season. Their draft pick is guaranteed to land in the lottery. To secure absolute certainty, why not embrace a strategic decline, allowing their performance to plummet to the league's basement and aim directly for the top overall pick? How delightful it would be to draft Tim Duncan with the first overall pick, even without securing the top draft pick. Settling for Lin Hong as a second choice turned out to be a serendipitous blessing, completing the virtuous circle. Shall we then proceed to observe Lin in person? No. It's unnecessary, at least not for now. Auerbach furrowed his brows, his right hand tapping rhythmically against the desk, his tone grave. Listen, Kyle. From this moment onward, we must avoid any contact with rookies and steer clear of the media frenzy surrounding them. To achieve greatness, discretion is paramount. Look at Jerry West. He believed he could deceive the heavens, but in reality, his schemes backfired, only to pave the way for others. And yet, we've uncovered a rare, unpolished gem. Watching Kyle's hurried departure, Auerbach took a deep drag from his cigar, leaned back in his chair, closed his eyes, and allowed a triumphant smile to grace his lips. Chapter 48. Cutting through like a hot knife through butter. Georgetown claims the championship after 7 years. Auerbach strategized meticulously, anticipating his opponent's moves with foresight. Confident in his superior skills, he believed the Celtics' revival plan had already outpaced the Lakers. Yet was Jerry West truly unprepared? You must understand, he is a man shrouded in mystique and enigma. Meanwhile, at the Verizon Center in Washington, D.C., Georgetown effortlessly triumphed over West Virginia, handing their opponents a 3rd consecutive defeat. As the game concluded, despite his alma mater's loss, West's spirits remained unshaken, compared to his usual solemn demeanor. An enigmatic smile now graced his features, a fleeting moment astutely captured by the sharp-eyed media. Like sharks drawn to the scent of blood, reporters swiftly trained their lenses upon him. While I lament my alma mater's defeat, their tenacious fighting spirit has deeply moved me, West declared with composed poise, weaving an elaborate tapestry of diplomatic platitudes. In these young men, I glimpse the seeds of resurgence. West Virginia shall rise against the tide and scale new heights. Mr. West, what are your thoughts on Georgetown's 2 rising stars? A journalist inquired. Moreover, might I inquire about the significance behind that subtle smile earlier? Alternatively, is there any possibility the Lakers would pursue acquiring Allen or Lin through trades? Might I inquire as to which particular individual has captured your interest? Even though West repeatedly stated that the Lakers' goal this season was to make the playoffs and even reach the Western Conference Finals, showing no interest whatsoever in any rookies. The media, ever the relentless hunters unwilling to release their prey without tangible evidence, were hardly going to let the logo man off so easily. Reporters bombarded him with a barrage of questions, attempting to pry open West's tightly sealed lips. After all, he represented the Purple and Gold dynasty, one of only 2 elite franchises in NBA history. Even the mortal enemy Celtic pales in comparison. After all, nestled against the sprawling metropolis of Los Angeles, it never lacks exposure. Under the dazzling spotlight of LA, players' market values naturally soar, with endorsement deals pouring in like a steady stream, for money remains the most alluring temptation. Here, one can not only amass wealth but also fulfill championship dreams. Who says glory and riches cannot coexist, that basketball aspirations and stardom cannot intertwine? Playing in Los Angeles makes it all possible. I must say, both Allen and Lin have performed admirably. Keep striving. West spread his hands slightly, the corners of his lips curling upward as he donned a mask of amusement. As for my earlier smile, it bore no hidden meaning. I simply watched an exhilarating game and was moved to express it. Finally, I wish to emphasize one point with utmost gravity. Today, I am merely a fan. Nothing more than a former member of the West Virginia Mountaineers. That is all. West's resolute stance, his reasoned rhetoric, and his impenetrable tone finally dispelled the faintest illusions harbored by the media present. It seems the other party truly had no intention of pursuing a trade for either Iverson or Lin Hong. In truth, the cunning old fox Jerry West's genuine thought at this very moment was, only children make choices, adults, naturally, take it all. However, Bringing both Georgetown stars to Los Angeles would indeed pose a considerable challenge. After all, in the illustrious history of the NBA, there has never been a precedent where two top draft prospects from the same class were maneuvered onto the same team during their rookie season. However, for the legendary Jerry West, the more daunting the challenge, the more worthy it becomes for him to undertake. Glancing at the assets in his possession, 3 all-star caliber players? Utterly insufficient. However, is this all there is? Not at all. The Lakers still hold trump cards. Next summer, they will possess substantial salary cap space, sufficient to sign a superstar commanding an 8-figure annual salary. West could also go all in by trading all 3 of their borderline all-stars to acquire one of the Georgetown duo. Subsequently, they could execute a sign-in trade deal with another team boasting a superstar, while simultaneously involving a third party in the transaction to obtain the remaining Georgetown phenom. Though it may sound like a fantastical notion bordering on the unimaginable, where there's a will, there's a way, nothing is truly impossible. The Lakers' immediate priority is to maximize the value of their 3 all-stars, nurture their potential, and then place them on the trade block for a lucrative return. In stark contrast to the understated approach of Red Auerbach, West appears almost brazenly audacious. Upon returning to Los Angeles, he publicly declared the team's ambition this season, a direct charge toward the Western Conference Finals. At the same time, through Los Angeles media outlets, they sent a clear signal to the entire league. The Lakers will actively participate in the free agent market. Any formidable player testing the waters of free agency inevitably becomes the Lakers' primary target. With the immense exposure afforded by the Los Angeles Lakers' prestigious franchise, news of their interest instantly creates a seismic uproar. The Lakers are being quite audacious, boldly claiming they can sign any superstar worth tens of millions this summer without any trade compensation. The evidence is undeniable. The Lakers are brimming with ambition this year, and the purple and gold dynasty is poised for a resurgence. Washington, D.C., Georgetown University Campus Gymnasium. Gazing at the Los Angeles Times in his hands, Jerome Williams marveled and remarked, "Lin, who among the elite superstars in the NBA commands a staggering 8-figure annual salary? Who else could it be but those all-stars?" Lin Hong stood at the free throw line, practicing his underhand shot with his back turned, his posture unrefined. Without glancing back, he remarked, "Jerome, there are plenty of stars this summer who could land a $10 million contract." In his memory, the Lakers' $10 million deal ultimately went to the towering Shaquille O'Neal, who departed from Orlando. West also used the 13th pick to draft the prodigious high school phenom Kobe Bryant, pairing him with O'Neal to form the legendary OK duo, laying the foundation for the Lakers' golden dynasty. However, the current timeline seemed to have shifted ever so slightly. Originally, the Lakers had swooped in with their $10 million offer only after negotiations between O'Neal and the Magic collapsed, securing the dominant center. But now, it appeared they had acted prematurely. Upon reflection, since I've already traversed dimensions, is it truly excessive for this butterfly to flutter its delicate wings? When viewed through this lens, the logic appears rather sound. Does it not? How enviable. I too wish to secure a multi-million-dollar contract. William shrugged his shoulders, tossing the newspaper aside with a melancholic expression. "Lin," he sighed, "the closer we get to the league championship, the more I find myself feeling strangely indifferent. Why is that? The goal was right before my eyes. Yet the anticipated exhilaration failed to materialize. Because I am simply too formidable." Lin Hong stroked his chin pensively and heaved a profound sigh. Gazing skyward, he struck the solitary pose of a peerless master. Alas, not a single worthy opponent remains. Gulp. William swallowed hard, instantly overwhelmed by an impulse to bludgeon the pretentious fool before him. Indeed, how utterly insufferable. Praise him once, and he puffs up with conceit. In the Big East Conference semifinals, Georgetown delivered a crushing defeat to the reigning champion Villanova Wildcats. Jay Wright's defensive strategy proved utterly ineffective. Tim Thomas fouled out in frustration after an exhausting battle, while Kerry Kittle's offensive efforts clanged off the rim, leaving him questioning his abilities. After years of absence, Georgetown has finally made its long-awaited return to the Big East Championship game. In the championship game, facing Ray Allen's explosive barrage of three-pointers, Allen Iverson and Lin Hong unleashed their full offensive firepower in a relentless onslaught. When Iverson finished attacking, Lin Hong took over. And when Lin Hong was done, Iverson struck again. Their unstoppable offensive surge shattered Connecticut's supposedly impenetrable defense, reducing it to ruins. Despite Ray Allen sinking a season-high 7 three-pointers, his heroic effort was in vain, as he once again became the tragic figure left with empty statistics. Iverson delivered a flawless performance with 26 points and 12 assists, while Lin Hong dominated with a monstrous triple-double, 38 points, 23 rebounds, and an astonishing 11 blocks. His terror was not merely reflected in the statistics. Throughout the entire match, Lin Hong dominated Connecticut's interior defense with relentless aggression, taking whatever he desired and proving utterly unstoppable. The chemistry between Allen Iverson and his teammates grew increasingly seamless, as they took turns delivering dazzling plays and brilliant coordination. Ultimately, Georgetown claimed the Big East Tournament Championship trophy once again after a 7-year hiatus. They shall face the madness of March as the champions of the Great Eastern League. Chapter 49. The Celts deserve Oscars for everyone. We are the champions. Allen Iverson was nearly overwhelmed with tears of joy, turning around to embrace Lin Hong tightly. Brother, we are the champions. Thank you, truly thank you. This feeling is absolutely magnificent. Jerome Williams and Othella Harrington were also overwhelmed with exhilaration, fervently waving their arms. The intoxicating taste of victory was utterly irresistible. The entire Georgetown team erupted into frenzied cheers and celebrations. Though they had anticipated this moment would arrive, when it finally came, they were utterly overwhelmed, their emotions spiraling out of control. Only Lin Hong remained composed, his expression serene, finding the whole affair rather insipid. Was this what victory felt like? Lin Hong shrugged his shoulders and muttered under his breath, I thought we were going to have an epic battle lasting hundreds of rounds. But it turned out to be nothing. Watching Iverson pounding his chest frantically, Lin Hong's lips twitched with exasperation. Allen, do we have some kind of feud between us? No. Any grudges? There is none. Then why do you keep striking me? Huh, Lin, you pretentious bastard. Your expression is absolutely begging for a punch. Chuckles ha. Coach John Thompson burst into laughter and shook his head in amusement. Lin Hong suddenly felt rather melancholic. There weren't many at Georgetown who had the right to call him pretentious, and Allen Iverson just happened to be one of them. Allen, don't act like such a crybaby, sniveling like that. The words crybaby struck a nerve with Iverson, who stomped his feet in agitation and retorted, Damn it, you pretentious bastard. Don't talk nonsense. I'm the team leader. Lin Hong sneered dismissively. So what? Crybaby. Pretentious bastard. Crybaby, crybaby, crybaby. Enough. Coach Thompson clutched his forehead with a darkened expression, unable to endure any longer, and sternly interjected, Allen, Lin, both of you need to settle down immediately. All right, Iverson replied meekly, shrinking his neck in submission. Understood. The overgrown man-child reluctantly conceded. Allen, let's be serious. We need to push harder, the coach pressed. Yeah, I know. Iverson swiftly punched Lin Hong again before declaring. But let's not dwell on that today. Look at Jerome and the others. We should be celebrating too. Just enjoy the moment. Keep the music playing, keep dancing. At the awards ceremony, Allen Iverson, standing at center stage, triumphantly raised the conference championship trophy before passing it to Lin Hong beside him. The cheers from the crowd instantly reached a crescendo. Georgetown had bulldozed through the competition, claiming the title with an undefeated record and utterly dominating the Big East Conference. Both Iverson and Lin Hong were unsurprisingly named to the All-Big East first team. As the commentator on the sidelines concluded, this season's Georgetown squad may well be the most dominant team in Big East Conference history. Lin Hong carries on the legacy of Georgetown's formidable centers, while Allen is indisputably the most dominant guard in the history of the league. After honing their synergy through league matches, the Georgetown duo is destined to elevate their chemistry to unprecedented heights. This year, Georgetown boasts formidable strength and is destined to shine brilliantly during March Madness, towering above all competitors with unparalleled dominance. Undoubtedly, Georgetown University boasts the league's premier inside-outside combination this season. Whether it's Iverson or Lin Hong, both stand as the undisputed best in their respective positions, especially Lin Hong, rising like a comet with unstoppable momentum. If he dominates all the powerhouses during March Madness, he will undoubtedly surpass Iverson and Duncan to become the top draft pick of the '96 class. It is worth noting that prior to the commencement of the NCAA tournament, ESPN released their updated rookie draft projection rankings. Tim Duncan remains firmly entrenched in the top position, with Allen Iverson closely trailing in second. Marcus Camby secures the third spot, followed by Stephon Marbury in fourth and Sharif Abdur-Rahim in fifth. Notably, Lin Hong's name has surged to the 6th overall pick in the first round, now within striking distance of the coveted top 3 positions. In the predictions for the Rookie of the Year rankings, Lin Hong unsurprisingly claimed the top spot, surpassing talented players like Vince Carter Anton Jameson, and Paul Pierce. Lin. Those so-called experts at ESPN have finally shown a glimmer of intelligence, though not much, by still ranking Marcus above you. Tossing the newspaper to Jerome Williams beside him. A drowsy Allen Iverson stretched with a yawn and quipped with playful sarcasm, though they did display remarkable wisdom in one aspect, placing me ahead of you. Lin Hong rolled his eyes and slung an arm around Iverson's neck. Allen, cherish these moments. Once I really put my foot down, I'll leave you so far behind you won't even see my taillights. In truth, a player's draft position depends entirely on the team holding the pick. ESPN predicted Marcus Camby would go third, but in the 1996 draft, the third overall selection was actually Shareef Abdurrahim. Last year, when Michael declared to fans worldwide with his iconic "I'm back," I thought it was just empty bravado. Yet here we are, Michael has made good on his bold claim. So far this season, the Bulls have lost only 6 games. Absolutely terrifying. Flipping through the newspaper in his hands, Jerome Williams was utterly dumbfounded. Last season, the Bulls were eliminated by the Magic in the second round of the playoffs, which greatly stoked Michael Jordan's competitive fire. In the 1995-96 season, Jordan's second year after his comeback, the Bulls set a record with 72 regular season wins. It wasn't until the emergence of the 5-star Golden State Warriors that this record was broken, with 73 wins and a runner-up finish. Lin Hong had long been aware of these events, and hearing about them now left him completely unfazed, his heart as still as undisturbed water. What on earth was going on with the Boston Celtics? This is utterly abysmal. How did they plummet to the bottom of the league? Jerome Williams remarked with palpable disdain, his tone dripping with contempt. They're actually worse than the Grizzlies. This NBA season is truly peculiar. In Michael Jordan's second year since his return, the Chicago Bulls currently boast a remarkable 50-6 record, leading the entire league. The Grizzlies recorded a dismal 12 wins against 43 losses, ranking dead last in the Western Conference and second worst in the entire league. Universally regarded as the league's weakest team, they unsurprisingly emerged as the frontrunners for this season's top draft pick. To Williams' utter astonishment, the Celtics, who had secured the 8th seed in the East and advanced to the first round of playoffs last season, now sported an even more abysmal record than the hapless Grizzlies. Perplexed beyond measure, thus far in the season, the Celtics have merely secured 10 victories, suffering a humiliating streak of 4 consecutive defeats, ranked last in the entire league. The once prestigious powerhouse, a playoff contender last season, has now plunged into the battle for the top draft pick this season. The Celtics must be tanking. Their roster shouldn't be this lackluster. Lin Hong immediately saw through the Green Team's scheme. The 1995-96 Celtics were indeed mediocre. Yet they still managed a 35-47 record. While far from stellar, they weren't this abysmal. Still, Lin Hong couldn't help but wonder why this season's Celtics had embraced the tank so openly. Admittedly, the entire Celtics roster delivered Oscar-worthy performances, setting a masterclass in subtle sabotage. Unsurprisingly, everyone now believes the Celtics are primed to secure this year's top draft pick. You must understand, in the illustrious history of the NBA, even a legendary franchise like the Celtics has possessed merely a single first overall draft pick. Should they secure the coveted first overall pick this season, who might emerge as the second top draft selection in the storied history of the Celtics franchise? This is truly a spectacle brimming with anticipation, raising expectations to their peak. However, Lin Hong remains unconvinced that the Celtics' deliberate underperformance will yield any results. The reasoning is straightforward. David Stern would never permit Red Auerbach to secure the top draft pick, unwilling to witness the quiet resurgence of another Celtics dynasty. Historical precedent from the original timeline confirms this. In 1997, despite tanking for Tim Duncan, the Celtics were denied the first overall pick. As long as David Stern presides over the league, the Green Team shall remain estranged from the coveted number 1 selection. Lin Hong was unaware of whom the Celtics were targeting in their rebuilding efforts. If it happened to be him, he could only silently lament for the Red Auerbach for a fleeting moment. The flowers may yearn, but the stream remains indifferent. Chapter 50. The epic duel between AI and Ma. The ultimate defender? No, actually I was once a defender too. The NCAA National Championship will commence in early March and conclude by the end of the month, hence earning its moniker as March Madness. For days after clinching the Big East Conference Championship, the NCAA Tournament Committee unveiled the 64-team bracket for the 1995-96 National Championship. This also signifies the imminent commencement of March Madness. Washington, USA. Georgetown University, Campus Gymnasium. After the NCAA tournament's round of 64 matchups were announced, head coach John Thompson promptly convened a meeting with the entire Georgetown Hoyas team. "Gentlemen, March Madness is upon us. The bracket has been revealed." John Thompson pinned the tournament bracket onto the large blackboard and began his analysis. "Our first-round opponent is Georgia Tech, which means we'll be facing none other than Stephen Marbury. Georgia Tech and Allen, you must be quite familiar with them." Indeed, Georgetown's opponent in the Sweet 16 is none other than Georgia Institute of Technology. This season's Georgia Tech squad could arguably be considered the strongest in their program's history. Their leader is none other than Stephon Marbury, a name that resonates alongside Allen Iversons. The matchup between Georgetown and Georgia Tech is widely regarded as the clash of the finest guards from the '96 class. Between Steph and Allen, an epic duel of titans is destined to unfold. As John Thompson commenced his analysis of the players and tactical characteristics of Georgia Tech, Lin Hong shifted his gaze toward another university. "Coach John." Lin Hong raised his hand to interrupt John Thompson's analysis and walked over to the tournament bracket on his own. Pointing at a team, he inquired, "Coach John, if we defeat Georgia Tech and Wake Forest also triumphs over their opponent, would our next round adversary be Wake Forest?" "Indeed, you are absolutely correct. Our next opponent in the second round will most likely be the Wake Forest Demon Deacons." The Wake Forest Demon Deacons. Gazing at his next opponent, a faint smirk curled upon Lin Hong's lips. Among the players he most desired to face in the NCAA, Allen Iverson stood first, yet fate had whimsically made them teammates. Marcus Camby ranked second, though Lin had already crushed him during warm-up matches. The final one, the top draft pick of '97 and the greatest power forward in history, the Stone Buddha himself, Tim Duncan. Oh, he is not yet known as the Stone Buddha, but rather as the fundamental master. In previous matchups, Georgetown had not faced the Wake Forest Demon Deacons, so Lin Hong never had the opportunity to compete against Tim Duncan during their college years. However, their next opponent was highly likely to be the Demon Deacons, filling Lin Hong with exhilaration. To secure the top draft pick this year, he knew he had to rise above elite competitors. Though he had dominated Marcus Camby in the preseason, Tim Duncan remained an unconquered challenge. Only by defeating Duncan head-to-head would Lin Hong truly feel deserving of the coveted No. 1 draft selection. Annihilate the Georgia Institute of Technology, then proceed to vanquish Wake Forest University. Advancing to the Elite Eight of the NCAA. There's even a chance to dominate North Carolina. As Lin Hong scrutinized the tournament bracket, he was once again struck by a delightful surprise. "This schedule is absolutely perfect," he exclaimed with exhilaration. Facing Marbury in the round of 64, battling Duncan in the Sweet 32, then taking on North Carolina in the Elite 16. My, what an exhilarating March Madness this is. Lin Hong is currently immensely satisfied with the scheduling arrangements of the NCAA. Deng Dai Dai, you must persevere and strive for excellence. Do not falter and allow other universities to surpass you. Such an outcome would bring me lifelong regret. Lin Hong saw Duncan among his opponents and immediately rolled up his sleeves, brimming with fighting spirit from head to toe. On March 16th, American time, the most prestigious collegiate basketball tournament in the United States, the NCAA National Championship, officially commenced. As the top-seeded team in the Big East Conference and ranked second nationally, Georgetown University faced Georgia Tech in their opening game of the NCAA tournament's round of 64. Seated courtside at the announcer's booth, ESPN's two commentators commenced their pre-game analysis. The much-anticipated clash between Allen Iverson and Stephon Marbury, a battle of the nation's finest guards, has arrived far sooner than expected. As far as I know, the rivalry between Allen and Stephen has persisted relentlessly since their first encounter at Rucker Park in 1994. The other commentator, hailing from New York, is naturally well-versed in the most sensational topic of street basketball in recent years. At Rucker Park, New York's own Stephon Marbury suffered defeat at the hands of Allen Iverson in their streetball showdown. Although this NCAA matchup marks their first collegiate meeting, the animosity between Marbury and Iverson has been brewing for years. Without a doubt, Allen will propel his team to greater heights, while Stephen is determined to fiercely challenge Georgetown in the Sweet 16, seeking perfect vengeance against Allen Iverson. The spotlight of today's duel undoubtedly falls upon the clash between the two elite defenders, Xiao Ai and Xiao Ma. However, once the match commenced, the two commentators faintly discerned that the unfolding events diverged somewhat from their initial expectations. The tip-off commenced, beep, beep, beep. The player jumping against Lin Hong was Georgia's utility center. Lin Hong felt no pressure whatsoever, effortlessly overpowering the Georgia center and tipping the ball first to Allen Iverson. The moment Iverson caught the ball, Marbury was already pressing up defensively. Clearly, any team that had studied Georgetown would know that their opening play often involved Lin Hong sprinting down the court for a fast break, paired with Iverson's quarterback-style long pass. Marbury immediately closed in to deny Iverson the chance to deliver that precise, deep pass. With his plan foiled, Iverson shrugged nonchalantly. In no particular hurry, with a wave of his hand, Lin Hong rushed forward to set a solid screen for him. Boom! Marbury moved with lightning speed, colliding into Lin Hong with a thunderous impact. A flawless pick and roll. Lin Hong's broad and sturdy physique completely blocked Marbury. Iverson effortlessly dribbled the ball to the front court. His pick-and-roll coordination with Lin Hong was one of Georgetown's most frequently employed tactics. After setting the screen, Lin Hong immediately charged fiercely toward the basket. The lumbering center who came out to help defend Iverson was utterly incapable of switching in time, forced into the unenviable position of guarding the smaller, quicker Iverson. Georgia Tech had always been a run-and-gun team, formidable in the backcourt but painfully deficient in interior presence. With their makeshift center drawn out of the paint to contain Iverson, their interior defense collapsed into utter vulnerability. Now, the responsibility of guarding Lin Hong fell to the lone wolf Stephon Marbury. So, I hear you've been hyped as a guard on par with Allen? I wonder if you can possibly breach my defense. Lin Hong shielded the ball with his back and suddenly spat out a remark. Stephon Marbury didn't engage in verbal sparring with Lin Hong. Instead, he remained intently focused on his opponent. Lin, don't even think about distracting me, Marbury said coldly. Marcus Camby warned me about you. Said you've got a filthy mouth. Always running it for no reason. Ha ha ha, it seems Marcus harbors quite a grudge against me. Very well, next time I face him, I shall endeavor to exercise restraint, striving to allow him a few more minutes of play before inevitably being ejected from the match. Lin Hong burst into laughter and spat out another angry remark. In the next instant, the smile vanished abruptly from his face as he violently rammed backward, forcefully colliding with the unsteady Marbury. Bang! Followed immediately by bang. Without waiting for Marbury to steady himself, he delivered another forceful collision. Bang! Marbury staggered unsteadily, losing his balance as he tumbled backwards onto the floor. Lin Hong gripped the ball tightly, taking a massive bounding stride forward before forcefully propelling himself upwards with both feet. In one fluid motion, he soared directly over the prone figure of Marbury lying on the hardwood. Bam! Soaring through the air with effortless grace, a one-handed slam dunk. 2 o'clock. Lin Hong instinctively tugged at the rim before striding over to Marbury and crouching down before him. Stephon, there's no need to feel humiliated by my dunk over you, because you're neither the first, nor will you be the last. After speaking, Lin Hong stood up with a grin, then sprinted to the backcourt and celebrated with Iverson by jumping into a chest bump. Iverson instinctively leaped up, only to be sent flying 3 meters backward, stumbling upon landing, nearly driving him to frustration. Lin Hong spread his arms wide, flashing a broad smile. Allen, I'm laying my cards on the table. The strongest guard of the '96 draft class might just be me. Chapter 51. Shattering the backboard, the proper way to commence March Madness. The momentum shifts. Georgia Tech gains possession. Stephon Marbury, just knocked down and posterized by Lin Hongqiang's soaring dunk, is seething with frustration. This was supposed to be a showdown between the elite guards of the '96 class. What business does a towering center have barging in, stealing the spotlight? Utterly unnecessary. After receiving the inbound pass, Marbury sprinted down the court with lightning speed, effortlessly leaving Page in the dust as he attempted to intercept. With a swift crossover dribble, he gracefully evaded the help defense of Jerome Williams. Noticing this, Georgia's towering center immediately vacated the paint to create driving lanes for Marbury. Swish! Marbury's speed was truly remarkable. He effortlessly blew past Jerome Williams without even needing a change of direction, simply accelerating past him in one fluid motion. Even when confronted by Iverson's tight defense, Marbury showed no hesitation. Continuing his determined drive, he leaned into Iverson and powered his way into the paint before elevating for an acrobatic layup. Lin Hong soared up from behind Iverson, his towering arms stretching like a celestial canopy, utterly eclipsing Marbury's path to the basket. Any attempt to shoot would inevitably be swatted away. Of course, Marbury was no reckless brute. With decisive agility, he twisted midair like a spinning top, delivering the ball to the trailing center. The towering player caught it, took one thunderous dribble, then launched himself skyward for a bank shot. But suddenly, gasps erupted across the arena. Lin Hong, barely touching the ground after his initial leap, soared once more into the heavens. Boom. A massive 232 centimeters arm stretched out from behind the opponent, slamming the airborne basketball against the backboard with a thunderous smack. This explosive moment struck Marbury with belated recognition, stirring an inexplicable sense of familiarity. Damn, I swear I've seen this move in some old game footage. At the same time, the boom camera instantly captured this breathtaking scene. How utterly astonishing. The basketball was actually deformed under the pressure. Lin Hong executed a thunderous rejection off the backboard. The arena erupted in thunderous applause. After completing the emphatic block, Lin Hong wasted no time. With one hand clutching the ball, he landed gracefully. His Georgetown teammates, reading his intentions perfectly, swiftly followed suit. Particularly Iverson and Page, who unleashed their full speed, sprinting frantically toward the front court. However, Georgia Tech's defensive transition was equally sharp, with several players already hustling back. Lin Hong whipped the ball out to Page at the three-point line. Then, stretching his long legs, he dashed desperately toward the opponent's half. For a lumbering power forward like Jerome Williams, such a fast break opportunity might have been lost. But for an agile center like Lin Hong, blessed with blazing speed, the chance never truly fades. Boom, boom, boom. The floor seemed to tremble as Lin Hong charged across the court with powerful strides, making a beeline for the basket without hesitation. Boom. The towering center from Georgia Tech who rushed out to block was violently shoved aside by Lin Hong. What the fuck? That reckless brute was like a bulldozer, absolutely unstoppable, staggering like a drunken sailor. The Georgia Tech center clutched his burning chest while glaring at Lin Hong, who was still bulldozing toward the basket. Through gritted teeth, he muttered a string of curses before bellowing, "Allen, for God's sake, pass me the damn ball." Lin Hong charged into the three-point line, then turned his head and roared at Iverson who had followed him to the left beyond the arc. Received. Iverson spotted Lin Hong spinning away from his defender and sprinting towards the basket, lofting the ball high above the rim. Countless fans in the arena widened their eyes in anticipation, ready to erupt in cheers for what promised to be a spectacular alley-oop dunk. As two Georgia Tech defenders arrived on the scene, they saw a towering 7-foot Chinese behemoth charging into the paint without the slightest hesitation to slow down. The two young defenders instinctively sidestepped in unison. They had no desire to be sent flying by the monstrous force of nature. Boom. Inside the penalty area, unencumbered by defenders, Lin Hong condensed his strides from 3 steps into 2, showcasing the full extent of his long-legged advantage. With a powerful push-off from the ground, he propelled himself skyward like a projectile. Boom. After catching the ball with both hands, Lin Hong swung his arms in a full arc and slammed the basketball fiercely into the hoop. Perhaps due to an extended period of rest, his pent-up energy had nowhere to vent. Following the thunderous dunk, Lin Hong violently yanked the rim with both hands, not just once. It seemed he had miscalculated. The force he exerted far surpassed even that of his previous game-changing block, which had deformed the basketball. The next moment, crack. The tempered glass backboard shattered abruptly, radiating from the hoop like a spider's web at lightning speed. Wow. Oh my God. Lin shattered the backboard with another dunk. Lin Hong's thunderous dunk instantly ignited the entire Verizon Center. Spectators rose from their seats in awe, hands clasped over their mouths as they gasped in astonishment. The cheerleaders trembled with excitement, their eyes gleaming like explorers discovering new frontiers, cheeks flushed with exhilaration. Meanwhile, photographers stationed beneath the basket scattered like startled birds, scrambling backward in panic. Several terrified cameramen abandoned their equipment altogether, clutching their heads while unleashing a torrent of expletives. Fuck. Holy shit. As the backboard shattered with a resounding crack, Lin Hong hastily released his grip and leaped down, shielding his head with his hands as he scurried to the side. Easy. The basketball hoop, grotesquely distorted by Lin Hong's forceful tug, suddenly snapped back with a sharp, grating screech. The immense recoil shattered the already fractured backboard, its spiderweb of cracks giving way completely. A cacophony of tinkling glass shards rained down in a crystalline deluge. Tempered shards of glass cascaded from the sky like a blizzard of crystalline snowflakes. As the glistening fragments rained down, the two Georgia Tech players who had been poised to charge forward felt an icy tremor grip their hearts and a numbing dread creep across their scalps. Holy hell, where did I summon such audacity, nearly charging forward to draw an offensive foul? That reckless attempt could have been my demise. The other Georgia Tech players on the field also stood frozen, staring blankly at this scene. The look of shock and terror was unmistakable on their faces, as they likely began mentally cursing Lin Hong's ancestors. They knew of Lin Hong's formidable strength, enough to topple behemoths like Marcus Camby and Tim Thomas. They were aware of his bulldozer-like style, effortlessly plowing through defenders before turning with effortless grace for thunderous dunks. Yet none had witnessed firsthand just how monstrous the power of this celestial shark truly was. Even now, witnessing the backboard shattered by Lin Hong, they had a more vivid answer in their hearts. Is this really basketball? It was a monstrous beast preying upon novices in the beginner's village. How could one possibly contend against such brutality? The savage brute from the eastern lands played with utterly ruthless violence. This time he merely shattered the backboard with his dunk. But what of the next occasion? If struck by his charging force akin to a freight truck, would one be utterly demolished like this backboard? The mere contemplation sends shivers down the spine. They confessed to being utterly petrified at this very moment. Williams, Peggy, and the other Georgetown players stared in stunned silence at the trembling basketball hoop and the cascading shards of shattered glass. Just how long had he been holding back before demolishing yet another backboard of their own court? Yet Williams suddenly felt an overwhelming sense of gratitude. For this brutal beast of a player was his teammate rather than the opponent being mercilessly crushed beneath his dominance. The crowd's fervor was utterly ignited. Many spectators clutched their heads in sheer disbelief, staring dumbfounded at the replay of the shattered backboard on the Jumbotron. Even more raised their arms in exhilaration, roaring and cheering with unrestrained frenzy. The DJ, ever the master of crowd manipulation, promptly cued the perfect soundtrack to accompany this earth-shattering dunk, the backboard-shattering spectacle. This is the most fitting way to experience the madness of March. Chapter 52. The arrogant referee Lin Hong felt his heart pounding with trepidation. The referee ignored him completely. And then, Lin. He shattered the backboard with another thunderous dunk. The commentator clutched his head in disbelief, gazing in awe at the colossal screen above the stadium. Within such a brief interval, he had once again borne witness to such a savage spectacle. Overcome with emotion, he erupted into a string of expletives, utterly losing control of his facial expressions. John Lin, that little monster, has flawlessly replicated the madcap feat of the great shark. The commentator excitedly threw an arm around his partner's neck, his face a picture of utter astonishment. Ahem, indeed, I absolutely adore this audacious little monster from the Celestial Empire. Witnessing history seemingly repeat itself, the commentator's partner bellowed with reddened eyes as the backboard shattered upon the dunk. The game was forced into an abrupt halt. Lin Hong shook his head to dislodge the glass fragments from his hair, muttering in exasperation, "What's wrong with the organizers? Have they learned nothing from past incidents? They don't even bother to reinforce the backboards during upgrades? Those heartless capitalists." Lin Hong walked to the basket in silent frustration, picking up 2 shards of broken glass. Then he approached the referee with an innocent expression and softly complained, "Ref, this really isn't my fault. The backboard must be of poor quality. Look at these glass fragments. Their jagged, chaotic patterns clearly indicate inferior craftsmanship. Anyone can see that. If it were made in China, the quality would be absolutely impeccable. There's no way I could have shattered 3 backboards in a row." The referee was instantly dumbfounded, as if struck by lightning. "Are you absolutely certain you're not jesting with me? Shall I replace it with a reinforced concrete backboard before you deem it of acceptable quality?" Before me stood this towering figure, as massive as a mountain, yet now he carried himself like a wronged maiden, incessantly muttering complaints. The referee's lips twitched uncontrollably, veins bulging on his forehead. Damn it, never had he encountered such an audacious individual. Toot toot toot. The referee could no longer tolerate it, and immediately whistled Lin Hong for a technical foul. "Damn it, can't control you anymore. Shattering the backboard. And you still dare to argue? How dare you come here to complain about the poor quality of rebounds? Are you deliberately running over our faces with your wheels? Humiliating us, ordinary mortals, with your brute strength? This is utterly intolerable. Technical foul. A technical foul must be called immediately, even if God himself were to descend today. Justice must prevail over kinship. Humph. I'll make sure you shatter that backboard. After your next dunk, refrain from deliberately pulling or hanging on the rim, or you shall be penalized with a technical foul." Faced with Lin Hong's sophistry, the referee glared at him sternly before issuing an unequivocal warning. "Young man, you've made it onto my blacklist," declared the referee arrogantly. Lin Hong appeared visibly wounded by this confrontation, yet burdened with a technical foul. He could only suppress the urge to berate the referee. If he provoked the old man's temper and earned another technical, he'd be utterly doomed. The game had just begun. Who knew if the lone and unsupported Iverson could still lead the team to victory in this high-stakes battle without him? To defend the team's victory and honor, Lin Hong immediately shrugged his shoulders and strategically donned a smiling mask, outwardly beaming with joy, while inwardly seething with silent fury. Humph. You wretched scoundrel, revel in your temporary arrogance. Just wait until I enter the NBA and become the league's most coveted superstar. Then we'll see who dares to trifle with me. Everyone knows the NBA is a commercial league, where superstars enjoy preferential treatment from referees, especially for a phenom like him who peaked from the start. Such privileges are practically guaranteed. Once he masters Hakeem's dream shake and Kareem's skyhook, scoring will become as effortless as slicing through melons. Yet what Lin Hong covets most is Wilt Chamberlain's legendary stamina and endurance, essential whether battling hulking centers on the court or engaging in extracurricular activities with golden-haired companions. Faced with the referee's warning, Lin swiftly recalibrated his approach. Ref, what if someone clings to me mid-dunk? What then? The referee rolled his eyes, scrutinized him from head to toe, and waved impatiently. If such a situation truly occurs, it won't be considered intentional rim hanging on your part. Ha ha ha, this is precisely correct. We are all civilized individuals who should approach matters with nuance and discretion. Whether engaging in sports or serving as a referee, one must employ philosophical dialectical thinking and lead by moral example. After speaking, Lin Hong's smile abruptly vanished, unwilling to waste further words arguing with the referee. What on earth had that scoundrel just uttered? How could I be so bewildered that even blowing a whistle involves philosophical contemplation? Watching Lin Hong's receding figure, the bewildered referee was utterly perplexed, cursing irritably under his breath. Beside him, Williams bared his teeth in frustration, poised to charge forward and confront the official once more. Yet before he could act, Lin Hong intercepted him, wrapping an arm around his waist and forcibly pulling him away. While his willingness to defend a teammate was commendable, further argument would be futile. With an amused smile, Lin Hong soothed the towering man, who seemed even more incensed than he, the actual aggrieved party. Jerome, it's pointless. Do you truly believe a blind referee would so easily overturn his decision? Absolutely not. Isn't that slapping oneself in the face? At most, they might issue a so-called referee report after the match. By the time the report comes out, if luck isn't on our side, we might already be doomed. Thus, this is merely a pompous display of hindsight, utterly inconsequential to the outcome of the match. Lin Hong gave Williams a heavy pat on the shoulder and spoke with an air of aged wisdom. Ah, you are still far too young. Huh, me? Too young? Lin, you are a year younger than me, yet I am nearly 20. What an insufferable pretender you are. Williams chased after him with evident displeasure. As the game entered a timeout, the arena staff worked swiftly and meticulously to clear away the shattered glass, drawing from past experience. They had honed their skills to perfection, promptly removing the backboard shattered by the dunk and replacing it with a spare hoop while reinstalling the shot clock. Meanwhile, the commentators, initially stunned by Lin Hong's thunderous slam that demolished the backboard, gradually regained their composure from the overwhelming excitement. In his early years in the league, the young Shaquille O'Neal shattered 3 backboards during his rookie season, once even toppling the entire basketball hoop. Seeing is believing. Another backboard destroyer comparable to the Big Shark has emerged, perhaps even more formidable. The commentator reminisced with a smile about Shaq's legendary backboard-shattering feats. His partner immediately nodded in agreement. Indeed. Lin Hong's alley-oop dunk that shattered the backboard was visually stunning, leaving us utterly awestruck. And let's not forget the most crucial detail. The towering giant who achieved this incredible feat hails from China. The Georgia Tech bench. From the coaching staff to every player, they maintained a uniform silence, the atmosphere palpably subdued. Clearly, they hadn't fully recovered from the earth-shattering spectacle of Lin Hong shattering the backboard with his dunk. As the direct victim of this Herculean feat, the lone wolf Stephon Marbury kept his head bowed, visibly shaken by the dual assault on his senses and psyche. Lifting his gaze to meet the taciturn coach's eyes, he was the first to break the heavy silence. Coach Bobby, that celestial beast's strength is downright monstrous, brutal and savage on the court, Marbury muttered from beneath the towel draped over his head, shaking it in resignation before spreading his hands helplessly. How the hell are we supposed to defend against that interior monstrosity now? His dominance under the basket far surpassed my wildest imagination. Georgia Tech's head coach Bobby Cremins adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses on the bridge of his nose and spoke deliberately. The center maintains tight defense, while the others stand ready to provide double-team support at any moment. At the same time, we must capitalize on our speed advantage by maximizing open shot opportunities, preferably from the perimeter. This will force their towering interior defenders, particularly that exceptionally agile Chinese big man, to extend their defense outward beyond the paint. Once he's drawn out, the interior defense of Georgetown will crumble, if not collapse entirely, at least diminish by 2 levels. At that point, Stephen, you all must charge the basket with relentless ferocity. Chapter 53. Hands full of skills. Never underestimate a center playing as a guard. The game resumed. Hey, Lin, you'd better take it easy this time. We really don't have any spare basketball hoops left, Coach Thompson teased with a chuckle as Lin Hong walked to the sidelines. He was genuinely worried that Lin's excessive dunking might get him ejected by the referees. The reason Georgia Tech had been surging ahead this season was largely due to the pivotal leadership of Stephon Marbury, the lone wolf. Toot toot toot. Georgia Tech's offense. Marbury sprinted down the court with the ball, passing it to a teammate beyond the 3-point line. The teammate caught it and immediately launched into a jump shot. That gaze, that posture, so brimming with confidence and determination, it sent shivers down everyone's spine. No one would dare believe this shot could miss. Clang. With a forceful throw, the basketball struck the inner rim and soared high into the air. The Georgia Tech center, already positioned with a confident grin, leaped vigorously to secure the rebound. Just as he thought the board was within his grasp, darkness suddenly loomed above him, 2 massive yellow arms eclipsing his view. Then thud, 2 massive palms forcefully slapped against the basketball, snatching it directly from above his head, plucking the melon right off his crown. The damage was immense, the humiliation utterly devastating. The center from Georgia Tech felt as though he had encountered the Waterloo of his life. Lin Hong initiated his drive from the backcourt, accelerating with formidable momentum toward the front court. The first to retreat defensively was Georgia Tech's guard. Witnessing Lin Hong charging forward like an unstoppable bulldozer, the memory of him shattering the backboard with that thunderous dunk resurfaced vividly in his mind. A trace of panic flickered across his face, his inner voice wailing in despair, "Stay away from me." This time, he dared not plant himself firmly in Lin Hong's path to obstruct his advance. Instead, he dashed forward at breakneck speed, attempting to intercept the ball from Lin Hong's grasp as he stormed down the court. Swish. With a graceful spin move, Lin Hong effortlessly shook off his defender. His movements flowed with seamless elegance, like water cascading down a stream. Dribbling with determination, Lin Hong charged toward the basket. The Georgia Tech small forward spread his arms wide in a defensive stance reminiscent of LeBron James, swiftly sliding laterally to intercept. He reached out, attempting to strip the ball from Lin Hong, whose high center of gravity made his dribble slightly unstable. Swish. With a long reach, he found himself grasping at thin air. Facing the outstretched arm of his opponent, Lin Hong deftly executed a swift crossover dribble between his legs. Without hesitation, Lin Hong followed up with a behind-the-back dribble. In the split second of his opponent's bewilderment, he surged forward into the paint, ball firmly in his right hand. 2 powerful strides later, he launched himself off the ground, soaring through the air like a blazing comet. After a brief moment of mid-flight suspension, he hammered the ball through the rim with a thunderous one-handed slam. Spin move, crossover. Behind the back, his entire sequence of maneuvers was seamless, effortlessly weaving past 2 defenders from Georgia Tech before finishing with an emphatic solo dunk. For a clock. This time, instead of his customary rim-hanging celebration, Lin Hong simply flashed a knowing smirk toward the referee. The unspoken message was clear. I am, in fact, a skilled and finesse-oriented center. Good heavens, is this some kind of jest? Lin Hong actually executed a razor-sharp breakthrough, effortlessly maneuvering past 2 Georgia Tech defenders to complete a thunderous dunk. The live commentator gaped in astonishment at this unfolding spectacle. His partner, though also swallowing hard in secret, wore an expression of disdain. "John, you're such a provincial fellow. Is it really so astonishing just because a tall player dribbles sharply and breaks through defenses? Last month at the All-Star game, Shaq even dribbled past Jordan with such finesse it left him dizzy. John, you really should have witnessed how Shaq dominated the court with his masterful play. By then, you will no longer find it astonishing that these versatile towering talents possess the ball-handling skills typically mastered by diminutive guards." The spectators in the stands were utterly electrified by Lin Hong's sudden, brilliant solo breakthrough and thunderous dunk. Wow, am I dreaming? The ferocious beast who just shattered the backboard with sheer force can actually execute nimble crossovers before slamming it down. Utterly unbelievable, Lin possesses such finesse as well? Haha. This is absolutely hysterical. The fans never expected that Lin Hong, the brute who shattered backboards with his dunks, could move with the finesse of a nimble point guard, executing such delicate dribble moves. Even John Thompson, Georgetown's head coach standing courtside, wore a bewildered expression. What's happening? Has Lin entered some kind of transcendent zone? He actually executed a one-handed slam dunk after breaking through the defense. He shook his head vigorously, convinced he must have miscommunicated the tactics. The game pressed on with Georgia Tech's offense in motion. Marbury dribbled past the half-court line, this time utilizing his blistering speed to evade the initial defender. Yet he refrained from driving recklessly toward the basket. Spotting Lin Hong, whose lateral quickness was astonishing, sliding over to provide help defense, Marbury wisely retreated beyond the three-point arc. Lin Hong's presence in the paint was utterly domineering. A thunderous chase-down block that pinned the ball against the backboard, followed by a rim-rattling dunk that shattered the glass, had instilled palpable fear. Marbury had no intention of becoming yet another humiliating highlight reel victim. Even if this play makes the top 10 highlights, he'll merely serve as someone else's backdrop. Marbury dribbled to the right wing beyond the three-point line, signaling for the center to emerge from the paint and set a screen. His true intention was to lure Lin Hong, who was anchoring the paint, out of position. The center moved up to the high post, executing a solid pick that momentarily halted Iveson's pursuit. However, Lin Hong didn't immediately switch onto the now open Marbury at the perimeter. Instead, he nudged Williams on the back, directing him to close out on Marbury, while Lin himself switched onto the opposing small forward, ensuring he could swiftly retreat to protect the rim. Standing near the Georgetown bench, Coach Thompson observed Lin Hong's high IQ defensive adjustment and nodded approvingly, murmuring to himself, "Lin, brilliant read." Marbury, holding the ball beyond the three-point line and waiting, swiftly altered his strategy upon realizing Lin Hong wasn't falling for the feint. The basketball was eventually passed into the hands of Georgia Tech's shooting guard. Observing Lin Hong intermittently patrolling the paint, the guard wisely maneuvered to the left side and executed a smooth mid-range jump shot. Swish. Mastering the essence of guerrilla warfare, he effortlessly sank the shot. 4-2. Lin Hong stepped up, executing a flawless pick-and-roll for Iverson. Swish. A perfect three-pointer through the net. 7-2. During the defensive transition, Iverson playfully patted Lin Hong's firm backside and exclaimed with feigned seriousness, "Hey Lin, collaborating with you is absolutely magnificent. Allen, though your words may hold some truth, they cannot conceal the blatant advantage you have taken over me." Lin Hong rolled his eyes and rushed over to tousle the other's cropped hair. "Lin, how many times have I told you? My head may be broken, but my hairstyle must remain impeccable. Stop messing with my hair." Lin Hong turned his head away in speechless exasperation and couldn't help but remark sarcastically, "This crew cut? Utterly unremarkable. You might as well get cornrows done sooner. Now that would be distinctive." "Cornrows? That makes sense. It would indeed complement my temperament perfectly." Allen Iverson nodded thoughtfully. "Whether in terms of appearance or temperament, this hairstyle seemed custom designed for me." "You." Lin Hong widened his eyes, raised a trembling finger, and bellowed in fury, "Shameless wretch." Chapter 54. With mighty weapons, one can indeed act with reckless abandon. In the next play, Marbury remained stubbornly headstrong, showcasing his lone wolf mentality. After driving into the paint with dazzling aerial maneuvers, he dished the ball to a wide-open teammate on the weak side, aiming for an assist on a mid-range jumper. Truth be told, from that position, with such an open look, even for a CBA-level player, it should have been an absolute gimme. Yet, Lin Hong had other plans. Boom. In the blink of an eye, at the very moment the opponent made their move, Lin Hong emerged from the side with lightning speed, delivering a thunderous block that sent the volleyball soaring straight to the substitute's bench. After completing the block, Lin Hong arrogantly wagged his index finger at his stunned opponent, paying homage to his senior by mimicking the iconic celebratory gesture of Dikembe Mutombo, the African mountain, following a rejection. The two commentators on the scene exchanged glances. It seemed that the protagonist of today's match was not Marbury or Iverson after all. Lin Hong appeared far more suited for the leading role. With the clock winding down, Marbury attempted to drive to the basket for a layup. After circling around unsuccessfully, he had no choice but to hastily launch a contested three-pointer. Clang! Lin Hong leaped simultaneously with the opposing center to contest the rebound. Yet in the end, he effortlessly plucked the basketball down with one hand. In the next instant, he whipped the ball to Iverson before accelerating once more to sprint down the court. Iverson dribbled swiftly into the front court, delivering a crisp bounce pass to Page cutting toward the basket. However, Georgetown's number 2 easy bucket Prince Page saw his layup roll tantalizingly around the rim before popping back out. The Georgia Tech forward surged upward to snatch the rebound, the ball nearly cradled in his grasp, when suddenly, he arrived again. Here he comes once more. A vast shadow descended like an overwhelming tide. In the next instant, two elongated arms reached over his head, arrogantly seizing the ball with domineering force. Slam! A thunderous two-handed dunk over the defender. The massive truck collided against his back, sending him flying out of bounds. Lin Hong had initially intended to flaunt his prowess by hanging onto the rim and roaring triumphantly, looking down upon his opponents with disdain. However, the piercing gaze of that wretched old man struck him like needles, jolting him into immediate action as he released his grip and landed on the ground. His grand display of bravado lasted a mere 2 seconds before meeting an untimely demise. As Lin Hong retreated to defend, he deliberately jogged past the referee with a broad grin, explaining, "Referee, as I mentioned before, I always play with the utmost sportsmanship. As a fortunate escapee from the 9-year compulsory education system of the Celestial Empire, our teachers instilled in us from tender years the virtues of civility, courtesy, and cherishing public property." Gulp. The referee swallowed hard, suddenly feeling an unbearable thirst, barely able to suppress the violent rage within. That little brat. Who does he think he's fooling? Spouting such blatant lies with eyes wide open. Isn't it just fear of the whistle in my grasp? At this thought, the referee smugly placed the whistle between his lips, drawing a deep breath as if poised to penalize Lin Hong with a technical foul the very next second. Terrified, Lin Hong immediately bolted away. The perimeter shots clanged off the rim repeatedly while the interior defense proved utterly porous. Barely 3 minutes had elapsed since tip-off. Georgetown dominated Georgia Tech with an impressive 11-2 scoreline. Lin Hong showcased flawless efficiency, sinking all 3 field goal attempts and converting one of 2 free throws, amassing 7 points. 4 rebounds and 2 blocks, he ravaged Georgia Tech's interior defense with unstoppable dominance. His defensive performance was even more ferocious. A thunderous block against the towering center, followed by a volleyball-style sweat against the nimble small forward, consecutively plucking rebounds from the Giants' grasp as effortlessly as breathing. Timeout. Georgia Tech's head coach Bobby Cremins immediately called a timeout. Without tactical adjustments, they risked being overwhelmed in the first quarter. Bobby Cremins was visibly frustrated. His strategy of deploying 1 big and 4 small players had been completely dominated by Georgetown. To be precise, they were utterly dismantled by the interior behemoth, Lin Hong. Georgia Tech's center possesses nimble footwork, yet his ability to create offense is severely lacking. While his rim protection hovers slightly above average, enough to disrupt Georgetown's drives defensively, he stands utterly defenseless against Lin Hong's bulldozing assaults, as vulnerable as an empty morning boulevard. Witnessing his lone center's ineffectiveness, indeed, the complete absence of any tangible intimidation against Lin, Coach Bobby Cremins resorted to deploying a backup center, forming a twin tower strategy in hopes of containing Lin through double teaming. Ironically, this approach inverted priorities, abandoning their signature run-and-gun style to engage Georgetown in a grinding half-court battle was nothing short of tactical misdirection. Who on earth granted him such audacity? Witnessing the peculiar maneuvers of Georgia Tech, even Georgetown's head coach Thompson couldn't help but shake his head in disbelief. He promptly issued a direct command to his entire team. Lin Hong will now take full command of Georgetown's offensive efforts. The game resumes after the timeout. Georgia Tech's offense begins. After switching to a lineup with 2 big men and 3 guards, their pace has slowed considerably. The key issue is that those 2 interior players lack reliable individual scoring ability, limiting them to setting screens and battling for rebounds. Stephon Marbury sprints up the court with the ball. One center steps up to set a pick-and-roll for him, while the other pins Lin Hong on the weak side. A double-team strategy, keeping one big man engaged in physical combat with Lin Hong while the other crashes the boards. Georgia Tech attempts to use this bargain bin version of a twin tower lineup to stretch Lin Hong thin in the paint and neutralize his dominance. But as it turns out, dreams are plump, reality is gaunt. The center screened off Iverson, then Marbury accelerated full throttle towards the basket. Williams rushed to help on defense, but his footwork was clearly a step too slow. Boom. Lin Hong pivoted swiftly, brushing past the defender with a legal bump before darting into the paint. Then he soared skyward. Breaking free from Williams, Marbury was poised to execute a one-handed dunk. However, just as he soared into the air, clutching the ball in his right hand like a towering pillar, ready to slam it through the hoop, fate intervened once more. Snap! Lin Hong's massive palm pressed directly onto the basketball. With a sudden surge of strength in his arm, the legendary death press block made its dramatic reappearance. Marbury had intended to vent his frustration with a flashy one-handed dunk after a sharp breakthrough, aiming to show off. Little did he expect to be met with Lin Hong's overwhelmingly dominant block. The clash of strength between the two figures in midair revealed an immediate disparity. Losing his balance, Marbury let out a furious curse before instinctively releasing his grip to protect himself. Thud! A deafening crash echoed through the arena as Marbury crashed heavily onto the hardwood, the impact making spectators wince in sympathetic pain. Lin Hong seized the basketball with his right hand after the emphatic block, landing gracefully. In the blink of an eye, he launched a lightning-fast break. The two interior big men from Georgia Tech simply couldn't keep up with the pace, denied even the opportunity to foul. Marbury remained sprawled on the court, struggling to regain his footing. The remaining Georgia Tech defenders stood no chance against Lin Hong's onslaught. The entire arena became Lin Hong's personal stage, his combination of brute strength and feline agility reminiscent of prime Shaquille O'Neal, his blistering speed leaving opponents in the dust. Even the most explosive wing players couldn't match his devastating quickness. Lin Hong charged straight ahead like a tempest, not even bothering to alter his course. Witnessing the onrushing behemoth from the Celestial Empire, the Georgia Tech small forward instinctively veered away, opting instead to intercept the sprinting ball handler Page. What craven opportunism! Play to one's strengths and avoid weaknesses. This is the survival code for role players. On the sidelines, Coach Bobby Crimmins watched his players' chaotic maneuvers with a twitching cheek. Frustrated, he hammered his forehead and bellowed in exasperation, utterly disgraceful. Just wait till I deal with you. Peggy spotted the defender charging towards him and swiftly passed the ball to Lin Hong, who had already sprinted to the three-point line at the top of the arc. The towering center positioned at the free throw line was now utterly conflicted in the paint. The brute about to barrel towards him possessed terrifying strength, enough to shatter the backboard with a single dunk. He had been sent flying once before, but that was merely from a dunk. This time, however, he was about to confront and withstand the full force of a high-speed charging truck. What if I end up crippled? The image of shattered backboard glass exploding in all directions after the dunk flashed through his mind once more. Boom. As he shifted slightly to the side, his right shoulder was violently jostled. A searing pain surged forth like an overwhelming tide. In the next instant, both hands slammed the ball through the hoop with a thunderous dunk. 13-20. Watching Lin Hong's leisurely retreating figure, ambling back like an unhurried elder, the Georgia Tech center's facial expression completely lost control. His mind seethed with curses. Damn it. I had almost managed to evade, yet you still recklessly collided into me. Chapter 55. Those who provoke my wrath shall perish, no matter how far they flee. Next round, Marbury's chase down three-pointer clanks off the rim once more. Under the double-team pressure from Georgia Tech's formidable interior duo, Lin Hong secures the defensive rebound yet again. Another textbook fast break unfolds. The towering center who had just failed to defend the front court could only brace himself with trepidation to block once more. This time, he resolved to stand his ground firmly. He had nearly dodged out of the way earlier, yet Lin Hong still managed to bulldoze through him for a thunderous dunk. This left him utterly incensed. Even after I've conceded defeat, you still persist in provoking me. What exactly is your intention? Gritting his teeth, he dashed forward swiftly, attempting to foul Lin Hong. Yet it was already too late. One step inside the free throw line, Lin Hong launched himself powerfully into the air, confronting the towering center who had yet to steady his footing. The sheer force of his momentum drove his opponent backward toward the basket. Clang! Lin Hong's lengthy arm forcefully slammed the ball into the hoop with a single-handed dunk. The scene was utterly domineering. The intense visual impact rivaled the special effects of a Hollywood blockbuster. The referee called a blocking foul on Porter. Lin Hong was awarded 2 free throws, twice in succession. The Georgia Tech center was brutally knocked aside, his face a mask of utter desolation. The sheer humiliation was unbearable. No sooner had he made his bold declaration than reality struck hard. Lin Hong demonstrated with formidable prowess that possessing innate talent and strength indeed grants one the liberty to act as they please. Damn. This monstrous beast from the Celestial Empire is truly ferocious. Watching Lin Hong stride toward the free throw line, he silently cursed to himself. Lin Hong's free throw. Huff, huff. Taking 2 deep breaths, he assumed the classic free throw stance. Receiving the basketball tossed by the referee, Lin Hong dribbled it twice in place before arching his back and launching the ball with both hands. The basketball traced a graceful arc through the air. Swish. Hollow swish. 14-2. Less than 5 minutes into the game, Georgetown had surged ahead by 12 points. Lin Hong's interior defense had not only become a no-fly zone, but had also transformed into a no-shot territory. Lin Hong exerted tremendous effort on both offense and defense, galvanizing his Georgetown teammates into frenzied pursuit and suffocating defense. Their stifling defensive pressure held the normally sharpshooting Georgia Tech squad to a mere 2 points. On the sidelines, Georgia Tech's head coach Bobby Cremins shook his head with a wry smile. The tried and tested Hakeem strategy had collapsed prematurely as Lin Hong calmly sank his free throws. He knew all too well how fortunate it was to possess a dominant center when the perimeter offense stalled. Alas, compared to Georgetown's heavenly shark, his two defensive big men were as different as clouds and mud, mere lumbering brutes with brawn but no offensive skills. Their supposed strengths in rebounding and shot blocking were woefully inadequate. Yet with limited resources, these were the only centers he had at his disposal against such a prodigious interior beast. And now they had been thoroughly dismantled. What else could he do? Unless the outside shooting can regain its form, and the drives to the basket remain as sharp as ever. Otherwise, this match would be considered fortunate merely to avoid a humiliating defeat. Such was the most genuine thought in the mind of Georgia Tech's head coach, Bobby Cremins. At this very moment, what on earth had transpired? Bobby actually abandoned the run-and-gun and small ball strategies, opting instead for Georgetown's half-court offense? The commentators were utterly perplexed by Georgia Tech's tactical shift. Snap! Slapping his gleaming bald head, he turned sideways with a puzzled expression and inquired of his partner. "Hey John, do you comprehend Georgia Tech's perplexing maneuvers?" The partner shook his head, spreading his hands in bewilderment. His eyes filled with incomprehension. Perhaps Coach Bobby had never even studied the footage of Lin dismantling Villanova's Twin Towers? Otherwise, I truly cannot fathom the source of his audacity. To actually send two uncouth brutes to challenge Lin Hong's battle formation? Seated in the center, Kenny Smith wore a puzzled expression. Yet he offered an impartial analysis. Lin's dominance in the paint is overwhelming. Stevens' usually pride-worthy drives simply can't penetrate. Moreover, his teammates' shooting touch has gone cold, leaving him unable to orchestrate the team's offense. For a run-and-gun squad, this is undoubtedly devastating. The game continued with Georgia Tech on the offensive. They stuck to their previous strategy, one center battling Lin Hong, while the other set screens and crashed the boards. After Iverson was delayed, Marbury remained composed against Williams' defensive rotation, probing patiently. Suddenly, a convincing shot fake followed by a decisive drive easily lifted Williams off his feet. In the next instant, Marbury leaped into contact, contorting his body midair before hurling the ball toward the rim just before landing. The ball kissed the glass and dropped through the net. Toot toot toot. The referee blew the whistle. Marbury made the free throw, bringing the score to 14-5. Williams looked frustrated, slapping his own head in dismay. "Hey, Jerome. Next time, no matter what feint Steven pulls, remember not to jump too easily." Lin Hong walked over and patted Williams on the backside, offering a reassuring smile. "Besides, you've got me covering the inside." "Thank you, Lin. I shall cherish this memory forever." Williams raised his head and grinned, exchanging a high five with Lin Hong. Lin had always been a man who repaid every slight with vengeance. Since Marbury resorted to foul-baiting tactics to score, Lin would retaliate twofold. Georgetown's possession. Iverson dribbled past half-court. Lin positioned himself in the low post inside the free-throw line. "Hey, Allen, give me the ball." Facing a center who was both shorter and lighter than himself, Lin Hong was determined to teach him a harsh lesson. This arrogant opponent was all talk, but lacked skill, yet still loved to provoke others. During several intense clashes for position, that bastard kept spewing vile trash talk with reckless abandon, utterly oblivious to his impending doom. Such insolence was absolutely intolerable. Bang! Lin Hong forcefully backed into his opponent with the ball, nearly knocking them off balance and sending them stumbling back several steps. Immediately after, the defender pressed close again. With his back against the rival player, Lin Hong lowered his center of gravity even further, then powerfully dribbled and bumped his way forward, forcefully driving his opponent into the 3-second zone beneath the basket. This clash of strength, with fists meeting flesh in explosive scenes, sends adrenaline surging through the veins and blood boiling with excitement. In the next instant, Lin Hong pivoted abruptly, rising from the ground like a sudden eruption. Soaring past Georgia Tech's towering center, he seized the ball with both hands and unleashed a thunderous dunk boom. 16-5. Dominant. Ruthless. Unstoppable. Every ounce of his overwhelming power was on full display. Beep, beep, beep. The referee called a foul on the opponent for holding. It seemed that after forcefully driving to the basket and completing a ferocious dunk moments ago, Lin Hong's arm muscles had tensed up, causing an imbalance in strength between his left and right hands. Clang. The basketball struck the front rim of the hoop and soared high into the air. The twin towers of Georgia Tech under the basket, arms outstretched, explosively leaped upward. Suddenly, gasps erupted once more across the arena. From a step inside the free throw line, Lin Hong launched himself skyward. His massive arms stretched out midair, dominatingly snatching the rebound away. In the next heartbeat, he violently slammed the ball through the hoop right over Georgia Tech's two towering centers. Clang! Under the ferocious impact, the two towering centers from Georgia Tech were simultaneously hurled forward midair. Their bodies lost balance as they stumbled and collapsed onto the court. Lin Hong scored a 2-1. Oh my God. Lin, absolutely savage. The Heavenly Dynasty's frenzied shark. His dominance is terrifying. Lin, utterly domineering, crushed the interior defense of Georgia Tech. Chapter 56. The Golden Generation, the most perfect arrangement for the path to the top pick. Damn it. Marbury forcefully slammed the bench, cursing with rare intensity. Can't you play with more tenacity? To be honest, Marbury certainly has the right to vent his frustration. He played nearly the entire first half, scoring a team-high 16 points along with 3 steals and 2 assists. The mere 2 assists do not indicate selfishness, quite the contrary. He frequently delivered the ball to his teammates. Yet these fellows not only failed to capitalize on the opportunities, but clanked their shots repeatedly, even getting blocked. Lin Hong's terrifying defensive coverage sent shivers down the spines of Georgia Tech's other players, leaving them hesitant and fearful. Marbury had to confront Allen Iverson on both ends of the court, managing to hold his own in a fierce duel. However, the rest of Georgia Tech's roster failed to rise to the occasion and provide Marbury with the necessary offensive support. Yet this was somewhat understandable. After all, they were facing the Chinese behemoth Lin Hong. They lacked the capability to engage in a mutual exchange of blows with Lin Hong. A foreboding premonition surged within Marbury's heart as he sensed the impending likelihood of defeat looming over him today. Coach, I'm taking charge of the offense in the second half. Having concluded that his teammates were utterly incompetent, Marbury gritted his teeth and steeled his resolve, deciding to take an unconventional approach, to go all out on his own. If these useless teammates couldn't be carried anyway, why not shoulder the burden alone? Perhaps there still remains a glimmer of hope. As is widely known, within a wolf pack, if one wolf fails to integrate, it may become an outcast. Thus, in the Timberwolves, Marbury, due to his excessive solo plays, was eventually ostracized by the Wolf King Garnett, transforming into a lone wolf. Yet, a lone wolf does not necessarily equate to a rogue. Today, with the team teetering on the brink of elimination, Marbury has prematurely activated his lone wolf mode. This solitude, in truth, signifies bearing the weight of the team's honor upon his own shoulders. Stephen, go all out. I grant you unlimited shooting rights. Georgia Tech's coach Bobby Cremins, with nothing left to lose, simply nodded in agreement. The game was already on the verge of collapse. Whoever took the shot might as well try. Besides, at this point, only Marbury stood a chance to shoot their way into a future. Even if they ultimately lost, Marbury could leverage this legendary battle to further clarify his draft prospects. This was also the greatest support he, as a coach, could offer Marbury. The second half of the match commenced. Transformed into a lone wolf, Marbury unleashed his full offensive arsenal with remarkable finesse. While deftly avoiding Lin Hong, he exploited subtle shifts in tempo to effortlessly dismantle Iverson's defense, pouring in 8 consecutive points with ruthless efficiency. Yet regrettably, Iverson could not contain Marbury, nor could Marbury restrain Iverson, the two most formidable guards of the '96 class, each showcasing their unparalleled talents and pushing their limits, engaged in the most legendary battle of their NCAA careers. Neither could subdue the other. Players of Stephen and Allen's caliber inevitably engage in such intense back-and-forth battles when the game reaches a critical juncture. Indeed, they are the league's elite scorers, for whom conventional defense is but a mere illusion. Whether the ball finds its mark depends entirely upon their own rhythm and cadence. Stephen was truly formidable, capable of trading blows with Allen on the offensive end. Unfortunately, Georgia Tech only had one Stephen, while Georgetown boasted not just Allen but also a monstrous Chinese giant. After Iverson neutralized Marbury, the unstoppable force that was Lin Hong in the paint found no equal. With terrifying physical gifts and seasoned experience, this behemoth utterly dominated Georgia Tech's interior on both ends of the court. Soon the scales of victory tipped decisively toward Georgetown, with the lead swelling to over 20 points. With the reversal of fortunes seeming impossible and time running out, Georgia Tech's head coach Bobby Cremins had no choice but to wave his hand decisively, substituting all his starters and conceding defeat. On one hand, victory was beyond reach. On the other, it was also to protect Marbury. preventing any accidental injuries that might affect his draft prospects this year. To recognize the impossible and refrain from action, this is the mark of wisdom. Thus, Bobby's decision was undeniably prudent. Though Georgia Tech lost the game, Marbury himself emerged undefeated. Many scouts closely observing the match earnestly placed Marbury's name in the same tier as Iverson. Among them was the Philadelphia 76ers, currently languishing at the bottom of the league standings. During last year's draft, the 76ers selected Stackhouse with the 3rd overall pick, signaling their intention to assemble a formidable backcourt duo. Initially, their primary target was Iverson, but with numerous teams shamelessly tanking in a fierce race to the bottom, even the 76ers lacked confidence in securing the top spot. To land Iverson, they would need at least the 3rd pick if not the coveted 1st overall selection. Out-tanked by the Celtics, the 76ers grew pessimistic about their chances for the top pick. Yet in this very game, they glimpsed another promising alternative. Should they fail to secure the 1st pick, settling for Marbury with the 3rd selection would still be a prudent move. Beyond Philadelphia, scouts from the expansion franchises, Toronto Raptors and Vancouver Grizzlies, were equally captivated by Marbury's emerging leadership qualities. These fledgling teams desperately sought a cornerstone star with charisma to build around, and Stephon Marbury's performance vaulted him squarely into their sights. Of course, aside from Marbury and Iverson, the most intensely scrutinized prospect was none other than Lin Hong. In the scouting reports of most teams, Allen Iverson and Stephon Marbury were merely rated as A-tier talents. If not for the glaring limitation of his height, Iverson could have ascended to the elite S tier. Above them, there exists a pinnacle of the pyramid, the exclusive S tier. Originally, this prestigious position was solely occupied by the aerial demon from Wake Forest, Tim Duncan. Now, another name has joined this illustrious rank. Indeed, that name is none other than Lin Hong, dominating the game with an impressive 36 points, 18 rebounds, and 8 blocks. Lin Hong captured unanimous admiration from all scouts present. Undoubtedly, Lin possesses both the potential and prowess to be an S-tier draft pick. A formidable interior force capable of challenging the aerial dominance of the legendary Tim Duncan has finally emerged. ESPN News that evening. The name Lin Hong has once again become the focal point, repeatedly mentioned by several veteran basketball experts. To be perfectly honest, I believe Lin already possesses the potential and ability to become the 1st overall pick in the 1996 draft. One basketball expert even stated outright, for Lin to become the top pick, he only needs to compete against Marcus Camby, Tim Duncan, Allen Iverson, and Stephen Marbury, who just set a new season high today. However, we all know very well, for any given draft year, exceptionally gifted big men tend to be far more coveted than smaller guards. Just look at the 1984 draft. Even the basketball god himself was only selected 3rd, while the top 2 picks were both dominant centers. Thus, big men will always hold the advantage. So, for Lin to claim the top spot, he simply needs to prove he is superior to Marcus Camby and Tim Duncan. As fate would have it, this year's NCAA tournament schedule sets up a potential Elite 8 showdown between Georgetown and the University of Massachusetts if both teams advance. At that moment, we may witness whether Lin or Marcus becomes the stepping stone for the other S rise to the number 1 pick. Oh, wait. The more the experts studied this battle chart, the more incredulous they became. Has no one noticed this? In the same athletic conference as Georgetown University, one also finds Wake Forest. If Georgetown triumphs over Massachusetts to advance to the semifinals, they are highly likely to face Wake Forest in the Final Four. This implies Lin Hong will face Tim Duncan, TSK, stepping over opponents all the way to claim the top draft position. Now that would be the ultimate storyline. Observing the NCAA tournament bracket, several experts unanimously agreed that the match arrangements were nothing short of a divine masterpiece. Chapter 57, The Garden of North Shore. The hallowed ground where Camby ascended to legend? Georgetown's round of 32 opponent was Texas A&M. Never heard of them? Precisely. The team from Texas displayed minimal resistance as Georgetown effortlessly crushed them. Georgetown's dynamic duo wrapped up the game by halftime, securing a comfortable victory and advancing to the Sweet 16. However, the fact that Texas A&M quietly reached the national top 32 suggests they possess decent capabilities. At the very least, Lin Hong recalls this program later nurtured a slew of reliable role players and solid rotation pieces. Names like DeAndre Jordan, Chris Middleton, Alex Caruso, and Robert Williams of the Celtics. As for other impressions, I regret to inform you that Texas A&M is currently quite obscure. Throughout the entire match, Allen Iverson and Lin Hong only played the first half. Together they scored 46 points, grabbed 24 rebounds, dished out 13 assists, blocked 6 shots, and made 3 steals. Essentially, the duo single-handedly dominated Texas A&M's entire team. In the Sweet 16, Georgetown faced fierce resistance from North Carolina's 2 rising stars. However, Lin Hong anchored the paint with impenetrable defense, while Iverson wreaked havoc on offense with drives and jumpers. The two took turns dismantling North Carolina's defense with Lin's post moves and Iverson's relentless attacks. This season, North Carolina's roster depth paled in comparison to the previous year. One must remember, during the 1994-95 season, the Tar Heels boasted a formidable duo, Jerry Stackhouse, hailed as the heir to Michael Jordan, and the fiery Rasheed Wallace, forming an elite inside-outside tandem. One was the 3rd overall pick in the 1995 draft, the other the 4th selection that same year. Their prowess spoke volumes. After losing these formidable duos, North Carolina promptly ushered in a fresh inside-outside tandem, the demigod Vince Carter and the demon hunter Antawn Jamison. Yet it was painfully evident that the freshman versions of Carter and Jamison couldn't hold a candle to the polished partnership of Jordan's heir apparent and the roaring archangel. Though the legendary head coach Dean Smith's tactical acumen remained razor-sharp, the consensus was clear: this season's fledgling Tar Heel duo stood no chance against Georgetown's twin pillars. Reality proved unforgiving. Jamison's shooting touch abandoned him entirely, leaving him mired in futility all game. Carter staged a lone cavalry charge, pouring in an NCAA season-high 26 points. Yet his heroic efforts ultimately proved futile, ending in bitter defeat. He became the 2nd member, after Marbury, to join the Hollow Triumphs Club as its newest chairman. The baby Tar Heels suffered a humiliating 22-point demolition at the hands of Georgetown's stellar pair. Lin Hong and Iverson combined for 62 points, 20 rebounds, 12 assists, 8 blocks, and 5 steals, their 2-man output alone eclipsing North Carolina's entire team score. After the final buzzer, a dejected Carter approached head coach Tim Smith. His head bowed in quiet desolation. "Coach, I still have much to refine." Before this game, Carter had planned to declare for the NBA draft after his freshman year. But this sobering defeat laid bare his deficiencies. Too many facets still demanded improvement. Compared to Iverson and Lin Hong, he falls short by more than just a little. "The same goes for me." Antawn Jamison, his face darkened, nodded repeatedly like a pecking chick. "Coach, please lead us in training together this summer." The perpetually indifferent and ambitionless Jamison has finally found a purpose to pursue. His newfound aspiration is to one day face Lin Hong again, not as the utterly overwhelmed adversary of today, but as a worthy opponent capable of holding his ground. Thus, Georgetown advanced to the NCAA Sweet 16 without much drama. Their next opponent, however, would prove rather intriguing. At the University Gymnasium in Washington, D.C. After the team's routine training and preparation, head coach John Thompson unfolded the tournament bracket and clapped his hands to gather the players. "Gentlemen, you should be quite familiar with them by now," he announced. Indeed, Georgetown's Sweet 16 opponent is none other than our old acquaintances, the University of Massachusetts. Turning his attention to Lin Hong, Thompson emphasized, "Lin, the next 2 elimination rounds will test you like never before. You must be ready." Coach Thompson had particular concerns about Lin facing Marcus and Tim, whose defensive prowess was formidable. Even Tim Duncan might struggle to dominate against Marcus, he noted. John Thompson couldn't help but worry. If Lin were stifled by the opposition and faltered offensively, it could significantly impact his draft stock this year. His protege had climbed arduously from beyond the top 100 to lottery contention, even potentially breaking into the top 3 in ESPN's latest mock draft. A poor performance now could undo all that hard-earned progress. As a coach, Thompson's apprehension was only natural. "Don't worry, Coach," Lin replied with a confident grin. "If anything, Marcus should be the one sweating." In their rematch, the real burden of expectation would weigh on the opponent, the very same unfortunate soul Lin had thoroughly dismantled in their preseason encounter. Originally an obscure newcomer ranked beyond the top 60, he had fought his way into the lottery tier, inevitably drawing attention from numerous teams. Even if his journey ended in the Elite Eight, this meteoric rise alone would secure his draft position. However, Camby's situation was markedly different. Since the beginning of the season, he had been vying with Duncan for the title of the best interior player in the '96 class. Frequently projected as the 2nd overall pick, just behind Duncan, some media outlets even placed him atop their rankings. After all, centers always held more allure than guards. But if Marcus Camby were to be decisively dismantled by Lin Hong in the Elite Eight, his facade of strength masking frailty torn away, His once sizzling draft stock would undoubtedly suffer a significant blow, if not a complete nosedive. In summary, Lin Hong stands to lose nothing but gain everything. While Camby merely secures the baseline with victory, but faces devastating losses in defeat. Thus, the question of who bears greater pressure becomes self-evident. Of course, Lin Hong's prowess rivals that of the legendary Great Shark in his prime. How could he possibly be intimidated by the likes of Camby? That mere gilded spear with a wax tip? How utterly unexpected that this year's NCAA Elite Eight would take place at the North Shore Garden, the United States, Massachusetts, Boston, the renowned TD Garden. Indeed, the home arena of the Boston Celtics. The NCAA Elite Eight commentator gazed around the legendary stadium with profound admiration. This hallowed ground in NBA history exudes an undeniable aura of grandeur. Today, TD Garden prepares to host the monumental clash between Massachusetts and Georgetown. With the Celtics deliberately tanking this season and performing abysmally, they are highly likely to secure the top draft pick this year. Both Massachusetts and Georgetown boast three top prospects, Camby, Iverson, and Lin Hong. It's quite possible that the responsibility of reviving the Celtics' glory may fall upon one of these players from either team. Interestingly, the University of Massachusetts shares the same home state as the Celtics. Seizing this opportunity, the NCAA tournament organizers promptly reached out to the Celtics, proposing to use the iconic Boston Garden as the venue for this Elite Eight matchup. Red Auerbach, the legendary Celtics patriarch, enthusiastically embraced the idea. While the Celtics had initially planned to maintain a low profile and minimize direct contact with Lin Hong before the draft, fate intervened when NCAA officials personally came knocking. This serendipitous arrangement allowed the Celtics to legitimately scout Lin Hong's performance right in their own backyard, an opportunity too perfect to refuse. Auerbach even began to perceive this as divine providence, a celestial sign pointing toward their franchise's renaissance. Oh no, it must be divine providence revealing that the team should use their second first-round draft pick to select the beast from the celestial empire, Lin Hong. Meanwhile, Marcus Camby, seated on the bench, took deep breaths to soothe his restless nerves. Just kidding. Where's this? Massachusetts, the home court of the Boston Celtics. The illustrious TD Garden. In other words, this was Marcus Camby's territory, as one of the top draft prospects and most formidable rookies of the '96 class. Suffering a humiliating defeat at the hands of the Chinese prodigy on his home court would render him utterly incapable of facing the proud citizens of Massachusetts. Chapter 58, Blocking Camby, a Heavenly Opening. Marcus Camby was under immense pressure today. The TD Garden is the home court of the Boston Celtics, the sole NBA team in Massachusetts. Listen, Marcus, take it easy. John Calipari, the head coach of the University of Massachusetts, walked up behind his player and gave him a firm pat on the shoulder. This is your home court, understand? Display the demeanor and confidence befitting a host. Although the TD Garden is not the home court for either Georgetown or Massachusetts, it is still located within the state of Massachusetts. The majority of the fans in attendance are supporters of the University of Massachusetts, making this venue akin to a secondary home court for their team. This season, Camby has achieved a career-high average of 21 points per game in his college career, particularly when playing on home turf. His scoring average has soared close to 26 points per game. Coach Calipari's strategy is clear. He wants Camby to treat the TD Garden as his own domain, unleashing his finest performance to overpower Iverson and Lin Hong, advance to the Final Four, and ultimately face off against Duncan in a battle for the title of the most dominant big man of the '96 class. Listen to me, Marcus. If you can lead the team to victory over Georgetown today, Calipari began his usual motivational speech. You would become one of the top two candidates for the 1996 draft. Boston's performance this season has been dismal. They might very well secure their second franchise first overall pick. You could very well be the top prospect they've been searching for, as long as Camby personally puts an end to the debate over the top draft pick. He undoubtedly stands as the most outstanding candidate for the #1 selection in the 1996 class, unparalleled by any other. The Celtics have performed poorly this season, and barring any surprises, they are highly likely to secure the top draft pick. Therefore, it's quite possible that the TD Garden may become Camby's home court in the future. Understood, Coach. I comprehend your guidance now. After imbibing Coach Calipari's profound wisdom, it felt like enlightenment washing over me. The burdens weighing upon my shoulders lightened considerably. The furrows on my brow softened, and a genuine smile returned to my face. As Coach Calipari wisely remarked, The NCAA Selection Committee's decision to schedule this Elite Eight matchup at Boston's North Garden might very well be orchestrating favorable circumstances for us. Trampling upon the mighty sharks of the Celestial Dynasty, vanquishing the arch-nemesis Iverson, I now stand poised to face Duncan in the semifinals, vying for the coveted title of the 1996 draft's top pick. At this thought, Camby clenched his fists tightly. His eyes blazing with an unprecedented fighting spirit, Georgetown had remained undefeated throughout the season thus far. However, I wouldn't mind being the first to make them taste the bitterness of defeat. And of course, the last one this season. Youth is fleeting without boldness and ambition. How much more so for a prodigy like Kobe, the top draft pick with extraordinary gifts. The pregame warm-up swiftly concluded as the starting five from both teams took their positions on the court. Lin, don't let your guard down. Don't get dominated by Marcus. Iverson teased Lin Hong as they stepped onto the parquet floor of the North Shore Garden. He's touted as one of the two strongest interior players of the 96 class. Humph. Isn't the best big man of 96 supposed to be me? At the very least, it's Tim. He doesn't even rank second. Lin Hong smiled faintly and teased mercilessly, Allen. Don't forget, even you were pinned down by me. If you're going to hit someone, don't aim for the face. Why drag me into this? Allen Iverson's smile abruptly froze. In that case, let me rephrase. Crush that pretentious bastard from Massachusetts with even greater ferocity than you did to me. No need to tell me. I would have done it anyway. Lin Hong exchanged a knowing smile and a firm high five with Iverson before striding confidently toward center court. On the Massachusetts side, the one stepping up to face Lin Hong in the jump ball was none other than Marcus Camby. Marcus, long time no see? Glancing at Lin Hong's cheeky grin before him, Camby inexplicably felt a surge of irritation. With an icy tone, he remarked, Lin, I hope you'll still be smiling later. You too, Lin Hong retorted dismissively before shifting his focus to the basketball in the referee's hands. Beep, beep, beep. The referee tossed the ball high into the air. Lin Hong sprang up with a powerful leap, effortlessly tipping the ball back to Iverson. Despite Camby's full effort to jump at his towering height of 2.11 meters, he still fell short compared to Lin Hong's superior elevation and explosive quickness. Georgetown secured the first possession of the game. Boom. After landing, Lin Hong paid no heed to the defender in front of him, spreading his strides and charging down the court with swift, determined steps. The classic Georgetown fast break was underway. Not so easy. Following closely behind the landing Camby, he too was sprinting relentlessly in pursuit. In terms of athletic prowess, Camby was undoubtedly among the elite of interior players. A full-court chase-down block like this was not beyond his capabilities. He had accomplished it before. He had even envisioned the scene. After swatting the shot emphatically off the backboard, he would roar, pounding his chest with both fists, casting a disdainful glare to mercilessly humiliate Lin Hong. Yet, against all expectations, all is but a fleeting bubble. Gasps of astonishment echoed through the venue. Whoosh. Allen Iverson's quarterback-style full-court pass whistled over Marcus Camby's head, while the Massachusetts-born superstar center barely managed to chase it to the three-point arc. Meanwhile, Lin Hong had already galloped into the free-throw line. Boom. Securely catching Iverson's long pass, Lin Hong smoothly transitioned into takeoff, his legs pumping with explosive power in alternating strides. With a thunderous slam, he raised the ball like a flaming torch before executing a devastating one-handed dunk. This marks Georgetown's most masterful opening tactic of the season. The seamless coordination between Allen's quarterback-style long pass and Lin's swift counterattack grows increasingly harmonious. It is worth noting that when Lin Hong charged towards the front court, he completely shook off Massachusetts superstar Marcus Camby. The two veteran commentators on the sidelines launched into a flurry of analysis. Judging solely from this opening exchange of offense and defense, it would be no exaggeration to say that Lin Hong utterly dominated in terms of both leaping ability and speed. In terms of athletic prowess, Lin Hong outshines Marcus Camby by more than a tier. However, one must not speak in absolutes. Though Camby failed to contain Lin Hong at the outset, he might very well retaliate by overpowering Lin's defense with his offensive prowess when the tables turn. The game transitions from defense to offense as the University of Massachusetts takes possession. Their point guard advances the ball across half-court, pausing momentarily at the top of the key. He waits patiently for Camby to establish position in the low post before delivering a crisp entry pass. Though Camby's offensive repertoire may be somewhat limited, within the collegiate arena he remains an undeniable force in the paint. Boom. With the ball in the low post, Camby turned his back to Lin Hong. He repeatedly lowered his shoulders, attempting to muscle past Lin's defense for a powerful dunk. However, Lin stood his ground firmly, not yielding an inch. Apart from speed and leaping ability, Camby also found himself outmatched in terms of strength. Undeterred, he resorted to his signature baby hook shot. After several futile attempts to back down his opponent, Camby pivoted sideways and lofted a delicate hook shot towards the basket. Swish! In the next instant, Lin Hong, who had been lying in wait, bent his knees and leaped up. His long arms stretched out, forcefully intercepting the ball midair and snatching it down with a single hand. The advantages of lightning-fast reflexes, extraordinary wingspan, and massive hands were demonstrated to perfection in this spectacular block. In just the opening minute of the game, Lin Hong's speed, leaping ability, explosive vertical, defensive instincts, and reach were all on full display. This dreamlike start even left him momentarily dazed. Was it that he had improved yet again? Or was Marcus Camby simply no match for him? Meanwhile, Marcus Camby was utterly bewildered. How could this Chinese rookie have evolved so remarkably in merely 3 months of absence? Even overwhelming strength is one thing, but such terrifying speed of movement as well. His signature unstoppable hook shot, which had dominated the NCAA with unrivaled success, was just blocked by him? Camby was utterly perplexed. Damn it. This wasn't how the script was supposed to go. Where was the promised revenge? The long-awaited redemption? The anticipated domination? Just moments ago, and now this. He endured nothing but torment. Suffering ceaselessly. Chapter 59. The Lament of the North Shore Garden Arena. After completing the block, Lin Hong didn't hesitate and decisively passed the ball to Iverson on the other side. Iverson swiftly transitioned into offense with the ball in hand. Lin Hong immediately sprinted down the court to follow up. The UMass players retreated defensively with remarkable speed, after all. They were a team that had reached the Final Four in the previous timeline. Apart from Camby, the other players were slightly less formidable, but still capable opponents worthy of respect. Alas, against the dazzling duo of Iverson and Lin Hong, they simply couldn't measure up. Iverson alone commanded the attention of 2 defenders. Confronted by the double team, he remained utterly composed, executing a cunning bounce pass between his legs to deliver the ball into the paint with impeccable precision. Lin Hong stretched out his long arm with ease, effortlessly catching the ball. Behind him, desperately defending with frustration, was the disgruntled Marcus Camby. Marcus, stay focused. The match has barely begun. Merely a minute has passed. Calipari stood on the sidelines, cupping his hands like a megaphone, shouting vehemently at Camby. Startled by his coach's booming voice, Camby jolted in realization. Only 1 minute into the game. I'm being overly sensitive. He shook his head, casting aside all impractical distractions. Lin Hong dribbled the ball with his back to the basket. The first collision sent Camby's heart pounding as if struck by Thor's mighty hammer. Boom. Lin Hong's forceful impact made him feel overwhelmingly oppressive. Thud. Thud. The force of the next 2 collisions grew increasingly intense. Camby was forced into continuous retreat. Lin Hong charged toward the basket like a relentless bulldozer. With his left arm shielding off Camby, he pivoted, leaped into the air, soaring like a dragon, and swung his arm toward the hoop with thunderous force. Bang! Once again, Camby was utterly overpowered. Marcus, can you still endure this? After Lin Hong landed with a forceful dunk, he roared furiously at Camby. If you can't handle it, just say so. I'll go easy on you, you wimp. Camby's face contorted with rage, his bloodshot eyes burning with the fury of unbearable humiliation as he glared fiercely. You despicable wretch, he snarled through gritted teeth, do not presume to revel in premature triumph. Lin Hong completely disregarded him and pointed to his own head with an air of nonchalance. Do you know what I'm thinking right now? Camby was momentarily stunned, instinctively responding, what? I am already contemplating my next opponent. Do you think Tim can withstand my onslaught? What does this imply? That he assumes victory is assured. Who does he look down upon? There will be no next round for any of you. With a chilling remark, Camby turned on his heel and sprinted to the baseline to inbound the ball. The possession shifted as Massachusetts gained control. Guard Marcos dribbled past half court, utilized a screen from his teammate, blew past Page, and pulled up for a mid-range jumper. Clang. The basketball clanged off the rim. Camby backed down Lin Hong in the paint, muscling for position. Lin Hong merely shrugged, his face still wearing that infuriating smirk, utterly unfazed. Humph. All bark and no bite after all. Camby successfully pinned Lin Hong behind him, a smug sense of triumph flickering within. Now, wasn't it time for him to seize that offensive rebound? Camby was firmly boxing out Lin Hong, leaping and extending his arms to secure the offensive rebound. Yet, the very next moment, Lin Hong, who had been pinned behind him, soared even higher into the air, At the very moment Camby was about to secure the rebound, Lin Hong swiftly tapped the ball skyward once more. Upon landing, he explosively leapt for a second time. Extending his arm effortlessly, he claimed the rebound with ease. Handing the ball off to Iverson, who advanced with possession, Lin Hong sprinted downcourt to establish position. Allen. After securing the low post position, Iverson delivered the ball with perfect timing. Massachusetts power forward, Paul, stood a full 10 centimeters shorter than Lin Hong and weighed over 15 kilograms less. Thud, thud. Lin Hong lowered his center of gravity and forcefully drove toward the basket. Each time he powered backward, Otto was helplessly shoved 2 steps back. The agile Marcos, circling nearby, immediately rushed in for a steal. At that very moment, Lin Hong abruptly pivoted right, taking a massive stride to forcefully wedge between the 2 defenders as he charged into the paint. Both opponents swiftly pursued, attempting to block his shot. Undeterred, Lin Hong rose with ferocious determination. His feet seemed to coil like springs before launching him skyward. After violent mid-air collisions with Lin Hong, both Marcos and Bull lost their balance slightly. In desperation, Marcos grabbed Lin Hong's left arm while Bull clutched his right shoulder. Yet, Lin Hong, already airborne in his powerful ascent, refused to be swayed by their desperate tugs. With a thunderous roar, he clenched the ball tightly in both hands. His arm muscles taut and veins bulging across his forehead as he dangled 2 opponents mid-air. Gasps of astonishment rippled through the crowd. The cheerleaders on the sidelines instinctively covered their petite mouths with delicate hands, eyes widened in unblinking fascination. Across the bleachers, spectators rose in spontaneous unison, bracing themselves to witness the impending spectacle or perhaps catastrophe. Fuck. Lin, are they attempting a dunk with 2 players hanging on him? Good heavens. If this shot goes in, it would undoubtedly be etched in history as one of the greatest plays ever. Holy moly. My God. He's taking flight. He's truly soaring through the air. At this moment, none were more exhilarated than Marcos and Paul clinging to Lin Hong. The 2 men dangled like ornaments, their heads spinning in disbelief. Was this bastard even human? 2 burly men couldn't restrain him? He simply soared through the air for a thunderous dunk. Good heavens. What virtue does the Celestial Empire possess to breed such monstrous abominations? It was as if the legendary Shaquille O'Neal himself had possessed him, utterly unstoppable in the paint. The defense crumbled before his might, yet dared not commit a foul. How in heaven's name does one guard against such dominance? How does one even compete in this match? Marcos and Bull dared not loosen their grip in the slightest. Should they release their hold, they would undoubtedly tumble head over heels. Who could fathom whether they might sustain injuries? Holding tight to the Colossus from the Celestial Empire remains the wisest choice. The spectators rose to their feet, their eyes wide, lips slightly parted, fists clenched, and breaths held in suspense. Even John Thompson, the head coach of Georgetown standing courtside, stood frozen in awe, his gaze locked onto Lin Hong, who bore the weight of 2 towering opponents upon his shoulders. The players on the benches of Georgetown and Massachusetts rose to their feet in unison, utterly dumbfounded. On the court, athletes from both teams stood frozen as if petrified by some enchantment, resembling statues carved from sand. The very air seemed to hang motionless, as though time itself had forgotten to march forward. The entire North Garden arena fell into such profound silence that one could hear a pin drop. Every gaze in the stadium converged upon that singular figure, who, while forcefully elevating himself despite being weighed down by 2 defenders, wore a visage contorted with exertion. Arg, get the hell off me. Lin Hong let out a thunderous roar, like the mighty bellow of a tiger, shaking the very souls of those who heard it. His arms erupted with formidable strength, descending like a colossal mountain to slam the basketball ferociously into the hoop. A thunderous dunk echoed through the court boom. The sheer force of the impact reverberated powerfully. The referee belatedly blew the whistle, primarily because the dunk was utterly breathtaking. Who could possibly execute a dunk while carrying 2 burly defenders on his back? Such a spectacle defies belief. With 2 people clinging to him, Lin Hong couldn't simply let go. If someone were to fall during the descent and the other 2 landed on top of them, the consequences would be unthinkable. Lin Hong naturally understood this principle. Hanging from the basketball hoop, he pulled downward with all his might. Once the trio had descended to the lowest point, and seeing that neither companion showed any intention of releasing their grip, Lin Hong bellowed urgently, "What are you waiting for? Jump down now." Marcos and Bull, who were clinging to him, saw the deformed hoop and the forward-leaning backboard, and in terror, they hastily let go. Bang! However, Bull, who was gripping Lin Hong's left arm, stumbled forward upon landing. "Quick, move aside." Lin Hong remained suspended from the basketball hoop, roaring furiously at Bohr beneath the basket. Bohr glanced up at the dangerously swaying backboard and was instantly terrified out of his wits, immediately tumbling forward in panic. Crack! The suspended hoop snapped abruptly. Centered around the rim, the tempered glass backboard rapidly fractured into a spiderweb of cracks before shattering with a resounding crash. Cracks splintered. Tempered glass shards cascaded down in a deadly rain. Witnessing this all-too-familiar scene, Lin Hong's heart clenched with dread, his mind screaming warnings. Damnation! This spelled nothing but catastrophe. Chapter 60. The bloody dunk that shattered Camby's dream of being the top pick. The backboard groaned under the weight of Lin Hong's ferocious one-handed slam dunk. And then, boom. The basketball hoop swayed precariously back and forth with an ominous creaking sound, like a mournful lament, before collapsing abruptly in a thunderous crash. Are you joking with me? The journalists and photographers surrounding the basketball hoop scattered like startled birds and beasts, hastily rising to take cover on either side, fearful of being caught in the crossfire and injured by the collapsing structure. The situation was urgent. Everyone fled in haste. Lin Hong immediately dropped the steel ring in his hands and clutched his head, poised to bolt. Just then, the timer above the basketball hoop came crashing down. Perhaps the heavens disapproved of Lin Hong's arrogance, for as it fell, the timer struck squarely upon his hands. Damn it, I've been hit. Fortunately, his arms shielded his head, otherwise his face would have been disfigured. Damn it, this world isn't worth it. I was merely executing a routine dunk. Yet those two imbeciles insisted on clinging on to me like parasites. Finally reaching the safe zone, Lin Hong, who had narrowly escaped disaster, gazed upon the chaotic scene before him with profound frustration. Holy shit, truly worthy of being called the backboard destroyer. The basketball hoop had been shattered by his dunk once again. The live commentary team was nearly petrified with fear. Oh my goodness. Lin, indeed. This ferocious little beast has shattered the backboard once more, and with wild abandon, he has toppled the entire basketball hoop structure. The commentator, witnessing this scene, flushed crimson with overwhelming excitement, his voice soaring to its highest pitch. The next instant, before the astonished eyes of the audience, he began wildly flailing his arms right from his seat. His partner, recognizing this all-too-familiar spectacle, gasped repeatedly in exhilaration. Nice. This is precisely the sensation we've been yearning for. Lin shattered the backboard once more and even toppled the basketball hoop. Haha. But this poor unfortunate soul actually got struck by the shot clock. I should have reminded him before the match, if he dunks so hard the basketball hoop topples, he must evacuate immediately, lest he suffer the merciless retribution of the shot clock. The little monster was indeed struck. Never in my wildest dreams did I imagine witnessing such a breathtaking spectacle in my lifetime. The commentator seated in the middle was utterly dumbfounded, his mind in complete disarray. The sheer spectacle of two players dunking simultaneously and shattering the backboard was already beyond comprehension. Yet to witness the entire basketball hoop being toppled over. The limitations of mediocrity had constrained his imagination. After the mighty Shaquille O'Neal repeatedly wreaked havoc upon the basketball hoops, causing game suspensions, the NBA reinforced their rims. Since then, not even the colossal Shaq himself managed to shatter another backboard or topple a basketball stanchion. Yet today, a towering freshman from the Celestial Empire unleashed such ferocious power that he shattered the backboard and even brought down the entire basketball structure. What a terrifying spectacle this was. This is far more brutal than the great Shark's savagery. The referee reluctantly blows the whistle, compelled to intervene. The game once again grinds to a halt. The spectators collectively gasp in shock. Still engulfed in a state of profound shock, I found myself unusually mute, bereft of screams or exclamations. The colossal screen suspended above the stadium relentlessly replayed that earth-shattering moment. After a fleeting silence, the venue erupted into a tempestuous uproar, a cacophony of gasps, shrieks, and frenzied cries. Oh my God! Inconceivable! This must be a dream. The atmosphere trembled with disbelief. Lin's two-handed dunk was already astonishing enough for me. Little did I expect that not only would he shatter the backboard again, but he would also topple the entire basketball hoop. Gazing at the collapsed basketball hoop before him, Lin Hong felt utterly dejected. He never anticipated that the equipment in Boston Celtics' home stadium could be so fragile. I haven't even exerted my full strength yet, and it's already collapsing. In truth, the incident today could hardly be blamed on Lin Hong. The North Shore Garden Arena, originally named the Flagship Center, was the Celtics' newly relocated home court last summer. Despite moving to a new venue to honor the Celtics' glorious traditions, The arena retained the original basketball hoops from the old Boston Garden. According to the initial plan, these hoops were to remain in service until the turn of the millennium, a profound symbolism by the legendary Red Auerbach. Replacing the aged hoops before entering the new century signified bidding farewell to the old and ushering in the new, heralding a renaissance for the Celtics as they stepped into a new basketball era. Yet, who could have foreseen? These hoops withstood the relentless passage of time, endured the brutal assaults of giants like Shaquille O'Neal and other fierce competitors, only to succumb to Lin Hong's audacious one-handed, two-man hanging dunk. This unexpected incident on the court left even the two seasoned assistant referees utterly speechless. Never in their wildest dreams had they imagined that a mere college basketball player could shatter an NBA standard hoop. How utterly preposterous. More importantly, Lin Hong's sheer mass was absolutely not the decisive factor in shattering the backboard. In the NBA, there are numerous players with greater bulk than him. What truly overwhelmed the basketball hoop was Lin Hong's terrifying, almost inhuman strength, a force that rivals the very pinnacle of NBA prowess. Marcus Camby was utterly dumbfounded. Lin Hong repeatedly shattered his preconceptions. After all, he had only witnessed backboard-shattering dunks from Shaquille O'Neal before. And who exactly was Shaq? That was the monstrous inside player nicknamed the Big Shark. Only a naturally gifted, unstoppable force of nature in the paint could shatter backboards, even collapse entire basketball hoops. And Lin Hong, a mere freshman from the Celestial Empire, possesses such formidable power. Who do you take us for? Fiction would not dare to depict such a scene. Yet the undeniable truth lay before our eyes. Lin Hong had shattered not merely an NCAA-level basketball hoop, but the very backboard of an NBA team's home stadium, the pinnacle of basketball arenas. His formidable strength is truly comparable to the legendary Shaquille O'Neal. Your Eminence, a grave matter has arisen. The general manager's office at the North Shore Garden Arena. The newly appointed head coach, ML Kyle, rushed into the general manager's office in a frantic hurry, stammering, The game. Kyle, remember what I told you. Always maintain composure in any situation. That is the psychological fortitude befitting a head coach. Gazing upon the breathless and speechless disciple before him, Auerbach shook his head slightly, a fleeting shadow of disappointment passing through his eyes. What happened in the match? Did Lin dunk over Marcus? Was it Marcus who was overturned by Lin's hat? Just a top draft prospect getting dominated by Lin Hong, wasn't it? Such trivial matters hardly warrant such an undignified outburst from a head coach, making a mountain out of a molehill by reporting them. Youth still lacks tempering and experience, it seems. Even more extravagant spectacles than this the Cardinal had witnessed countless times before. Your Eminence, no, that's not it. ML Kyle wiped the cold sweat from his brow, took a deep breath to steady his agitated emotions, and then continued. Lin dunked so hard he shattered the basketball hoop. Oh, he shattered the basketball hoop? What did you say? Auerbach's pupils dilated abruptly, his hand holding the cigar freezing midair. The next instant, he sprang to his feet, his gaze blazing with an intimidating authority. Kyle, repeat what you just said. Gulp. Michael Kyle swallowed hard, then poured out every terrifying detail of what had just transpired on the court to Cardinal Auerbach in one breath. Moments ago, during a fast break, Lin had forcefully taken off despite being fouled by two defenders. He soared through the air with both men clinging to him, and shattered the backboard upon dunking. Unbelievable. After a brief moment of shock, Auerbach swiftly regained his composure. He exhaled a slow, contemplative smoke ring before finally issuing his command. Kyle, I harbor boundless expectations for Lin's future. Spread the word. Our players must spare no effort in performing convincingly in every single game. Remember, every single one. Auerbach's intention was crystal clear. The grand mission of tanking must proceed without a single misstep. Under no circumstances could they allow the Vancouver Grizzlies or Philadelphia 76ers to overtake them at the final moment and lose this crucial tanking battle. Auerbach had made an unshakable resolution. In this year's draft, they would select none other than Lin Hong. If we fail to secure the top draft pick, we must trade our high lottery picks, established all-star players, and future draft selections for the next 3 years to acquire Lin Hong. This flawless cornerstone for franchise building. With Lin Hong, the Celtics can ensure at least 2 decades of glory. Chapter 61. A Man Without Template. The North Shore Garden Arena. Lin that. What? Lin Hong wore a bewildered expression. The basketball hoop. A staff member approached him with trembling steps, hesitantly pointing at the hoop in Lin Hong's hands. Oh, this? Here you go. With a smile, Lin Hong handed the hoop to the staff member. The staff member accepted it with utmost caution, their fingers barely grazing the metal. As they observed Lin Hong's cheerful demeanor, their gaze inevitably fell upon the sinewy, steel-forged muscles bulging beneath his skin, veins starkly pronounced. A shiver ran down their spine. This man, could he be a demon in disguise? A sudden thought flashed through his mind. If Lin Hong were to strike him with a punch, would he even make it to the hospital alive? Probably. No chance at all. I might just ascend to the heavens in a spiraling vortex right where I stand. The staff began replacing the basketball hoop. After installing the brand new backboard, they still conducted thorough inspections and reinforced it a second time, just to be safe. Meanwhile, the fans in the stands remained unusually quiet, seemingly still savoring the explosive moment they had just witnessed. Lin Hong's earth-shattering dunk that collapsed the entire structure while carrying two defenders left the spectators utterly stunned. Lin, have you been possessed by Superman or Thanos? Allen Iverson approached Lin Hong hesitantly and inquired with uncertainty. Lin Hong shrugged nonchalantly, attributing it to a sudden surge of cosmic energy. To be honest, you genuinely startled me just now. Allen Iverson had witnessed Lin Hong shattering backboards and toppling basketball hoops before. However, today was different. Not only did Lin Hong shatter the backboard and bring down the hoop, but he did it while carrying two people on his back. The sheer absurdity of it was mind-boggling, unheard of, unseen, utterly beyond belief. It was a sight that defied all logic. Even the fans were stunned. To this day, Iverson's mind remains in a daze. How could the basketball hoop at the North Shore Garden Arena collapse so abruptly? This is the basketball hoop of an NBA team. How utterly preposterous. Aaron, why make such a fuss over nothing? Jerome Williams shrugged with remarkable composure. Aaron, haven't you grown accustomed to this by now? Lin has brought us so many astonishing moments that I've become utterly desensitized, my heart remaining as tranquil as still waters. Having been teammates with Lin Hong for such an extended period, Williams has witnessed countless of his outrageous maneuvers. Dunking so hard the basketball hoop collapses? Merely routine performance. Quite right indeed. Iverson found Williams' words quite reasonable. Hadn't Lin Hong demonstrated numerous outrageous performances already? He really should have grown accustomed to such antics by now. After the brief interlude, the interrupted game resumed. However, although the basketball hoop had been replaced, the mentality of the players on both teams had undergone a dramatic transformation. Apart from Marcus Camby, whose fighting spirit remained undiminished and who could still view Lin Hong normally, the rest of the Massachusetts players regarded Lin Hong with a look of sheer terror, as if he were some monstrous beast. When morale collapses, leading the team becomes an uphill battle. On the Georgetown side, the Warriors are in high spirits, eagerly rolling up their sleeves and brimming with enthusiasm to take action. Even Jerome Williams, that towering figure, blossomed unexpectedly beyond the three-point line, consecutively sinking two long-range shots that truly showcased his prowess. As fortune shifted, the scales of victory gradually tilted toward Georgetown. By halftime, the Georgetown squad had united their efforts to unleash a 58-point onslaught upon the North Shore Garden, establishing a commanding 58-38 lead over Massachusetts with a 20-point advantage. Lads, summon your spirits. This is the Elite Eight, no child's play. During the halftime break, inside the Massachusetts locker room, Coach John Calipari roared with fervor, "Rally your spirits, all of you. We stand on Massachusetts soil, defending our home court." Calipari never anticipated that a single dunk from the opposing freshman at the start would dictate the entire game. In the eyes of the Massachusetts players, Lin Hong appeared not as a mere mortal, but as either a monstrous force or a god of war. Yet, they are mere mortals. How could ordinary men contend with monstrous beasts? Coach, I have not yet surrendered. On the contrary, Marcus Camby, who had been under immense pre-game pressure, still refused to give up at this moment. He was acutely aware that if they lost today's match, not only would his team be eliminated, but he would also essentially forfeit his claim as the strongest interior player of the '96 draft class. The coveted top pick of the '96 draft would slip completely beyond his grasp. From every conceivable angle, Camby had absolutely no room for retreat. The second half commenced with both teams fielding their full starting lineups. The Massachusetts point guard, Marcos, advanced the ball across midcourt and executed the play by lofting a high pass to the interior where Camby was positioned. Thud. Low post possession. Camby was acutely aware that his strength alone couldn't overpower Lin Hong. With gritted teeth, he resolved to execute a rudimentary version of the dream shake. Pivoting to face the basket, he raised his arms in a shooting feint, successfully drawing Lin off his feet before spinning to the opposite side for a baby hook. Admittedly, Camby's budget rendition of the iconic move caught Lin Hong off guard. The defensive stalwart had underestimated Camby's offensive repertoire. Yet, despite being fooled by the pump fake, Lin's explosive second leap, propelled by his terrifying vertical recovery, allowed him to soar once more. At the apex of his jump, his outstretched hand swatted the ball mercilessly into the bench area. On the court, Camby stood momentarily dazed, the psychological impact of this rejection far exceeding its physical spectacle. This wasn't merely a blocked shot. It was the extinguishing of UMass comeback hopes, the shattering of his own NBA draft aspirations. Repeated failures. Being dominated by Lin at both ends, the cumulative weight of these defeats finally fractured Camby's competitive spirit. The obsession to conquer Lin Hong dissipated like mist. Trapped in the quagmire of self-doubt, a haunting question echoed. Is this caliber of player truly within my capacity to defeat? The answer, bitter and absolute, crystallized. No, I cannot. Kemba was utterly devastated, plunged into the abyss of despair. In the end, he too joined Massachusetts' list of the hopeless. Though John Calipari continued to bellow from the sidelines, desperately trying to rouse his disciples, his shouts proved futile. Alas, poor Marcus was thoroughly crushed by Lin Hong's dominance, left utterly broken in spirit. May he have sweet dreams tonight. Subsequently, Lin Hong unleashed his full potential, entering an unstoppable mode as he relentlessly assaulted the basket of Massachusetts. Within merely 6 minutes into the second half, Camby had already accumulated 4 fouls. Yet, Massachusetts head coach Calipari, seemingly resigned to the futility of a comeback, opted to keep Camby on the court. At the 7:32 mark of the second half, with Georgetown in possession, Lin Hong established position in the low post, preparing to back down his defender. Unexpectedly, Camby wrapped his arms around him from behind. Expression of confusion. What does this mean? Lin Hong scratched his head in bewilderment, casting a perplexed glance at Camby behind him. The referee hesitated for a couple of seconds upon witnessing this scene. An intentional foul? With 4 fouls already charged against him, he deliberately commits another foul? What kind of maneuver is this? In my entire officiating career, I've never witnessed such a scenario. Toot toot. Though the whistle may be delayed, justice is never absent. Camby finally received his 5th foul and was ejected from the game. As he departed the court, rather than showing displeasure, a fleeting smile of relief crossed his face. Seated on the bench with his head bowed low, he draped a towel over himself. It seems Marcus's spirit had been utterly shattered. The commentator remarked with a sigh, "This is utterly devastating for Marcus. I believe this match may profoundly impact his future career." The commentator's observation was indeed accurate, as Camby deliberately committed a foul and walked off the court. Scouts in the stands swiftly jotted down a critical note in their reports. Lacks professionalism. Shrinks from adversity when challenged. Such an evaluation would undoubtedly cause Camby's draft stock to plummet significantly. The NBA draft doesn't merely assess raw talent. It equally values a player's character, mental fortitude, and temperament. Only those players endowed with innate talent, relentless drive, and unwavering discipline stand a chance of ascending to the pinnacle of superstardom in the future. For instance, Lin Hong on the field has demonstrated his innate talent, relentless drive, and indomitable spirit to the fullest. This is precisely the ideal cornerstone for building a championship-caliber team. Speaking of templates, the scouts couldn't help but sigh with resignation. Although Lin Hong ranked at the top of the draft predictions, his player comparisons kept shifting constantly. Shaquille O'Neal? Hakeem Olajuwon? Wilt Chamberlain? No, none of these seem fitting. Lin Hong's draft comparison remains undetermined. In other words, this is a man without a prototype. Chapter 62, The Flying Demon, America's Last Hope. After Camby left the court, the Massachusetts team was left without a leader, utterly powerless to fight back. Seeing the situation was hopeless with no chance of a comeback, with 8 minutes and 32 seconds remaining in the game, the Massachusetts coach called a timeout with a bitter expression, replacing the starting lineup with all substitutes, completely conceding the match. This meant that the Georgetown Hoyas would advance to the Final Four, set to face the Wake Forest Demon Deacons. Lin Hong and Iverson both took their seats on the bench. This much-anticipated clash between the so-called strongest interior players of the '96 draft class ended abruptly, with a whimper rather than a bang. Lin Hong dominated the game with a staggering 36 points, 18 rebounds, and 12 blocks. Allen Iverson effortlessly dominated the game, contributing 18 points, 4 rebounds, and 14 assists. Georgetown triumphed over Massachusetts with a crushing 90-60 victory. The match has concluded. Georgetown triumphed over Massachusetts with a commanding lead, securing their place in the illustrious Final Four. With this victory, the complete roster of this season's NCAA Tournament Final Four teams has now been determined. As the final buzzer sounded, the ultimate four contenders of this season's NCAA tournament were officially unveiled. The distinguished teams advancing are the University of Kentucky, boasting the prodigious Antoine Walker, the University of California, graced by the formidable Shareef Abdur-Rahim, Wake Forest University, anchored by the indomitable Tim Duncan, and Georgetown University, illuminated by the dazzling twin stars of Allen Iverson and Lin Hong. The matchups for the Final Four have been freshly announced: University of California versus Kentucky, Wake Forest versus Georgetown. At present, it appears no towering figure can rival Lin in stature. Nay, there remains one. Though Marcus has failed, we still have the Flying Demon. That fellow is far more formidable than Marcus. His technique is exquisitely refined, truly living up to the reputation of fundamental mastery. If there remains anyone in NCAA capable of defeating Lin at present, it would be none other than Tim. After defeating Massachusetts, Georgetown advanced powerfully into the Final Four. They are now charging towards the championship title. This year's NCAA Final Four will witness an epic clash between Georgetown and Wake Forest Demon Deacons. Lin Hong versus Duncan. The ultimate battle of dominant big men is about to unfold. I have long maintained that Marcus was never the most formidable interior presence of the '96 class. Why does this truth continue to elude your belief? During the post-game interview, Iverson delivered a cutting remark. Ever since Lin trampled over him in the warm-up match, he ceased to be the dominant force in the paint. Allen Iverson's sarcastic remarks dealt another crushing blow to Camby's fragile psyche. Yet such is the inevitable cruelty of competitive sports, where victors reign supreme and the strong survive. As triumphant conquerors, Lin Hong and Iverson naturally earned the right to voice such merciless truths. As the defeated Camby, no matter how unwilling, could not alter his fate of elimination. This elimination not only barred him from the NCAA Final Four, but also extinguished his hopes of becoming the top draft pick. On ESPN's NCAA special segment that evening, several seasoned basketball analysts initiated the night's discussion. A rational analysis suggests that the debate over whether Marcus or Lin reigns supreme in the interior may well be concluded prematurely. Marcus Camby was undoubtedly the most dominant interior player of the 1996 draft class aside from Tim Duncan, even emerging as a formidable contender for the top overall pick at one point. Yet in today's game, Lin Hong delivered a humbling, multi-dimensional dismantling of Camby on both ends of the floor, relying purely on his raw physical gifts. For a rookie, having unrefined skills isn't necessarily a fatal flaw. After all, technique can be honed over time. But when one is inherently outmatched in natural talent, no amount of training can bridge that gap. Clearly, what Camby lost today wasn't just a collection of hollow accolades. It was the cruel revelation of his inferior athleticism. This topic has become moot, as both Lin and Marcus have decisively settled the debate through their respective performances. Another expert bluntly stated, "If we're selecting the most dominant interior player now, Lin is undoubtedly the prime candidate. Even Tim would pale in comparison." Therefore, Lin's inclusion among this year's top draft prospects, effectively replacing Marcus, is entirely well-deserved. This year's top draft pick will most likely be among Allen, Lin, and Tim, one of these three outstanding candidates. The original Camby was a formidable contender vying for the top draft pick against Iverson. Now, with an enhanced version of the Big Shark emerging out of nowhere to usurp Camby's position, isn't it an absolute certainty? No wonder many claim this year's Georgetown team is the most dominant in Big East Conference history, with both Allen and Lin, two top draft prospects. How could they possibly be weak? Indeed, it is an exceedingly rare occurrence in NCAA history for a single team to boast two top draft prospects simultaneously. In my opinion, Georgetown is absolutely unstoppable this year. It's merely a matter of time before they claim the NCAA championship title. It is still too early to say, as in the semifinals they will face the formidable Wake Forest Demon Deacons. Let us not forget that last season, it was Tim who eliminated Allen's Georgetown team. Thus, it is not yet time to draw final conclusions. Perhaps that soaring demon from Wake Forest may still turn the tide this year, single-handedly thwarting Georgetown at the very gates of the championship finals. Allen Iverson and Lin Hong share the unwavering determination to lead Georgetown to an NCAA championship. Tim Duncan is no exception, his thirst for victory no less fervent than any other. Last season, Duncan propelled Wake Forest to a formidable triumph over Iverson's Georgetown. Yet fate intervened, halting their advance at the Final Four, forcing a retreat in defeat. This season, Wake Forest rises once more, with Duncan steering them back to the Final Four. Confronting their old rivals from the previous year, should he replicate last season's victory over Georgetown? Wake Forest will etch their name in history, claiming their inaugural berth in the NCAA championship game. The two teams in the lower bracket had long been scrutinized by Duncan and were deemed unworthy of concern. In other words, whichever between Georgetown and Wake Forest emerged victorious would essentially secure this year's NCAA championship. This was the prevailing sentiment before the commencement of the Final Four. ESPN has officially released its latest draft projection rankings. Tim Duncan remains firmly entrenched at the pinnacle position. Lin Hong has surged dramatically to claim the second spot, with his teammate Allen Iverson closely trailing behind. Throughout this tournament series, Georgetown has demonstrated remarkable dominance, vanquishing opponent after opponent while maintaining an unblemished record. Lin Hong's performances have been particularly dazzling, though Iverson has also shown steady improvement with occasional explosive displays of brilliance. Meanwhile, Marcus Camby, previously ranked second, has suffered a precipitous fall in this edition of the projections. His head-to-head confrontation with Lin Hong proved disastrous, as he was thoroughly outplayed on both ends of the court, causing his ranking to plummet to 6th place. Stephon Marbury retains his solid footing at 4th, while Shareef Abdurrahim solidifies his position at 5th. The California University superstar forward has propelled his team to an impressive Final Four berth, making his top 5 status well-deserved. The unfortunate 6th spot now belongs to Camby, whose humbling defeat at the hands of Lin Hong has forced ESPN analysts to acknowledge the towering Chinese center's immense two-way dominance. They now recognize that this prodigious talent possesses the capability to challenge Tim Duncan for the title of the most formidable interior force in the 1996 draft class. Should Lin Hong manage to topple Duncan himself, his draft stock could soar even higher. There exists a genuine possibility that he could make history as the first NCAA player to begin the season outside the initial 60-man watchlist, only to stage a breathtaking underdog ascent and ultimately seize the coveted first overall pick. Chapter 63. That year, the CCTV headquarters building had not yet earned its nickname as the Big Pants. Meanwhile, in the distant capital of the Celestial Empire, NBA Commissioner David Stern arrived at the CCTV headquarters, weary from his journey. This place was familiar to him. In 1989, he had come to CCTV with a box of videotapes, waiting for 2 hours in the lobby without an appointment to meet with the network's leadership. After those 2 hours, Li Zhuang, the acquisitions specialist, received him. Following a half-hour discussion, they finally signed a broadcast contract for the NBA. Today, he returned, not for anything related to the NBA, but for the broadcast rights of the NCAA Final Four, a tournament with no direct ties to him. Before arriving in the Celestial Empire, Stern had already coordinated with NCAA officials, securing full authority to negotiate this deal. This time, Stern did not have to wait 2 long hours at the entrance of CCTV. He was promptly ushered into the reception room by an attendant. "Hey, David, long time no see," greeted Li Zhuang, the same familiar face from years past. Stern smiled and replied, "Hello, Mr. Li. David, you never visit without a purpose. What brings you here this time? More broadcast slots?" Stern shook his head. "Yes. And no. So what exactly brings you here today?" Li Zhuang grew somewhat impatient, feeling this foreign devil across from him was deliberately being mysterious. Stern directly produced several newspapers and handed them over. To qualify as an international procurement officer, one's English proficiency must be exceptional. After swiftly perusing the headlines, Li Zhuang was utterly astounded. Before him lay multiple newspapers, all sharing one common characteristic. They were coverage of the Georgetown versus Massachusetts match. Yet each headline grew increasingly hyperbolic. Superman possessed. The backboard destroyer. Nightmare descends. The lifelong rival of Marcus Camby. The celestial giant dominates NCAA. Marcus Camby. I choose to surrender. Carrying 2 people on his back, dunking over the basketball hoop, shattering the backboard? Is this even human? Gasp. Staring at the newspaper before him, Li Zhuang drew a sharp breath. Though aware that the NCAA March Madness was underway in America, he hadn't paid much attention to it. Lin Hong. Is this someone from our country? Why have I never heard of him? Could he be an American of Chinese descent? Stern shook his head. According to my investigation, Lin is a Chinese citizen from mainland China. You're telling me that a Chinese athlete shattered the backboard with a dunk in an NCAA game and might even become the top draft pick? Li Zhuang's eyes widened in utter astonishment. To think that a Chinese player could achieve such remarkable results in the NCAA, it was simply unprecedented and beyond imagination. In the NCAA Collegiate Basketball Tournament, advancing to the Final Four has unequivocally demonstrated that Lin Hong's prowess on the court has ascended to the pinnacle among his peers. Indeed, Lin is now renowned across the entire United States. Stern smiled faintly while taking a sip of tea. Truly extraordinary. Dunking over the basketball stand, shattering the backboard, tearing down the hoop. Gazing at the close-up photograph of Lin Hong in the newspaper, Li Zhuang wiped his spectacles and scrutinized it repeatedly. This was indeed real. The photograph was captured from a low angle, looking upwards. Lin Hong gripped the basketball hoop with an air of domineering arrogance, his gaze sweeping across with unshakable confidence. The photographer's skill is truly exceptional. Just from the photographs alone, one can vividly perceive Lin Hong's overwhelming ferocity and domineering presence at that moment. Pray tell, Mr. David, what brings you here today? Li Zhuang struggled to suppress the restless emotions surging within his heart. Upon hearing this, Stern set down his teacup, a sharp glint flashing in his eyes. I hope to initiate a collaboration with CCTV Sports Channel. The NCAA Final Four is currently underway. I want CCTV to continuously broadcast the games of Lin's team. A towering Chinese athlete competing in the U.S. will undoubtedly send domestic fans into a frenzy. Stern's proposal was impossible to refuse. Without hesitation, Li Zhuang reported it to his superiors. Subsequently, they engaged in an in-depth discussion. 2 hours later, both parties reached a cooperative agreement. This meant that CCTV would broadcast Georgetown's Final Four games live. At that time, Lin Hong would make his debut before basketball fans across the nation. After finalizing the broadcast deal with NCAA, CCTV Sports Channel began preparing promotional materials for the event. Stern specifically brought along a highlight reel of Lin Hong's most spectacular plays. When the production team at CCTV Sports Channel viewed Lin Hong's highlights, they were utterly astonished. Such dominance on both ends of the court. Domestic players are not even qualified to gaze upon their backs. And they even shattered the basketball hoop. Absolutely breathtaking. One could say they had never witnessed such an overwhelmingly dominant highlight reel before. Even Shaquille O'Neal's highlights pale in comparison. Alas, I truly wish I could witness Lin Hong's match in person. Su Jiping gazed at the television highlights, his heart stirred with longing. Zhang Weiping sighed helplessly, indeed. I'd love to go as well, but we're bound for Atlanta. How could we possibly spare the time to watch Lin Hong's game? Su Jiping exhaled deeply, weighed down by regret. Yes, what a pity indeed. It seems we can only wait for him to enter the NBA. Once he joins the league, we'll still have opportunities to commentate on his games. Upon hearing the word commentate, Zhang Weiping's eyes immediately sparkled with excitement. Wait a moment, Lao Su. What did you just say? I said if we ever get the chance to commentate on his matches. Before Su Jiping could finish his sentence, Zhang Weiping abruptly cut him off. Old Su, I've got an idea. Zhang Weiping slapped his thigh excitedly, his face flushed with exhilaration. His eyes burning with predatory intensity as he stared at Su Jiping. Hey, old Zhang. What are you trying to do? You're scaring me. Cease your uncouth behavior and let us converse with civility, Zhang Weiping retorted with a disdainful roll of his eyes. Conversation? Preposterous. Hurry, come with me. I need to request permission from the leadership to broadcast this year's NCAA games. What? Broadcasting NCAA games? Yes. What's the matter? We have never broadcast NCAA games before. Have we? Haha. If you insist on saying that, no one else has ever broadcast NCAA games either. Indeed. Moreover, you shouldn't assume the NCAA lacks the same caliber as the NBA. On the day of the NCAA finals, even the NBA must step aside. Why? Because the NCAA completely dominates the television ratings, leaving no audience for the NBA. After Zhang Weiping finished his explanation, he looked at Su Jiping and said, moreover, if Georgetown makes it to the finals, then, on the television screen, a historic moment will unfold. Chinese basketball players, stepping over numerous formidable opponents, clinched the championship in the American Basketball League. What an indescribable sensation that must be. Su Jiping felt his blood surge with excitement upon hearing this. Damn, that must be absolutely exhilarating. After finishing his words, he immediately rose to his feet, grasped Zhang Weiping's hand decisively, and declared, let's go. We must find the leadership immediately. File the report. Broadcast it. Provide commentary. That very afternoon, when CCTV broadcast Lin Hong's match highlights on television, the entire nation's football fans erupted in exhilaration. The viewer hotline for Sports Channel 5 was utterly overwhelmed with calls. Everyone was inquiring about the identity of that towering Asian athlete who had dominated the pitch. Is that individual from the Celestial Empire? Following his meteoric rise in America, Lin Hong has now ignited a fervor in the Middle Kingdom as well. Chapter 64. Gathering of Titans, the Dagger Unveiled. Dikembe, is this fellow from your alma mater? Denver, Colorado, USA. Inside the training facility of the Nuggets, the team's star point guard, Mahmoud Abdul-Rauf, approached Dikembe Mutombo, slapping a newspaper against his palm with a chuckle. Your junior is truly remarkable, he said, quietly accomplishing something earth-shattering in Boston without making a sound. After speaking, he placed the newspaper cover in front of Mutombo. Look, he even shattered the basketball hoop at the North Shore Garden. He toppled the basketball hoop in an NBA arena, and none other than the famed TD Garden. No wonder Mahmoud Abdul-Rauf was so worked up. Calm down, Mahmoud. Such talent is beyond your envy. Dikembe Mutombo shrugged with an air of unshakable serenity. I saw the news last night. Have you been keeping tabs on Lin all this time? Nonsense. He is my most valued junior, currently leading Georgetown to claim that damned NCAA championship. Mutombo's fists creaked with tension, barely restraining the urge to smack that smug grin off Ralph's face. No one cares about Lin more than I do. As a legendary center in Georgetown's history, how could Dikembe Mutombo not pay attention to the emergence of a prodigious talent like Lin Hong? Tell me honestly, Dikembe, are you planning to attend Lin's game in person? Of course. The showdown between Lin and Tim, the most formidable interior players of the '96 class, is absolutely unmissable. Dikembe Mutombo not only insisted on attending the event personally, but also dragged along his former teammate Alonzo Mourning to Madison Square Garden, where they would serve as guest commentators for the game. Beyond this reunion of Georgetown alumni in the broadcast booth, the NCAA organizers spared no effort in their promotional campaign, elevating the highly anticipated showdown between Lin Hong and Tim Duncan to unprecedented heights. New York was now awash with elements of the NCAA Final Four, billboards bearing bold slogans, streets teeming with fervent fans, and screens along the sidewalks looping highlight reels. Passers-by would often pause briefly, tilting their heads to catch a glimpse of the action. Though for most, these fleeting moments merely served as a way to pass the time during their commute. Yet, there was one who stood apart from the rest. Whenever the giant screen displayed Lin Hong's explosive signature move, dunking so ferociously the basketball hoop collapsed as he tore it down with his bare hands, pedestrians on the street would freeze as if under a petrification spell. They stood transfixed, eyes wide with awe, savoring every moment of this towering Chinese athlete's brutal domination of the rim. As the highlight reel concluded, an inexplicable emptiness welled up within me, accompanied by profound reluctance to depart. Simultaneously, across the vast Pacific in the Middle Kingdom, Lin Hong's game footage achieved unprecedented viewership ratings, shattering all previous records for sports rebroadcasts. With decisive swiftness, CCTV resolved to air the NCAA Final Four live, scheduled for April 2nd in American time zones, corresponding to the early morning of April 3rd in China. The moment this live broadcast announcement was released, it instantly ignited the entire Chinese basketball community. Without a doubt, the semifinal match between Georgetown and Wake Forest has garnered unprecedented levels of attention. Fingertips too broad, time slips away unnoticed. On the 4th day of April, in the land of stars and stripes, Madison Square Garden, New York, where constellations of celebrities gather and reporters flock like moths to a flame. This is one of the most glorious moments in the entire NCAA season. Lin Hong and Iverson lead the Georgetown Hoyas as they prepare to face off against Duncan and the Wake Forest Demon Deacons. The victor of this match shall advance to the NCAA Finals. Which team shall emerge triumphant in the end? Is it the prestigious Georgetown University, renowned for its rich basketball legacy and for nurturing legendary centers such as Patrick Ewing, Dikembe Mutombo, and Alonzo Mourning? Yet again they rise from the ashes, overcoming every obstacle with unstoppable momentum, making history by advancing to the Final Four for the first time. Wake Forest, who shall emerge as the most formidable interior force of the '96 class? The answer shall soon be revealed. This match gathered the three most highly anticipated top draft picks, not only capturing the attention of numerous NBA scouts, but also drawing the presence of several key team executives. Among them was Red Auerbach. Throughout the previous season, the Boston Celtics had deliberately tanked their performance, all for the singular purpose of securing Lin Hong in this year's draft. As the season draws to a close, the Celtics' strategic rebuilding efforts have proven remarkably effective, securing them the second-worst position in the Eastern Conference. However, being second to last in the Eastern Conference standings is still somewhat inadequate for the pursuit of the top draft pick. In the remaining dozen or so games, the Celtics players must redouble their efforts to continue losing with determination. Meanwhile, their arch-rival the Lakers were secretly competing with them in silent rivalry. The Lakers and Celtics, as two of the NBA's most storied franchises, have carried their legendary rivalry from ancient times all the way to the present. From the battles between the logo Jerry West and the ring king Bill Russell, to the epic showdowns between Magic Johnson and Larry Bird, the yellow and green clashes dominated the NBA's narrative for decades. However, by the 1990s, both teams had fallen into decline, fading from the grand stage of history. The Celtics' promising rookie Len Bias tragically died of a drug overdose just 2 days after being drafted. Meanwhile, the Lakers' floor general Magic Johnson was forced into early retirement after contracting HIV due to his reckless lifestyle. For a time, it seemed as though the iconic yellow and green jerseys had vanished from the finals. Had these legendary franchises truly hit rock bottom, never to reclaim their glory? Impossible. The mastermind behind the Celtics, the legendary Red Auerbach, would never consent. Jerry West, the Lakers' esteemed general manager and the iconic logo man, would likewise refuse. These two titans ceaselessly strategized to restore their team's former glory. With keen foresight, they recognized that this year's draft may reshape the league's landscape for the next 2 decades. Because this year's draft was brimming with prodigious talents. Towering beasts in the paint? Present. Dominant power forwards? Abundant. Gifted guards aplenty? Indeed. All they needed to do was secure a sufficiently high draft pick. Then, at the most pivotal moment, decisively acquire the player capable of shouldering the franchise's revival. This year, 2 titans simultaneously set their sights on Lin Hong. Auerbach believed that Lin Hong would undoubtedly become another Bill Russell for the Celtics. Jerry West, however, contended that Lin Hong might very well emerge as the second coming of Wilt Chamberlain for the Lakers. In their relentless pursuit of revival, the once proud Celtics humbled themselves, embracing a deliberate descent into mediocrity, all for the sake of securing a flawless cornerstone to rebuild upon. Thus, it was no surprise that the legendary Red Auerbach himself graced the hallowed grounds of Madison Square Garden today. Yet, the presence of the iconic logo man in the very same arena? Now that was a mystery that defied easy explanation. After all, it is already a foregone conclusion that the Lakers will make the playoffs this season. Therefore, their draft pick position won't be particularly high. Moreover, West has publicly stated that the Lakers' goal is to reach the Western Conference Finals, setting their sights on strengthening the team through free agency. Perhaps it was the whims of fate, the capricious hand of destiny that arranged for them to sit across from each other in the front rows, their gazes silently bridging the distance. Meanwhile, Brad Greenberg, the general manager of the 76ers, quietly slipped into the arena. His true targets were none other than Allen Iverson and Lin Hong. The Celtics' shameless tanking was downright ruthless, but the 76ers' own descent into deliberate futility was born of sheer necessity. Before 1996, they had endured 5 consecutive seasons without a playoff appearance. If resistance was futile, then surrender was the only option. You're wasting your time. Before your beloved Celtics even thought of tanking, we were already masters of the art. This is the genuine soliloquy echoing in Greenberg's heart at this very moment. The Celtics currently languish as the second worst team in the Eastern Conference, and the most woeful squad in the East, simultaneously holding the dubious honor of being the league's absolute cellar dweller. None other than my humble Philadelphia 76ers. The battle for Lin Hong has long escalated into a fiercely contested struggle. This match serves more as a demonstration of their sincerity to the outside world. If previously they needed to avoid suspicion and conceal their true draft intentions, now there is no longer such necessity. With the regular season drawing to a close, the standings are largely solidified, unlikely to fluctuate significantly. Since the onset of March Madness, Lin Hong's performance has been nothing short of astonishing, leaving spectators in awe. Currently, over 70 of fans believe Lin Hong will be this year's draft first pick. To win over the remaining 30 is, in fact, quite straightforward. In this game, defeat the Wake Forest Demon Deacons. In the next, triumph over either Kentucky or the University of California. Lift the NCAA National Championship trophy. Lin Hong is undoubtedly the top scholar. Chapter 65, The Flames of War Reignite, Fundamental Skills versus the Frenzied Shark of the Celestial Empire. Madison Square Garden in New York. During the pre-game warm-ups, the arena was already packed to the rafters. Distinguished guests and esteemed colleagues, today, I shall provide commentary for the exhilarating matchup between Georgetown and Wake Forest at the iconic Madison Square Garden in New York. On the scene, the ESPN commentator, facing the camera, raised his voice skillfully to deliver the opening remarks. There was no choice. The enthusiasm of the fans was overwhelming. Without raising his voice, the commentary would quickly be drowned out by the roaring crowd. Alonzo, back in our day, we never had this kind of reception. How enviable Lin is now. Standing beside the commentator as the special guest for this match, Mutombo, with his iconic raspy voice, humorously quipped, "Sigh, I don't think I'm that bad-looking either." Alonzo Mourning, picking up where his former teammate left off, chimed in with a chuckle. "Haha, just joking. I think Lin absolutely deserves this kind of treatment." The ESPN commentator intended to steer the conversation and proceed with the program. However, to his surprise, the dynamic duo of Mutombo and Mourning turned the pre-game analysis into a mutual admiration society, lavishing effusive praise upon Lin Hong and Iverson. As for Wake Forest and Tim Duncan, I beg your pardon. They are not acquainted at all. Mourning and Mutombo engaged in a lively banter, discussing their expectations for Lin Hong and Iverson with complete disregard for their surroundings. Meanwhile, the reporter conducting pre-game interviews approached Georgetown's Iverson. "Allen, will you charge into the paint as aggressively as usual today?" Tim of Wake Forest was undoubtedly the most dominant interior force in the class of '96. Allen Iverson raised an eyebrow with a disdainful gaze, declaring, "To me, every team's interior defense is the same. I shall dismantle their fortifications with my signature offensive maneuvers and finish with finesse. This year, Georgetown shall reclaim its throne under the leadership of Lin and myself." Allen Iverson's audacity to make such bold statements stems from his well-founded confidence. After all, the 1996 draft class is universally acknowledged as one of the most talent-laden in history. In the current NBA draft projections, Iverson consistently ranks within the top 3. For a diminutive guard standing merely 183 centimeters to secure such a prestigious position amidst the towering giants of NCAA basketball is nothing short of extraordinary. Therefore, Iverson's statement was indeed backed by solid confidence. Throughout the previous season, his razor-sharp drives had mercilessly pierced through the interior defenses of countless opposing teams. He was like a razor-sharp dagger, piercing straight through his opponent's heart. Most importantly, this year Georgetown boasts the formidable inside beast Lin Hong, who has filled their previous weakness. This is their greatest asset. Meanwhile, in front of the Wake Forest bench, "Tim, our dream is right before us." With a solemn expression, Wake Forest head coach Dave Odom approached Duncan and gave his shoulder a firm pat. "Tim, secure this victory, and we'll etch the best record in our team's history." Counting this season, Wake Forest has already reached the Sweet 16 8 times, advanced to the Elite Six on 6 occasions, and made it to the Final Four 3 times. Yet they always fell just short, repeatedly blocked at the threshold of the championship finals. Even with Tim Duncan, Wake Forest's finest achievement merely reached the Final Four. The opportunity to etch their greatest chapter in school history now lay within grasp. Yet, at such a critical moment, Tim Duncan's heart grew even more tranquil. "I understand, coach." With a simple nod, Duncan rose to begin his pre-game warm-up. Observing the expressionless and unflappable demeanor of stone-faced Tim, Dave Odom felt an immediate sense of reassurance. In high-stakes games, it is precisely this unshakable composure, like Duncan's, that often dictates the flow of the contest. This is the hallmark of a true leader. "Lin, we are drawing ever closer to the championship." On the other side, during halftime at Georgetown's warm-up, Allen Iverson couldn't contain his excitement, his eyes blazing with fighting spirit. For Iverson, this wasn't just the final battle before advancing to the championship. It was also a revenge match against the team that had eliminated them last season. "Allen, the championship can only belong to Georgetown," Lin Hong said, draping an arm around Iverson's neck. While many might have advised Iverson to stay calm, Lin Hong understood perfectly well, telling Iverson to cool down at this moment. That was a joke. Cowardice has no place in the pursuit of truth. Listen well, young men. Cast aside your fears and charge forth with bold determination. In stark contrast to Dave Odom, Georgetown's head coach John Thompson, after the warm-up, immediately fired up his players with an impassioned pep talk. What he sought was an unstoppable momentum, a relentless forward charge. Pure and simple execution was all that mattered. The warm-up concluded. The starting players from both teams stood by the sidelines, poised to take the court. Lin Hong instinctively surveyed the starting 5 from Wake Forest. Well, apart from Duncan, the only other player who left any impression on him was the small guard Rusty LaRue. As for why? For this gentleman managed to board the final train of the Bulls dynasty, effortlessly securing a championship trophy. As for the other players from Wake Forest, I apologize. They are merely supporting characters, utterly forgettable. The starting lineups take their positions on the court as Tim Duncan and Lin Hong step up to the center circle. Wake Forest's fundamentally sound big man versus Georgetown's Chinese shark. The duel between Duncan and Lin Hong commences now. Whoosh! Amidst the fervent anticipation of the crowd, the referee lofted the ball high into the air. Lin Hong propelled himself upward with a powerful leap from his planted feet, soaring with remarkable swiftness. Yet Duncan's reaction time was equally impressive, his own jump nearly matching Lin's in perfect synchrony midair, though Duncan conceded a few centimeters in both height and wingspan. This slight disadvantage was effortlessly offset by his extraordinary explosive power and vertical leap. After all, the big fundamental was not yet the stone Buddha. But neither was his reputation unearned. However, Lin Hong gradually took the lead. In the end, Lin Hong emerged victorious. After leaping over Duncan, Lin Hong landed and immediately sprinted full speed toward the front court. This was Georgetown's classic fast break strategy. The ball-handling Iverson decisively prepared for a quarterback-style long pass down court, only to be brutally intercepted by Rusty LaRue's aggressive close defense. The Georgetown Classic opening play failed to materialize, yet it was no cause for concern. Allen Iverson positioned himself at the top of the key, utilizing Lin Hong's screen to shake off Rusty LaRue. Confronted by Tim Duncan's defensive rotation, Iverson defiantly chose to challenge the Mountain Tiger head-on. With a series of deceptive crossovers, he finally shook off Duncan. Then, summoning explosive power in his legs, he charged toward the paint with long strides. Facing the opposing small forward's help defense, Iverson remained remarkably composed. After executing a beautiful up-and-under move, he effortlessly evaded the defender. With a delicate flick of his right fingertips, the basketball spun rapidly toward the hoop. Pure artistry. This shot was nothing short of an artistic masterpiece of offense. The spectators in the arena rose to their feet collectively, holding their breath in rapt anticipation, silently awaiting the basketball's graceful descent through the net. Swish! Yet to everyone's astonishment, just as the basketball was about to reach its zenith, a figure streaked across like lightning. The basketball was mercilessly swatted against the backboard by a massive hand. Its trajectory abruptly altered in that very instant. It was Tim. The commentator's eyes widened in astonishment, veins bulging on his face as he stared dumbfounded at the scene unfolding before him. Tim executed an astonishing hat chase, altering the basketball's trajectory with a deft slap just before it reached its zenith. This scene truly left him dumbfounded. In the first encounter between Duncan and Iverson, Duncan emphatically rejected Iverson's acrobatic layup with a thunderous block. The basketball was swiftly snatched by the alert Page, who then delivered a lightning-fast pass to Lin Hong in the paint. Boom. Facing Duncan's tight defense, Lin Hong first used his body to create space, then swiftly pivoted and soared into the air, executing a powerful one-handed slam dunk. Duncan initially held his ground against Lin Hong's forceful drive, maintaining his defensive position. However, Lin Hong's lightning-fast leap and impeccable timing proved overwhelming. Before Duncan could react and elevate, he found himself helplessly raising his arms, forced to witness the thunderous dunk over him. Oh, what a spectacular power move under the basket. Lin is absolutely dominating Tim with sheer strength and explosive leaping ability. To be honest, I believe Lin is doing this to avenge Allen's honor. Allen had just been blocked by Tim Duncan, and Lin Hong swiftly responded with decisive action. Brother suffered a setback, so I personally stepped in to restore his honor. In this regard, former teammates Mourning and Mutombo were all too familiar with such situations. In the eyes of these two individuals, this shot by Lin Hong was nothing less than reclaiming dignity for his comrade. The momentum shifts as Wake Forest transitions to offense. Duncan proves he's no pushover either. Stationed on the wing with the ball in mid-range, he executes a textbook jab step, a feigned drive that morphs into a smooth jump shot. Lin Hong instinctively retreats half a step in defensive anticipation, but Duncan seizes the fleeting opportunity with predatory precision. Right in Lin's face, he releases a lightning-quick mid-range jumper. The ball kisses the backboard with practiced familiarity before swishing through the net. With this flawless bank shot, Duncan delivers his emphatic response to Lin Hong's thunderous poster dunk. Chapter 66. Duncan, let the strong be strong. I'll master the fundamentals. Lin soared over Tim for a thunderous dunk, yet in swift retaliation, the towering Wake Forest giant answered with a signature bank shot. Truly the epitome of fundamental excellence. Though unadorned in style, it remains devastatingly efficient and practical. Haha. I truly delight in witnessing the delightful exchanges between the young generation. Regardless of whether Georgetown or Wake Forest ultimately triumphs, this semifinal match is destined to be etched in the annals of history. New York, Madison Square Garden Arena. The ever-jovial duo of Alonzo Mourning and Dikembe Mutombo filled the air with laughter. As seasoned veterans, they took immense pleasure in witnessing the NCAA's continuous emergence of promising young big men, clashing on the grand stage and dazzling the world with their brilliance. Naturally, as proud alumni of Georgetown, their hearts leaned fervently toward Lin Hong emerging victorious in this epic showdown. The game between Wake Forest and Georgetown was fiercely contested. Watching Duncan retreat expressionlessly, Lin Hong couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. Intriguing. As expected from a psychology major, Duncan's mental fortitude and maturity far surpassed those of his peers. Lin Hong sprinted to the front court, but before he could even settle into position, Duncan swiftly closed in, pressing firmly against his lower back. Not letting me receive the ball comfortably, are we? Feeling the vigorous force behind him, Lin Hong immediately thrust his hips backward. Yet, to his astonishment, it was astonishingly rigid. Previously able to effortlessly overpower defensive players, this time he found himself momentarily unable to push through. Fascinating. Duncan's lower body strength was unexpectedly formidable. Lin Hong typically dominated the NCAA courts with merely 70% of his full strength, yet when facing Duncan, his usual prowess astonishingly proved futile. No wonder he reached the pinnacle upon debut and maintained that peak for 19 years. Such extraordinary physical prowess is truly remarkable. Lin Hong took a deep breath, sensing the formidable power emanating from Duncan's imposing frame. With a resounding battle cry, he forcefully propelled himself forward in a mighty collision. He collided heavily with Tim Duncan behind him, exerting every ounce of his strength in the impact. Bang! Lin Hong and Duncan collided with a resounding impact, their muscular frames clashing together in a manner that elicited audible gasps from onlookers. The moment their bodies made contact, Duncan's countenance underwent a dramatic transformation as he sharply inhaled through gritted teeth. A searing pain erupted in his chest, as though struck by a speeding freight truck, forcing him to stagger backward uncontrollably. His legs betrayed him, entangling clumsily before he crashed heavily onto the ground. No whistle was blown? Witnessing his full-force collision sending the future greatest power forward in history crashing to the floor without drawing a whistle from the referee, Lin Hong felt momentarily flattered. Glancing at the official's poker face, he suddenly found it rather endearing. But back to the action, seizing the moment while Duncan lay sprawled. Lin took one giant stride and delivered a thunderous two-handed slam dunk. Boom. The basketball was violently slammed into the hoop, which seemed unable to withstand Lin Hong's brutal assault, emitting agonized creaks and groans. Oh my God, this is utterly brutal, yet possesses a savage beauty. Lin's solid fundamentals sent his opponent crashing to the floor. Mop. It is hard to fathom how such astonishing power could be concealed within an ordinary-looking physique. Could it be that Lin possesses martial arts skills? The strikes, just like Bruce Lee, seemingly not towering or robust, yet harboring an utterly terrifying force. How cruel. Lin's strength seems capable of rivaling even the great Shaquille O'Neal. The fans in the stands erupted with excitement as they witnessed Lin Hong's ferocious offensive play. After completing the dunk, Lin didn't resort to taunting or roaring in Tim Duncan's face. Instead, he took a step forward with a smile and extended his right hand to help Duncan up from the floor. The NCAA is considered the purest temple of basketball, where the game is played cleanly. The kind of dirty tactics, cheap shots, and malicious fouls often seen in the NBA are rare here. After pulling Duncan to his feet, Lin immediately transitioned to defense, giving his opponent a light pat on the backside. Lin, I swear I'll stop you in the paint today. Don't think you can knock me down again. After the baseline serve, Duncan caught up to Lin Hong and said earnestly in front of him, Tim, the game has just begun. Soon you'll witness what true strength really is. With a broad grin revealing his pearly white teeth, Lin Hong regarded the stern-faced Duncan with an amused glint in his eyes. Internally, he mused that this youthful and inexperienced Duncan clearly hadn't yet mastered the art of psychology. Otherwise, he wouldn't be spouting such platitudes. The impetuousness of youth, still burdened by that overwhelming desire to win and that fragile sense of shame. Wake Forest launched their offensive play, with Lin Hong closely guarding Duncan. However, Wake Forest had no intention of forcing Duncan into a direct one-on-one confrontation. After a series of strategic movements, precise passes, and well-executed screens, Duncan found himself wide open for a mid-range jumper at the 45-degree angle on the left side. Swish! Without hesitation, Duncan showcased his signature move, effortlessly banking in a mid-range shot for an easy 2 points. As possession shifted to Georgetown, their strategy remained unchanged, feeding the ball to Lin Hong in the low post. Lin bulldozed his way down, establishing deep position, only to be met immediately by Duncan's resolute defense. Having been knocked down once before, Duncan believed he had thoroughly gauged Lin's brute strength. Sinking his stance and bracing himself, he anchored his feet firmly, channeling every ounce of his strength to withstand Lin's relentless pressure against his lower back. This time, he was fully prepared, determined not to be overpowered and sent sprawling again. The basketball was lobbed by Iverson into Lin Hong's hands. With his back against Duncan, Lin suddenly sprang into action. Bang! The intense physical confrontation reverberated across the court with the thunderous collision of muscles. Even though Duncan was fully prepared this time, he still couldn't withstand Lin Hong's ferocious impact. Duncan involuntarily took a step back. Lin Hong continued his relentless bulldozer-style play, leveraging his brute strength to methodically carve his way toward the basket. Thud, thud, thud. The relentless collisions left Duncan breathless and flushed. The Wake Forest power forward immediately abandoned his defensive assignment to double-team Lin Hong. 2 defenders? 2 won't be enough to stop me. Lin Hong acted without fear, directly rising with formidable force. Bang! A thunderous slam dunk. Lin Hong hung from the rim with both hands, giving it a fierce tug before releasing. The backboard reverberated with a resonant hum. The deformed rim rebounded with a piercing metallic twang. The entire backboard shuddered precariously, as though one more thunderous dunk from Lin Hong might bring the whole structure crashing down. A monstrous slam dunk executed right over the heads of both Duncan and Wake Forest's power forward. Dominant, invincible, utterly overpowering. The dominance of Lin Hong in the paint was utterly undeniable at this moment. Oh my, good heavens! Lin played with such formidable intensity, posterizing 2 defenders in a single move. Magnificent work, utterly beyond imagination. The emotions of the live audience were completely ignited by Lin Hong's emphatic dunk. Applause, gasps, various screams, and even excited expletives intertwined, composing a symphony of exhilaration. The cheerleaders on the sidelines stood up, waving their pom-poms, pushing the electrifying atmosphere to its peak. Players on the Georgetown bench waved towels in celebration, some even mimicking Lin Hong's domineering slam dunk. Meanwhile, teammates like Iverson and Williams rushed over, slapping Lin Hong's back or giving him playful pats on the rear in encouragement. Holy SHT, Dikembe. Lin, you're just like the African mountain. Unstoppable. Morning sprang to his feet, his eyes wide with astonishment as he exclaimed in surprise. Haha, not bad at all. Beside him, Mutombo merely grinned broadly, wagging his index finger in amusement, clearly relishing morning's flattery. Damn it, unstoppable. The Wake Forest power forward cast a desperate glance at his teammate Duncan. Only by facing Lin Hong head-to-head did he truly comprehend how terrifying Lin Hong was. Duncan didn't directly respond to his teammate, as he was currently bearing the full brunt of Lin Hong's impact, leaving his entire body feeling utterly shattered. Lin Hong's strength was simply monstrous. Dominating the court with a 1 versus 2 play and sealing the victory, Lin Hong retreated with a grin, basking in the roaring cheers and admiration from the fans. However, as he moved back to defend, his eyes unexpectedly caught sight of a familiar figure. Upon closer inspection, Lin Hong's face lit up with delight. It was none other than his senior, Patrick Ewing, watching his game from the sidelines. After glancing at Ewing, Lin Hong quickly shifted his focus back to Duncan. This time, after the ball was passed around by Wake Forest, the small guard Rusty LaRue missed a jump shot. Without hesitation, Lin Hong muscled past Duncan to grab the rebound. Following the same strategy, Lin Hong posted up against Duncan in the paint, prompting both the power forward and Duncan to double-team him. Seeing this, Lin Hong wisely chose not to exhaust himself with a forced play. Instead, with a swift flick of his wrist, he passed the ball to Iverson, who had broken free for an open shot. Swish! The basketball swished through the net. As Iverson completed the shot, Lin Hong effortlessly notched an assist. On the sidelines, the white-bearded, cigar-chomping Red Auerbach, resembling a mob boss in his crimson attire, fixed his gleaming eyes on Lin Hong and Duncan. His gaze, especially when directed at Lin Hong, burned with an intense, almost covetous fervor. Lin, unexpectedly, possessed remarkable passing and playmaking skills. A subtle smile unconsciously curled at the corners of Auerbach's lips, while a sudden glimmer of sharpness flashed through his turbid eyes. This towering young man harbored boundless potential within him. Chapter 67. The Glitchy Dream Shake, an essential dirty trick for dominant centers. The momentum shifts as Georgetown takes possession. Rusty LaRue stands no chance against Iverson, absolutely none in this lifetime. Wake Forest's small forward is dispatched for double coverage, yet even combined, they falter against Iverson's razor-sharp crossovers. With serpentine grace, Iverson executes two sweeping dribble moves beyond the arc, breezing past defenders as if they were statues. Driving hard to the rim, he doesn't rush upon spotting Duncan. Instead, he reads the subtle shifts in the big man's footwork with predatory patience. A sudden stop, then an explosive restart. Slipping past the paint, he elevates, hanging mid-air like a paused frame, before unfurling a silky reverse layup. The finesse of his offensive orchestration is peerless. In pure slashing artistry, he reigns supreme among the class of '96. Allen converts the reverse. No. As Uncle Mutombo's words faded, Duncan's massive hand silently arrived. Iverson had just executed a dazzling series of deceptive moves that indeed fooled Duncan momentarily. Yet his reflexes were astonishingly swift, immediately adjusting his footing without hesitation. Ruthlessly, he delivered a quintessentially American chase-down block to Iverson. "Allen, this is the second gift I present to you." Attempting to show off only to be thoroughly humiliated, 2 consecutive blocks left Iverson momentarily dazed. He had executed a perfect reverse layup, even if NBA All-Star center Mutombo had been defending from the sidelines. The shot likely would have gone in smoothly. So why did it fail against rookie Duncan? In the ensuing exchanges, both teams engaged in an explosive back and forth, each executing layups in their signature styles. 7 minutes into the first half, Georgetown's Allen Iverson appeared slightly out of rhythm, his efficiency dipping as he repeatedly misfired on isolation attempts. Fortunately, Lin Hong stepped up to compensate. After snatching an offensive rebound over Tim Duncan, Lin swiftly rose for a putback, adding another score to his tally. By this point, Lin had already amassed 14 points, 6 rebounds, and 3 blocks, well on his way to a dominant double-double by halftime. On the Wake Forest side, Duncan was struggling defensively against Lin Hong. While Duncan typically dominated athletic big men in the paint, none of them could compare to Lin Hong's sheer physical gifts. Lin possessed superior height, a slightly longer wingspan, and far more explosive athleticism and physicality than Duncan. It was understandable that Duncan appeared somewhat flustered trying to contain him. Though challenged defensively, Duncan showed no mercy on the offensive end. While Lin posted an impressive 14-point, 6-rebound, 3-block stat line, Duncan was equally formidable, delivering an outstanding 10-point, 4-rebound, 2-assist performance. Truly, these two stood as the most dominant interior forces of the '96 class, both relentlessly pursuing double-doubles with authority. During the official timeout in the first half, Georgetown currently leads Wake Forest 24-20 with a 4-point advantage. "Tim, don't let that guy easily establish position in the low post." At the bench of Wake Forest, head coach Dave Odom gazed at his prized pupil and spoke in a measured tone. "Georgetown is utilizing Lin Hong more as a facilitator from mid to long range today. When he cuts to the basket, deny him any space to shoot," as eloquently expressed by Dave Odom. Since Allen Iverson's efficiency was rather lackluster, Lin Hong had to stretch out from the paint to the high post, serving as a pivotal playmaking hub. After distributing the ball, Lin could then dive down to the low block for finishing plays or crashing the boards. In the eyes of Dave Odom, Lin Hong was virtually invincible within the confines of the painted area. However, once exiled beyond the key and confined to mid to long range, his impact would diminish significantly. As for how to confine Lin Hong within the mid to long range, that will truly test Duncan's defensive intellect. "I comprehend, coach," Duncan responded with his customary composure. Yet Dave Odom understood better than anyone that his protege was about to unleash his full potential to contain Lin Hong. The official timeout concluded, with Dave Odom's eyes reignited with confidence. As he glanced at Lin Hong not far away, there was even a trace of pity in his gaze. The disparity between an emerging star and a historically elite franchise cornerstone might soon be laid bare in the coming possessions. The Wake Forest team gains possession. Duncan receives the ball at the free throw line and swiftly passes it to the perimeter guard, Rusty LaRue. With a deft hesitation move, LaRue rises for a smooth mid-range jumper, swish. The score tightens to 22-24, narrowing the deficit to merely 2 points for Wake Forest. The momentum shifts. Georgetown on the offense. Iverson advances past half court, first passing the ball to Lin Hong stationed on the right side of the free throw line. Lin raises the ball high above his head, surveying his teammates' movements. Wake Forest's defense is airtight, with Iverson double-teamed and unable to find space to receive the ball. The remaining Wake Forest players maintain a pseudo-zone defense. Undoubtedly, this is creating a one-on-one showdown between Duncan and Lin Hong. The Wake Forest team laid a cunning trap for Lin Hong, enticing him to initiate one-on-one plays against him from the vicinity of the free throw line. The towering African mountain, Mutombo, instantly discerned the defensive strategy of Wake Forest. Coach Dave, truly a legendary figure in NCAA, did not squander this official timeout. He presented our junior with a multiple-choice question. Although Morning and Mutombo were well aware that Lin Hong possessed some ball handling and offensive capabilities, it's crucial to recognize that prior to today, Lin had never encountered a defender with Tim Duncan's formidable defensive attributes. With nearly identical height and wingspan, exceptional lateral movement, a rock-solid lower body foundation, and considerable physicality, Duncan might very well be the most formidable defender Lin Hong has ever faced in his ball-dominant offensive mode. If I were Lin, I might have opted to pass and then cut towards the basket. Mutombo was still on the sidelines offering advice to Lin Hong. Run a handoff screen with Allen, then roll to the rim. Yet, before Mutombo could finish his sentence, Lin, holding the ball at mid-range, had already made his decision. Bang. Duncan's spirit was highly concentrated. As Lin Hong leaned in for a post-up move, he lowered his center of gravity and exerted all his strength to resist. Boom. Lin Hong and Duncan collided forcefully, yet this time Duncan was not immediately shoved aside by the impact. Lin, you must be exhausted. Don't even think about pushing me away again. There's no way you'll overpower me now. Duncan, uncharacteristically, began to taunt. Lin Hong paid no heed to Duncan, swiftly pivoting on his back foot to release a shot. Taste my block party. As Lin Hong executed a swift spin move to take the shot, Duncan, unusually animated, leaped high with fervor, poised to deliver a thunderous block. He was determined to demonstrate that his defense was far from feeble. Yet, in the next heartbeat, Duncan stood dumbfounded. The moment Lin Hong seemed ready to release the ball mid-spin, he deftly retracted it, his feet weaving an intricate dance as he glided past Duncan for an uncontested layup. Footwork in the paint, masterful deception. Duncan widened his eyes in astonishment as Lin Hong unexpectedly displayed such nimble and agile footwork beneath the basket. However, what slightly comforted Duncan was that although Lin Hong's movements were relatively fluid, they were also quite slow, clearly a diluted version of the dream shake. So sluggish that he could leap once more, intercepting for a second time. Lin, your technique is far too sluggish. Return and train for several more years before attempting this again. Witnessing Duncan fall for the feint and leap a second time, Lin Hong couldn't help but curl the corners of his lips upward. Who would have thought even the fundamentally sound Duncan could be deceived? Withdrawing his raised right hand in a smooth, elegant half-turn, Lin Hong swiftly repositioned himself to face the basket. As Duncan soared past him, Lin Hong remained composed, executing a poised bank shot that found nothing but net. Oh my, oh my. Oh Lord, what have I witnessed? A stuttering version of the dream shake? Haha. Tim resembles an awkward gorilla being toyed with by Lin. With Lin Hong's shot swishing through the net, the players on the bench erupted in excitement. Were it not for the ongoing game, they would have swarmed around him in celebration. The dream shake, Hakeem Olajuwon's signature move. This is the ultimate technique coveted by all elite centers, yet this Chinese behemoth before us has flawlessly replicated it with astonishing precision. Imperfection does not equate to incompleteness. Yet it matters not. At the very least, Lin Hong has demonstrated his multifaceted potential. Chapter 68, The Soaring Dragon, The Reaper Descends. Next round, Lin Hong swiftly executed 2 consecutive crossovers, creating just enough space to explode forward. With 2 powerful strides, he charged relentlessly into the painted area. Duncan followed closely, his powerful, muscular legs were not merely for show. Bang! Lin Hong, carrying Duncan on his back, charged into the paint before suddenly leaping into the air with explosive force. Duncan soared alongside him, arms outstretched, forming an impenetrable barrier in front of Lin Hong. Mutombo and Morning exchanged a glance, falling into silence. With their years of defensive experience, they knew Lin Hong's aggressive drive would likely end in a blocked shot. In the next instant, the astonishment rendered both Mutombo and Morning utterly speechless, their mouths agape in disbelief. Under the gaze of the entire arena, Lin Hong, completely overshadowed by Duncan, arched his body like a drawn bowstring. With his long arms stretched back, he swung the ball directly into the hoop, an utterly savage tomahawk dunk. After acquiring the legendary Great Shark talent, Lin Hong had been eagerly awaiting an opportunity to experience the exhilaration of executing a fadeaway tomahawk dunk. However, he found himself lacking worthy adversaries to truly showcase his extraordinary skills. possessing the prowess to slay dragons, yet no dragons to slay. That was until he encountered the fully leveled Tim Duncan, which completely ignited Lin Hong's burning desire for battle. Come on, man. Dikembe, how would one aptly describe this play? New York City, USA. Madison Square Garden Arena. Dikembe Mutombo, seated at the announcer's table, rose to his feet in exhilaration, turning to Alonzo Mourning beside him, who had also stood up in disbelief. Did Lin just execute a fadeaway and dunk it? To be precise, the ball was emphatically slammed in by Lin. Mourning grinned broadly, shaking his finger with amusement. Dikembe, Tim's defense on that play was already textbook. Duncan fearlessly rose to the challenge, his hands practically in Lin's face. With his entire body weight bearing down on Lin, how could that not be considered impeccable defense? Comparisons breed discontent. 4 men against men pale and goods against goods fail. Even the much-hyped Marcus Camby would have been utterly humiliated by Duncan's blocks under such circumstances. With his perfectly extended long arms, impenetrable defense, and blood-pumping physicality, the stage was set for domination. Yet, against all odds, Lin Hong executed a breathtaking fadeaway dunk right through this suffocating defense. The visual spectacle was absolutely mesmerizing. This dunk is in no way inferior to Lin Hong's earth-shattering slam that shattered the backboard during his previous game at the North Shore Garden. The ESPN commentator hastened to speak, fearing that temporary analysts like Mutombo and Mourning might steal his thunder once more. Lin, you've delivered yet another highlight-worthy moment today, one that deserves the cover of Sports Illustrated. The true human high-energy moment generator. What truly brings joy is Lin's performance in driving to the basket from near the free throw line. Mourning's keen observation hits the nail on the head. Honestly, Dikembe, could you execute consecutive between-the-legs crossovers against this level of defense and finish with a fadeaway tomahawk dunk? Do you think I could? Uncle Moo clutched his forehead with a pained expression. Don't ask. The answer is simply no. Therefore, Lin's ball-handling skills are undoubtedly underrated. Naturally, I had already seen through everything. Mourning snapped his fingers and settled back into his seat. With an enigmatic smile playing at the corners of his lips, Lin Hong exuded the aura of a profound master. People had clearly underestimated his ball-handling offensive capabilities. Of course, though Mourning maintained a composed facade, internally he was utterly astonished. And it wasn't just Mourning. Dave Odom, head coach of Wake Forest University, was equally startled by Lin Hong's maneuver. What surprised him wasn't the final fadeaway dunk, but rather that Lin Hong possessed unexpectedly competent one-on-one ball-handling skills. Wake Forest had meticulously studied game footage of Iverson and Lin Hong before the match. It wasn't that Dave Odom was unaware of Lin Hong's above-average ball control abilities. However, in those previous games, the most elite defender Lin Hong had faced was merely Marcus Camby, and Camby's defense paled in comparison to Duncan's. Even though Camby's reputation and statistics made his defense appear formidable, Dave Odom knew full well that Marcus Camby was essentially padding his stats. Had Dave Odom known about the future NBA player Andre Drummond, he would have undoubtedly considered Camby as an upgraded version of the Big Penguin. While defensive statistics may appear impressive, they alone cannot uphold an entire team's defensive system. Duncan, however, was different. He embodied a defensive system unto himself. A solitary guardian standing firm against 10,000, he was an army of one. With top-tier defensive prowess and unwavering consistency, even by today's NBA standards, he would undoubtedly secure a spot on the all-defensive second team. Facing Camby, Lin Hong could handle the ball and complete the offensive play. But against Duncan, it wasn't that Dave Odom looked down on Lin Hong. He simply never regarded him as a threat in the first place. However, Lin Hong delivered a stellar performance that resoundingly silenced Dave Odom. The next offensive attempt by Wake Forest failed, with Lin Hong securing the rebound. Iverson deliberately slowed the tempo, advancing methodically past half-court. Georgetown set up in their half-court offense, once again positioning Lin Hong in the mid-range area. Facing Duncan's defense, Lin Hong adeptly dribbled past him with a powerful drive into the paint, forcing Wake Forest's power forward to provide help defense. Trapped in a double team, Lin Hong abruptly halted, executing a convincing one-handed pump fake that sent the second defender airborne. Engaging in fierce physical contact with Duncan, he created just enough space to explosively elevate and hammer home a thunderous two-handed dunk. The referee's whistle pierced the air in rapid succession. The baseline referee blew his whistle decisively. Duncan's arm struck Lin Hong's dunking shoulder, resulting in a free throw opportunity. Thud. Regrettably, Lin Hong failed to convert the free throw opportunity from the foul. The rebound was secured collectively by Wake Forest. with Duncan immediately launching a long pass that found LaRue's hands. The diminutive Wake Forest point guard, standing under 1.9 meters, moved with the swiftness of a whirlwind, shifting into fourth gear as he blazed down the court at full throttle. Confronted by an undefended front court, he gracefully decelerated, executing the layup with effortless finesse. "Watch out." Coach Dave Odom on the sidelines suddenly let out an anxious roar. LaRue's heart skipped a beat, instinctively sensing something amiss. But the basketball had already left his hands. It was too late. Lin Hong, who had just missed the free throw at the foul line, had already galloped into position. A thunderous chase-down block, sending both man and ball soaring out of bounds. Whoa. Lin's devastating rejection violently swatted away Rusty along with the ball. Lin Hong's ferocious block sent Mutombo leaping from his seat once more. Not just Mutombo. Even the fans in the stands were utterly stunned. Duncan's pass was swift, LaRue's counterattack lightning fast. Even Iverson had abandoned defense, yet Lin Hong, who had just been standing at the opposite free throw line, managed to chase down the play and swat both man and ball away in one breathtaking motion. As Mutombo once proclaimed, Lin Hong's block was undoubtedly the pinnacle of defensive plays among the 1996 draft class. Rusty LaRue, who had been knocked to the ground along with his cap by Lin Hong, now lay sprawled on the frigid floor of Madison Square Garden, his face etched with bewilderment. Who am I? Where am I? And why am I lying here on the ground? Evidently, the poor little defender was utterly bewildered by Lin Hong's block. Fortunately, Duncan stepped up and overpowered Williams with a well-timed spin move, banking in the shot off the glass. As possession switched, Iverson handled the ball at the top of the key and flashed Lin Hong a cryptic hand signal. On the sidelines, Georgetown's head coach John Thompson was utterly baffled, scratching his head in confusion. What kind of signal was that? Some secret 6+1 play? Why can't I recall this? Indeed, this gesture was somewhat unfamiliar. Even Georgetown's head coach John Thompson took a moment to recognize it. However, the keen eyes of All-Star centers Alonzo Mourning and Dikembe Mutombo on the commentary panel immediately deciphered it. Unless my eyes deceive me, Allen just signaled for a Stockton and Malone-style pick-and-roll play? Dikembe, you're not mistaken. Allen is signaling for Lin to set a pick-and-roll at the top. Mourning and Mutombo exchanged a glance. The formidable twin pillars of Georgetown, their blades now united. Were they truly about to execute a pick-and-roll? How could Wake Forest possibly defend against such a maneuver? After the pick-and-roll, Duncan switching onto Iverson couldn't disengage from the defensive assignment quickly enough. That brief moment of defensive transition was all Iverson needed to shred the paint like a sieve. However, if Duncan failed to switch defensively in time, the man standing between Lin Hong and the basket would be none other than the diminutive guard Rusty LaRue, the very same player he had just emphatically swatted moments earlier. Facing the Allen pick-and-roll, how should Wake Forest dismantle it? Swift as the wind, Iverson and Lin Hong won't grant Wake Forest any time to delay. At the moment of Allen's screen, Iverson drew Duncan away from the basket. Lin Hong swiftly pivoted and dashed towards the paint with lightning speed. Allen Iverson, with impeccable timing and understanding, lofted the ball high towards the basket. Lin Hong, positioned just inside the free throw line, launched himself into the air with tremendous force. Blocking Lin Hong's path, Rusty LaRue, in a moment of impulsive fervor, fearlessly leaped up to challenge the towering 2.15-meter Lin Hong at the peak of his jump. Boom. In the next moment, Lin Hong leaped into the air, grasping the ball with one hand, his eyes locked solely on the basket, utterly disregarding the smaller defender before him. With the overwhelming force of a collapsing mountain, he executed a thunderous one-handed slam dunk, like the iconic moment when DeAndre Jordan posterized Brandon Knight. Lin Hong descended from the heavens with divine dominance, casting a disdainful gaze upon mere mortals. Oh my goodness. This time, it was Mourning's turn to leap. Dikembe, you just claimed Lin Hong delivered a deathly block on Rusty. Well, this dunk, that is a deathly slam. A deathly block followed by a deathly dunk. Lin Hong, the Reaper, has descended. Dikembe, how do you explain this play? On the sidelines at the commentary booth, Mourning momentarily struggled to find the appropriate words for the play and decisively passed the responsibility to Mutombo. Mutombo's lips twitched in irritation as he shot Mourning a disdainful glare. What more could possibly be said about that play? It simply demanded unreserved praise. Chapter 69, The Exquisite Aroma of Allen. Perfectly paired with the celestial shark across the vast ocean in the Celestial Empire, within the broadcasting studio of Central Television in the capital, newly appointed commentator Zhang Weiping was delivering his analysis with utmost seriousness. That rebound Lin Hong snatched right over Tim Duncan was truly impressive. Yet his subsequent ball handling was evidently ill-advised. As a 7-foot center, he ought to have secured the rebound, shielded the ball, and then passed it to a smaller guard, someone like Allen Iverson or Peyton. Attempting to recklessly dribble and isolate, exploiting his own weakness against the opponent's strength, only invites turnovers or lost possessions. Lin Hong still lacks maturity. His decision-making remains questionable. Once Coach Zhang concluded his eloquent critique, Su Jiping responded with a light-hearted chuckle. Yet he made the shot, and what a spectacular one-handed, fadeaway windmill dunk it was. Moreover, the atmosphere at the scene was instantly electrified by Lin Hong's spectacular shot. Even the exceptionally gifted Duncan, with his remarkable physical prowess, found himself helplessly overpowered after a fierce confrontation with Lin Hong, ultimately conceding defeat. Zhang Weiping chuckled and continued his commentary, of course. Considering Wake Forest couldn't defend Lin Hong at all, he absolutely should have taken that shot. If the ball goes in, then it's justified. The viewers glued to their TV screens nearly burst into laughter upon hearing Coach Zhang's sudden twist. Ha ha ha, if it goes in, it's reasonable. If it doesn't, then your decision-making was flawed. Coach Zhang's rational guidance. Lin Hong, your ball-handling approach lacks logic, yet Wake Forest cannot contain you. Whatever play you execute is justified. Lin Hong's talent is absolutely phenomenal, capable of overwhelming even Tim Duncan, undoubtedly the pinnacle of interior players in the '96 draft class. Meanwhile, on the sidelines, John Thompson was thoroughly impressed. He was well aware of the devastating effectiveness of the pick-and-roll combination between Iverson and Lin Hong. However, Coach Thompson wasn't particularly adept at utilizing pick-and-roll strategies. He preferred offensive systems dominated by point guards or post-up finishers. Having coached elite big men like Patrick Ewing, Alonzo Mourning, and Dikembe Mutombo, Thompson felt more comfortable with interior-oriented tactics. The pick-and-roll was rarely practiced during team training sessions. He found it perplexing how effortlessly Iverson and Lin Hong executed it with such seamless coordination. Even the pick-and-roll tactical gestures are executed with remarkable precision. Could there perhaps be some clandestine dealings at play? In truth, Lin Hong had long contemplated executing pick-and-roll plays. However, Allen Iverson was fundamentally an isolation-oriented scoring guard. Pick-and-roll? It can be utilized, but there's no necessity to employ it as standard armament. Pass him the ball, just shoot, and it's done. So Georgetown's usual play is, Iverson takes his turn, Lin Hong takes his. After Lin Hong finishes, Iverson goes again. Whether it's Iverson or Lin Hong, they'll face mismatches. If Iverson goes small against big, which NCAA big man can keep up with his footwork, Lin Hong's dominance was overwhelming. One must ask, which defender could possibly withstand the ferocious onslaught of his charge? Though Iverson still believed solo heroics and reckless drives to the basket felt more exhilarating. Lin Hong's reasoning was undeniably sound, leaving him momentarily at a loss for words. Regrettably, Georgetown had not encountered a team that forced Allen to utilize the pick-and-roll strategy until the knockout stage. Today, facing Wake Forest led by Duncan, Iverson's isolation plays repeatedly faltered, with efficiency plummeting to an appalling level. Gritting his teeth, he resorted to the pick-and-roll tactic he once disdained. The outcome proved, indeed, remarkably effective. Beautiful. We should have played like this long ago. After tasting the sweetness of success, Iverson's gloomy expression turned to a smile as he stepped forward to high-five Lin Hong. Lin, that dunk of yours was absolutely savage. Yes, savage indeed. Rusty LaRue was annihilated twice in succession. The gaze Iverson cast upon the young man brimmed with profound pity. Truly a pitiable sight. Duncan, exuding undeniable leadership, gracefully assisted LaRue to his feet. Rusty, when they set the pick-and-roll later, will double-team the ball handler, Duncan instructed. His voice steady and authoritative. As he pulled LaRue up, he gently patted the back of his teammate's head, offering both reassurance and guidance. Focus on containing Allen's drives. He continued, his tone measured yet firm. I'll cut off his passing lanes from above. The most effective way to dismantle a pick-and-roll offense would, in theory, be switching defensively without hesitation. However, Wake Forest lacked the personnel to execute seamless switches. One-on-one matchups would only lead to defensive breakdowns, either already collapsing or on the verge of collapse. Thus, Duncan opted for a straightforward solution: eliminate the problem at its source by aggressively trapping the ball handler. Simple, decisive, and brutally effective. LaRue was in charge of ground control while Duncan sealed off the aerial routes. Iverson's height disadvantage would be exponentially magnified under double-teaming pressure. Georgetown launched their offense. Allen the answer. Iverson flashed John Stockton-esque classic pick-and-roll gesture. Lin Hong swiftly ascended to the top of the key, pivoting to firmly screen off Rusty LaRue. Using the screen, Iverson now faced Duncan one-on-one but resisted the urge to recklessly drive. Meanwhile, LaRue weaved and dodged with nimble footwork, slipping past Lin Hong's south block to swiftly close in on Iverson, forming a double team alongside Duncan. On the sidelines, Wake Forest coach Dave Odom heaved a sigh of relief. He had been concerned about needing to call a timeout to counter the opponent's sudden pick-and-roll strategy involving Allen. Unexpectedly, Duncan transformed into a tactical maestro on the court, instantly orchestrating a defensive adjustment. With Duncan serving as their steadfast anchor, Dave Odom remained composed and unflappable. Is no one going to guard Allen? Faced with a double team, Iverson remained utterly composed. After uttering those words, he leaped into the air and lofted the ball with effortless grace. The basketball soared to a height that effortlessly cleared Duncan's outstretched fingertips, still ascending in its trajectory. The sharp-eyed science enthusiasts in the crowd could instantly calculate its path. By the time the ball neared the basket, though descending, it remained significantly higher than Duncan's maximum jumping reach. Had Allen made a passing error? Even Tim couldn't reach the ball. Lin Hong would undoubtedly struggle as well. Allen was far too hasty. He could have easily pulled back to reorganize the offense. Alas, the double team from Wake Forest was executed with such swift decisiveness. From the moment Allen leapt to pass, the turnover was inevitable. Veteran spectators on the sidelines shook their heads in dismay. None had anticipated that the once unstoppable Allen Iverson pick-and-roll would be dismantled so abruptly by Duncan's trapping defense. Yet this outcome was hardly surprising, for Iverson's stature inherently constrained his passing vision, thereby diminishing the potency of their signature play. In other words, the lower limit of the Allen-Lin duo is anchored by Lin Hong's steady performance, while their ceiling depends entirely on Iverson's brilliance. Boom. Yet the faces of the fans in the arena were metaphorically slapped by Lin Hong, soaring high into the air with formidable dominance. The celestial behemoth soared with full might. Its piercing gaze locked upon the hoop. With arms fully extended, it seized the descending basketball midair and thunderously slammed it through the net. Boom! The thunderous slam dunk reverberated through the arena, shaking the backboard violently. The entire stadium fell into stunned silence momentarily before erupting into deafening cheers that shook Madison Square Garden to its core. This is simply astonishing. Lin Hong's leap is extraordinarily high. In the CCTV studio, Su Jiping was utterly dumbfounded. Coach Zhang, could Michael Jordan leap as high as Lin Hong does? Michael Jordan undoubtedly possesses remarkable leaping ability, yet he is not a center player. Zhang Weiping rectified the flaw in his statement. Though both possess remarkable leaping ability, Lin Hong surpasses Jordan in terms of the maximum height he can achieve. In terms of pure vertical leap, even the legendary Michael Jordan would pale in comparison to our Lin Hong. Are you implying that the basketball deity himself is no match for our very own Lin Hong? From a certain perspective, your interpretation is not without merit. Zhang Weiping and Su Jiping exchanged knowing smiles. This seamless coordination and mutual flattery was utterly exhilarating. Lin, I had momentarily assumed that ball was beyond your reach. At Madison Square Garden, Iverson, who narrowly avoided a blunder, wiped the cold sweat off his brow before bluntly shifting blame. Lin, I nearly committed a turnover just to test your limits. Who exactly do you take me for? You passed the ball so low, as if I couldn't possibly receive it. Lin Hong's expression was utterly desolate. With a flick of his fingers, he gazed skyward at a 45-degree angle, murmuring, "The heavens alone mark my boundaries. Let the ball soar a while." Chapter 70. The Coronation of a New King. Is Georgetown destined for NCAA glory? Watching Lin Hong's retreating figure, Iverson curled his lips into a smirk, revealing an inscrutable glint in his eyes. Quite the bold claim. My friend, the higher I pass, the higher you'll soar? How intriguing. You are challenging my passing skills. Indeed, Iverson is clearly stirring up trouble. The Georgetown squad launched their offensive play in the next possession. Following a pick-and-roll between Iverson and Lin Hong, the answer swiftly drove toward the right side of the basket before lofting an unusually high pass. Courtside commentators Alonzo Mourning and Dikembe Mutombo momentarily froze in astonishment. This appeared to be an obvious turnover by Iverson. Could there possibly be internal discord brewing between Georgetown's two young stars? For a fleeting moment, a myriad of dramatic scenarios unfolded in their minds. Perhaps Iverson's errant pass was merely the spark that ignited deeper, more profound underlying tensions. Could it be that the coveted title of top scholar has turned former allies into bitter enemies? Even Duncan was stunned, having faced Iverson numerous times on the court. He was intimately familiar with the latter's playing style. If one were to claim that Iverson stubbornly insisted on solo plays and suffered setbacks, occasionally losing his composure for a stretch, that would indeed be plausible. But to suggest that his aim had completely deserted him, with his passes growing increasingly erratic? No. Absolutely impossible. He is the one and only Allen Iverson. Yet the perplexing truth remains. With each retelling, the tales of Iverson grow increasingly exaggerated and detached from reality. How utterly bizarre. Even more astonishingly, Lin Hong managed to miraculously control this outrageously difficult pass. Boom. Lin Hong lowered his head towards the basket and forcefully dunked the ball with one hand. It was absolutely astonishing, utterly beyond belief. Wait a moment. Did Lin's head just soar above the basketball hoop? And not just slightly, but significantly, almost gazing down upon the rim from above. Indeed, behind every iconic slam dunk lies an outrageous passer. Each of Iverson's passes teeters precariously on the brink of becoming a turnover. Were it not for Lin Hong's formidable presence as the safety net, Iverson would have joyously accumulated 2 turnovers within just 2 brief possessions. The spectators in the arena watched with bated breath, their emotions surging like tidal waves. Yet by a serendipitous twist, Iverson inadvertently unleashed the most formidable version of the celestial shark. With adrenaline coursing through veins and breathtaking dunks that dazzled the senses, who could resist such magnificent spectacle? Allen Iverson, dancing on the edge of a blade yet appearing utterly carefree, chuckled and patted Lin Hong's shoulder with a mischievous grin. Lin, a promise is a promise. You truly live up to your reputation, you cunning fox. Lin Hong silently grumbled to himself. With a slight curl of his lips, he responded with an affectionate head pat. Allen, I've told you, the sky is my only limit. To be honest, only a player like Iverson could pull off such heart-stopping performances in the Final Four. After all, being unyielding and playing with unrestrained freedom embodies the very essence of Iverson's basketball philosophy, his royal path to dominance. Certainly, when Iverson plays with reckless abandon on the court, it signifies either an assured victory or a desperate gamble. In this instance, it was clearly the former. Indeed, the reality reflected this. On Wake Forest's side, Tim Duncan was resolute in exploiting mismatches on offense, employing the strategy of Tianji's horse racing. They deliberately avoided Lin Hong and targeted Williams through positional mismatches, proving remarkably effective. However, aside from Duncan, Wake Forest struggled to find a second consistent scoring threat. Rusty LaRue started off decently, but was later completely shut down by Lin Hong, transforming from an icy shooter into a mere spectator, lurking in the shadows like a hidden Timo, even rendering the team's defense helpless. The other 3 role players were barely worth mentioning. Their sole task was to deliver the ball to Duncan. On the other hand, Georgetown showcased dominance. Lin Hong wreaked havoc in the paint, overpowering Duncan with sheer strength and even scoring through double teams. However, as the game progressed, the relentless pressure from Duncan and his teammates drained Lin Hong's stamina faster than usual. To conserve energy, he began calling for pick-and-rolls, seamlessly switching between rolling to the rim and attacking off the dribble. This approach proved far more efficient and less taxing than battling Duncan and his swarming defenders in the post. Meanwhile, Allen Iverson gradually found his rhythm on offense. Though his shooting percentage remained modest, he managed to convert a few daring drives against Duncan. Williams and Harrington, like opportunistic brawlers, struck at the right moments, landing sneaky blows, especially with the unstoppable Iverson-Lin pick-and-roll. When those two took the floor, resistance was futile. Duncan delivered a steady output for Wake Forest. But even his brilliance couldn't compensate for the lack of support. Outnumbered and outgunned, he could only watch helplessly as the deficit widened. By halftime, Georgetown led 55-39. A commanding 16-point advantage. Wake Forest managed a brief rally while Iverson and Lin Hong rested, but such desperate measures were unsustainable. Once the dynamic duo returned, the pick-and-roll onslaught resumed, stretching the lead once more. The disparity in talent between the two teams was undeniable. As Lin Hong torched Duncan and his teammates, Red Auerbach, watching from the stands, couldn't help but mentally draft his scouting report. Shaq-like brute strength, Wilt Chamberlain-esque physical gifts, an elite version of Hakeem's footwork, and serviceable free-throw shooting. This is a player built to challenge Jordan himself. He was also a player capable of dominating an entire era. Moreover, he was one who could rewrite the very rules of the NBA. Having witnessed the peak of Wilt Chamberlain and coached the legendary Bill Russell, the architect of the 8 consecutive championships, the great Red Auerbach, knew full well the boundless potential of Lin Hong's future. Lin Hong is undoubtedly the perfect cornerstone for the Celtics' resurgence and their triumphant return to the finals stage. If he could obtain Lin Hong, he would willingly emerge from seclusion once more to personally mentor and refine Lin Hong. As for Tim Duncan, my apologies, but my vision cannot accommodate others. There exists only Lin Hong in my sight. Auerbach shook his head at Duncan. Duncan's performance today was truly outstanding. His fundamental skills were impeccable. If not for Lin Hong, he would undoubtedly be the most perfect cornerstone for team building. It must be said that Lin Hong's brilliance was simply too dazzling, casting even the equally outstanding Duncan into relative obscurity beneath his radiant aura. At the start of the second half, Coach John Thompson made a tactical substitution, bringing in center Harrington to partner with Lin Hong in containing Duncan's dominance in the paint. Though Duncan attempted to exploit mismatches, Lin Hong's timely rotations and the additional defensive presence of Williams in Georgetown's interior allowed him to confidently cover Duncan from any position. This layered defensive strategy, akin to the mantis stalking the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind, left Duncan thoroughly frustrated. With their last glimmer of hope extinguished by Georgetown's towering duo, the game slipped decisively from Wake Forest's grasp. Recognizing the inevitable, Coach Dave Odom of Wake Forest, his spirit thoroughly deflated, waved his hand in resignation with over 6 minutes remaining. He pulled all his starters from the court, conceding defeat prematurely. Bang! On the court, Lin Hong delivered a thunderous block that sent the substitute center's hook shot flying. Seizing the dead ball opportunity, Georgetown's head coach John Thompson waved his hand decisively, substituting all his starters. As Lin Hong and Iverson walked off the court side by side, the entire stadium rose to their feet, showering the formidable duo with thunderous applause and exuberant cheers. Alonzo and Dikembe, you may now extend your heartfelt congratulations to our two junior teammates. They have become the second team this season to advance to the championship finals. Aaron and Lin shall face the formidable Kentucky on the grand stage of the finals. Will Kentucky once again claim the championship trophy? Once again in Georgetown, after 12 long years since 1984, they stand poised to reclaim the NCAA championship crown? Let us await with bated breath. Amidst the roaring cheers and thunderous applause of the entire stadium, the ESPN commentators on the broadcast booth began building anticipation for the upcoming championship finals. It is worth noting that back in 1984, Georgetown University secured its first NCAA championship title in school history under the legendary leadership of center Patrick Ewing. However, after Ewing led Georgetown to 3 Final Four appearances in 4 years, the program entered a period of decline. Even with the formidable twin towers of Alonzo Mourning and Dikembe Mutombo, Georgetown failed to return to the championship game. Yet today, the new dynamic duo of Lin Hong and Allen Iverson achieved what Mourning and Mutombo could not. In essence, they proved to be an even more dominant and unstoppable pairing. As the final buzzer sounded, the game officially concluded. Georgetown had returned to the NCAA tournament's championship stage. This struggling rider went to play basketball at the outdoor court tonight. Just after 2 rounds of play, executing a graceful fadeaway turnaround jumper, the ball swished through the net. Unexpectedly, upon landing, an opponent deliberately stuck his foot under mine, causing a severe ankle sprain that ended my season prematurely. Chapter 71, The Iron Tree Blooms? Duncan's agonizing decision. Dikembe, they've actually done it. Georgetown has reached the finals once again. New York City, USA, Madison Square Garden Arena. Alonzo Mourning rose to his feet with fervor, embracing his former teammate Dikembe Mutombo in a heartfelt gesture. With a quiet swipe at the tears glistening in the corners of his eyes, he extended both hands, offering thunderous applause to his younger peers. Dikembe, this is something even we couldn't achieve. Do not expose other shortcomings, nor dredge up stale and trivial matters from the past. Cease such vexatious talk at once. With admirable self-deprecation, Uncle Mu deftly diffused the awkward topic. What truly captivates me is how Lin managed to triumph over Tim. Our Georgetown center has risen once again, conquering the most promising top draft pick. Throughout the game, Lin Hong delivered an impressive near triple-double with 36 points, 22 rebounds, and 9 blocks. Meanwhile, Duncan contributed a well-rounded performance of 32 points, 18 rebounds, along with 5 assists and 4 blocks. Statistically speaking, their performances were remarkably comparable. However, Lin Hong's Georgetown ultimately triumphed over Wake Forest by a commanding 18-point margin. However, judging from their on-court performances, Lin Hong clearly outshone his counterpart. Facing Lin's relentless defense, Duncan's offensive efficiency was noticeably compromised. In contrast, Lin Hong, with his terrifying vertical leap and astonishing strength, delivered multiple spectacular dunks against Duncan's defense. That particularly jaw-dropping, rim-rattling slam dunk showcased Lin's freakish athleticism in its full glory, leaving spectators in awe. Of course, one cannot overlook Allen Iverson's pivotal role. His presence created constant dilemmas for Wake Forest's defense. The pick-and-roll between Lin and Iverson left the Demon Deacon scrambling, forcing Duncan to split his focus, guarding Lin while remaining alert to Iverson's drives. Until the final buzzer. Wake Forest's head coach Dave Odom failed to devise a counter-strategy against this lethal duo. Well then, let Kentucky figure this puzzle out. Let them wrestle with this headache. As the game concluded, Duncan and Iverson embraced, exchanging a few words in each other's ears before Duncan turned to face the approaching Lin Hong. The two young big men had showcased their distinct talents that night, both delivering dominant 30-point double-doubles. Duncan and Lin Hong, the two most formidable interior forces of the '96 class, shared a moment of mutual respect, their embrace immortalized as a timeless classic in basketball lore. Everyone understood. The fated rivalry between these two giants had officially begun, its grand curtain rising from this very moment. The legendary duel between Lin Hong and Duncan will undoubtedly become an enduring topic of discussion in the NBA for decades to come. Duncan, who was usually reticent, uncharacteristically initiated the conversation. You must be planning to participate in this year's draft, aren't you? To be honest, after that exhilarating battle with Lin Hong today, Duncan felt an insatiable desire to continue for another 300 rounds. However, he had made a solemn promise to his late mother to complete his university education before entering the draft. Thus, he wished for Lin Hong to stay another year, proposing a rematch in next year's NCAA Finals for another legendary showdown. If I emerge victorious, I shall directly ascend to the NBA. Lin Hong did not beat around the bush and nodded directly. Tim, what about you? Although Lin Hong was well aware that Duncan couldn't skip his senior year and directly enter the NBA, he still felt compelled to ask the obligatory question. If you were to declare for the draft, Duncan began, then suddenly paused, falling into silence without providing a clear answer. However, this momentary hesitation sent a jolt of alarm through Lin Hong. What could it mean? Surely not. Could Duncan be considering entering the draft early? That seemed impossible. Just because of this jinxed mouth of mine? Lin Hong's mind instantly conjured up 10,000 possibilities, yet ultimately he dismissed them one by one. Duncan merely seemed somewhat tempted. But who could say for certain? If Duncan were to inexplicably announce his participation in the 1996 NBA draft, wouldn't that plunge the basketball world into utter chaos? The Celtics' unexpected tanking had already destined this year's draft to deviate from history. If Duncan surprisingly declared early, just the thought of it made Lin Hong's blood boil with excitement. How utterly thrilling. Since the butterfly's wings have already begun to flutter, why should they not continue their delicate dance a few more times? You must understand. Even as Dr. Strange peered into the future and witnessed 14 million possible outcomes where Thanos snapped his fingers, he still managed to discern that single path to victory. Ahem, shaking his head to dismiss the vivid imagination from his mind, Lin Hong patted the pensive Duncan on the shoulder. Tim, would you mind exchanging jerseys with me? Absolutely delighted. Tim, I await you, anticipating our first duel in the NBA. Remember, next time bring more reliable teammates before challenging me again. Lin Hong let out a light chuckle, a subtle glint of amusement flickering in his eyes. After speaking, he gave Duncan a pat on the back before turning to embrace Dave Odom, the head coach of Wake Forest. Find some reliable teammates, perhaps? Even Lin Hong might not have anticipated that beneath Duncan's seemingly calm and unruffled exterior, a tempest was raging. To be frank, Duncan himself was the pillar of strength. However, when comparing the roster configurations between Georgetown and Wake Forest, with both teams possessing formidable interior forces of comparable caliber, Wake Forest suffered a crushing defeat. Lin Hong's words were not without merit. Duncan fell into contemplation for the first time. If he were to enter the NBA, the team would at least need a well-balanced roster configuration to engage in an epic 300-round battle with Lin Hong. Certainly, at this moment, Duncan's most vexing concern was another matter entirely. As the match concluded, he lowered his head and returned to the locker room with a heavy heart. Without delay, he sought out his mentor, Dave Odom. Tim, are you implying that you intend to participate in this year's draft selection? Dave Odom pondered for several moments before finally discerning the underlying meaning in Duncan's words. Tim, this is truly a rare blossoming from an iron tree, he remarked thoughtfully. However, you must consider this carefully. No matter which year you declare for the draft, you would undoubtedly be the undisputed first overall pick. Even this year, with Allen, Marcus, and Lin, you remain the foremost in my heart. Thus, I stand by your decision. Yet you once pledged to your mother to complete your university education. Dave Odom proves himself worthy as Tim Duncan's life mentor, a guiding beacon. With but a few words, he illuminates Duncan's hesitation. If you truly intend to declare for the draft this year, the matter of your academic pursuits. Duncan remains silent. Yet Dave Odom deftly shifts the conversation. I could petition the university for you to return and complete your studies after your NBA career concludes. Dave Odom's motives extend beyond mere curiosity over whether Duncan or Lin Hong would claim the top draft spot. His sole desire is to fulfill the aspirations of his beloved protege, nothing more. Yes, precisely so. Tim, do not trouble yourself. Simply follow your heart. No, coach. I have decided to stay for another year, to bring an NCAA championship to Wake Forest, and complete my education before entering the NBA. Duncan abruptly raised his head, gritted his teeth, and uttered his resolute decision. An hour later, a thunderbolt of news reverberated through the entire alliance, leaving all in stunned disbelief. Tim Duncan, the formidable power forward of the Wake Forest Demon Deacons, has announced his withdrawal from this year's draft. He intends to complete his graduation from Wake Forest University next year before entering the draft. The news spread like wildfire, leaving numerous team executives utterly bewildered. The fundamentally skilled Tim Duncan had withdrawn from this year's draft? What's the situation? Why is Tim withdrawing from the draft? Could it be fear of Lin? Is Tim trying to avoid Lin? Indeed, competing alongside Lin for the top position, his chances of success are merely 30%. Far wiser to bide his time for another year. Next year's triumph as the undisputed champion is virtually assured. Fleeing from the challenge, what cowardice. I endorse Tim's decision. Lin is truly invincible. Rather than being overshadowed in this competition, it would be more dignified to gracefully withdraw and emerge as the top contender in the next championship. Don't talk nonsense. Tim isn't afraid of Lin at all. He's merely honoring the dying wish of his mother by completing his university education. The sudden announcement of Duncan withdrawing from the 1996 NBA draft instantly sent shockwaves through the basketball community. Most fans widely speculated that Duncan was compelled to avoid competing against Lin Hong, hence his reluctant withdrawal from this year's draft. Under mounting pressure, Wake Forest head coach had no choice but to step forward and dispel the rumors, defending his beloved protege. The true reason behind Duncan's withdrawal was simply to honor his dying mother's wish to complete his college education. Duncan's withdrawal undoubtedly dealt a significant blow to numerous underperforming teams, as he had been the primary target for many franchises. However, the sole consolation for these front offices lies in the fact that aside from Duncan, none of the other lottery prospects have indicated any intention of withdrawing from this year's draft. Chapter 72. The dust settles on the 96 top scholar? Although mentor Dave Odom had proposed an impeccable solution, after careful deliberation, Tim Duncan ultimately decided to complete his senior year to fulfill the promise made to his mother. After all, one additional year of waiting would scarcely affect his destined confrontation with Lin Hong. Dave Odom offered unconditional support for his protege's decision. The most glorious chapter in Wake Forest Demon Deacons history was undoubtedly the era led by Duncan. Why not remain one more year to guide his alma mater toward another championship run in the NCAA tournament? However, Duncan's long-dormant heart was stirred into restlessness. Lin Hong's personal charisma was truly remarkable. To be honest, although Tim's statistics weren't much inferior to Lin's, I believe Lin emerged as the ultimate victor today. Indeed, the debate over the strongest interior player of the 96 class appears to have reached its definitive conclusion. The evening sports segment. ESPN analysts once again engaged in fervent discussions about Lin Hong and Duncan. Lin dominated Marcus Camby head-on, his statistics slightly surpassing those of Tim Duncan, while simultaneously leading his team to eliminate Wake Forest. Thus, he achieved vengeance against the Wake Forest Demon Deacons. He has triumphed over the two most outstanding interior players of the 96 generation, particularly Tim Duncan. Lin Hong undoubtedly reigns as the undisputed king of the 96 class interior line, a title beyond any shadow of doubt, having consecutively triumphed over Camby and Duncan. Lin Hong undoubtedly ascended the throne as the premier interior player of the 96 class, without any dispute, with Tim having confirmed his absence from the 96 draft. Does this mean Lin has effectively secured this year's top draft pick in advance? As is widely acknowledged in the annals of NBA history, towering players have always been highly coveted in the draft selections, particularly in 1996, when the legendary quartet of dominant centers had yet to retire and the formidable Shaquille O'Neal was beginning to demonstrate his supremacy during that era of interior dominance. Standing over 15 meters tall, effortlessly outplaying Marcus Camby from Massachusetts and decisively defeating Tim Duncan from Wake Forest. If Lin Hong wasn't the first overall pick, then who else could possibly claim that honor? Allen Iverson clearly stood no chance in competing with Lin Hong for the top draft pick. One expert even pounded his chest and declared unequivocally, "I admit, Allen is exceptional," with Tim also withdrawing from contention. If the discussion for the first overall pick were narrowed down solely to Marcus and Allen without Lin in the picture, I would undoubtedly choose Allen Iverson. However, if we were to place both Lin and Allen in the discussion of top draft picks, I must apologize to Allen. My choice would unequivocally be Lin Hong. I concur with your perspective. Lin is undoubtedly the top draft pick of the '96 class. Several ESPN analysts nodded in agreement, unanimously acknowledging this perspective. Lin Hong had already emerged as the most prominent contender for the first overall pick in the 1996 NBA draft. Will the Boston Celtics select Lin? After discussing the top prospect of the '96 draft class, the panel of experts shifted their focus to the current NBA standings. The Boston Celtics' shameless tanking strategy has positioned them far ahead in the race for the first overall pick. Could it be that the Celtics are poised to select Lin Hong with their second historic first overall draft pick? Our target is Allen Iverson. However, when interviewed by the media, Celtics head coach M.L. Carr responded with a straight face and threw up a smokescreen. If we obtain the first overall pick, the team will only choose between Allen and Steph. Upon seeing this news, Lin Hong immediately saw through the truth. Clearly, the Celtics were using Iverson and Marbury as decoys to conceal their true intentions. Without a doubt, this was yet another one of Red Auerbach's little tricks. Before the 1997 draft, Auerbach desperately wanted to acquire Duncan, but their third overall pick made it impossible to select him. What could be done? Thus, he leveraged his connections to vigorously promote Van Horn as the heir to Larry Bird, the top pick in the draft. The outcome was both amusing and frustrating. The Spurs remained unfazed and still chose Duncan. On the other hand, the 76ers fell for the Red Auerbach's deceptive words and selected Van Horn. Just as ESPN was hyping up the upcoming Kentucky versus Georgetown matchup with various previews and promotions, the NBA commissioner used his influence to secure a reasonably prominent commentary spot at Madison Square Garden. The Chinese broadcasting team, guided by NCAA staff, promptly arrived at their designated commentary position to scout the location. Coach Zhang, do you think we're benefiting from Lin Hong's influence here? After surveying the Madison Square Garden arena, Sue Kuhn's eyes sparkled with fervent brilliance. Indeed. Had he not advanced to the finals, we wouldn't have had the privilege of broadcasting live from this hallowed basketball cathedral. When mentioning Lin Hong, Zhang Weiping's aged face beamed with immense pride. Coach Zhang, I've also heard that if Georgetown wins the NCAA championship, Lin Hong will almost certainly secure the top pick in the '96 draft. Between the lines of Sue Kuhn's words, there was an unmistakable reverence for Lin Hong. For this new generation of basketball professionals, Lin Hong's emergence shone like a guiding beacon, illuminating the entire trajectory of their careers. Thus, it was only natural that Lin Hong became the pivotal figure in his professional transformation, earning such personal admiration. Young Sue, Lin Hong doesn't even need to win a championship to secure the top draft pick. Hearing the praises from foreign colleagues around him about Lin Hong, Zhang Weiping curled up the corners of his mouth with a sense of shared pride. He gave Sue Kuhn a hearty pat on the shoulder. Xiao Su, hurry up and get ready. We still have an exclusive interview with Lin Hong to conduct. When it comes to Chinese media, there is only one figure worthy of their interviews, Lin Hong from Georgetown. As for Kentucky's Antoine Walker, my apologies, but he's truly unfamiliar. Does he even merit an interview? Nature had none. An hour later, at the Madison Square Garden in the United States, after coordinating with Georgetown University officials and obtaining official approval from the NCAA, Zhang Weiping selected this location for the interview. Lin Hong, it's a pleasure to meet you. I'm Zhang Weiping. Lin Hong was quite familiar with the two figures before him. Any Chinese basketball fan who had watched NBA games would undoubtedly recognize Sue Kuhn and Zhang Weiping. Zhang Weiping, also known as Zhang the Reasonable, later even dubbed himself Weiping Bryant. However, with Lin Hong's meteoric rise, the moniker Weiping Bryant would likely fade into the annals of history. As for Sue Kuhn, he was the mentor who introduced countless basketball enthusiasts to the sport. Among his most iconic remarks was, "The game has entered garbage time," with both teams fielding their garbage players. After exchanging brief pleasantries, Sue Kuhn was the first to broach the subject. Lin Hong, as a Chinese player competing in the American basketball scene, have you encountered any instances of unfair treatment? Undoubtedly, in the eyes of American basketball fans, China is perceived as a desolate wasteland for the sport. Apart from the United States, perhaps only Europe shows some semblance of greenery in this regard. Facing racial discrimination, Lin Hong still managed to rise above the crowd and outshine numerous prodigies. The challenges he overcame were undoubtedly beyond imagination. When Su Kun posed this question, his mind was already flooded with scenes of oppression and disdain. Unfair treatment? Others might have experienced it, but unfortunately, I haven't. Lin Hong shook his head with a smile. To be honest, from the very first day I joined the Georgetown University basketball team, I was prepared for all kinds of discrimination and provocation. Fortunately, the big guys on the team have been very friendly. From the rookie tryouts until now, I haven't encountered any unfair treatment. Truth be told, when Lin Hong first arrived in the U.S., he expected to face a barrage of taunts and insults from certain quarters. Yet, ever since that day when he transformed into a one-punch man and dominated his teammates on the court, no one dared to utter such trash talk in his presence. Of course, what Lin Hong didn't realize was this. It wasn't that no one wanted to say those things to him. It was that no one dared to. Chapter 73. A thunderous dunk from the free throw line, Kentucky's maestro of management. On the day of the school team tryouts, Lin Hong was like a ferocious wolf, soaring through the air and darting across the ground with unstoppable momentum, utterly dominating the formidable opponents. The adversaries were already trembling in fear, their legs shaking uncontrollably, leaving no room for reckless defiance. Subsequently, prior to the warm-up match against Massachusetts, Lin Hong transformed into a backboard annihilator, shattering the rim with a thunderous dunk that toppled the entire basketball structure. The sheer intensity sent shivers down spines and evoked an overwhelming sense of awe. Who in their right mind would dare provoke such a force? As the saying goes, one mighty blow can shatter 100 defenses. Lin Hong's fists, as formidable as sandbags, rival those of professional fighters. An ordinary person could never withstand such power. Lin Hong not only possesses a tenacious playing style, but also has the endorsement of a leader like Allen Iverson. No one would be foolish enough to provoke this Chinese basketball shark. Lin Hong, tell us, when facing talented big men like Marcus Camby and Tim Duncan, do you feel immense pressure? Stress is inevitable, yet I relish challenges. Having been in America for so long, this was his first encounter with a fellow countryman. He sought to converse as much as possible, to thrive in America's survival of the fittest environment. Lin Hong's tenacious character proves indispensable. Zhang Weiping silently gave Lin Hong a thumbs up in his heart. Despite being just a freshman, his psychological maturity and interpersonal skills far surpassed those of his peers. It was precisely Lin Hong's mature demeanor that further convinced Zhang Weiping. This towering Chinese player would undoubtedly carve out a remarkable legacy in the NBA. Before concluding the interview, Zhang Weiping made an earnest request. He hoped Lin Hong could present a gift to all Chinese basketball fans in front of CCTV's cameras. Simply demonstrating his astonishing athletic prowess would suffice. Just one casual display would do? Lin Hong narrowed his eyes pensively, contemplating his next move. His gaze drifted to the basketball resting courtside before flickering toward the free throw line. And in that instant, inspiration struck. Approaching the center circle with deliberate steps, he casually shrugged off his training jacket, revealing a sculpted physique that commanded attention. Every eye in the arena became riveted upon him. As anticipated, Lin Hong prepared to deliver a dunk for the Chinese fans, yet none could have foreseen the sheer audacity of what followed. Lin Hong took a deep breath and stretched his arms lightly. After completing his warm-up routine, he casually picked up the basketball, dribbling back to the center line. His gaze hardened as he suddenly exploded into motion with the ball. With a powerful stride, Lin Hong dashed past the three-point line in just a few steps. Zhang Weiping and Su Kun exchanged glances, both recognizing the astonishment in each other's eyes. Oh my, is Lin Hong attempting a free throw line dunk? This is utterly insane. Can he possibly succeed? Su Kun clenched his fist in excitement. In the blink of an eye, Lin Hong arrived at the free throw line, planting his final step heavily upon it, while raising his right hand high. With the majestic grace of a soaring eagle, he leapt into the air, gliding with the swift elegance of a glider, as if liberated from the shackles of gravity. Crash. After soaring through the air, the basketball was powerfully slammed into the hoop. A thunderous dunk from just beyond the free throw line. My goodness. Witnessing this breathtaking scene before my very eyes. Even though Su Kun knew CCTV reporters shouldn't swear, he couldn't help but curse. This was a goddamn center-style dunk from the free throw line. Was it captured on camera? Zhang Weiping, evidently more seasoned, suppressed his inner excitement and swiftly approached the photographer, reminding him in a measured tone, this footage must be preserved with utmost care. Lin Hong's dunk from the free throw line is destined to become an iconic moment, captivating audiences worldwide. Coach Zhang, do you believe Lin Hong has the potential to reach the top of the backboard? Watching Lin Hong's retreating figure, Su Kun stroked his chin thoughtfully and remarked with profound meaning. Judging by Lin Hong's vertical leap just now, coupled with those lengthy arms, I believe it's highly plausible. Zhang Weiping pondered seriously for a moment before offering his own speculation directly. With Xiao Lin's explosive jumping ability and those elongated limbs, reaching the top of the backboard? Absolutely no issue at all. The towering center dunks from the free throw line, soaring above the backboard's edge. How much farther can he reach? At the same time, in the hotel where the Kentucky Wildcats were staying, key players like Antoine Walker participated in a pre-game interview with ESPN. Although the University of Kentucky had advanced to the finals, the attention they garnered paled in comparison to Wake Forest before the semifinals. With Georgetown defeating Wake Forest and advancing to the championship game, Kentucky was relegated to an almost negligible backdrop. Georgetown and Lin Hong became the focal points of media and fan discussions. Some media outlets even blatantly ignored Kentucky, openly debating whether Lin Hong had already secured the top pick in this year's draft. He utterly disregarded Kentucky. We are all well aware that Georgetown is the strongest championship contender this year. However, being the favorite merely means being favored. Until the final whistle blows, anything remains possible. In the past, the Nuggets managed an underdog victory with Mutombo at the helm. Why shouldn't my five-star Kentucky squad pull off a stunning championship upset? Never forget, the favorites are always vulnerable to a fall. Not only Antoine Walker harbored such thoughts. The entire Kentucky team, including their head coach Rick Pitino, was seething with a burning desire, a fierce determination to stage an upset and silence their critics with a resounding victory. Let me emphasize one point. The NCAA is fundamentally different from the NBA. Here, it isn't the stars who dictate the game. A cold glint flashed in Coach Rick Pitino's eyes as he shook his head and sighed. In his view, the NCAA placed far greater emphasis on collective team strength. Take the two eliminated Final Four teams as examples. Wake Forest, aside from Tim Duncan, had only one standout player in Lorenzen Wright. The rest were merely interchangeable role players. Then there was the University of California. Beyond their cornerstone, Shareef Abdur-Rahim, who single-handedly shouldered the burden, the rest of the squad was filled with expendable supporting pieces. Did they lack star players? Certainly. Both Tim Duncan and Shareef Abdur-Rahim were highly touted as top draft prospects. However, their teammates' overall caliber was relatively mediocre, which limited the team's ceiling and prevented them from advancing further. In contrast, this season's Kentucky squad not only boasts Antoine Walker, affectionately nicknamed the Big Smooth, but also features a roster of formidable talents such as Tony Delk, Derek Anderson, Walter McCarty, and Ron Mercer. Their starting five are all NBA caliber players. Thus, Rick Pitino could speak with such conviction. College basketball is a team sport. Relying solely on star players is futile. Before concluding the interview, Rick Pitino emphatically declared, Georgetown has evident weaknesses, whereas our Kentucky team does not. Therefore, the true championship favorite has never been Georgetown. It has always been our Kentucky. Rick Pitino's remarks instantly spread across the entire United States, sparking widespread discussion. They even garnered support from numerous industry insiders. Coach Rick's comprehension of the NCAA is absolutely accurate. He has grasped the very essence of collegiate basketball. This is simply the bucket effect in action. The amount of water a wooden barrel can hold is entirely determined by the length of its shortest stave. Clearly, based on the shortest board length, Rick Pitino believed Kentucky would completely dominate Georgetown. If his theory held true, Kentucky was undoubtedly the ultimate victor. Lin. Recently, the barrel effect theory proposed by Kentucky coach Rick Pitino has gained widespread recognition among basketball experts. The next day, an ESPN reporter visiting the hotel where Georgetown University was staying posed the question to Lin Hong. What do you think of this theory? How do I see it? Standing to watch, sitting to watch, lying down to watch. Lin Hong rolled his eyes in silent disdain. As for the so-called wooden bucket theory, Lin Hong could only think. At first glance, it seems plausible, but upon closer reflection, it's utterly preposterous. In the face of absolute strength, the so-called supremacy of teamwork is utterly nonsensical. Obviously, Lin Hong believed that he alone was more than sufficient to dominate the entire Kentucky team. Not to mention, Georgetown also had their trump card, Allen Iverson. I'm certainly familiar with Coach Rick Pitino's insightful perspectives. He's an outstanding master of management theory, as we all know. When questioned by ESPN, Lin Hong responded bluntly, according to Coach Rick Pitino's theories. I've come to realize our only potential weakness might be Coach Thompson not being as eloquent as Coach Pitino. Rick Pitino even brings out management models when discussing NCAA basketball. In comparison, Coach John Thompson is indeed slightly less verbose. After all, John Thompson belongs to the action-oriented school, a man of few words but decisive actions. Getting straight to business. From Lin Hong's perspective, this might represent the most fundamental difference between the two teams. At the conclusion of the interview, Lin Hong delivered his resolute statement. On the contrary, compared to the bucket effect, I firmly advocate for the catfish effect. The pregame interviews between the two rival teams have sparked widespread discussion in the American basketball community. Is the essence of NCAA basketball more akin to the barrel effect or the catfish effect? The championship finals will soon reveal the answer. Chapter 74, The Divine Battle, Kentucky's Five Stars versus Georgetown's Twin Phenoms. On April 7th, American time, Madison Square Garden, New York. Greetings to our esteemed audience tuning in to CCTV Channel 5. This is Zhang Weiping speaking. Seated at the commentary desk of the Central Broadcasting Station, Zhang Weiping faced the live camera and delivered the opening remarks with practiced ease. Today, we will be bringing you live coverage of the 1996 NCAA Championship Finals from the iconic Madison Square Garden in New York. Many basketball enthusiasts may be unaware that even the mighty NBA must yield to today's NCAA Championship Finals. How utterly frenzied is the NCAA Championship? What extraordinary allure does it possess? There was once a survey conducted in the United States. If the NCAA Finals and Game 7 of the NBA Finals were happening simultaneously, which one would you choose to watch? The results were astonishing. 87% of voters selected the NCAA Finals. Due to the brutal single-elimination format of the NCAA tournament, where victory is determined in one decisive match, the championship game becomes exceptionally intense as both teams exert their utmost effort. This system harbors immense unpredictability, with upsets, dramatic turnarounds, and boundless realms of imagination. Moreover, the NCAA Finals transcend mere viewership ratings. It is basketball in its purest form, unadulterated triumph. The fervor is unparalleled. On the day of the NCAA Finals, the NBA suspends all games to make way. This isn't merely respect for the NCAA, it's an unavoidable surrender. The entire nation's gaze converges upon these young athletes. Who would spare a thought for the NBA on this momentous occasion? The entire nation is broadcasting live. Not even the Super Bowl receives such treatment. One can only imagine the sheer madness of it all. Numerous football stars and politicians, even the President of the United States, may attend to witness this grand event. Truly, an unprecedented spectacle. In summary, this was the most highly anticipated match across the entire United States. At 8 o'clock in the evening, 1 hour before the game commenced, the scene outside Madison Square Garden was already teeming with an immense crowd. The bustling throng before the colossal screen epitomized the vibrant grandeur befitting the Big Apple. Coach Zhang looked towards the sidelines. I recognized so many familiar faces. Su Kun glanced around the front row, his eyes instantly lighting up with recognition. Coach ML Kyle of the Celtics had made another appearance. Subsequently, Morning Mutombo and Ewing, these three legendary centers hailing from Georgetown, made a special appearance tonight to cheer for their alma mater. As for Kentucky, alas, they stand alone. The University of Kentucky, though renowned for its basketball legacy, I find myself in such an awkward predicament. Fortunately, the densely packed Kentucky fans in the stands ensured that Kentucky did not lag behind in terms of momentum. In addition, legendary figures such as John Stockton, Karl Malone, Hakeem Olajuwon, Charles Barkley, and Shaquille O'Neal graced the court. The league's most coveted stars descended upon Madison Square Garden to witness this basketball extravaganza. Beyond current players, commentator Zhang Weiping spotted legendary Lakers icons Kareem Abdul-Jabbar and Magic Johnson in attendance. However, the magician was not here merely as a spectator this time, but shouldering a mission of grave importance. Kareem, you know what? Jerry has high hopes for that young fellow named Lin. Leaning close to the skyhook's ear in the audience, the magician whispered, "Old friend, this time you must thoroughly vet him for me." "Very well, I'll lay my cards on the table." Kareem shrugged with a smile and admitted, "To be honest, I came here for him too." Facing his close friend, the skyhook no longer concealed his intentions. "Jerry actually called me," he confessed, "asking me to evaluate Lin and determine whether he's worth trading one of our star players for." Given his position, Jerry West couldn't personally attend this marquee matchup. Thus, Magic Johnson and Kareem, as retired legends, became Logo's eyes on the court to assess Lin Hong's potential. Unlike the understated demeanor of Jerry West, the New York Knicks owner James Dolan and general manager Ernie Grunfeld, stationed at their home court, presented a stark contrast, flamboyantly parading their presence in the spectator stands. On one hand, it was their own turf. Attending the game in person was entirely unobjectionable. On the other, nestled in the grandeur of the Big Apple, the New York Knicks, with their vast wealth and influence, have never subscribed to the notion of subtlety in their conduct. Without a doubt, our sole purpose is Lin Hong. During the pre-game interview, owner James Dolan emphatically pounded the table and declared, "If Lin can impress me tonight, I wouldn't mind having Patrick team up with his junior." Dolan's bold statement caught general manager Ernie Grunfeld completely off guard. "My goodness, that's so typical of you. The Knicks are at least a playoff-caliber team this season. So using a draft pick to select Lin Hong is utterly unrealistic." If they had pursued a trade more discreetly without Dolan's blatant ostentation, the bargaining chips might have been relatively lower. But now, with such an overtly extravagant posture, flaunting wealth without restraint, other teams would naturally demand exorbitant prices. To do otherwise would be an insult to such arrogance. The difficulty of the transaction has escalated to hellish levels, testing not you, James Dolan, but rather him, the general manager. Any issues with that, Earl? Returning to his seat in the audience, Dolan glanced sideways at the team's general manager. "No problem. What could possibly go wrong?" "Boss, everything is under control." Earl Grunfeld shook his head with difficulty, forcing a faint smile. "Big shot, as long as you're happy." With a smile on the lips, but curses in the heart. After the distinguished guests took their seats, the players from Georgetown and Kentucky entered the court one after another for warm-ups. "Hey, Antoine, do you reckon that so-called bucket theory can possibly defeat us?" Lin Hong strolled over to Antoine Walker with Iverson in tow, grinning broadly. Antoine Walker, who had been bending down to tie his shoelaces, reacted as if someone had stepped on a cat's tail. He abruptly straightened up, his eyes blazing with fury as he glared at the smirking giant before him. "What did you just say?" he snarled. Faced with direct mockery, Antoine Walker's fury instantly flared up, surging to the crown of his head. The hot-tempered man, provoked by Lin Hong's taunt, immediately lunged forward ready for a fight. "Antoine, what do you think you're doing? Though I am a civilized man, I do not shy away from confrontation. I strike." Lin Hong clenched his fists and threw a couple of punches into the air, muttering under his breath. He grumbled, "Is this guy out of his mind? I came here with genuine humility to seek guidance." Who knows? Iverson let out a light chuckle, the corners of his lips curling into a barely perceptible smile. Lin Hong's muttered words were heard loud and clear by Antoine Walker. "Fuck!" Antoine Walker, consumed by impulsive rage, bellowed threats as he sought to confront Lin Hong. Unfazed, Lin Hong adopted a roguish demeanor, deliberately leaning his head forward with audacious provocation. He insolently tapped his own cheek, taunting, "Go ahead, do it. If you dare lay a finger on me, let's see if the referee won't blow the whistle on you instantly." This brazen display of defiance infuriated Antoine Walker to his core, who inwardly seethed with profanity-laden indignation. "Damn you. Have you no shred of dignity left?" Then, with a sly glint in his eyes, he extended a single finger and lightly tapped Lin Hong's forehead, teasingly remarking, "I've merely moved one finger against you. What can you possibly do about it?" In an instant, the stadium fell into silence. Then, the atmosphere abruptly shifted. Lin Hong froze momentarily before withdrawing his head, clasping his hands in a solemn salute, and declaring with utmost sincerity, "My deepest admiration. My utmost respect." Antoine Walker casually waved his hand with a modest smile. Watching Lin Hong's retreating figure, a trace of solemnity flickered in his gaze. "This man is a true master." "Antoine, compose yourself. Refrain from impulsive actions. That despicable wretch is deliberately provoking you, aiming to disrupt your performance." The theatrically dramatic pop arrived belatedly, convinced he had seen through Lin Hong's scheme. With a smug sneer, he scoffed, "They have glaring weaknesses and resort to such despicable tactics to provoke us. Mark, I understand now. The warm-up is over." Boom. Amidst the resounding cheers and the passionate exclamations of the live DJ, the starting lineups from both teams stepped onto the court with grandeur. Georgetown's starting lineup: Victor Page, Allen Iverson, Jerome Williams, Othella Harrington, and Lin Hong. Kentucky's starting five: Tony Delk, Derek Anderson, Ron Mercer, Antoine Walker, and Mark Pope. In the realm of Kentucky, the barrel effect has elevated expectations to their zenith. Antoine Toyn Walker, affectionately dubbed the heir apparent to Larry Bird, boasts a versatile offensive arsenal, expansive court vision, and an enigmatic three-point shot that defies prediction. Tony Delk, compact yet formidable in scoring prowess, once wrested the MOP title from Walker's grasp in a previous incarnation. Derek Anderson, selected as the 13th overall pick in the 1997 draft, a slot traditionally reserved for those who let their actions thunder louder than words. Toot toot. The whistle blew. Standing at 2.08 meters, Mark Pope and the towering 2.15-meter Lin Hong strode to opposite sides of the center circle, poised for the jump ball. Swish. The referee lofted the ball high into the air. Bang. The two towering centers leaped into the air with majestic grace, signaling the official commencement of the championship match. With superior height, wingspan, and leaping ability, Lin Hong effortlessly outmaneuvered his opponent, deftly tipping the ball into Allen Iverson's possession. Georgetown strolled through the opening play with effortless grace, securing the first defensive possession of the game. Swish. The basketball was just in my hands, but the opponent's tight defense was swift. There was no chance to execute Iverson's classic quarterback-style long pass. Iverson dribbled the ball forward and passed it to Williams in the front court. Williams swiftly passed the ball to Page at the top of the key. Without hesitation, Page lobbed it to Lin Hong, who had successfully established position on the right side. Defending him was Pope, still seething from losing the jump ball earlier. Lin Hong knew Pope's defensive tendencies all too well, athletic but impulsive, prone to biting on fakes and leaving his feet prematurely. Bang! Lin Hong violently collided backward, engaging in a contest of strength. Seizing the moment as Pope stumbled back with small steps, Lin pivoted on his left foot while his right leg swept around in a grand arc. Now facing the basket squarely, he feigned a shooting motion. The instant Pope lunged forward to block, Lin swiftly sidestepped, leaving his opponent airborne. With a deft hop of his right foot, he glided into the paint beneath the rim. His extraordinary wingspan extended as he palmed the ball effortlessly before delivering a thunderous one-handed slam. Boom. The movements flowed seamlessly. The dunk was fierce and domineering, effortlessly outmaneuvering Pope. Georgetown took the lead first, with Lin Hong scoring the opening goal. After witnessing Lin Hong break the deadlock, Zhang Weiping exclaimed excitedly. Chapter 75, Madison Hot Pot Restaurant, Grand Opening Special, Kentucky's offensive possession. Dirk advances with the ball, utilizing Pope's screen at the top of the key before finding himself matched up against the switch defender Lin Hong. The Heavenly Dynasty's ferocious shark. Retreat? Unthinkable. He is the 5-star Kentucky core guard, and if victorious tonight, he might even claim the MOP. How could he possibly fear Lin Hong? There's simply no retreat. Boom, boom, boom. Delk continuously shifted his stance to establish rhythm, acutely aware of Lin Hong's nimble footwork and astonishing defensive coverage. This was no time for complacency. He had to read the defense meticulously and leverage tempo to break through. Seizing the opportune moment, Dirk suddenly sprang into action, accelerating from the right flank before abruptly executing a swift crossover dribble that created half a stride's advantage over Lin Hong. Whoosh! Sprinting at full speed, he left Lin Hong behind in a single stride. However, Lin Hong's speed, rivaling that of a defender, was no laughing matter. With a sudden pause of his feet, he forcefully shifted his center of gravity and gave chase. Creak. Delk dashed to the left side of the free throw line, abruptly halted, gathered the ball and rose up for a jump shot. As expected, the answer ball was executed flawlessly. However, Lin Hong, who had just rushed over to help defend, forcefully pushed off the ground with a sudden burst of energy. With a resounding thud, he soared upward like a sprout shooting from parched earth, attempting to block the shot. Little did he know, Dirk was merely feinting. Lin Hong was completely fooled by the fake-out. My friend, how could you take flight with just a single touch? Derek sneered at Lin Hong while carefully adjusting his shooting stance and aiming at the basket. As Lin Hong descended from his jump, Derek rose with measured grace and released a mid-range shot. Without exaggeration or bias, this play was executed with impeccable logic. Dirk skillfully evaded Lin Hong's defense, creating a perfect timing advantage. This shot should be secure. What? Zhang Weiping's words had barely left his lips when his pupils abruptly dilated, as if beholding something utterly inconceivable, witnessing Lin Hong, who had been swaying while eating, suddenly leap into the air. Upon landing, he sprang up again like a human coil, soaring skyward in a single, towering bound. Bang! Lin Hong executed a breathtaking leap, soaring to an extreme altitude with overwhelming momentum, and swatted the basketball away with a resounding slap. What? Delk was utterly dumbstruck. He had clearly outmaneuvered the opponent with a perfectly timed shot, yet somehow the block still came. Shock gave way to sheer disbelief. Without a moment's hesitation, Delk swiftly turned and lunged to reclaim the ball, redeeming himself by snatching it back once more. Thud! Lin Hong pressed closer with a mocking grin, his tone dripping with sarcasm. Getting dunked on by someone who's just fooling around? And you call yourself Kentucky's starting point guard? Even our CBA wouldn't want trash like you. Don't get cocky. Delk let out a cold snort as Antoine Walker stepped forward to provide cover, assisting Delk in maneuvering around Lin Hong while simultaneously accelerating out from the left flank himself to draw the defense. Swish! Delk swiftly passed the ball, feeding it back to Antoine Walker, who had peeled off to the right low post. Lin Hong switched defensively to follow, yet at that very moment, swish! Antoine Walker passed the ball once more. To whom? Lin Hong pondered swiftly, his eyes scanning the surroundings and ears attuned to every sound. So it was you again. Once again shaking off his defender, Dirk finally found himself wide open at the right arc. Swish! With unwavering confidence, Dirk launched a perfect three-pointer. However, Lin Hong, whose keen perception had already pierced through the deception, swiftly pivoted once more and gave chase with lightning speed. At the very instant Delk caught the ball and prepared to shoot, bang! Lin Hong suddenly propelled himself into the air from 2 meters away, leaping with explosive force like a rainbow piercing the sun. His extraordinary wingspan and enormous, sky-shrouding hands swung down, smack. Lin Hong swung his long arm in a wide arc, forcefully swatting the spinning basketball out of bounds mid-flight. Lin Hong soared through the air while Dirk lay sprawled on the ground, one above, one below. Like a deity gazing down upon a mere mortal, the disparity clear as day. The sheer spectacle of this volleyball-style block was nothing short of breathtaking. Boom! The entire venue erupted in a frenzy, with waves of thunderous applause, ecstatic cheers, and piercing screams cascading endlessly through the air. Boom! Lin Hong landed steadily, standing firm and unshaken. Like an enraged deity of war, he gazed down imperiously at the stunned Delk before him. A low hum reverberated as Delk felt a chilling numbness creeping across his scalp. Lin Hong, with his sharp tongue, once again disregarded Dirk, shaking his index finger dismissively with an air of indifference. Is that all? The star point guard of Kentucky? Uffed. Dirk turned his head to avoid Lin Hong's gaze. His face contorted in displeasure as he let out a disdainful snort. Yet this time, unusually, he refrained from his usual bluster. Upon reflection, it made perfect sense. First, having been blocked despite shaking Lin Hong off, then receiving a volleyball-style rejection from over 2 meters away. This double humiliation had left him utterly deflated. How could he possibly muster a retort after such a resounding pair of rejections? Ah, what a splendid double block, a true Mandarin Duck hotpot of defensive plays. It seems Lin Hong is determined to turn Madison Square Garden into his personal hotpot restaurant today. On the commentary booth, Zhang Weiping's aged face beamed with joy, resembling a blossoming chrysanthemum. Simultaneously, Kentucky swiftly inbounded the ball from the sideline. Seizing the moment when Lin Hong was momentarily distracted, Mark Pope forcefully slapped the ball, using the momentum to launch himself into the air, aiming to exploit the split-second advantage and dunk over the Heavenly Dynasty's ferocious shark. The facts proved that Pope had indeed been somewhat presumptuous. Lin Hong swiftly turned around and leaped into the air, forcefully intercepting Pope mid-flight with a resounding block. The Kentucky guards suffered consecutive blocks while their center was violently knocked to the floor, painting a brutal scene on the court. Yet Lin Hong, the architect of this devastation, remained utterly unfazed as he swiftly seized possession of the ball. With elegant precision, he delivered a pass to Iverson on the wing while simultaneously accelerating toward the front court with explosive speed. Stop him at all costs. On the sidelines, Kentucky's head coach Rick Pitino threw down his clipboard and anxiously stepped to the edge of the court, roaring at Antoine Walker and others. If Georgetown managed to score this play, Kentucky's morale would undoubtedly plummet to its nadir. Wow, Lin Hong is charging forward with unstoppable momentum. At the same time, Sukun on the sidelines exclaimed excitedly, Lin Hong charging forward is like an agile yet unstoppable heavy tank. Only Antoine Walker from Kentucky sprinted back at full speed, desperately trying to stop Lin Hong's fast break. Allen Iverson's pass arrived right on cue. As the basketball landed in his hands, Lin Hong, surging forward with unstoppable momentum, shielded the ball and accelerated explosively, sending the pursuing Randall flying backward with sheer force. This was merely a side impact. Had it been a frontal collision, the consequences would have been utterly unimaginable. Without any hindrance, Lin Hong soared effortlessly into the air and executed a powerful two-handed dunk. After completing the slam, he gave the rim a firm tug before landing steadily, This domineering sequence of moves sent waves of exhilaration through the crowd, igniting thunderous cheers from the spectators. Alan, what was it that I just encountered? On the way back to defense, Lin Hong asked Iverson with confusion. I felt as though a mosquito bit me. Lin, are you serious? There are no mosquitoes at Madison Square Garden. Iverson nearly burst out laughing. The one you just bumped into was Antoine. At this point, even Iverson was astonished. With just a single lateral exertion from Lin Hong, Antoine Walker was effortlessly shoved aside. One must realize that Antoine Walker weighed a substantial 111 kilograms. Among power forwards, he could be considered a veritable tank. Yet against Lin Hong's colossal armored behemoth, he was but a mantis trying to stop a chariot, utterly overestimating his own strength. Antoine, really? Lin Hong shrugged his shoulders and then sneered coldly. That makes sense. You're not even as significant as a mosquito. At least a mosquito leaves a faint mark when it bites. Antoine Walker's defensive block barely grazed Lin Hong, leaving him unscathed. Antoine, are you all right? Pop instinctively swallowed hard before asking with concern, are you unharmed? I am unharmed. Antoine Walker rose to his feet. His countenance darkened like ink. Lin Hong's play had utterly humiliated him. He must reclaim his dignity on the offensive end. So this is the so-called Mad Shark from the Celestial Empire? In the audience, New York Knicks owner James Dolan enthusiastically patted general manager Earl Grunfeld beside him. Earl, I'm rather fond of this young lad. In the opening exchanges, Lin Hong's sheer dominance on both ends of the court utterly shattered James Dolan's preconceptions. Could this young man from the East truly stand it too? 15 meters? Why can he outrun the defenders with such astonishing speed? This young prodigy from the Celestial Empire leaps consecutively for blocks. Does he truly have springs concealed beneath his feet? Countless questions swirled relentlessly in James Dolan's mind, plaguing him like an insatiable itch. After agonizing contemplation, they coalesced into a single resolute thought. Earl, I don't care what it takes, get that kid to the New York Knicks. Next season, I wish to witness Lin Hong donning the New York Knicks jersey at Madison Square Garden. Boss, this is rather challenging to accomplish. Earl, don't you dare tell me it's impossible. James Dolan waved his hand decisively, delivering his final verdict. I understand this matter is exceedingly difficult, but should you prove incapable of accomplishing it, I shall not hesitate to appoint another in your stead. Damn it, can't even handle such a trivial matter. What the hell am I keeping you around for? Man is the butcher's knife, I am the fish on the chopping block. Earl Glenfield stood there utterly crestfallen, overwhelmed by the sheer weight of his predicament. The burden he bore was simply unbearable. In their original well-laid plans, they intended to wait until Lin Hong's rookie contract concluded before enticing him with a lucrative deal. The seamless transition would have allowed him to shoulder the mantle of reviving the New York Knicks as Patrick Ewing's career waned. Yet now, how ironic, the best-laid schemes often go awry. The owner seeks to intercept prematurely. The New York Knicks draft picks consistently fall outside the lottery range, making it virtually impossible to acquire Lin Hong through the draft. A trade, perhaps? The entire Knicks roster possesses only two players with notable trade value, center Patrick Ewing and guard John Starks. However, the mere inclusion of Starks in a trade proposal for Lin Hong? Absolutely unthinkable. What if we offer Ewing instead for Lin Hong? What the hell is the point of trading Lin Hong now? The Twin Towers are reduced to just a single tower. However, the team owner had already made his stance clear. As the general manager, Grunfeld had no choice but to steel himself and proceed with the daunting task. Chapter 76. Riding high, the air above you smells so fresh. My friend, this young man is truly extraordinary. On the spectator stands, Kareem Abdul-Jabbar gazed intently at Lin Hong's retreating figure, lost in contemplation. In Lin, I not only glimpsed shadows of Shaquille, but also discerned traces of that fellow Wilt. The Shaq mentioned by Kareem refers to Shaquille O'Neal. As for Wilt, that is none other than the legendary basketball emperor Wilt Chamberlain. This legendary man, hailed as the conqueror of 10,000, was also one of the most dominant players in NBA history. At his peak, Kareem Abdul-Jabbar had several encounters with the prime Wilt Chamberlain. Precisely because of this, he seemed to see a 2.0 version of Chamberlain in Lin Hong. I even feel that Lin's athletic prowess is more astonishing than Wilt's. Observe how swiftly he dribbles across half-court. Moreover, Lin Hong's height and wingspan mirror Chamberlain's almost perfectly, making him practically a carbon copy. Though Lin currently exhibits somewhat rudimentary post-up techniques, to Kareem, this is utterly inconsequential. You are the master of insider techniques on the court. Want to learn post-up moves? Let me guide you step by step. Well, I've finally grasped Jerry's true intentions. Magic's gaze never strayed from Lin Hong either. Jerry West rarely reaches out to Lakers legends, yet for Lin Hong's sake. The logo man unprecedentedly assembled a star-studded lineup, including Magic Johnson and Kareem Abdul-Jabbar, to personally observe and evaluate. Through close observation, Magic couldn't help but admire West's discerning eye, sharp as ever. This Georgetown super big man truly deserves West's favor. He's already convinced that Lin Hong is destined to be the cornerstone of the Lakers franchise for the next 2 decades. Another emphatic block. Lin Hong Hot Pot Restaurant. Generous portions guaranteed to satisfy. Witnessing Lin Hong block shots from all 5 starters of Kentucky, Zhang Weiping just couldn't resist bringing up this running gag. Su Kun immediately chimed in with agreement. He even contemplated opening a hot pot restaurant upon returning to China. Unlike the down-to-earth commentary in China, the ESPN commentators on-site directly analyzed Lin Hong's body language. The Kentucky Wildcats are done for today. From the very beginning of the match, Lin has demonstrated through his offensive and defensive prowess that today, Kentucky will be brought to their knees. Moreover, they triumphed with an overwhelming dominance, leaving their opponents utterly defenseless in the finals, ultimately lifting the championship trophy in glorious victory. Kentucky's possession. Dirk advances the ball. And as he once again faces Lin Hong's defensive switch, a palpable wariness and gravity visibly darken his gaze. Thud. Dirk attempted to break through, pushing his renowned speed to its absolute limit. Yet, he still couldn't penetrate Lin Hong's impregnable defense. What could be done? Whoosh. Dirk could only pass the ball. Spotting Antoine Walker setting a screen, he dashed to the high post on the right, came to an abrupt halt, and launched a jump shot. However, in the midst of this process, Lin Hong had already given chase once more. The moment he made his move, he lunged forward with terrifying wingspan and massive hands, instantly enveloping Dirk's head. He was utterly powerless to retaliate. He hurled the basketball away to evade a shooting violation and block. However, once the ball touches the ground, even if it lands right in front of him, he must refrain from touching it again, lest he commits a foul. Thud. Lin Hong once again shoved Dirk aside and snatched the basketball. Iverson initiated the fast break, but Kentucky's defense retreated swiftly this time, denying him the transition opportunity. Setting up in the half-court offense, Iverson reorganized the attack. Lin Hong cleared out to the right wing, facing Pope's tight defense. He faked a baseline cut to the left. And as Pope bit on the move, Lin spun smoothly to shake him off. Whoosh. Accelerating straight toward the paint. Bam. With lightning reflexes, Iverson swiftly delivered a bounce pass that slipped effortlessly between Pope's legs, finding Lin Hong cutting sharply to the right wing. Their coordination flowed like poetry in motion, seamless and breathtaking. By the time Antoine Walker beneath the basket could react, Lin Hong had already surged into the paint, planting his feet and soaring skyward with the ball. What? Antoine Walker froze momentarily, then sprang up in a desperate attempt to block the shot. Yet, it was already too late. As he raised his arms high, poised to leap in an instant, a sudden darkness enveloped his vision. The blackness before his eyes was not mere absence of light, nor could one define what whiteness truly meant. Lin Hong, soaring through the air, descended like a celestial warrior from the heavens. With one hand pinning Antoine Walker's arm down, he slammed the basketball into the hoop with the other. Finally, he even rode atop Antoine Walker's shoulders. Boom. Lin Hong posterized the big head Buddha. Are you kidding me? Alonzo Mourning shrieked in disbelief. Whoa. Lin just posterized Antoine. This is utterly inconceivable. Oh my goodness. Mutombo clutched his gleaming forehead, his expression one of profound astonishment. How could this possibly be achieved? Unbelievable, absolutely insane. Boom. In the stands, countless fans gaped in astonishment, their jaws nearly dropping to the floor. Lin Hong's spectacular dunk left them utterly dumbfounded. Lin Yuan raised his arms high, roaring wildly in unison with the fans as they cheered for Lin Hong. As for the true self, Lin Hong landed steadily, a faint smirk curling at the corners of his lips. With an icy gaze fixed upon Antoine Walker, he murmured in a chilling tone, "Huh? This is the no-fly zone of five-star Kentucky." Previously, Kentucky had repeatedly belittled Georgetown, yet Lin Hong couldn't be bothered to respond. He preferred retaliating with tangible actions. That was far more satisfying. Antoine Walker was nearly driven to the brink of madness, exclaiming in sheer frustration. After cursing Lin Hong's ancestors for 18 generations, Antoine Walker finally calmed down. He was determined to find an opportunity to block Lin Hong's shot with a thunderous rejection, reclaim his dignity, and then mercilessly humiliate his opponent to avenge his previous humiliation. In the midst of the offensive transition, Antoine Walker first sank a mid-range jumper. then delivered a resounding volleyball-style block on the defensive end, swatting away Georgetown's mascot Page's layup. With a roar, showcasing both offensive and defensive prowess, the ferocious Antoine Walker pounded his chest and bellowed towards the heavens. "I told you before, this is a no-fly zone," appearing to address the crowd at large, yet in truth directing his words squarely at Lin Hong. At the very moment of his gloating, the basketball that was swatted away was snatched up by Allen Iverson on the perimeter. Shifting gears and accelerating, he once again charged toward the paint, breaking through the defense. He delivered a no-look behind-the-back pass to the trailing Lin Hong. Swish! Lin Hong charged towards the basket, his feet firmly planted on the ground as he gathered the ball and bent his knees. Like a rocket, he soared into the air with breathtaking speed. "Lin, leave your mark." Having just executed a domineering block, Antoine Walker brimmed with confidence. With a fierce roar, he leapt high into the air, poised to replicate the feat, to repay Lin Hong with a thunderous rejection of his own. Indeed, it was a case of following suit, but the one who emulated the method was not Antoine Walker, but Lin Hong. The terrifying force erupted as Lin Hong once again outmaneuvered Antoine Walker, dominating the skies. "Get the hell out of my way." Lin Hong, with the overwhelming force of Mount Tai pressing down, ferociously slammed the basketball into the hoop. Once again, he dunked over Antoine Walker in a spectacular display of dominance. The gymnasium fell into a momentary hush. In the next instant, boom, a thunderous roar of cheers erupted, shaking the very foundations of the arena like an earthquake. Crash! In that moment, Lin Hong executed a thunderous dunk over Antoine Walker with such immense force that it sent the latter flying out of bounds. Walker tumbled multiple times across the court before crashing into the backboard panels, finally coming to an undignified halt. "Are you kidding me?" Mutombo widened his eyes in astonishment. Lin Hong had once again posterized Antoine. This was absolutely brutal. Magnificent. Morning was also plunged into stunned disbelief. Lin had just dunked over Antoine consecutively. Good heavens, this was sheer brutality. Ha! On the CCTV commentary platform, Zhang Weiping was so astonished that he burst into laughter. Lin Hong's offense was as fluid and unstoppable as cascading mercury, utterly magnificent. Consecutive dunks over towering centers. What an exhilarating spectacle that truly broadened my horizons. Meanwhile, James Dolan, the owner of the Knicks seated in the audience, was utterly exhilarated. As expected from the talent I've set my sights on, dunking over centers with effortless grace, as natural as drinking water. Earl. This phenomenal rookie Lin Hong must undoubtedly join our Knicks roster next season. The Knicks general manager, Earl Grunfeld, could only manage a faint smile and a nod, though a flicker of unease occasionally surfaced in his eyes. What on earth should he do? Perhaps he should simply flee this predicament. James Dolan furrowed his brow and consoled. "Earl, there's no need for such alarm. Remember, we still hold our trump card in reserve. Tonight, now, at this very moment, let us wholeheartedly revel in Lin's performance." Quite right indeed. Boom. Lin Hong executed yet another emphatic dunk over Antoine Walker, igniting an electric atmosphere throughout Madison Square Garden. The arena erupted with thunderous applause, ecstatic cheers and deafening roars that reverberated in waves. On the court, Lin Hong landed smoothly after dunking, then looked down condescendingly at Antoine Walker sprawled on the floor. With a mocking laugh, he sneered, "Hey Antoine, the air up here is so refreshing. I could stay a while longer." Antoine Walker. The hell? Are you serious? I have no need for your flattery. At this very moment, Lin Hong's sarcastic praise only stoked the flames of Antoine Walker's fury. A raging inferno blazed within him, threatening to erupt at any moment. Yet all this was predestined to provoke Lin Hong. One must be prepared to face the humiliating consequences of being thoroughly disgraced. Chapter 77, a textbook example of off-ball post play. Kentucky's possession. Thump, thump, thump. Dirk dribbled past the half-court line, confronted by Iverson's tight defense. With a powerful push-off, he forcefully muscled past Iverson and was poised to drive toward the basket. Boom. A towering figure abruptly blocked the path. "Damn it, why must it be you again?" Dirk cursed under his breath and swiftly passed the basketball to Derek Anderson on the wing. Anderson assumed a triple threat stance before elevating for a jump shot over Williams. Clang. No. However, Pop secured the rebound, passed it out to Dirk once more, reorganizing their offensive play. Swish. Dirk dishes the ball to power forward Antoine Walker, who finds himself mismatched against Page. He pivots for a strong post-up play. Boom. Antoine Walker initiated a post-up play, dribbling once before delivering a powerful back-to-the-basket push. Page struggled to contain him, retreating step by step. The second post-up attempt. Boom. Yet, this time, after the ball left his fingertips, it never bounced back into his waiting grasp. From the spectator's perspective, Antoine Walker was aggressively posting up Page without the ball, exuding an intimidating aura. Yet the basketball in his hands had already been deftly snatched away by Iverson, who darted in from the wing like a phantom, a steal of supernatural swiftness. Antoine Walker remained oblivious, a smug grin still lingering at the corners of his lips. Only upon the third collision did he belatedly realize the basketball had vanished from his grasp. Staring dumbfounded at his empty palms, a soul-searching question echoed through his mind. Damn. Where's my ball? Peggy was utterly bewildered. Ask me? Who should I ask then? But that textbook perfect back to the basket play without the ball. I'm absolutely stunned. Whoosh. Allen Iverson swiftly intercepted the ball, launching a rapid counterattack from the backcourt. Shifting into high gear with seamless grace, he effortlessly left Derek Fisher in his wake. Simultaneously, Derek Anderson sprinted back on defense with urgency, converging under the basket in a heartbeat. Thud, thud. The two players leaped simultaneously, yet while Derek Anderson descended, Iverson remained suspended midair. Overcome with humiliation, Anderson could only watch helplessly as Iverson executed a graceful reverse layup. Swish. The basketball swished through the net. Possession changed hands. Dirk accelerated with the ball, leveraging his speed advantage and utilizing his teammate's screen to drive into the paint before dishing an assist to Antoine Walker for a smooth mid-range jumper. In Georgetown, Iverson swiftly advances the ball. He appears to seek Lin Hong, yet cleverly utilizes Lin's screen to create space for himself. With a sudden stop, he releases a mid-range jumper. Clang. The shot ricochets off the rim. The rhythmic clang of metal striking metal resounded. A rebound in the basketball game? Lin Hong was entangled by Pope and had yet to retreat into the defensive zone. Antoine Walker's confidence surged instantly midair. He deftly tapped the basketball repeatedly, as if seeking the perfect moment to receive the pass or perhaps taunting his defender with playful finesse. Yet, when he truly sought to secure the ball, Iverson trailing behind soared gracefully, intercepting the rebound before him with effortless elegance. Allen's prodigious talent is truly a marvel to behold. Allen transformed into a formidable center tonight, his rebounding instincts ablaze, having already seized multiple boards. Antoine has truly outdone himself this time. Antoine Walker? When overt competition fails, resorting to ambush. How utterly preposterous. Antoine Walker, humiliated by his failed attempt to show off, flew into a rage and bared his teeth as he lunged at Iverson. Delk, sensing the moment, swiftly moved in for the double team. Whoosh. Allen Iverson deftly maneuvered through the defensive cracks, dishing the basketball to Jerome Williams on the weak side. The ball then swung to the corner, where Page launched yet another three-pointer. This time, swish. At last, the strike landed true. Humph, relying on petty tricks alone, such meager ambition. This shall be the extent of your lifetime's achievement. Antoine Walker grumbled as he received the inbound pass from his teammate. Cradling the basketball in his arms, he glanced around, torn between passing to Delk, who was tightly guarded by Iverson, or advancing the ball himself. Yet, in that moment of hesitation, Lin Hong, standing in front of him, suddenly extended his large hand and snatched the ball away. FCK, what the hell are you doing? Antoine Walker was instantly startled and swiftly bent down to shield the ball. However, strength was never his forte, whereas it was Lin Hong's absolute advantage. Enough talk. Hand it over now. Lin Hong let out a thunderous roar, the veins on his Chilean arm bulging as an explosive surge of strength erupted. With terrifying pulling force, he spun both man and ball halfway around, ultimately wrenching the basketball from Antoine Walker's grasp through sheer brute force. Antoine Walker was instantly dumbfounded. What on earth? What just happened? The magical whirlwind of love. Not only was Antoine Walker utterly dumbfounded, but even the spectators in the stands were struck speechless with astonishment. Clang. Lin Hong snatched the ball from the jaws of danger, wresting it from Antoine Walker, then soared effortlessly for a thunderous slam dunk. Magnificent. The commentator Zhang's mouth gaped open, his expression trembling with disbelief. Could you believe it? Could you even imagine? Lin Sheng intercepted Antoine. This was nothing short of a dimensional descent in competition. Ha ha ha. Mutombo nearly burst into tears of laughter. Indeed, it was utterly exaggerated. Only Lin could perform such a feat truly astonishing. Alas, upon the spectator stands, the fans gasped in collective astonishment before erupting into waves of derisive jeers. But towards whom were these scornful sounds directed? Who else but Kentucky's own Antoine the Big Ticket Walker? Why, you ask? During the pre-Kentucky interview, Antoine Walker arrogantly declared he would establish a no-fly zone in the paint to suppress Lin Hong. Yet, he was repeatedly humiliated as Lin Hong dominated him with ease. Now, he's being toyed with like a mere plaything, the ball snatched from his grasp as if by a thief. Utterly disgraceful. Pathetic. What spineless trash. Mutombo shook his head, unable to resist muttering in disdain. This is what they call the round mound of rebound? More like the round mound of flounder. Indeed, from being posterized to getting bullied in the post, coupled with the relentless boos raining down from the stands, Antoine Walker had been utterly humiliated and dismantled by Lin Hong, left with not a shred of dignity intact. Georgetown 16, Kentucky 4. Toot toot. Kentucky's head coach Rick Pitino glanced at the score difference before fixing his gaze upon his prized pupil. Antoine Walker appeared dazed, his mentality teetering on the edge of collapse, prompting immediate concern. With no alternative, Pitino called a timeout to halt Georgetown's relentless offensive surge. The Kentucky bench. Antoine Walker sat on the sidelines, a towel draped over his head, fists clenched so tightly they trembled, his entire body quivering with barely contained fury. One must understand, the vast Madison Square Garden was packed with a roaring crowd of 20,000 spectators. Under the glaring spotlight of such scrutiny, he had not only been posterized repeatedly by Lin Hong, Outry bounded from behind, but even the basketball cradled in his arms had been wrested away. And beyond that, the deafening chorus of boos raining down from the stands would have shattered any ordinary man's composure, let alone a prideful, lottery-bound prospect like him. His psyche imploded, consumed by unbridled rage. Rick Pitino immediately discerned Antoine Walker's subtle concerns and promptly offered words of comfort, serving up some motivational wisdom. The five-star Kentucky team knew victory tonight required every ounce of their effort. The Kentucky players wore solemn expressions. For the Chinese Mad Shark Lin Hong alone had imposed tremendous pressure on both their offense and defense. On the other hand, Georgetown, holding a 12-point lead with the formidable duo of Lin Hong and Allen Iverson backing them up, players like Williams and Harrington showed no signs of stress. As for Lin Hong himself, though composed, a glimmer of anticipation flickered in his eyes. Anticipation for what? Winning Kentucky and securing the NCAA championship would allow him to complete the system mission, obtaining the full-level Shaquille O'Neal talent and dreamlike footwork. On the commentary booth, Mutombo glanced at the stat sheet and shrugged. Within less than 4 minutes into the game, Georgetown had already surged to a 12-point lead, a truly dreamlike start. Kentucky must step up swiftly, deliver a response, and narrow the gap. Yes. Morning nodded, then his gaze sharpened with astonishment as he remarked, but compared to the considerable point gap, I'm even more astonished by Lin's individual stats. In less than 4 minutes since tip-off, Lin Hong has already tallied 8 points, 3 rebounds, 2 assists, and 3 blocks. At this pace, could it be that he's aiming for an outrageous quadruple-double on the NCAA finals stage? Unbelievable. Dikembe, I have already begun to anticipate. Chapter 78. The legendary quadruple-double, ascending to basketball immortality in a single game. Swiftly, the game resumes after the timeout. Over the next 10 minutes, Lin Hong transforms into an unstoppable force on the court, snatching rebounds, blocking shots, scoring effortlessly, and dishing out assists with precision. Yet he is no mere stat patter. Under his leadership, Georgetown builds a commanding 23-point lead by the final 3 minutes of the first half. By then, Lin has already amassed a staggering stat line: 20 points, 10 rebounds, 5 assists, 2 steals, and 6 blocks. Such dominance leaves spectators awestruck and opponents trembling in his wake. Wow, exclaimed Alonzo Mourning. The lead has stretched to 23 points. This now sets the record for the largest halftime deficit in NCAA finals history. The seemingly more balanced five-star Kentucky team is being effortlessly dominated by Georgetown. It appears the barrel effect theory may be somewhat ostentatious after all. Ha ha ha. Mutombo chuckled and continued the conversation. Such a massive point differential is indeed rather unexpected, but what's truly terrifying are Lin's statistics. So far, his points and rebounds have already reached double digits, with only 5 assists and 4 blocks remaining to potentially achieve a quadruple-double. With Lin Hong's unstoppable momentum, given ample time, it seemed entirely within the realm of possibility. TSK, TSK. The mere thought of it sends shivers down my spine. A quadruple-double. Such exaggerated statistics are exceedingly rare. Regardless of the era, only a player as formidable as a hexagonal warrior could possibly achieve them. At this thought, commentators and fans alike felt a surge of intense anticipation. Of course, this did not include Kentucky supporters. Lin Hong's relentless blocks and thunderous dunks mercilessly ravaged Kentucky's players, shattering their fragile morale. Coupled with the staggering 23-point deficit, they seemed to find no glimmer of hope for a comeback. It wasn't just Antoine Walker. Every single player on the Kentucky team had lost their composure in desperation. As the first half dwindled to its final 2 minutes, Lin Hong once again swatted away Pope's hook shot with effortless grace. Frustration boiled within Pope. His temper flaring as malice surged through him. Seizing a moment when the referee's gaze was averted, he shoved Lin Hong viciously from behind. Yet, to his utter humiliation, Lin Hong remained unmoved, as steady as an ancient oak. Blinking in innocent confusion, Lin Hong tilted his head slightly. Did someone just push me? Who could possess such ticklish power? Ah, it's Pop after all. That explains everything. Yet as the saying goes, courtesy demands reciprocity. Dare to raise a hand, and you shall pay the price. In the next instant, Lin Hong's smile vanished as his gaze turned piercing. With a sweeping motion of both arms, he unleashed a force like an avalanche, causing Pope's chest to convulse violently as he staggered backward uncontrollably. The fragile equilibrium that had barely held shattered instantly, igniting the spark of imminent conflict. What is this? Seeking a brawl? Repeatedly humiliated by his opponents, Antoine Walker had long been grinding his teeth and itching for a fight, his patience worn thin by the constant provocations. He immediately clenched his fists, bellowing with rage as he charged forward, ready to engage in a fierce 300-round battle with Lin Hong to determine the superior warrior. Regrettably, before he could even close the distance, 2 burly men viciously encircled him. Who else could it be? Of course, the 2 sword-bearing guards of Georgetown, Williams and Harrington. If they can't play basketball well, can't they at least fight? Antoine Walker was immediately restrained by 2 opponents. On the Kentucky side, Derek Anderson and Ron Mercer swiftly joined the fray, creating a 3-on-3 confrontation. The adversaries stood forehead to forehead, exchanging heated taunts while the remaining 4 engaged in a tense-shoving match, their movements resembling the measured pushes of Tai Chi practitioners. The situation descended into utter chaos. Oh, dear heavens! Staggering with rage, Pop charged out once more, determined to seize the chaos and pummel Lin Hong into submission. Center versus center, he remained utterly convinced of his own superiority. However, the relatively composed Dirk swiftly stepped forward to restrain him, while the Kentucky coaching staff and bench players immediately rushed in to intervene. Fuck you. Fuck you. Fuck you. Popper seized the moment to spew profanities, venting his emotions. On the Georgetown side, Allen Iverson immediately rushed to Lin Hong's defense, denying Kentucky any chance to sneak in. Head coach John Thompson swiftly intervened, pulling Lin Hong away. Pop and Lin Hong stood forehead to forehead, exchanging heated trash talk like a lover's quarrel. Amidst the raucous jeers of fans eager for drama, the explosive atmosphere and tension of the finals reached a fever pitch. The staggering point gap, Lin Hong's overwhelming dominance. Multiple Kentucky players lost their composure simultaneously, igniting a powder keg of tension on the court. Fortunately, the officiating crew swiftly intervened, and through collective effort, the confrontation was ultimately defused. Toot toot toot. Coach Thompson promptly called a timeout to further diffuse the escalating tensions between the teams. At the Georgetown bench, Coach Thompson approached Lin Hong with a solemn expression and spoke earnestly. Lin, stay composed. The championship is within our grasp. You cannot afford any more mistakes. Kentucky is desperate, willing to risk everything just to take you out of the game. If they succeed, they still have a chance to turn the tide. So, Lin, you must keep your cool. It is unwise to squander an entire year's arduous efforts in a fleeting moment of anger, thereby forfeiting the championship that lies within reach. Ah, I comprehend now. Lin Hong nodded solemnly, exercising remarkable restraint. Otherwise, Pope wouldn't still be sitting enscathed on the bench. Meanwhile, the head referee, determined not to compromise the game's intensity, vehemently overruled all objections with a decisive verdict. Both Lin Hong and Pope received technical fouls. Additionally, Georgetown's Williams and Harrington, along with Kentucky's Anderson and Moser, were all assessed technicals after their heated altercation. Toot toot toot. The game resumed. Back in Georgetown, to avoid being fouled out, Lin Hong was firmly benched by Thompson. Iverson single-handedly led the team, transforming into the answer, unstoppable with his drives and assists. In the final possession of the first half, Kentucky sank a buzzer-beating 3-pointer, clawing back 3 points. Yet, the 23-point deficit remained an insurmountable chasm. Most crucially, Lin Hong enjoyed ample rest time on the sidelines. Cheer up, my comrades, the match is far from over. America, New York. Madison Square Garden. Halftime. Kentucky trailed by a wide margin. Coach Rick Pitino bellowed at the vacant-eyed Antoine Walker and others on the bench, "The game isn't over yet. We haven't lost." Georgetown was nothing but Allen and Lin. Jerome and Othello were utterly insignificant. Listen up, everyone. From this moment onward, we shall implement strategic rotations and intensify our defensive focus on Allen and Lin. Victory shall undoubtedly be ours. Even when falling behind, Pitino remained steadfast in his belief that his barrel effect was absolutely correct. Apart from Iverson and Lin Hong, the rest of Georgetown's team was utterly mediocre. But Kentucky was entirely different. The starting five all possessed lottery pick potential. With a well-orchestrated rotation, Kentucky could certainly turn the tide. However, reality proved otherwise. In the second half, Lin Hong returned at full strength, unleashing an unstoppable performance. He immediately swatted away Delk's shot, then seized possession. When a teammate missed a layup, Lin Hong snatched the offensive rebound and assisted Iverson for the finish. As the game progressed, Lin Hong quietly amassed 26 points, 14 rebounds, 8 blocks, and 9 assists, just 2 blocks and 1 assist shy of a historic quadruple-double. Patrick Ewing, who had remained relatively composed until now, could no longer contain his excitement. A faint smile curled at the corners of his lips. Lin seemed poised to achieve a quadruple-double. Mutombo smiled and said, "Patrick, have some confidence. Remove that maybe. Lin is definitely going to achieve a quadruple-double tonight." Morning couldn't help but exclaim, "Kentucky is truly no weak team this year." For Lin to achieve a quadruple-double against them speaks volumes about his extraordinary prowess. As the words were spoken, a sudden loud bang echoed across the field. Lin Hong delivered yet another emphatic rejection, swatting Dirk's driving layup off the backboard with authority. He then soared over Antoine Walker to snatch the rebound with effortless grace. His 9th blocked shot of the game. Counterattack initiated. Lin Hong dominated the paint with relentless aggression, executing a powerful spin move and finishing with a forceful layup, completing the and one play. During the free throw intermission, Georgetown's head coach Thompson immediately substituted Allen Iverson into the game, intending to unleash both Lin Hong and Iverson early to decisively seal the victory. The free throw was effortlessly swished through the net. Kentucky regained possession. At the top of the key, Lin Hong stood firm against Antoine Walker, executing yet another impeccable block. With lightning reflexes, Iverson snatched the loose ball and accelerated downcourt in a blistering fast break. Shifting into high gear, he blazed past defenders before finishing with a silky smooth layup. Swish. Drawing triple coverage, he swiftly passed back to Lin Hong in the paint. Encircled by defenders, Lin resisted forcing a shot and instead dished it out to Williams at the left 45-degree angle. With a smooth release, Williams launched a long two-pointer. Swish. The ball found nothing but net. In the next play, Kentucky launched a swift counterattack. Lin Hong retreated defensively with impeccable timing as Delk drove and dished the ball to Antoine Walker cutting in from the opposite side. Walker gathered himself for a smooth layup, but Lin Hong remained composed. The moment Walker released the ball, Lin exploded upwards with astonishing verticality. His legs coiled like springs before unleashing explosive power. Though a step behind, he soared higher and faster, arriving just in time to swat the shot into oblivion. Kentucky's fast break counterattack once again ended in futility. Moreover, Lin Hong secured his 10th block of the game, successfully achieving a magnificent quadruple-double. Splendid. Mutombo sprang to his feet. He had been waiting for this moment far too long. The instant Lin Hong completed the block, he pounded his chest in exhilaration and roared, "Lin has achieved an insane quadruple-double." Linsanity sweeps through Madison. Chapter 79. The Resurgence of Georgetown's Glory. It's time to bring this talent to the NBA. It's over. The game is beyond doubt. On the CCTV commentary platform, Sukun stood up excitedly. Lin Hong and Iverson combined forces to orchestrate a scoring surge, once again extending the lead to 20 points. Time was truly running out for Kentucky. You must understand, an NCAA possession lasts a full 35 seconds. With less than 8 minutes remaining in the championship game and a staggering 20-point deficit, the formidable Allen-Iverson duo, still dominating the court, essentially pronounced Kentucky's demise. Even Kentucky's renowned economics professor and head coach Rick Pitino appeared utterly despondent at this juncture. After several futile minutes of struggle with the gap remaining insurmountable, Pitino heaved a profound sigh and conceded defeat by benching all his starters. The Georgetown Hoyas had secured their NCAA tournament championship victory with a full 3.5 minutes still left on the clock. At last, the final buzzer illuminated. The Georgetown players, who had been anxiously waiting on the bench, abandoned all decorum and sprinted onto the court in unrestrained jubilation. "We are the champions! We are the champions! We are the champions!" They roared triumphantly. Jerome Williams hurled the basketball skyward with a thunderous roar. Othella Harrington tenderly kissed the hardwood before burying his face in his hands. Overcome with emotion, Allen Iverson leaped onto Lin Hong's back, triumphantly raising his arms to the roaring crowd, much like Tim Duncan astride Greg Popovich in jubilant celebration. Oh, the NCAA tournament had finally reached its glorious conclusion. At the moment the match concluded, Lin Hong exhaled deeply. Despite having lived 2 lifetimes, the victory still stirred profound emotions within him. After all, this marked his very first championship trophy in his professional career. Lin Hong grinned broadly like brother mouth, spinning around with Iverson on his back. "Lin, we did it," he exclaimed jubilantly. "We have claimed the NCAA championship title. We have seized that glorious trophy. Now we're headed to the NBA for lucrative contracts, haha." As he spoke, Iverson's eyes welled up with 2 streams of hot tears. Beneath that stubborn exterior, no one truly knew the immense pressure he had been bearing. "Indeed, we emerged victorious." Lin Hong carried Allen Iverson on his back as the entire Georgetown team swarmed around them at the center of the court like stars encircling the moon. The Georgetown duo undoubtedly played the most pivotal role in securing this year's NCAA championship trophy. For most of the ordinary Georgetown players, the most perfect conclusion to their college basketball careers was capturing an NCAA championship. Amid the players' jubilant celebration, the NCAA officials approached midcourt at Madison Square Garden, bearing the championship trophy. With tears streaming down his face, Iverson was the first to receive the trophy. Wiping away his tears, he donned Georgetown's championship cap before patting Lin Hong's arm, signaling for him to join in raising the trophy, the ultimate symbol of glory in collegiate basketball. Click, click, click. The incessant flashing of camera lights filled the air. On the sidelines, American media representatives simultaneously raised their cameras, capturing the heartwarming moment when Allen Iverson and Lin Hong lifted the championship trophy together. Subsequently, Iverson and Lin invited their mentor, John Thompson, to stand between them, presenting the trophy to their revered coach. After raising the trophy triumphantly, Coach Thompson of Georgetown passed it along to the players behind him. Though the duo of Iverson and Lin, along with Thompson, were undeniably the core of Georgetown's championship run, every member of the team contributed to this victory, even those who primarily supported from the bench. Following the championship trophy ceremony, the tournament organizers prepared to announce the recipient of the Most Outstanding Player (MOP) award for the season, the most valuable player of the Final Four. In the MOP competition, Lin Hong emerged victorious without contention, surpassing even his teammate Iverson to claim the honor. As he accepted the prestigious MP trophy, Lin made history by becoming the first Chinese player ever to receive the award in NCAA history. Moreover, he marked Georgetown University's first MOP winner since 1984 and only the second in the program's storied legacy, following in the footsteps of the legendary King of New York, Patrick Ewing. Lin has revived the glory of Georgetown while simultaneously forging a historic legacy for Chinese basketball players. At the heart of the court, as Lin Hong raised the MOP trophy aloft, the colossal Madison Square Garden erupted into a thunderous chant, "MOP, mop, 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 mop," echoing through the grand arena. At first it was faint, but as the voices converged, the sound wave swelled like a rolling snowball, growing ever louder until it reverberated through the stadium. Ha ha ha. Witnessing this scene from the commentary booth at CCTV, Zhang Weiping couldn't contain his excitement. That young fellow Lin Hong had conquered the entire United States tonight. Tonight is destined to be Lin Hong's night. Meanwhile, across the vast ocean in the Middle Kingdom, owning a television in rural areas was an extravagant luxury at that time. Consequently, the screens were invariably surrounded by dense crowds, packed tightly like layers of an onion. The moment Lin Hong lifted the MOP trophy, all spectators erupted in heartfelt roars and cheers. Some were so inspired that they immediately rushed home to grab basketballs and engaged in epic 300-round battles on the courts. Similar scenes unfolded nationwide, as basketball courts across the country buzzed with unprecedented fervor, resembling vibrant village tournaments. The profound impact of Lin Hong's championship victory and MOP coronation was truly remarkable. Lin undoubtedly deserves this MOP trophy. He has been the most outstanding performer among all players this season. At the post-game press conference, when questioned by reporters, Iverson made his stance clear. "If the MOP trophy were awarded to me, I would consider it an insult. though he longed to lift the MVP trophy. Iverson possessed a stubborn pride uniquely his own. What rightfully belongs to him is his. What does not, even if forcibly given, holds no value in his eyes. Who has been the most exceptional player in this NCAA season? The answer is blindingly obvious. It was undoubtedly Lin Hong. Even if we were to merely scrutinize the finals alone, Allen Iverson delivered an outstanding performance with 26 points, 12 assists, and 5 steals. Impressive, isn't it? Yet Lin Hong eclipsed that brilliance by erupting for 38 points, 22 rebounds, 13 assists, and an astonishing 14 blocks, a magnificent quadruple-double. 14 blocks, undoubtedly a historic high in NCAA finals history. Not to mention, Lin Hong achieved a quadruple-double in blocks alone. This marks the first time in NCAA finals history that a player has recorded a quadruple-double, an unprecedented feat in the annals of the NCAA championship. Even legendary superstars observing from the sidelines like Kareem Abdul-Jabbar, Patrick Ewing, and Shaquille O'Neal had never delivered such an astonishingly phenomenal performance. In Allen Iverson's perspective, if the MOP award were not bestowed upon Lin Hong, it would be nothing short of a desecration to this hallowed trophy. After Allen Iverson finished speaking, a poised blonde reporter with piercing blue eyes immediately turned her microphone towards Lin Hong. "Hello, Lin. Congratulations on winning the MOP award. You are the first international player to receive this honor, as well as the first Chinese athlete to compete in the NCAA. At this moment, what would you like to say to everyone?" Facing the interview with the curvaceous reporter, Lin Hong looked straight into the camera and said with utmost seriousness, "I just want to express my gratitude to CCTV, to ESPN, to all the fans, and to everyone at Georgetown. That's it. That's it. That's all you have to say. What else would you expect? Very well, Lin, you've won." The beautiful reporter didn't give Lin Hong any chance to joke around and directly asked, before this finals began, "There had been widespread speculation about whether you would participate in this summer's NBA draft. Now that you've secured the NCAA championship, will you be entering the NBA early? Would you choose to join Allen in participating in this year's NBA draft?" Allen Iverson has already made it clear that he will participate in this year's NBA draft. He is currently the undisputed top contender for the first overall pick among the 1996 draft class. Now, the suspense arises. As Iverson's close friend and a dominant inside force who outshines Tim Duncan, will Lin Hong bypass college and head straight to the NBA? Instantly became the focal point of media attention. Seated beside Lin Hong, Iverson shrugged nonchalantly before slipping into a meditative state. His gaze fixed inward as though he already knew the answer. "Very well," Lin Hong declared with unwavering conviction before the cameras, no longer concealing his intentions. "I once told Allen that if we could clinch the NCAA championship this year, I would enter the NBA directly. Now, we've claimed that trophy, so..." Pausing briefly, a faint smile curled at the corner of his lips. "It's time to fulfill that promise. I have resolved to bring my talents to the NBA this summer. My sincere gratitude goes to Fading Ashes and Shtick for their generous patronage." Chapter 80. The chasm between individuals can sometimes exceed that between man and beast. 3 days after the championship victory, Georgetown University dormitory. Huff. Lin Hong lifted his head, exhaling a long breath. After rinsing his mouth and hastily wiping his face, he threw on his jersey and headed toward the training facility. Spotting Allen Iverson sitting on the bench, squinting at him with scrutiny, Lin Hong's heart skipped a beat. Unable to suppress his unease, he asked, "Allen, I didn't say anything stupid while drunk last night, did I?" "No." Allen Iverson smiled and shook his head. Only when Lin Hong's expression softened slightly did he murmur again, "It was just a few names you called out on the way back when Jerome and I were helping you." Lin Hong's face flickered with unease as he cautiously inquired, "That, whose names did I call?" Iverson stroked his stubbled chin pensively, seemingly lost in reminiscence before speaking after a prolonged pause. "You called for Professor so-and-so, repeated the summons 7 or 8 times, then called for another professor 5 or 6 times, called 4. Finally pointing at himself, he concluded, and in the end, you called for me just once." "Called for you? How could that be? Impossible, utterly inconceivable." Lin Hong was so terrified that he completely lost control of his facial expression. Calling the others was perfectly normal, but summoning Iverson? That was sheer lunacy. Why on earth would he, a pure and untouched maiden, call upon such a rough and rugged man? "I have no inclination for such intimate encounters with men." Iverson's lips twitched involuntarily as he recalled. "You did call out to me once, shouting, 'Allen, I feel nauseous.' And then he vomited all over me." Ha. Lin Hong clutched his stomach with laughter. Nearly in tears. "Allen, you're hilarious. Hilarious my ass. After speaking, Iverson gave Lin Hong a playful beating. After some horseplay, Lin Hong suddenly noticed many scouts appearing in the stands. Upon reflection, this was hardly surprising. Team scouts were naturally keeping tabs on him, the NCAA's newly crowned most outstanding player, as well as Iverson, the highly touted potential top draft pick. After all, the lottery draft is a pivotal moment that determines the fate of a franchise, a decision that could reshape the entire landscape of the league in the years to come. Shortly thereafter, the Georgetown players assembled in formation. Head coach John Thompson commenced his daily address to the team. Though he had given his unconditional support to Lin Hong's decision to enter the NBA draft this year, the sudden departure of their star center, coupled with the exits of Allen Iverson, Jerome Williams, and Othella Harrington, three more key players declaring for the draft, left the Hoyas championship roster gutted. The once dominant squad now existed in name only. For John Thompson, a championship team must embody both legacy and strength. As defending champions, Georgetown would undoubtedly face relentless targeting from opponents in the coming season. If they failed to even reach the Sweet 16, the humiliation would be unbearable. Deep in contemplation, Thompson resolved to use Lin Hong's towering presence as a wake-up call for his players, whose heads had clearly swelled with premature pride. The title of champion had intoxicated these fledgling talents, leaving them dangerously overconfident. Therefore, only through measured admonishment can they regain clarity of mind and recognize their own shortcomings. Today, John Thompson organized a relentless gauntlet for Lin Hong, pitting him against everyone except Iverson in a continuous one-on-one challenge. Each contender had 3 attempts to outplay Lin Hong, with the victor earning the coveted title of Georgetown's next team captain. The enticing stakes, coupled with their post-championship overconfidence, made these duels particularly fierce. Yet as time passed, their bravado crumbled into stunned disbelief. Forget scoring 3 points. Merely attempting a shot against Lin Hong proved an arduous feat. Lin Hong is an insurmountable mountain. The harsh reality struck everyone like a thunderbolt, awakening them to the bitter truth that the championship trophy bore no relation to them whatsoever. Meanwhile, the scouts observing from the sidelines were once again profoundly astonished. Despite the relentless, stamina-draining battle of attrition, Lin Hong maintained steady breathing and an unflappable composure. This young man's physical prowess far exceeded their wildest expectations. After the intra-team scrimmage, the Georgetown players resumed their regular training regimen. Tom slipped away unnoticed. On April 21, 1995, the final day of the NBA regular season for the 1995-96 campaign, the entire Georgetown Hoyas squad visited the USAF Arena to witness the concluding match of their hometown team, the Washington Bullets. Coincidentally, their opponents that evening were none other than the Chicago Bulls, who had achieved an astonishing record of 71 wins and 10 losses. That is the team led by Michael Jordan. Lin, next season, we will become opponents against Michael. In the stands, Allen Iverson, wearing a baseball cap, couldn't conceal his excitement. I wonder how many points I could score against his defense? Allen, how many points do you think you can score? Lin Hong smiled and asked curiously, if Michael were to guard you the entire game, how many points would you score? Maybe 35, or perhaps 40. After a brief silence, Allen Iverson cast a disdainful glance and replied, Michael is almost 35. I could easily shake off his defense with my speed alone and finish at the rim. 35 or 40 points. My friend, you really dare to say that. This performance deserves full marks. You must understand. He was facing Michael Jordan, a man on the verge of ascending to godhood. Before Michael Jordan, countless prodigiously talented stars fell one after another. Karl Malone's gifts were extraordinary enough. Yet he was utterly dominated by Jordan in every encounter. Players sharing his position were routinely schooled on the court, left completely powerless to resist. Any rookie showing even a glimmer of promise would immediately be crowned the next Jordan. Thus, Jordan's unparalleled influence and prowess become abundantly clear. Now, Iverson responded with unwavering determination, revealing his profound confidence in his own abilities. Lin Hong turned his head to glance at Iverson beside him. The expression on this fellow's face still bore a trace of melancholy. It seemed he was lamenting Michael Jordan's fading glory as a hero, truly befitting the proud and aloof Iverson. Allen, I believe you can defeat Michael, even surpass him. Lin Hong suddenly spoke with an air of solemnity. Were it not for the irrepressible upward curve of his lips, Iverson might have actually believed his preposterous words. Lin, you damned rascal. You. Lin Hong was utterly overwhelmed, standing there dumbfounded and flustered. After stammering for a while, he finally managed to utter 2 words. Incredible. In this game, The Bulls left no room for their opponents to catch their breath. Even though Jordan played only 24 minutes, the Bulls still triumphed over the Washington Bullets with a score of 103-93. The Bulls' final record for the season was cemented at an astonishing 72 wins and 10 losses, achieving the greatest record in league history. It is worth noting that after the conclusion of this match, the media on the sidelines directed their cameras toward Lin Hong and Iverson seated in the audience. The Georgetown duo represents the future of the league. Meanwhile, Michael Jordan embodies both the past and present of the association. His airness seemed to sense the media's intention, casting a domineering glance toward the Georgetown prodigies in the stands. So this is the future of the league? It seems there will be 2 more youngsters to mentor next season. Quite a challenging task lies ahead. However, I'm thoroughly delighted by this prospect. Crushing these so-called prodigies fresh to the league is truly exhilarating. Bring on another batch, it matters not. Michael was truly formidable. Playing merely 24 minutes yet scoring 26 points with 4 steals, his offensive and defensive prowess undiminished from his prime. Alas, were I to face his relentless defense, I might scarcely maintain possession of the ball. Jerome Williams and Harrington trudged back to school, shaking their heads and sighing in dismay, thoroughly disheartened. Boosting others' morale while dampening our own. What's so difficult about that? Iverson curled his lips dismissively, brimming with unshaken confidence as he began demonstrating right then and there. If it were me, I'd execute a sweeping crossover between the legs, then a shoulder fake into a drive, luring Michael into going for the steal before swiftly changing direction to the opposite side. Swish, nothing but net. Jerome and Harrington watched Iverson's effortless grace with pensive contemplation. If there was one player in the entire Georgetown team capable of executing such moves against Jordan, it might truly only be Iverson. No, wait, there was also Lin Hong. Jerome and Harrington gazed at the silent Eastern Colossus standing beside Iverson. With his monstrous strength and explosive athleticism, this behemoth could likely bulldoze his way past even Michael Jordan without breaking a sweat. The more Jerome Williams contemplated this, the more inadequate he felt. The chasm between individuals could sometimes dwarf the difference between man and hound. No wonder they called him the Junkyard Dog. Chapter 81. The Cardinals' cigar of victory shattered. As the Chicago Bulls achieved a historic 72-win record in the regular season, the NBA regular season came to a close. The race to the bottom also finally concluded. The Boston Celtics, who had been performing poorly throughout the entire season, could finally breathe a sigh of relief, having secured the league's worst record of 14 wins and 68 losses. In their relentless pursuit of the top draft pick, the Celtics management threw caution to the wind, disregarding even the dignity of their prestigious franchise. The Vancouver Grizzlies, awakening mid-season, mounted a spirited comeback, but ultimately fell just short. With a record of 15 wins and 67 losses, they settled for the second-worst position in the league. Meanwhile, the Philadelphia 76ers surged late in the season, overtaking others with an 18-64 record, climbing to the third-worst spot. As for the Toronto Raptors, they were left lamenting their misplaced trust in the Celtics' deceptive tactics. Had Boston not staged such an Oscar-worthy performance, the Raptors might not have ended with a 21-61 record, fourth worst in the league. A single position separated them from the top 3. Yet the coveted first overall pick slipped further from their grasp. So close, yet agonizingly out of reach. At the same time, a group of high-ranking officials from the NBA, summoned by Commissioner David Stern, secretly convened for a discussion. Gentlemen, in your esteemed opinions, who should be awarded this year's coveted first overall draft pick? Perhaps many naive fans believe the NBA draft lottery is absolutely fair, just, and transparent. In reality, this is far from the truth. It merely appears relatively equitable. While the mechanism of randomly drawing ping-pong balls seems impartial, human interference remains possible. However, encountering shameless tanking tactics like those of the Boston Celtics, especially in a draft year brimming with extraordinary talent, Lin Hong, Iverson, Camby, Marbury, Ray Allen, each a rare and promising prodigy, demands intervention. If the NBA leadership fails to address such blatant tanking, how can they curb such behavior in the future? Speak freely, everyone. Stern remarked subtly, casting a discreet glance toward a certain executive nearby. Mr. David, I believe we must first disqualify the Boston Celtics, one executive promptly suggested. Grasping the unspoken cue, Arnold's conduct is utterly reprehensible. He is openly defying the league's principles. Upon hearing the impassioned statement from the senior executive, David Stern nodded subtly without betraying his thoughts. It must be acknowledged that this high-ranking official possessed considerable discernment, thoroughly grasping David Stern's underlying intentions. As for the newly admitted Vancouver Grizzlies, they indeed merit consideration. Not only do their performance metrics meet the criteria, but they also desperately require a marquee superstar to galvanize their market. Following this line of reasoning, the freshly incorporated Toronto Raptors equally warrant deliberation. Toronto and Vancouver are both nestled within the Maple Leaf Nation, regardless of which city we choose. The basketball market between the land of the Maple Leaf and the Celestial Empire presents us with a substantial slice of the proverbial pie to savor. I disagree. In my opinion, we should consolidate our position steadily at present. Solidifying our domestic market first before expanding overseas would be more prudent. Therefore, we could consider the Philadelphia 76ers. Jerry Stackhouse is gradually hitting his stride, forming a formidable inside-out duo with Lin Hong, potentially emerging as the league's new marquee pairing in the future. I vehemently disagree. Although the high-ranking officials were embroiled in heated disputes over the final ownership of the top draft pick, they unanimously agreed on one crucial point. The first overall selection must absolutely not be awarded to the Celtics. The Cardinals' deliberate and malicious underperformance has blatantly crossed the NBA league's bottom line. So, who should receive this first overall draft pick? After all, whoever secures the first overall pick will almost certainly choose Lin Hong. So, which team would truly suit Lin Hong best? The Vancouver Grizzlies, the Philadelphia 76ers, or perhaps the Toronto Raptors? Setting aside the Celtics, both the Toronto Raptors and Vancouver Grizzlies were new franchises that joined the NBA in 1995, hailing from the land of maple leaves. To expand into international markets, these two teams became the primary candidates for the first overall draft pick. Granting them a franchise cornerstone like Lin Hong hardly seemed excessive. Meanwhile, the Philadelphia 76ers emerged as the secondary option for the coveted top selection. As the legendary Red Auerbach pondered how to maximize the value of the impending first pick, little did he know that David Stern had already sealed his fate. On May 19th, U.S. time, at the New York Hilton Hotel, this day would forever be etched into the annals of NBA history as one to be remembered. The draft lottery for the top 14 picks of the 1996 NBA draft is about to commence. The Celtics draft delegation, Cardinal Auerbach and head coach Emil Kyle. Mr. Auerbach, if you ultimately secure the first overall pick, whom would you select with this coveted draft position? The on-site reporter immediately sought out Cardinal Auerbach, who was dressed in formal attire. The team's most coveted candidate was Allen Iverson, followed by Stephon Marbury. Facing the cameras without a trace of embarrassment, Auerbach delivered his fabricated narrative with utmost seriousness. The era of center dominance is gradually fading into obscurity. Observe how Shaquille was utterly powerless